Inze As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny, so I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me, but the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and a prisoner I was taken. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing, robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgary Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering-dum-a-doo-rum-a-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
In South Australia I was born, heave away, all the way. South Australia round Cape Horn, we're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way, all the way. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, all the way. There I met Miss Nancy Blair, we're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way, all the way. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, all the way. Shook her round and round the town, we're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way, all the way. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind, heave away, all the way. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind, we're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way, all the way. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, all the way. You wish to God you'd never been born, we're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way, all the way. You'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia.
T'other day when I was driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all, till the missus hollered from the rear seat.
And she said,
back and back, you're you, back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he can't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right open light and said, shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queued form behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They humped and they swore, which only irked I more, and these words kept going through me mind. And they were back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
"Hello? You're causing a disturbance, don't you know?
What, me?
You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start in the back end."
So I backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for all the lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and poo the gowans fine, but seas between us braid here old sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never same as I.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down, down, Tim a ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at, he missed. The second doe he trimmed, he kissed. The third doe wet where nobody whist, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down, down, Tim a ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth doe she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down, down, Tim a ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth doe she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down, down, Tim a ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry, merry vein, among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down, down, Tim a ho down, down, hey down, ho down, derry, derry down, among the leaves so green. Oh,
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk will Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey of flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Oh, you don't want...
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
A couple of days ago, we had like the longest day that you can imagine. Yesterday actually was a little bit of a short day. Still had 4 series, and we're going to have 4 series today, but I do like a little bit more Dota on my day, and potentially we'll get it today. You're watching DreamLeague Season 25, powered by the PogChamp Pandas.
Yeah?
That's not where you're supposed to be.
I didn't know he could play.
I didn't know either, but to be honest, where's Thomas? Owen, come on.
I'm coming.
What are you thinking?
I thought, join the band. It looks a lot of fun up there.
Yeah.
I want to sit down here and talk about Dota. Who'd want to do that?
No, but seriously.
Yeah.
But seriously, where is Thomas?
Where is he?
Well, I don't know.
You guys missing a panda?
Yeah, we're one short, aren't we?
This is a very important part of the show. A PogChamp Pandas. I say it every morning. Power PogChamp Pandas. PogChamp Pandas are needed. Oh, what was that?
What's going on?
I like this.
was a really nice performance to start the day with. Thank you, guys.
Where's his fridge? He needs a fridge to jump on. You can do. You can jump on the box. We'll do something with the box. Don't worry.
I don't know if you can jump on the box.
I'm not sure. He'll have to figure that out.
Stable that is.
He's basically Jenkins. Like, they share the same personality. The only difference is this guy can, or actually has another talent. He can actually play.
Yeah, I like Tom. You know, I love Thomas. But when I walked in, I saw Tom this morning. I was like, my boy, this guy's crazy, dude. He's nuts.
In the best way possible, of course. We saw some nuts Dota as well, by the way, just because it still is a Dota show. I mean, I know, Owen, you'd rather just go up there and your place now been taken.
Yep.
But you do get paid to talk about the Dota too.
Oh.
And just
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do.
Let's go.
Just like yesterday. Yesterday, we actually had a really cool... what is happening? We had a really cool series.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Which one?
Which one?
We had a lot of cool series.
Okay, I want to talk about... I mean, it's a series that people want to talk about because the team that people want to talk about is Chimera. They were able to beat Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
Just interviewing Panto afterwards, you could tell just how happy this guy was to beat the TI twice winning team. You know, that's a big moment, and it was a cool series too.
It definitely was. He was the one, like, genuinely happy beating Team Spirit for the first time, and I don't know, Shiver. I've been thinking maybe there is a slight chance that this team still, after what happened, that they're gonna be like, let's do this one more time, one last ride. And the way he described it in an interview, he said, you know, one last dance as Michael Jackson did. Not Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, my bad. That's the different MJ. Yeah. But overall, a team that is very entertaining to watch. I don't think we had anything like this in Dota history, a team that did this, because they're playing with the Hawk one more time after getting removed from the roster, and now it feels like the team powered up.
I want to take this opportunity to tell you guys my conspiracy theory about this team. I actually think that all of this is a hoax.
What?
They genuinely care a lot. They're scrimming a lot. They're only scrimming Chinese teams. So nobody knows what their strategies are. And they do this fake kicking thing, and they sandbag multiple tournaments. So that way, when it comes to Dream League and getting those EPT points, nobody's looking at them because it's like they've given up already. Like at some point they're gonna lose, but in reality they're scrimming, they're trying really, really hard, and all of it is just acting.
Oh, I see.
That's what I think.
That's some top tier acting in some of the interviews. I will say, very believable. And I mean, if they do that, they're in it for the long haul.
I think they're geniuses. I think
get those guys on Cannibal Island. They're really good actors.
Season 2.
Season 2.
Has that been approved yet, Season 2? What's the...
Episode 3 hasn't been approved yet, Owen. They get approved 30 minutes before we air.
No, it's been really cool watching them. Obviously, the series yesterday was maybe a little bit extra important because Team Spirit is considered to be one of the stronger teams here. At this point, Chimera is 3-0. Sky's the limit, Owen? Final weekend?
Yeah, and I think some of their upcoming matchups are matchups that they could absolutely win. And I think in terms of this group stage, right, you'll get 4 series. If you win 4 series, then you should be safe.
Should be. There's still a chance
at the
for
worst, maybe
tiebreakers,
but like you're kind of good. So they just got to win one more series, which from what we've seen so far, it's almost expected.
Somehow, I mean, they beat some of the best teams.
Yep.
I mean, BetBoom should be a hard matchup for that.
BetBoom's struggled a little bit.
I don't know if they beat some of the best teams, because I'm looking at who they need to play. Today they're playing against BetBoom.
Yes.
They're playing against Falcons.
Okay.
They're playing against Tundra. And they're playing against Power Vision. So they might have beaten the teams, because competition in these top 8, it's still very, very strong. I think the only one who stands out to me is kind of Heroic, who got overran by every single team out there.
Yeah. So, what you're saying is because they're all strong teams.
They're strong teams.
So
yes.
we'll see how they can do one series at a time. That's exactly how they're thinking about it. You know, they're going to try to make.
They're not thinking about it.
Or they're not thinking about it. Very good. And actually, speaking of BetBoom, you know, they might be a formidable opponent, but yesterday they were not for Thunder.
They know how to GG out quickly.
Oh, this was quite the series. Now, game 1 was super competitive, guys. We saw them go for the carry Ricky, and the carry Ricky got some early kills as well, so you get the XP advantage, Owen, and it looked for a little while, it looked decent.
It did. And I think, you know, fortunately for the pubs out there, we won't get Ricky Carry being picked out in the world.
Maybe people only saw the first half.
There's a high chance. I'm sure some people did. They tuned in, watched the first 20 minutes, and then they instantly queued it up. They're like, I'm going to hit up some Carry Ricky.
You know what's going to happen? We're not going to even see any highlights from game number 2 because it was so quick. This is basically the only highlight. I think we could have only showed the draft and be like, yeah, this is it. That's the big highlight.
Crazy, what, 10 minutes in, this doesn't look that bad.
Yeah.
It's just a 3K gold difference.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see the IO.
What? How did it go from here to 4 minutes to GG? That's because why was this such a?
I mean, this was the beginning of the end, right? Draco getting an ultra kill.
Sure.
It's because they got GPK back on the team, so they're kind of bringing back that old BetBoom flair where the tilting is there. I mean, GPK got his Huskar and. Finally, he gets it, and it's the most devastating loss that we've seen in DreamLeague.
I mean, but other teams would not have GG'd out then, right? There's definitely other teams, right? If they were like 10k behind, 40, they still had all the tier
They would
twos.
definitely play. But we talk about the importance of Tormentor, the 15-minute Tormentor. BetBoom's like, you know what? That doesn't matter. We're not going to even allow Tormentor to spawn. We're going to GG out before that.
That's actually crazy to think about. There's this like really important objective, and they call it 15 seconds.
They knew that they're going to lose like another 3,000 gold from Tormentor. If they decide to go in and try to contest it, it's going to be like 6,000-7,000 gold.
Yeah, normally you'd expect like at least a Hail Mary around the Tormentor as an important objective to, give yourself one last chance.
Oh, maybe they got to move Tormentors up to 10 minutes for BetBoom. If they're going to GG out that
I think so, yeah.
We got to buff it again.
That is it is unusual from them. It really makes you question the mental state of the team, which I didn't think was a problem with this BetBoom. Like I thought this was the new BetBoom, and we could all blame Toronto Tokyo for, the fragile mental state beforehand. But 14 minutes, 45 seconds, Lacoste. That ain't right. That ain't right.
That's real quick. I don't know. Tormentor has always been their arch nemesis. This time around, they didn't want to go for it. It's just funny what's happening with this team. It really is. But to be more serious, when this team starts to lose, because I checked some of the previous encounters in the last couple of months, and it feels like when they start to lose some of the games, they tend to keep losing, so that's really not a good sign, and they need to bounce back. They need to be able to bounce back somehow.
Which could be hard, right? Because what they're playing against Chimera. And, I mean, how would you compare the mental states of both for those squads right now coming today?
Yeah, they're both very unique.
These are the two most chaotic, impossible to define mental state teams. I have no idea. Like, I want to say Chimera, it's like, they're probably feeling it. They're having a good time. They don't care. Every time we ask them in interviews, it's like, are you guys going to stick together? This is really good for you. Maybe you should band together, and this is the moment. Nah, we don't like each other. We're disbanding. It's like, I don't know what to make of it. How are you disbanding? But then also you guys are chilling and having such a good time cooking up strategies beforehand. Yeah. It's really baffling.
They just say that they said they just don't talk about the difficult stuff.
Just ignore all of your problems.
Ignore the problems.
And you'll have success. That's what we're learning.
It's worked out so far. We'll see how far it goes. So far, I mean, nothing can stop them at this point. So looking good. And actually, I know we're circling back to Chimera because it's a very important thing to think about when you're thinking about the picture as a whole. And I'm talking about the road to the Esports World Cup with Riyadh on the horizon. I need you to look at this picture. This picture depicts how many points people can get from their placements. Now, obviously, anything can still happen. We're still only on day 4. So there's a lot that can still be possible. People can still be 8th, even if they're 3-0 right now. Maybe not entirely. But look at the points. See how many they can get. It's a big difference. It's such a big difference, Jenkins, from being even bottom 3 to top 3.
It is. And in the total ranking, we're seeing there's potential for teams to make it into that top 8 by getting some, denomination of points here. So these matter a lot when it comes to Riyadh, which is the big tournament everybody cares about. Yeah. And just to circle back to Chimera for a second here, they're going to take one of these slots and they're going to delete it because they're disbanding. So they're just taking, like, what if they get into the top 8, which they're 10 right now.
Yeah. They have a high chance of making it to the top 8 at this point. So I will tell you, the top 4 gets you to the next DreamLeague. I do believe that the points you get from Raleigh will still be calculated into that. And the top 8 will get you to Riyadh.
I'm not sure if they're aware of this, considering like what's happening with the team. They're probably not thinking about the points right now.
They probably are not.
If they knew what's happening right now, they would probably maybe give it that one last ride.
Yeah. It's like, boys, top 8 is Riyadh. I don't know if you knew this, but this is millions of dollars. Okay? Like, oh, millions of dollars. All right. Okay, we'll play together. Yeah, we'll see. You should reach out, Lacoste.
Yeah. Can we go back to the standings real quick, because we talk a lot about Chimera. There's one other team that I think we should talk about when we're looking at those standings.
Tundra?
No, well, also, but mostly in relation to Liquid, because Liquid is right now a 4th, so they get invited to the next DreamLeague. But they are not doing well at all.
Wait.
They're actually 0-3.
So after Rally,
yeah,
if Spirit, let's say, wins this, and they knock Liquid out, they're invited to the next DreamLeague, right? Liquid has to qualify.
Yeah, because they're not guaranteed invited.
Oh, actually, I just got confirmation. The invites are before Rally. So at the end of this DreamLeague, we'll know who goes to the next
Well, who gets invited? The top
okay,
four.
so that's
Top
what I was
4.
asking. Yeah, is it DreamLeague to DreamLeague? So
DreamLeague to DreamLeague, top 4.
Yeah, because surely with the results at the moment, Liquid is very likely to be knocked out of the top 4 then.
Yeah, but by either Tundra or Spirit. Most likely Spirit, because even if Spirit gets like second, I think
they're going to get enough points.
They will get enough points. They'll still be ahead of Tundra.
And Tundra still has a lot of points to get. I mean, they're doing well. Don't get me wrong, but it's a bigger gap to bridge.
Yeah. So there's a few things that can happen here actually.
Yeah, and keep in mind that if you come top of the group, you get extra points as well.
Yeah.
Sure. So that's something that you have to keep in mind as well.
Which
But
Spirit did, right? Who came top of the group?
They
previous group,
top
Spirit,
of group in their previous.
Yeah, but that's already calculated in.
Oh, that's already added in.
And so did Tundra.
That's already added on?
Group stages are in.
Okay.
Yeah, but then there's this group.
The group
There's
falls.
this group. But this group, only top 1 gets extra points.
Depending on where Spirit falls, and if Tundra gets top of this group, even if Spirit gets in the top placements, if Tundra gets first, for example, like we could still see Tundra apexing Spirit, and then both teams apexing Liquid.
It looks good for Chimera. They're on top of the group right now. They could be getting those extra points.
They are. Here we go.
I think if they win today against BetBoom team, that it's... Yeah, we can see it. It's actually part of Vision sharing it with the Chimera, but for more dramatic
we'll
purposes,
just ignore that for a little
we
bit.
decided to say it was Chimera, but they definitely look good. If this team can beat BetBoom, because BetBoom are in a really bad spot right now as well. This is a team that doesn't bounce back. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for BetBoom.
Well, it is, it's the middle day today. So today, I think after today, the rankings are going to be pretty telling in terms of who goes where. Only 4 out of the 8 teams will move forward, and it is a very hard cut. We'll obviously have tiebreakers if it's needed. But after today, we'll know a lot more. We have got 4 series coming your way today. We're going to end the day with Tundra versus Heroic. We're going to have Liquid taking on Paravision. And I know, Jenkins, you said earlier that if Liquid goes up against a very strong team, there's always a chance that they're powering up.
Yeah, I
based
think
on the level of their opponents.
I think so. I think so. They play to the strength level of their opponents. For some reason, I cannot tell you why. There's something very special about Team Liquid, so...
They need to show up first. I think it's very important to show up for the first game.
Yeah.
Your chances of winning the whole series gonna be higher.
Right. Yeah. If they're there, they will play to the level of their opponent. Which I suppose maybe they thought that Falcons wasn't going to show up, so maybe that's the level they were playing at.
Well, Falcons has been showing up. They're doing a little bit better now than they started the groups. I feel like that's also a bit of a typical Falcons fashion. They're going up against Team Spirit today, so that is a definitely hype series. But I think most of our eyes are just drawn to the first series of the day, Owen.
Yeah, for sure. Chimera is winning over a lot of fans, and obviously just the combo of these teams going up against each other. The fact that we have that situation yesterday with BetBoom calling GG at like 14 minutes in. Everyone's going to be wanting to see what sort of state they're in today for this first series. It's just going to be a great clash between these two, and especially off the back of the fact that we had Panto in the interview yesterday saying that they had many more strategies that they've got ready to show. So for people that are interested in this new patch and to see what's possible, Chimera is the team to watch because they're going to be showing us some stuff that we likely won't have seen yet.
Yeah, they're just looking at the Dota above Lacoste and they're figuring it out one day at a time.
They are. They definitely it's just the vibes. There's something that he was also talking about in an interview is they're not tipping aggressively. They're only tipping each other. Maybe that's the strat. They're like trying to lift each other up. It's like, yeah, you did a great play, even though we're not going to be playing together after 2 days. But it feels good. Maybe something's going to happen after all. But I checked something that he was talking about because we did ask him about the sentries, the observer awards as well. So I checked all of their recent replays that they played. He was talking about the quelling blade.
Yeah, he was.
Some of the new spots. He didn't use that.
What?
He did not use
He lied?
He actually lied.
Oh my God.
We got to call him out.
He did.
I told you it's my conspiracy.
On Enchantress, he did buy Quelling Blade 9 minutes in to try to play some of those wards, but he was not the one placing
They're
the wards.
faking all of it.
It might actually be fake, Jenkins.
Oh, okay, well, we need to talk more
Are they
in
even
depth.
real?
We need to talk more in depth about both of these teams, both BetBoom and Chimera. So thank you very much for joining us. And we'll be going in depth about our first series of the day. I'm a little bit upset that he lied to me. I'm not gonna lie. It's one thing to know what, because this, okay, so my way of Dota 2 is I know what I'm supposed to do, but the majority of the time I don't think about it when I'm actually playing. And then after the fact, I know, oh, that's what I should have done. And that's a very normal way of playing for people that are not pros. I'm expecting pros to be the ones that know how to do things and also just do them by instinct or by, you know, doing it a lot. And he just pulled a legend.
He's probably doing it because he's not doing it in scrims because this team is not scrimming. So that means that he's probably doing it in pubs and it all got mixed up in his head. But the thing about observer boards is there are no real high grounds. There are a couple of spots, so people are trying to figure out where they want to place these observer boards. And with Quelling Blade, you are going to be able to cut down some of the trees and place the sneaky ones, but we haven't seen that from them yet.
Not from them.
No.
We heard AOI talk about him just placing them on runes and on rivers. We've seen some people placing them just straight up in the middle of the lane. You know, open AI style, basically.
Yeah.
It's been working out. But yeah, I wanna talk about BetBoom versus Chimera, as I said. And before we start talking about it, we're first gonna hear a little story from BSJ.
December 10th, 2024, a band of misfits came together with a group of experienced veterans as well as some up-and-comers looking to prove themselves in the Dota scene. Off to a fiery start, just 2 weeks after forming, they qualify for ESL for Fissure Playground through the Eastern European qualifiers. And they didn't stop there. Just 11 days into 2025, they also qualify for DreamLeague Season 25, taking a 3-1 victory over Kuro and the boys. From the outside looking in, all was well, but internally the foundations were not perhaps as stable as a mere spectator might expect. Just 3 days after qualifying for DreamLeague Season 25, they came up short in PGL Wallachia, taking 5th, 6th in the qualifiers, not even getting within an arm's reach of yet another tournament. After that, they lost in the finals of the qualifiers for ESL 1 Raleigh, where Kuro and the boys took their revenge and effectively gatekept them from their solidified spot within the scene. Attending Fissure Playground, they decided that they must remove their offlaner, Dahak, because that defeat to Kuro and the boys was just a little bit too devastating, one might say. They played that tournament with a stand-in, losing all 4 games and taking a last place. But fast forward to today, the band, having already agreed that their short-lived tour has already come to a conclusion, a mutually agreed upon disband inevitable, have one last ride into the sunset. Fielding the roster they qualified to the event with, doing the unprecedented move of having Dahak stand in for himself, they've already conquered Group Stage 1, taking a 2nd place, and are 3-0 in Group Stage 2. They are currently lining their CVs with accolades by taking series off of 2 former TI champions, Team Liquid, as well as Team Spirit. Now, going into today's series, there only begs one question. How can BetBoom kill that, which is already dead?
Thank you very much, Brian. I feel like this is also very much a mental battle. I mean, BetBoom yesterday looked pretty dead themselves, not gonna lie, Lacoste.
Yeah, especially that second game, that is. First game, it was really back and forth. You couldn't really tell who's winning. They did pull off some of the new things, like the carry Ricky, which I thought that we're not going to be seeing, at least not much from position 4 Ricky, considering the changes to the Cloud. But this team is they have some of the new ideas. Maybe they're overcooking some of their drafts, I would say. They're trying new different... It's hard to say because patch right now, I think nobody knows what they're doing, really. We had an interview with Penta. We had an interview with AUI as well, who's like... It's really hard to say. They had to dumb it down to figure out what's actually happening, and it's working out for them, but the patch is still undiscovered, so there's a lot of new ideas. Everybody wants to chip in, so it's kind of hard to say. Some teams are slower than the others.
Now, it is Monday morning, and I know that maybe there's some people that have not watched Dota in the weekend because they had fantastic weekend plans and they just tuned up to work and they just put the stream on their side monitor, which totally can imagine people doing. And they might not have watched any of the Chimera games. They might have missed all of them. And maybe they missed all of the BetBoom games as well, which is easy considering they're so short. Sorry, I had to. Jenkins, could you describe Chimera's playstyle? Because this is a team that is very unique, and it's also a team that not a lot of people are familiar with outside of this Dream League.
May I do an analogy first? I wanted to follow up on Brian's little story, but
yes,
I can easily describe their
do both. Yes.
The analogy I wanted to give is that, so Owen said that Chimera is winning over a lot of fans. They definitely are. And those fans are getting onto a boat, a big boat. You know what that boat is called? The Titanic. That's what they're getting on. This thing is destined to sink, but you know what? The Titanic was a really fucking good movie. So we're all happy to watch it. It's a fantastic experience for us. They pick crazy shit. These guys are fun to watch. They will go Venomancer Jungle. The Hawk has to go Glimmer Cape Perseverance build
into Hand of Midas.
Into Hand of Midas.
The Night Stalker class.
On Night Stalker. They're the only team picking offlane Nature's Prophet, which, to be fair, I think they're actually onto something with this. Nature's Prophet has an incredibly high win rate on this patch.
Yeah.
It's like they're cooking for fun, but they're actually cooking up some really good ideas. Fun wins, Lacoste.
Yeah, Penta said in an interview that they are the ones who got the good ideas of the patch, that they are kind of the first ones who got it correctly. And it seems like he's not wrong. The ideas that they've been having so far have been working out. I've been mostly looking at Lorinov. This guy, he's on top of most of the charts when it comes down to having like least deaths. He's #1. He's also top of KDA. This guy really pops off. There was a game yesterday when they played. He played Leshrac 2 times in a row, game 2 and game 3, and he was the one tethered up to Wisp in the second game, and then kind of didn't have a Wisp for the third game, and he still had the same influence, same impact in that mid and late game fights. This guy is just a beast. There was a reason why Tundra also played with him.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. How would we describe BetBoom's play style, you think, Brian?
I mean, for BetBoom, I feel like you guys are talking about all the creative new ideas that Chimera is coming out with. I feel like BetBoom looked a lot more comfortable on the previous patch. I feel like Pure was, in the end of last patch, his exact discussion in the interview was, I was bored playing all the standard carries, so I was just having fun coming up with a bunch of interesting shit. And now, not so much of a convincing performance from Pure thus far. I think he is trying to cook, as you guys mentioned, the Ricky as well in the carry role. But for me, we talk about them not really bouncing back, but I also don't think of their mindset as being very fluid when it comes to like within the game itself. Like when they're winning, they push the tempo. When they're losing, they just look kind of shaky. And
they have a
like
tough time coming back?
Yeah, like they're forcing plays. Like when you see like GPK on Huskar, I was just reminded of old GPK. There was a game of Batrider where they were losing and he was literally feeding down lanes trying to farm, meaning like he's just dying a bunch. And on Huskar, I just felt like I saw him jumping in nonstop. So when I'm talking about their playstyle, it's all about the snowball effect.
It's all about doing well in the lanes.
Yes.
That's what we want to see here in the draft. As we do have the draft on our screen, it's going to be best of 3. BetBoom will be Radiant for game 1 and second pick, and therefore overall last pick with Chimera on Dire. And first pick, in terms of bans, Night Stalker actually gets an honorable ban. And we don't see that hero removed that often. What does that leave in the pool that we don't normally see banned out? Because I'm having a hard time coming up with it.
Darkseer is occasionally banned.
We got an Enigma first phase pickup and an instant Alchemist reply.
Now that's not a hero that's been getting banned a lot in the first round since the new patch, but it is classically good against the Enigma offlane. I think the Acid Spray would be a bit worse when in this lane matchup exactly, because they made it so that it synergizes better with your passive, where it applies stacks of
Corrosive Weaponry.
Yeah, but
it's
a smaller AoE, so the Eidolons are probably able to find a way to still attack creeps, which allows them to duplicate without being inside of that. So I'm curious to see how this lane matchup goes.
So they really prepped for this Enigma first pick, you can tell, because they banned out Monkey King, they banned out Gyro in the first phase, something that usually you don't see. Not for Gyro, Monkey King, I can definitely see that one, because Pure in the last week, he did play 9 games on Monkey King, and he won all of them.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive. I also feel like Chimera is going pretty fast in terms of the second phase bans came pretty rapidly. Makes me also think that they knew that the Alchemist is going to get picked, as it is BetBoom that still they only have 1 ban now before they get to pick.
I like the Night Stalker ban, by the way. I mean, of course, Miro has been praising this hero highly, but also like one point about Chimera being in the position that they're in is that when you are not scrimming and you have nothing to play for in your eyes other than the accolades, then you just ban the stuff that would annoy you. And to be honest, it's like there's no ego in this. You're like, BetBoom plays it. This is the one hero that they're winning with right now. Just ban it. Let's not do some like next level 5-head strategy where we leave it in and try to play against it. We're just annoyed by it, so let's ban it. And I think sometimes the simplicity in that is actually very important. And the same with the Gyro and the Monkey King ban. It's like Gyro's not normally like a first phase ban. Well, we want Enigma, so let's just ban Gyro because it's the most annoying thing for Enigma.
That also means that they're not going to be flexing this Enigma most likely, considering the amount of bans that they did spend in the first phase. So it's going to be hero for the Hawk. And it's also one of the few heroes who can kind of be left alone. This hero wants to have solo XP. So maybe some jungle Venomancer can still come through. We saw
that's what this is setting up for.
Very good timing on that Orchid, because you're farming, you're getting the earlier timing on your neutral items, because you're getting them almost immediately 5 minutes into the game. You're moving really quick down the river, farming the camps faster. I think it has a lot to do with how the map has changed, and now we're seeing Marcy. This hero, I think, is one of the better heroes overall in the patch. Winroyd doesn't say it, but this is a very flexible hero, and they also have the option to go for Io Marcy, because Io is still available, and this combo has looked unstoppable so far.
About the 4 position, the 1J4, I would personally disagree with the Venomancer idea, because when they picked Venomancer, what I thought was a really crucial dichotomy that they had in their draft was that Night Stalker is a hero that runs aggressively on the enemy side of the map, while Venomancer passively farms. And I always think of Enigma as like the hero that retreats to the jungle, gets those crucial ore items. In the early game, he's not really running at people. And so I'm thinking most of his plays are defensive, so you'll want a 4 Bounty or Spear Breaker that not only is a melee that's synergized with it in lane, but is also going to spend the time being aggressive hunting on the map, because I'm just concerned against BetBoom team that if you give them the ability to get out of the lanes ahead, they will run at you nonstop. And I think the best way is to kind of get them off of their own game rather than playing for your own.
He's got his own.
Oh my god, the meta's really
Oh my god.
Like you're playing against
these guys are clowns, dude.
We need more air. We need more oxygen.
I was going to say something. I can't believe. I love these guys, dude. This is my type of team.
It's white versus black, That's very cool.
That is hilarious. And they steal the IO.
They go for Morita. Is that a Morita 4 position? That's a pretty susceptible lane if you have any way to get, if you roam the Marcy, say this is a 4 Marcy and you have a CM5 or something like this, and you just bring the Marcy bottom.
According to Fear, 1J Muerta is the best Muerta in the world.
Really?
He did say that.
He did say that.
I thought it was Muerta.
Nope.
There are a couple of these players that play the hero really well. Crit, Save, most definitely come to my mind. But yeah, they had to split up the combo, so they took Io for themselves, and they also took Muerta, so there's going to be a lot of circles that they can fight into. The question for BetBoom now is where you want to play this Muerta. Do you want to... Because Muerta is a hero that can be paired up with offlaners, like melee, and also ranged offlaners. That's a good pick.
Could it ever be Muerta carry, especially after picking Wyvern?
Yeah, I was looking at TA2000's picks in the last few pubs, 15 pubs. He has not played it, but I vaguely remember him playing it
a few times. He's playing a lot of ranged heroes.
He's playing ranged
the
carries.
hero range.
Almost exclusively ranged carries. There's one Broodmother and the rest range.
I feel like it really fits his style, so I could see it. But if you have, supposedly the best Muerta on your team in the world, then maybe you just give this special.
Well, he's giving him tips on how to play carry Muerta.
Yeah, maybe.
What about Wizzy Rizzy? I did not think we're going to be seeing this hero in this patch because his base damage has been increased. Damage at level 1 has been increased by 3. So that's pretty good considering that he is universal hero.
I think the 3... I'm trying to do the math. So it's 0.7. Usually a lot of these offlaners, like Visage specifically, would build Wand plus 3 branches. So that's 6 all stats. So in the past, that would have been 12 damage. And now it's 7 damage. So they actually have slightly less unless you have 5 or more. So I'm curious, I think that actually affects Visage a lot because you're starting with effectively 2 less base damage if you do the exact same build, but then you're also not getting as much damage from the bracers, the null talismans. He's a hero that only right clicks.
You would go double null, drums rush.
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of stats essentially.
I feel like he's significantly weaker in that regard. But did they buff his stats? His stat gain?
Agility gain has been increased by 0.3. Strength gain has been increased by 0.4 and by 0.5. So.
Oh, okay. That's actually significant. Never mind. That's a lot of stats. Some people like Sand King got like 0.1 and 0.2 or something, and that was it. Bloodseeker ban. They really don't think this is carry Muerta. Is there an IO pairing we're looking for, guys? Bristleback, Bloodseeker would have made sense. Gyro's banned. You could do Slark.
This Sven.
Yes, Sven.
Is still in as well.
I don't love Blink Bursters like Sven.
And it's also not a ranged carry,
I think you're going to need to have some kind of a mixed damage, especially because there is Winter Wyvern on the other side. So maybe start thinking about carries who can build into Revenant's Brooch.
Morphling?
Morphling could work.
I'm just thinking TA 2000 heroes. I mean, not that many ranged heroes are that.
Do I have to mention TA?
Yeah, TA's all right. TA's all right. In the same vein,
2,000 reasons.
Luna, magic damage at Luna. Go for the Agnum Scepter second.
My only concern about Luna is I think you kind of need a single target carry because of Alchemist. You have no current way to deal with him past BKB timing. So I think if their carry has single target, that'd be ideal. And Luna is more of a split damage, spread damage carry.
This is very interesting. They covered Storm Spirit not banning out Puck. I'd say 95% of the time, if you're planning to pick Storm Spirit, your usual ban is Puck, so that leaves him in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
Could go Medusa, even though I don't like the spread damage aspect of it. I do feel like the BetBoom team lineup just doesn't deal with this very well. It's a bunch of right clickers, BKB piercing AoE.
You could go Diffuse Marcy though, and I feel like that's pretty good. 4-position Diffuse Marcy.
Would you go BKB first into Diffuse, or?
I think you just rush the Diffusal if you're playing into Medusa.
I have no idea what that hero's general timings are of hitting items, meaning how early would you get a 3k gold item?
I still believe that the triple hit facet on the ult
underrated
is what you should go for as support as well. I think people are
gonna be great. But when first time we see Baboka play it, it's definitely gonna be that facet. We're gonna be seeing more of these greedy positions. It also depends on the combo in the lane, because most of the time we've seen Marcy being played with Darkseer, and this combo is way too good because you're bringing in
there you go, Shiver. Shiver had one suggestion. We all had 7.
It definitely had to do with my analytic capabilities. Nothing to do with TA's name,
And who called the puck? Was that you, Lacoste?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. That was kind of an oversight now that you mention it, because
we should team up.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, combined all of us on the same team.
We already are teamed up. This is our team right here.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about getting rid of some of the team members.
You need some spice. You need some salt and pepper and a delectable meal. But anyway, the delectable meal that Chimera has cooked up today, there's a lot of low armor heroes on the side of BetBoom. I mean, literally all of the cores can die in a TA melt strike as long as they're disabled. If you have a blink black hole from the Enigma and 2 heroes are lined up, these cores are dead. As long as they're locked down, they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm looking at is it's a bunch of ranged heroes on Chimera, and you have heroes like Marcy Alchemist with a puck to hold them in place, and even like a Wyvern to set up these plays. I just think it's, unless they snowball the map where they're able to just farm the Enigma, control areas with TA, take an early Tormentor because TA is great at that. Yeah. They have the Black Hole team fight. They have the global. I do believe the Muerta Gleipnir timing is really important against Marcy because it just keeps people in place. It prevents the saves. I think that's part of why they picked the Muerta into it. But I'm leaning towards BetBoom team's draft. But looking at the two teams and the way their momentum shifting, I would not lean towards BetBoom team.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I'm going to ask for an extra opinion there. Production, can we get a zoom in on Gunner, please? Where's Gunner?
Gunner, what do you think about Alchemist carry? Yeah, totally.
Well, I think Alchemist carry is still very viable in this one. I'm going to be replacing Gunner. Gunner is not feeling 100% himself, so I need to step in. So can we zoom in on Lacoste one more time? Yeah, I think this one's going to be good. Chimera, they have very interesting draft, but we'll have to see. I think BBD Bobbity team that they got this one.
All right, let's find out how game one of this best of three will play itself out. Before we head there, though, some renewed Puck Jam Pandas.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get to the action here between Chimera and BetBoom team. And today I'll be joined by the wonderful Lacoste to take us through the action of these series. Lacoste, we already heard from you on the panel, but now getting into the action, you said, well, overall you prefer BetBoom's draft?
Yeah, I have to agree with that guy Lacoste on the panel. Yep. I think he had really good points overall. He's it was the shining star of that panel, so this guy's pretty smart, so I have to agree with him on all the points. And I'll also have to add that this type of a lineup from BetBoom team does give you really good snowball, because you have Puck. This is something that we talked about, that they didn't ban it in the last stage. They decided to go with different bans, but with Wyvern, this is one of Kataomi's classic. This guy plays it really well. And you also have Alchemist. I'm really wondering if they're going to be able to contest Alchemist early on. And we already see BetBoom team playing very aggressive in this bottom lane.
So Chimera got a good pushback with a dead shot. So yeah, level 1. Difficult to get the kill potential. We'll see level 2, I'm sure both teams are going to be pretty close to getting kills down here. Could be a pretty action-packed lane. Look at it. So I think what you were mentioning as well on the panel, this Puck comes through. A little bit of a surprise what the Chimera didn't come in with a ban earlier on this one.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. They do have save potential, and they also have a bit of a turnaround potential, because they can drop these circles. They have Enigma with the Black Hole. They have Silence. Sure. They have Deadshot. So a little bit of a protection, but sometimes it is a bit more difficult to play into this matchup.
Top lane.
2000.
The save is going to try and dive in, get the vision for the Soul Assumption. They'll get first blood off the back of that. Miro to claim it.
So something to point out is that Viserizzi, he was the one always playing with the Death Toll facet. That facet has been nerfed 3 times in a row. The Hawk.
Ah, he's in trouble. Pure got a lovely little wrap around there from the trees, cooking up the concoction. Already getting kills in both of the side lanes here, BetBoom. Nice and early in the first couple of minutes.
So, yeah, to go back to my point about Visage, he did go for... I don't even know how to pronounce this one. Is that even a word?
I think it's Sepulchre.
What does that mean? That's made up.
To be fair, I didn't think that was even spelled like that. I'm going to do a quick...
It's probably a mistake.
It's a mistake.
It's a mistake.
They make them sometimes at Valve. You know.
They focused on the gameplay. They focused on the new map.
A small room or monument?
I thought it was a French word, sepulchre. It sounds French. It probably is. And
it was to lay or to bury. So it's probably to bury in this context, right? Because what does it do?
It doesn't bury anything. So Grave Chill becomes AoE, and it got buffed in the recent patch, so 50 extra AoE. Usually this has been used when the facets were first introduced as a counter to Phantom Lancer, because it did work against all of the illusions, so the Viserizzi was like really fast. But I don't see it being super good here, and Miero
Again, like these soul assumptions, the damage adding up, and the fact that this lane, already 2 deaths for TA2000. He's only got 6 last hits, 3 minutes in. That's rough.
It really is. The snowball effect that we did mention, it's already showing.
Now, bottom lane, Pure and Katomi, they're incredibly low. Sort of teasing Chimera to go in on the aggressive under the tower. They won't, they'll hold back. But living on the edge, as Chimera, they do have a salve ready for 1J, so he'll be able to heal up. And I wasn't salve, so it's the clarity, but he does manage to get the control of the Lotus.
This is going to be probably the fastest Vlad's ever on Miero, because this is what he's going for, so that's going to be extra damage for him, extra body damage that he's going to be getting from Bodyguard, and they're not stopping. Io can't really sustain through this aggression.
Yeah, it's just going to be another kill. This lane is having an absolutely disastrous outcome for Chimera. I mean, to the point where how early is the TAG have to just start looking at the jungle creeps? Because coming to this lane just seems to be guaranteed death.
You can't jungle level 2 on Templar Assassin. She shows up in the lane. It's going to need to be 1J who makes the move and try to make this lane playable for them, because right now it's going to be super difficult. They also have Blood Grenade. It's level 3 on Marcy right now, so if he shows up one more time, he's just straight up dead. Never mind, TA2000, jungle. I mean, we saw jungle Venomancer from level 1. Why can't you jungle as TA at level 2?
On mid lane, they tried to get the kill attempt onto GPK, but he's able to get away from the silence. Well, I mean, yeah, he's going to scramble back towards the lane, but yeah, good luck. This lane has proven to be incredibly deadly. I feel like we just got to keep our eyes on him, because as soon as any sort of connection comes in from the save, they will dive the tower for TA2000.
They definitely will. And they need to bring an extra hero. Right now, 1J, he doesn't have that much mana to work with. He does have Healing Lotus. He's trying to make a move onto GPK, who's only level 5. Lorinov has slightly less experience than him, which means that GPK is going to be getting that level 6 faster. They even tried a glyph.
Oh, they're going to dive this, I think. They got the Grave Chill slow. They're in with the rebound. They get the Dispose back. Is there going to be any help for TA2000? I don't think so. I think he's just dead again.
What do you think 2000 means? TA2000 deaths in this game? Because the way
we're going that way
right now, it might be. We might reach that point.
I mean, this is because this was the last pick hero as well. The hero you cover with the last pick, he's having a dreadful time.
We've seen 14-minute GG from BetBoom.
Yeah,
now they want to win in less than 14 minutes, it seems, at the speed that they're playing right now. 1J.
Now they're definitely going the right way about it. That TP out, not going to work. Concoctions at the ready. Panto. Okay, he's going to be fine. They're finally getting a bit of backup on this top side of the map. Lorinov springs across and make sure that they get save at least, so something. But yeah, TA2000, I think now, at least he's hit the level 3. Now he's kind of clear to start jungling, as slow as it may be.
Does have side blades available.
Yeah.
That's going to make it easier. You definitely needed to have that level 3 so you can have that Meld Strike with the Void Blades facet.
Now this is just, of course, going to give completely free lane for Mira. As you say, one of the faster Vlads I'm sure we've seen.
And he's also maxing out Grave Chill, so that's the new tech. He's always been Visage player. We saw Visage being very popular when Dead Toll was first introduced. People were going for the First Bloods, and also constant pressure, something that 33 also loved to do on the hero, where he's paired up with the melee position 4, with some Tiny, with some Tusk as well. 1J.
Oh, they're gonna get him. BetBoom making the moves. I mean, Chimera, their only strength right now is Lorinov. Lorinov had a good time in the middle of the storm. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy carrying from that position. They do have the good combo, though. They got the Storm Aya. You know, it might sort of go similar way as the other day when we had Panto on the Aya, where he kind of started off, obviously, laning with the carry with TA2000, but for the most of the game, he'll almost, I mean, definitely this time around with how the start's gone, he'll be looking to consistently play around with the Storm.
He needs to play with the strongest hero right now, and that's definitely not your level 4 Templar Assassin who's been in the jungle. So right now they're trying to make some kind of a move, trying to backstab, but BetBoom, they are aware of it. They're going to scan things out. The scan's going to connect for a second. Also, problem is they don't have that much control against Puck. It needs to be 1J setting up that dead shot, setting up the calling after Storm zips in. Not the easiest thing to execute. Miro is level 6.
I mean, GPK can just go for the coil. They have the setup, Mirror and Save, bringing the damage. Not a chance for Lorinov. It's an easy play. And they could do this every time, really. Every time Dream calls up, they just walk over, get the kill. At the same time, down on the bottom lane, Katom is able to chase down Dahak, keep these kills rolling in for BetBoom. 9-1. Chimera, what are they able to do? As I say, in previous series, we have seen them turn around a tough start, but this is definitely going to be one of the toughest ones they've been through.
Most definitely. Problem is 1J is very low level. This thing is, Immorta as a position 4, you don't really need that level 6. It's not as impactful as some other position 4s. But you would definitely love to have it. Your Templar Assassin, you know that this hero is not going to be active by any means in the early stages of the game. And right now, they are using Sidekick or Bodyguard on the birds, plus Vlad. So that's going to be quite a lot of damage coming out from Familiars.
All right, we're going to see Chimera try for a play. They got the smoke out here with the two of them. They have the black hole. But whether he can find a position to get it off, it's going to be difficult. It's just going to have to be sort of walking in towards them, but Pure's pretty deep on his side of the map. Panto's headed over as well, so they've got kind of the 4 heroes around Chimera. Now, Lorinov, he'll show on the wave, and it looks like Dahak doesn't want to waste any more time trying to find something. This has hit the jungle. Doesn't mean the space is going to be there for BetBoom to, well, looks like take this tier 1 tower, so getting 2 very early towers here taken away from Chimera with the pressure of Miro. They're starting to lose the map.
They can't fight into this. There's way too much damage, way too much sustain. And I also want to see what the itemization from Lorinov is going to be, because he did opt to go for something different. He did get Arcane Boots playing with Io. Sometimes you're going to see that so that he's going to be getting that extra mana. So most of the time you can expect Panto to be paired up with him. Problem is, it also sets up for Winter's Curse, and it also sets up for 2-man Coil, because you know that they're going to be playing together. They had a good read what's going to happen. Will manage to fall back with no casualties.
Yeah, 1J trying to find some farm and on the other side of the map, spot that he feels that they won't come looking for him in. Creep wave though is still pushing in against Chimera, so BetBoom, they'll be able to clean up the final tier 1 tower. The gold lead continues to grow. Chimera just trying to find at least their first major items here on their cores. We'll see what BetBoom wants to go for now. They're taking the early objectives. We'll see what the next move is going to be if they want to really get into the faces of Chimera and start making moves onto Chimera's half of the map.
15 minutes is the big timing in this patch. This is where you're going to be killing Tormentor. But I could also see them maybe even taking the fight before, because with all the sustain, with Bodyguard Vlad, they have more than enough regen and also more than enough damage to take down Roshan. So that could possibly also happen. Enigma, level 7. The Hawk, he does have Vlads of his own. Will continue to farm up. Problem is with Enigma and Templar Assassin both being in the jungle, not both of them can get the same amount of farm. Somebody will need to play the game, because if you're all going to be jungling, that also means that BetBoom's going to be controlling the map. It's very difficult for them to make the move, because a lot of the times you would see Io plus Storm making the relocate play, but somebody needs to set it up. And it's definitely not going to be Enigma, it's not your TA, and it's also not your Morita position 4, who's severely underleveled.
Pure has farm soon to start skyrocketing as the Radiance is very, very close. See in the mid, jump forward here from Lorinov, gets caught by the silence into the Dream Coil. They just lock him down.
Oh, they found him. They know that relocate's coming.
He tried to make that jump there. Did manage to pick up the regen rune, at least in the bottle, but cost him his life. And as you say, almost certainly Pantos as well. There's BetBoom. A couple more kills for them. And Chimera continue to struggle.
Oh, and it's one of those situations where you don't get to play Dota. Like, you need to slow the game down. Problem is, you really don't have the heroes that can slow it. Your heroes are easily punishable, countered by what they have. Alchemist, about to finish off his Radiance, needs another 200 gold. I also don't see them contesting Tormentor, so that's going to be extra 3,000 gold in the pockets of BetBoom. Because they're definitely not fight ready. TA 2000, Blightstone, Blade of Alacrity. These are his items. So it doesn't have much to work with. Maybe if they had Blink Dagger on Enigma, they could have taken that fight, but he also got killed multiple times, sitting at 0-2 and 0 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dahak, it's going to take about 1,400 gold until he has his Blink. So indeed, feeling the necessity to go for it straight up after the Vlads, because someone's got to be able to make the play when the time comes for it. Bottom, look at the zipping onto Katomi. They'll catch him in the silence. Good control. It's enough to take him out before he can react with any spells. The silence is continuing. So they get themselves a kill, Chimera. That's something.
Any kind of kill they can get feels good for them. Yeah. But as we said, it needs to be Lorinov paired up with Panto, and they need to bring in Muerta while the others are farming and trying to get their own items.
Dreamcoil back up for GPK. Can definitely look for setup if he has a +1 around. As we've seen so many times, at the moment, it could even just be something like save as the support. We'll have enough damage with the Unleashed to kill most of Chimera's heroes to get caught by Dreamcoil.
They definitely don't lack damage. You have Bodyguard, you have Vlads on your Visage. Also to point out, Miero did go for Heaven's Halberd from the offlane, knowing that he's playing into basically 2 range cores. Enigma doesn't deal damage with the right clicks, but it's such a good item. This is one of those games where Miero might just end the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, he's had such a good start. That whole lane setup, the Marcy and Visage just looked to be perfect. And not a whole lot they could do against it. The TAIO completely crumbling against that pressure. I see them heading out. Maybe they want to try and go for some action here, Lorinov and Panto. They want to try and make the move. Maybe see if they can go for Miro, but it's a tough kill to get. They'll take away some of the stacks that were started to be created by BetBoom. BetBoom, the rest of them in position to take this 15-minute Tormentor.
Yeah, as we expected, they're not going to try to contest it. It is way too much. Save is going to be picking up that shard, so increased damage on rebound, and you can also cast it on enemies, so that's a really good upgrade overall. Whenever you're chasing the hero, if you're not paired up with anyone, you can still get that damage in, get that stun.
Yeah, for sure, especially against an IO lineup. Always highly likely that there's a couple of them next to each other, so something to bounce upon. And GPK, they'll drop the black hole for this straight away. Absolutely worth it there. No hesitation for Dahak. Lorinov seeing if he could even find something more out of it. But yeah, GPK just sort of walking past them and caught completely by surprise.
There was that Observer Ward in the triangle that did reveal GPK, which did allow Stormspeeder to get the jump. Dahak, I believe he's bringing in his Blink Dagger on the Courier. Yeah, it's coming, even though he just used that ulti. But big kill, and they also managed to kill the tower, so slowing things down a little bit.
They are. No, they really are. I mean, honestly, considering how rough that top lane went, the fact that it's never got worse than a 6k gold lead, I mean, this is the Chimera we've seen before. They know how to sort of scrape themselves out of a bad spot. And yeah, that bad spot that they really were in. But TA2000, he's getting the space. I mean, at the moment, with his farming, he's actually higher level than Pure's Alchemist. You know, level 12 on the TA. Sure, you know, the gold difference is decent, but at the end of the day, 16 minutes in, being 1,500 behind a free farm Alchemist, this is not terrible progress from the TA.
Definitely not, but they also haven't been really stacking for Alchemist. Pure right now is stacking for himself in the outer ring. These are not, because the map has changed, so you have access to medium and the big camp, rather than having the access to ancient camp.
You were doing very well.
Yours like, I don't have enough gold, I have to pause, check what the changes were in the patch.
Yeah,
I should have been higher level and have more gold right now. 17 minutes in, Radiance, Blink Dagger. I think in the previous patch, he would have more farm, considering how the map looked like. with the camps and everything. Because this is the Alchemist that they killed 3 towers, they killed Tormentor, so he got that extra gold, and also didn't die a single time.
Chimera. I think they're making a good job out of this, considering that both of their side lanes did not go well. Now, BetBoom, they were able to take these early tier 1s. They did get the Tormentor. There's still sort of eyes fall onto them to see what they do next with this little bit of a lead, because this little bit of a lead has stopped growing.
I want to see them either smoke or force a Roche fight, knowing that there is no black hole, and without the black hole, they can't really take a team fight. Roshan right now is on Dire's side, so it's very close to where BetBoom is right now. They have 2 points in Bodyguard. Miero, with that, Vlad's finished. Because they are having some big items as well coming up. There is Puck Blink Dagger that just got delivered, and also Miero is about to finish off his pipe. So that's going to be most of the damage mitigation against Muerta and mostly Storm Spirit.
Yeah, talk about Storm. We see Lorinov his second item. He is just going to go for the BKB. Do you think that is necessary this game?
Definitely needs it against Puck. Needs to have some kind of protection of his own. It needs to be that, because you have Enigma who wants to wait. Both of your position 4 and 5 are going to keep the distance, so somebody needs to run in, and if he jumps without a BKB, he's straight up going to die.
Things continue to play out pretty slowly here from BetBoom. They did smoke on Pure and Kataomi. Maybe seeing if they can get a catch down on the bottom side of the map, but Chimera keeping out of harm's way and keeping that farm going pretty well. BetBoom, what's the next move? They've got the ultimates. Dream Coil, Curse, it's all there. See what they can find down here. They're looking for Lorinov. They get the Dream Coil set up. They're in with the jump. Can they burst through before he's taken away? They can. Yeah,
that was just in time.
Yeah, Panto tried to get him out.
This is one of the most fun things to do in Dota, when you know that Wisp is coming back and there is no Pudge on the other side to hook him out.
Yeah, no way for Panto to live, so BetBoom back online with getting these kills. At the same time in the mid, Miro was trying to see if he could get the chase down onto Chimera, but blink outs there from TA2000. They can start looking at trying to pressure these two towers now. BetBoom off the back of those kills if they want to. I'll take over this high ground ancient area of Chimera and keep this pressure going. The rest of Chimera not interested in turning up. TA2000 in particular really needs that Desto. Once he's got the Desto with the Blink Dragonlance Desto for the trifecta of items, then they could look to fight around a good black hole from Dahak.
They definitely can. It's going to be, if the Hawk gets 3-man or like 2-3-man black hole, they might win a fight, but if he doesn't, if he's going to be the one getting jumped, Chimera, they just don't have enough. They don't have the team fight, they don't have the control.
Bounty.
There we go. Smoke up here from 1J and Dahak. They're going to see maybe if they can do something with the Blink black hole.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Even if they get a kill, because they're smoking on the Radiant side of the map, if they get a kill here and they use Black Hole, Kataomi's going to be in a good position for the Curse.
Oh, it's the lovely Curse. Catches onto the 4 of them, and not enough to kill Dahak straight away, but he will still die at the end of it. Pure moves forward. They're ready to try and clean up more. As Chimera, they've got to bail out of this one. Panto is going to be ready to take out 1J. They know that Panto is going to be coming back right in the middle of the pit.
Perfect positioning there from Kataomi. Gets the Curse, gets it on the perfect target as well. Enigma dies off immediately. Panto's coming back for the 3rd time, and that's going to be his 3rd death.
Yeah, it was a risky sort of way for Chimera to try and enter into BetBoom's half of the map. They sort of play for the chance that someone wasn't there waiting, but as you say, yeah, Kataomi more than ready for that move. At the least for Chimera. The rest of the team not getting dragged into it. TA2000 pretty much has the goal to get the Desolator finished now. And Lorinov should have the BKB for the next fight. And on the plus side, there was no panic in like throwing at the black hole in his final moments, so they do still have the black hole play to look for when TA2000
has his Deso online.
This was the point that I was trying to make, because they smoked on the Radiant side of the map, more to the west, where even if they got the kill, I don't know if they have enough time to go to Roshan and kill it, and then your black hole would be on cooldown. So this is something that BetBoom is going to explode throughout the whole game. If the black hole is down, or if Enigma is dead, they can take control of the map. Pure is playing very aggressive right now.
Now, the rest of his team are going to head into the Roshan BetBoom. They can't really... I mean, they do have relocate up in a few seconds, but this Rosh is going down pretty fast, and doesn't look like Chimera have any interest in taking this fight. So BetBoom, they're going to get the chance to play with the Aegis. Almost certainly mean that these tier 2s are going to be on the horizon for BetBoom, but that could set up for Chimera to get some sort of team fight set up in response.
They're so black hole dependent in this game.
They are.
There is a BKB now available on Lorinov. You did mention that Templar Assassin is high level, T8. 2000, level 17, compared to Storm Spirit, who's level 13. This is what happens when you get tethered up to IO. You're not getting the kills, so most of the XP is going to be shared.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Miro,
attack.
gonna be the one sieging this tier 2 tower bottom. The rest of the team trying to make something happen. The Hawk, no blink dagger on him.
He's gonna get coiled. GPK finds him in the tree line. He's gonna use the black hole. He really wants to kill off Save, but he's not gonna get it. The Cold Embrace coming through from Kataomi, stopping the damage from the Eidolons coming in onto Save. So, an unfortunate one there from Dahak. Uses the black hole to no avail.
Oh, this is the beginning of the end, I feel like. They just used the black hole.
That's
you
rough.
don't have it for 2.5, almost full 3 minutes, and the BetBoom can pretty much do whatever they want. Miero is pushing out the bottom lane, so no one can be there because this hero is pretty much unkillable. His game did slow down. He has been sitting on those 5 kills ever since like minute 12, 13. About to finish off Shiva's guard, a recipe away, so needs another 2,000 gold, but overall, it feels like BetBoom, they're in full control of this game.
Yeah, they're almost certainly going to be able to take the remaining tier 2s here during this Aegis time of Pure. He's already set up in the jungle. If they can get that creep wave cut up top, they can look for that third tier 2.
I'm looking at the neutral items. Io with the Essence Drink. Remember back in the days when it actually applied the heal. That was such an OP item on Io.
See bottom. 1J. Just trying to put some pressure on. Will tank the Dream Coil. The Dream Coil will get dropped for this. He's done a fair bit of damage in return, but he won't win this fight. 1J. As his ult comes to an end, he will die. A curse comes out. A beautiful one as well. That's going to cause potentially the death of Lorinov. No, it doesn't last quite long enough. Lorinov able to turn. That was close, though.
It was.
Lorinov nearly dying to his teammates.
And Pure also needed to go back. He TP'd back to base. Man, Chimera, they're very impressive in terms of how they're playing the map. Because this game, it looked pretty over after first 5 minutes. The A2000 had a really rough start, and they still, like, off lane did feed a couple of kills. Your position 4 didn't have enough levels, and they're still in this game. Like, I'm not saying that they're going to win this game, but they're playing, considering the situation they're in, they're playing really well.
Yeah, there is still that little bit of a chance if everything falls together in the team fight perfectly for them. See top Pure. Considering making a go. He's going to get the jump, but it is just Pure on his own. Does cause Panto to kind of panic and take him out with the relocate.
I think that's the play that he wanted to make.
Yeah.
Knowing that Panto is sitting right behind him, so when he comes back, he's probably coming back alone, which means that he's going to be getting the kill. The rest of the team is ready to back him up, so basically forcing a rotation, putting a spell on cooldown, and making something happen out of it. Save does have BKB of his own. Chimera, they want to play the bottom part of the map, maybe get a pick off here. No black hole for another 15 seconds.
Tier 2000 close by, so he's ready to join in with the action. But looks like they're not happy with the sort of the state of the map down there. They don't want to head in quite yet. I guess especially when they're halfway on towards the BKB on Dahak. He probably wants to get that one done before he looks to commit with the next black hole, and definitely for TA 2000 wants his, as he's very, very close. 300 gold, and the BKB will be online for TA. BetBoom, they'll keep the ejectors rolling in. They head back, get that second Tormentor. Sharp for Kataomi.
They have, like, good shards. These are not, like, S-tier shards by any means, but they are really good for the support. So Cold Embrace, cooldown, reduced by 4 seconds, and now you also can farm. You can kill the creep waves with it, getting the Splinter Blast when Cold Embrace ends. Gonna heal himself before that. Oh, look what the Hawk has been up to.
They're going to get the jump on him, though. Caught by the silence straight away. Dahak's in trouble. Is he going to use the black hole? No, doesn't want to. Knows that there's no chance to stand his ground. He goes down. Save did have to commit in with the BKB, though, and the rest of Chimera are able to back off for now. Pure jumps in. They get the familiar stun and the Dream Coil lockdown onto Tier 2000 and 1J. Tier 2000 puts the BKB and runs off. Panther will even take him out of the fight completely. 1J gets left behind. So lose 2. I see a little bit of creep cutting being attempted by Lorinov to stop them from being able to get too much off the back of that fight win. They will get another kill, though, of course. Sets up catching Panto on the way back. And Lorinov still wants to stick around, maybe cut another set of creeps here. He has this shield rune.
Katomi has the blink ready. Shield rune.
I mean, Lorinov, he's going to get in there with the BKB. Does still have a bit of mana and a TP available, and there it is. He's looking to get out of there, but the curse is at the ready. They're going to get the lockdown upon him. He's now completely out of mana. Lorinov dies. I mean, he wanted to stick around and cut some of these creep waves. He definitely easy had the option.
He had an option.
He could have got out of there.
Back, but decided to maybe try to get a kill on Winter Wyvern, but Kataomi, he's been on point with those curses. And I want to see that fight again if possible, because the Hawk did go for really sneaky play. This guy's always up to something. He was pushing the waves with demonic summoning. He did put his Vlads in the backpack so that it doesn't show on Eidolons that he's there, but seems like BetBoom, they had a really good read at what's happening.
Yeah, they did caught him in a position where he didn't get the chance to get that black hole off, and see the jump upon him again. And was he Dahak? In a bit of a different situation, but he's going for what he liked to the other time, getting the late 30-minute Hannah Midas, yeah. Just wants to keep this game alive. Feels that he wouldn't have been able to get the full BKB in time. So just going to play for the fact that Chimera might just be able to hold on and keep the scaling going. We'll see if they can do that, because BetBoom's pressure is building up.
So many auras on their side. They have Vlads, they have Shivas, Pipe as well available, and also AC completed. So he was sitting... yeah, they had no vision whatsoever. They did place those 2 observers later in the lane, but a nice sneaky play from the Hawk. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Every single time they did go for the Hawk when it's available, knowing how that this black hole, as we said, like 2-3 man black hole, could definitely turn the fight around. But now it's getting at the point where does it even matter?
Oh, Lorinov. He's got the BKB, has to press it. Jump forward from Dahak. He has the black hole at the ready, but can't find a chance to use it. They just jump straight over towards him. Dahak is gone. Tier 2000 was trying to lay down some damage in from the side. Has to blink out. Mirror able to keep the familiars alive, and Pure, he's ready to dive. Looks to Panto with the stun. He's trying to hold them back, get the space for BetBoom to take this top set of barracks. It's Chimera unable to stop them. Top set's gone. BetBoom, they can swing over for more. Still 20 seconds without the threat at the black hole, and even when that is there, they have answers for it, BetBoom.
Oh man, these birds, they're doing the damage. They are the ones... If you look at the damage numbers, probably it's going to be Visage birds. I don't think we have the technology to show it, but most of the damage did come out from the birds rather than the heroes itself. Having AC, having Bodyguard, Lads on top of that, and he is level 19 right now. So... he could go for a level 20 talent that gives them extra minus armor, and we can see the damage dealt numbers. Not the highest in terms of hero damage from Visage, because he's been on the different side of the map, farming, been involved in some of the good early kills, but then he kind of opted to go for himself, farm even more auras. Panto. He needs to be careful here. Lens down, Obs and Sentry.
Yeah, look for that smoke play, BetBoom. GPK is ready with the coil and the amplified damage rune. They get the jump onto Tier 2000. Concoction's there, straight into the bash. Jump forward, follow up from the park. They come in with the tether, trying to keep Tier 2000 alive. He's able to get the BKB up, but the bash is continued. Tier 2000 is gone. Dahak tries to get in there, but doesn't find a chance to get the black hole off. He's dead once more. They're trying to kill GPK, but the cold embrace comes through. Doesn't matter, they still kill him off through it. So they will get the puck, but it cost them 3 lives. They've had to use 2 buybacks after those 3 deaths. So BetBoom
without that buyback on Enigma, TA 2000 doesn't have buyback, so they still can't really take the fight. They need damage. Like, sure, Lorinov is dealing good amount of damage, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Oh, they want to smoke. Maybe see if they can try and find a grab with this black hole whilst there's no GPK in the game. They need to try and find something more with the buybacks used. Will they get the chance to? We'll see how careful BetBoom play. They still have ways to react. Katomi still has the cursor at the ready. Not going to be an easy move here for Chimera. Can they pull something off?
Again, he's in a really good spot. Shadowblade, this is the stuff that he invented.
There we go. They're going to look for Pure. They get in with the openings. Pure turns straight away with the Abyssal Blade on towards Dahak, but Dahak's able to get the Black Hole off, put to a stop, but it was long enough to allow them to kill off the Alchemist. Now turn now with the recursive over towards Lorinov, but Lorinov still ready to jump. Goes straight over towards Kataomi. Him and 1J take the Wyvern down as well.
Oh, not a bad kill. Not a too bad kills.
Yeah, good smoke play.
Really nice play. And Katomi, it looked like he was in a good position, just 2 seconds too late. He came out of Roshan's pit with the Shadow Blade, but the damage has already been done, and he gets the kill with that Orchid. That was the burst damage that we talked about on Lorinov, that they definitely do have it, Witchblade, so you have a True Strike against Radiant, so you're not going to miss with that one, and also good amount of damage coming out from him and 1J as well.
And they'll have a fair bit more coming out soon from TH2000, because he's going to have the Revenant's Brooch likely completed for the next fight. So with that mixed damage, will hit pretty hard as the T8. Still there, 23k gold lead. Everything continues to point towards BetBoom being able to close this one up.
Big item has been completed on 1J. Muerta with Aghanim Scepter. This is one of the few times where people don't go for Road of Atos first because he needed some cheap item, did decide to go for drums. Aghanim Scepter is the new one. It's not the old shitty one where it gave you 4 seconds stun, then created some soul, whatever.
Yeah,
nobody...
I don't think we ever saw anyone use that.
No.
Nobody even knew how it worked. It was a weird one.
It was a weird one. This one is much better, so Deadshot damage has been increased, so it deals 450, and it also fears through everything, and it also expands, so it's pretty big. That's why the synergy with Road of Atos is so good, because it gives you AoE, so it becomes even bigger. Bad thing is he's only level 15. You would definitely love to be level 20 to have those 2 Deadshot charges.
Maybe they can get there. And BKB, how we're looking on Dahak? He's halfway towards it. BetBoom. They're looking for the action, though. Chimera, can they dodge this? Still half duration of the smoke left on BetBoom. Amplified damage as well in the river. Lorinov's going to look to grab it. GPK's going to look to punish. They get the jump. They get the Abyssal Blade coming in from Pure. They lock down Lorinov. He's out for 70. It's baited in by the rune. Didn't expect the smoke to be striking in from that direction. No storm for a minute.
Roshan is alive in bottom pit. I also love how we dumbed it down. Make it more simple. We made it more simple. When you hover over Roshan's icon, it shows where he is, when he can spawn, when he can potentially spawn. Took us good, what, like 14 years to do that? 15?
Yeah, these quality of life updates come eventually. Now you just got to wait for them. But we do indeed get them. It kind of leaves you to wonder what other stuff could there be in the game that we will see one day.
One thing I would love to see is something that we've been talking about in the previous patches a lot, where we see the options for neutral items. Now it's not as important because the pool that you're getting is not as big, so there's less RNG, but I would definitely love to see enchantments, so I don't have to click on them, and as our observer is pointing out.
What do you mean? Oh, like in the shop? Or?
Yeah, no. Like right now you see that, for example, Puck has Gale Guard, but you need to hover over it to see that he actually took alert.
I see. Yeah, I get you. So some sort of like smaller icon on the corner of it.
There definitely is space on the screen.
The push coming in from BetBoom. Chimera, they've got everybody back alive. Jump forward from Lorinov. He's going to try and see what sort of action he can bait out first. With the Vortex, that's a pretty big kill to start this. They've taken Kataomi out, Pure.
3-man stun.
He's going to make the jump in. Coil to follow up. Dahak watching for the sideline. Dahak's going to make the jump in. He gets the black hole off on towards Pure. They'll be able to burst through him. Maybe the damage. They'll get him. That's the Aegis gone. And also the silence, he catches onto GPK. GPK jump forward, the silence catches him. He's going to die. GPK has gotten the curse drop down onto Dahak. He will go down. They get the Hex out on towards TH2000. He gets completely destroyed, and that was a dieback from him. And with that should be enough.
But it was not enough to punch back. 27k gold lead for BetBoom team, and Lorinov is going to be the one typing in GG in chat. This game looked pretty over from the start. It really did, but Chimera played it really well. Like, if you compared this to how BetBoom ended their game yesterday, where they GG'd out in 14 minutes, they slowed the game down really nicely, but BetBoom bringing in new ideas, bringing in new heroes as well. Vizirizzi is back, paired up with Marcy. They're still playing Alchemist and Kataomi's Winter Vibrant. This is kind of a classic one where he had some really nice curses. Didn't allow them to play the game throughout the whole game. They were always on the back foot trying to recover. TA2000 did a great job in terms of dealing the damage in this game and also recovering, but it was not enough.
No, it really wasn't. This was BetBoom through and through having control entirely of this game. Chimera, they tried to slow it down. And, I mean, overall, do you think they could have had a better shot? Was it really just the fact that that top lane got completely dismantled that sort of set Chimera into this position? Like,
yes.
This draft could work?
It definitely could work. Yeah. But they were playing into some of the counters as well. You see this first phase Enigma that they spent 2 bans. They banned Monkey, they banned Gyro, but the impact of Enigma wasn't as great, considering that they also immediately picked Alchemist, which is a good counter because you're dealing physical damage instead of magical damage to those Eidolons. And also top lane was just a disaster, and we're seeing some of the new tech coming out. Vizirizzi with the new facet. I forgot the name of it, but...
Sepulchre.
Yeah, Sepulchre.
If that's how you pronounce it. Sepulchre. That's
but
the one.
It looked good.
Yeah, 7-0-12. Mira popping off. The rest of BetBoom also popping off beside him. Making this one look pretty easy, even though Chimera did manage to stretch it out the 36 minutes. Game 1, it goes to BetBoom.
At the start of the series, we talked about how BetBoom would be today in their mental state, considering their last game that they had in the series against Thunder yesterday, where they GG'd out at minute 14. And we were wondering how they would have recovered. I will say they recovered splendidly, Brian.
Then BetBoom team.
There you are.
And that's what they did this game.
They snowballed.
You know, the Marcy, really a popular pick right now, and I think in the 4 position, when it's played that way, you have to know that the enemy 4, as well as their offlaner, is going to be thrown on top of you in lane, and you really can't position around it as any hero in the game. And I was just thinking, like, everyone else has been picking, like, Sven or Alchemist, something that, like, double stuns them or fights back. And when I saw the TA pick, I was just concerned. I haven't played this matchup specifically, but I was just concerned that what does he do when they jump on top of him? And that's, yeah, they were just kind of owning top. Miro had the perfect game on Visage. Like to see that he took the facet that the casters were talking about. It gave him the bonus attack speed off of using it on creeps and made the kills easier instead of the gold facet. Overall, clean game from BetBoom. I think that summarizes.
Yeah, I went on askjeeves.com/Bing, and I was searched up what the changes to the facet were. And
did you actually?
No, I didn't. I'm just on Google. Don't break kayfabe.
Sorry,
Cheever.
What did Jeeves say?
Jeeves said sepulchral, grave chill radius. What are you laughing at? The radius went from 250 to 300, so it's increased. So you have more people that you're stealing attack speed from. And
Might hit like an extra creep.
For anybody that doesn't know what the sepulchral facet does, it is...
Say it again?
The facet on Visage, it's actually stealing attack speed from multiple units. And so if you steal from 2 units, you're getting twice the amount of attack speed. Or not twice the amount of attack speed. Close to it now, because it also went from 75% penalty on the non-target unit to 50%.
Ooh.
So you are stealing a lot of attack speed if you go for those universal items. Even if you don't, like your hero and your Visage familiars, they're doing a lot of damage, Brian.
Yeah, and we were talking about these universal heroes. They're losing damage, but they're also getting extra stats. And Visage is a hero that spellcasts a lot, so giving him extra int. He's a hero that you want to burst first because of the nature of Gravekeepers, and that if you don't kill him, he kills you. So giving him these extra stats and then making...
All of the stats matter, right?
Yeah,
like
stats matter. No,
yeah, because the agi gives you armor, the strength gives you HP. The HP can be traded into... stacks of the spell that I can't remember what it's called.
Gravekeepers?
No, not the Gravekeeper.
Oh, Soul Assumption.
Soul Assumption. And then you have the mana to actually spend it. So yeah, it does matter a lot more on Visage than on other heroes.
It wasn't just Visage, though. I'll say that. I mean, obviously Miero played amazing, but we talked about it already during the draft. The overall last pick Puck was a little bit of a forgotten hero for for Chimera, they should have probably banned it if they were planning on picking up Storm.
They did black hole him one time.
Wow.
And he died.
Oh, they got him.
On a
real
3-minute
good.
cooldown, that puck is done for sure.
Wow.
But yeah, they had really no reliable stuns, and it felt like GPK just had a heyday that entire game.
Was this, I mean, obviously, we said they snowballed out of control with the lanes. Was this just an outdraft? Because I feel like we didn't really see Chimera play their game.
Oh God, it's so hard to break it down because it's Chimera. Like you can always just ask the question. You know, they're the Titanic. Did they just hit the iceberg? Is that what happened? Or is that what happened to the Titanic?
Yes, they hit an iceberg.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe there was just like a leak or something like that.
Spoiler alert.
So is there a Leonardo da Vinci type scenario that's about to happen? Because he was, of course, acting in Titanic, where one person.
Yeah, that was Leonardo da Vinci, guys. Heard it here first.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like I feel like BetBoom just really outplayed them in all 3 lanes, and especially the Visage lane. I mean, that was like the most devastating safe lane I've seen in quite some time. But when you're outplaying on all 3 lanes like that, I feel like it can't just be draft. It's also a skill issue, which potentially could be from not being on comfortable heroes, something like that. Maybe go back to the Hawk, Nature's Prophet, the things that he's actually spamming. Because Enigma is like pretty meta, I feel like.
Yeah, but opening pick is maybe also a little bit too telling. Maybe that's where it went wrong. But at the end of the day, it did go wrong for Chimera, and it wasn't just outplaying, outskilling. It might have also been outwarding. Anything you got for us, Brian?
Absolutely, she's. But I feel like on the low ground here, I just don't have enough vision to really see exactly the information I need to determine that.
We got some high grounds.
We got some high ground.
Why don't we go to a high
I'm
ground?
gonna go up there.
Yeah,
Jake.
go see what you see there. You probably see a lot more. Don't trip and fall.
Oh, I missed him.
funny.
I missed him because it's a 30% chance since he's on the high ground.
It's 25%.
Go fuck yourself, Brian.
And for my Kadia ward of the game, I would like to highlight a rune ward, one might say, but it's going to be in the bottom Radiant jungle, and it's going to scout out Storm and Io, who think they're effectively hiding in the trees to go to the rune. He's like, oh, you know, we're going to sneak up here, maybe catch GBK, but they actually know this is coming, so Save has already showed up, as well as Kataomi, so, yep. That's just a dead Storm. You're up 9-1 in kills before that even happens. Gotta shut down the enemy's chance of coming back. Storm, one of the scariest rune heroes in the game, and they did just that. 6K lead, 12 minutes in, game felt pretty over from there.
In 2 out of the 3 series that Chimera has had, they did lose a game. And I believe, especially yesterday, we were wondering, after a 1-game loss against Team Spirit, was that the iceberg? And then it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And then they came back smashing.
Because the Titanic, it actually hit multiple icebergs before it hit the big one.
Did it?
No. It was one single giant iceberg, actually. Where's he at, Iceberg? He's been gone.
That's true.
He's probably went to his boxing career again.
He's a scary dude. He's big.
Yeah, that's why he's a boxer.
What was the question?
No,
somebody's calling.
Somebody's calling?
Oh, do we have a post-game interview?
Was it?
No, they didn't tap out.
Chimera tapped out. That was the iceberg, I guess.
No. The question was, I mean, how are they going to come back? Because in the previous series that we saw them after game 1, they got smashed by Spirit. And then they came back and they had 2 games where they had a whole different game plan, but they did really well. It obviously was with the Lashrak in the mid lane by Lorinov. Why don't you just go back for that?
Okay, so we had an interview with Owie 2000.
Yeah.
That we were asking him, like, what happened for Falcons, where they had a rough start to group stage 2 and then came roaring back. And he said, we were worried about so many things that we just forgot the basics. And I really think what they did last game on Chimera was the equivalent of drafting 5 melee heroes into Earthshaker, which is 5 ranged heroes into a bunch of gap closers.
Put the demon.
Yeah, right there,
There we go.
demon.
That's the right one.
And so my advice is the same that Owie gave to his team, which is let's not overthink it. You just drafted 5 ranged heroes. Who's supposed to be the tank, the initiator, the one that, gets in there? You have an Enigma Muerta off lane. You have a TA carry, IO support. You just got to just go melee range.
Brian,
go back.
I would like to say something to you. The cost was saying that I was saying big smart guy words yesterday, but I don't think I was. And I want to run this by you. And what I was saying when Owie69000 said such details to us, I was talking about this ladder of learning consciousness where you have the unconscious incompetence, where you're incompetent at something you don't realize that you are. And then you have the conscious incompetence where you realize, like, I fucking suck. And then you have conscious competence where you're trying hard but it's only in the trying you become competent. And then boom, after a while, you get unconscious competence. You're competent at something without consciously thinking about it. And what I think happens at the start of a patch is that people are basically learning all of these new things and they're in the conscious competence period. But because of that, they're incompetent at all of the other things that were unconscious.
Great point, Jenkins. And with that, we're going to go ahead into game number 2 of this series. Think it over. 25, and we're in the middle of our first series of the day out of 4 series you can watch with us today. The first one was with game 1 going the way of BetBoom. It was very convincing. Oh, is this a replay?
I think so.
Looks like it.
They accidentally put the 1, yeah, on BetBoom.
Yeah. I will say that this is one of the few times that BetBoom has chosen, they had priority. They chose second pick rather than first pick. First pick has been highly prioritized since the patch, but they go back to second pick, and we still have, obviously, Chimera chose Radiant afterwards. That's why the sides are switched. But Chimera, once again, with the first pick Enigma. I don't know.
I don't disagree with the first pick Enigma. I really stand by what I said on the first panel, where it's like, you have to think about the way the early heroes you're picking play the map. And it's like, Enigma is not like an invasive hero. I remember watching Tundra 33. It was on the previous patch, but the principle still remains that they were winning because the enemy is actually against BetBoom team was overextending, and 33 would like TP in the trees of his own tower and get a 2-man black hole. He's not the one smoking into mid lane aggressively killing people with black hole.
Yeah.
So since Enigma plays that way, you need somebody else who leads the charge, like Leshrac, who is banned. Like IO Lesh would be a perfect example of that synergizes well conceptually with Enigma because they run at people. And last game, I was just looking at their draft and I'm like, who runs with people? You have Muerta in the back, Enigma in the back, IO in the back, like TA's
All
gonna be farming.
backliners.
Yeah, so I think they can, I'm perfectly fine with them reiterating on this Enigma.
It's a slight change because the previous game Night Stalker was first phase banned. This time they go back to ban out the Marcy, so that BetBoom can't pick it up.
I think they might have planned to get it for themselves with the Enigma first pick, but then BetBoom team had the opening out of the second round and they took it themselves. So now they're like, okay, we don't get the Marcy like we wanted. Let's just remove it.
Yeah.
But they do get the Warlock against Enigma. This is
BKB piercing stun.
Yeah, traditionally one of the best counters. Not only a BKB piercing stun, but a BKB piercing stun that's extremely long distance and it's not blocked by Lincolns. Because I remember back when I play Enigma and somebody picks Venge, it's like, oh no, I have to get a Lincolns. This hero farms so fast on Enigma that you don't care. You'll
get like a 4th, 5th item. You have an item that naturally
an option.
Gets you to the path of getting a black hole off,
Yeah,
right?
Warlock basically prevents you from ever getting to that point where your black hole is just a guarantee. Same with Silencer. So yeah, this is a very good counter. Also, it's good in the lane against the Eidolons. You Fatal Bonds to the Creep Wave and the Eidolons and Alchemist as well. Like, this is a hard Enigma game already, which BetBoom gave a hard Enigma game to the Hawk last game. But here's the pivot. They have Enchantress. This is a run at you here. Brian, do you like this better?
It is a ranged hero in the back in team fights, but in the early to mid game, it's definitely a, like, face check hills, kind of play aggressively, wrap behind mid lane. So it's definitely different than IO in that sense. But like later on, I please just show me, okay, you're against Bounty Hunter Visage, you're gonna be fighting in lane, you have an Enchantress. I want to see like a Sven or
a run at you carry.
Yeah,
it's fighting with the Ench.
It could even be like a TB is not that actually. Yeah.
This is I will say this is a really volatile matchup between the Visage and the Ench. Remember, like a couple of letter patches ago, or maybe a few months ago, like Visage was very popular and so was Ench. And it's legitimately like one of these heroes is going to feed.
True. Or both.
Or both, yeah. And then Visage would usually benefit because he would go for the gold facet, but in the case of last game, he of course did not have the gold facet, so...
They got what?
Okay, I think we're at the point of conscious incompetence here, Jenk.
You think so?
Yeah.
No, they change it up a little
You
bit.
think it's subconscious incompetence?
I'm not sure at this
Actually,
point.
they're conscious of it.
Yeah, but they had time to think about it, you know?
They're definitely conscious of it. I mean, they've been saying in all the interviews, like, yeah, we don't know what we're doing. We're just banding. This is crazy.
We have ideas. It's cool and all, but we're rolling with the punches as it goes.
Yeah.
So far, we had the Marcy and the Winter Wyvern as support duo. Different now with the Warlock and the Bounty Hunter, but you still have the Black Hole interrupt anyway. And then instead of the Enchantress, there was the IO.
Yeah.
But they still go for the Storm. So we're at least hoping they ban out the puck.
Yeah, they have the option to do that now. I certainly hope they take it because
no hard lockdown.
Yeah, I personally feel like the Storm puck is worse than Storm Ember, but of course the pub win rates reflect that Ember is also very good against Storm Spirit. It's like a few percentage win rate differential between the two, which is pretty high.
You know, if this was a different team, we would probably be saying like, "Oh, it's really nice that they stick to their guns about what they prepared and came into the tournament with."
Not when it's a
But we know
disbanding
that they
team.
didn't come into the tournament with this. They literally woke up this morning and thought this. They could change it just as easily, but they don't want to.
True. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can stick to your guns when you don't have the gun shoot.
Right.
You do have Muerta guns.
Yeah, it's true. 2 of them.
Yes.
Yes.
Dual wielding.
If they win with this, we are going to say that they're geniuses, of course.
I really do believe that the puck last game was an oversight, but I also saw the TA and I was just like, it's a 5th ranged hero. But if they just pick some beefy boy that's meant to get in there and stun, you know?
And kill Warlock.
Yeah, perhaps kill Warlock. I am a bit concerned that a lot of these heroes may struggle in lane versus Visage Bounty. It's not, in my opinion, as scary as Marcy Visage. Because if you place a sentry in lane, then you aren't forced to take fights. Like, you can position around the bounty hunter wrapping behind you, as opposed to the Marcy that's just throwing yourself in the offlaner at you.
It's definitely way less devastating in the Visage lane, but I think BH can be more devastating in the other lanes. And also, probably he's better for the game. You know, he's going to build the aura items, he's going to scale, he's going to give you... If Chimera feeds in the same way that they did in last game to the Visage +1, of course, BH with track is going to give you even more gold for that, so the game will snowball even quicker. So it's like higher risk, higher reward in a way.
Previous game, BetBoom banned out Bloodseeker and Bristol. Now they removed Medusa instead of Bristol, trying to think a step ahead of what Chimera would like to change the TA into. But it does mean Bristol's in the team, but are you not afraid of Bristol because you have Warlock and Fatal Bonds on Bristol basically kill the whole team? Or would you still say that maybe Bristol is a good option for Chimera?
It would fit the description of what I want, and also I think because these heroes are all ranged backliners, maybe the Fatal Bonds wouldn't latch onto very many of them.
It's just, is TA 2000 a Bristle guy?
He's the everything guy, maybe. He's definitely the nose guy.
Now, it's not the best
Fresh
versus
air.
Alk, but against that lane, I would perhaps love a Naga Siren.
Ooh, that's a classic right there.
It got buffed.
We saw it in the series yesterday,
Yes, we
right?
did.
Was it Satanic that played it?
I was not awake for that one.
It was the last series.
It was the last series.
Did they win?
It was
Yeah,
Heroic
the Naga
versus-
did win, and it was a 2-0, and Heroic did lose against Paravision.
Paravision, yeah, so it was Satanic.
So it was Satanic, yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
okay,
sorry.
okay.
Other than the carry-to-carry matchup, which I don't like hate the way the answers that Chimera has to Alk.
So they're getting pucked again, is what's happening here.
Yeah,
so
that's
this
fine,
last
good.
Okay,
hero
well, the Naga's bad.
answers puck. So are they going to carry Tiny? Is that the
Tiny's
idea?
banned.
Tiny's banned first phase. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's a carry that counters puck? A Void Spirit for TA 2000?
No, because I've heard pros talk about Void Spirit that he's garbage and he doesn't have any damage. Literally, we've seen it played out once. It was very bad. We've heard a player talk about it in an interview and he said it is so bad. So I don't want to see a Void Spirit.
Yeah, we saw GPK be 4-0 on Void Spirit out of the laning phase and then just fall off like a rock. So that convinces me that if a hero has that stellar performance early game and then just naturally just feels like there's no progression from there.
You know what? Screw it. Just go Nature's Prophet. 5 ranged heroes. Snowball the game.
Please don't.
Get an Orchid. Yeah, he plays NP.
Nature's Prophet?
Ah! Hell yeah, brother.
Oh,
I get behind this. You know,
yeah.
Screw convention.
Hey, do you think that you could change it to be Muerta carry, Nature's Prophet offlane, and Enigma 4?
I think
they could.
I think you want the NP as a carry because then you can get levels, you can get items, you can get an Orchid for the puck that's eventually going to come out right
Yeah,
here.
but at least you lower the priority on the Enigma, who was heavily countered anyway. Maybe this is part of the great plan.
True. They just keep the same draft. And
I love this from Chimera. This is just so weird.
I'll be honest. I'll be the skeptic. I hate this. I feel like it was writing on the wall that they might just get pucked again, and I don't see the difference between Nature's Prophet and TA. I think Nature's Prophet does have a better laning phase here. Like, he's set up for more success. Like, the Greater Treant can probably bully the Visage a lot and maybe deter the aggression, and then maybe they turn that into an early 6, TP in on the mid lane with Nature's Prophet with the ulti, and suddenly, like, the mid game gets blown wide open, and Alchemist has no space to farm, but, yeah.
Wow.
I don't
Everybody who's surprised, raise your hand.
know. Jenkins, why are you raising your hand over there?
I was thinking that they were going to pick the Cardell tank sniper for the mid lane. Nah,
really good against Storm Spirit.
Yeah, great against Storm and Nature's Prophet as well.
Yes, very
historically speaking. No, I mean, I think the idea here for Chimera is to just ench Nature's Enigma. These are run at you, push heroes, somehow win the lanes, even though they didn't last time. But the Marcy's out. The Marcy definitely had a big impact, just like you said. The BH is a lot worse. I like Nature's against Visage as a hero. It's just you're running 5 ranged heroes, so if you start falling behind, it's over. We're done for on the Chimera train. The Chimera train's off the rails now, boys and girls.
So, previous game, we were talking about BetBoom. If they win the lanes and they snowball, they're probably going to win the game. Is it going to happen again, Brian?
I think the snowball looked worse in game 1.
Even more.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But you think it's more snowball now?
Yes, for BetBoom.
Oh, I actually don't think it's as bad this game.
Really?
I think they will win the lanes, but I don't think we'll see 6K at 12 minutes like we saw last game. You think it's going to be that bad or worse?
Maybe more momentum at like the slow, but like eventually more momentum.
Exponential.
Yeah, exponential. Yeah, because of the BH and the Alchemist.
I see. So once they get
explosive. Yeah, maybe not out of the lanes.
I want to know about the mid lane matchup. Can we get a zoom in on Gunner, please?
Yes, please.
Do a Gunner voice.
Do it.
Hello, guys. This is Gunner here. I don't have a team right now, but I'll be providing you with the mid matchups. What's going to happen is we're going to be seeing the same matchup as we did in game number 1, where Lorinov did pretty good, but then he got rotated on and he got killed. So, assuming we're going to see the same thing, TA2000 probably will try to TP in, help out a little bit with his Nature's Prophet, but that's about it.
You're doing it all wrong. Gunner doesn't have a voice right now.
So I should have just muted myself, not say anything.
He's a Marcy cosplay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the insight. We are ready to see if Chimera can turn their fate around here in this series, or BetBoom will once again snowball out of control in game number 2.
Time for game 2 here between Chimera and BetBoom team. Some things looking a little similar to what we saw from the last draft, really. The main thing that sticks out is looking pretty dead. Concoction comes in. First blood for Kataomi.
Not just the first blood, he also got the Grimoires.
Oh, yeah.
That's the big one. There was a game during Fisher Playground where I saw Warlock being level 7. It was, I believe, Whitemon, level 7, 7 minutes into the game, dropping the rock, being almost level 8. So be careful about some of the rotations. He also didn't use his blood grenade. Neither did Save. So getting first blood without the blood grenade feels really good. And Save also taking out the bounty.
He did.
1K gold lead already. You have that extra seed money. This is something that Thunder does.
They're going to get 4.
I think we talked about it, I believe it was Knoxville who had the stat for it, about the first blood and 4 bounty runes. Your chances of winning the game are like 20% or less. It's pretty insane.
I can believe that. That is, well, there you go. And that's the stat without factoring that there's an alchemist on one side.
I might have made up the numbers, but these are the stats that we're going to be providing. Sometimes it's okay to lie on stream, but that happened during the first Blast Slam. Things that change a little bit, but overall, I think the whole concept of First Blood still stays the same pure. He's in a little bit of trouble, but never mind. Kataomi is going to give him the heal. A lot of the times in this lane, you would see Warlock get Fatal Bonds level 1 just so that you can deal with Eidolons. But then again, the Hawk is the guy that loves to theory craft how things are going to go in the lane, and he's going to be putting those Eidolons on the side just so that you're not fatal bonded to the heroes, getting that extra damage and killing off Eidolons.
I'm going to find 1J with a concoction, and in fact, Kataomi's looking pretty dead. Ends up walking into 1J and all the Eidolons on Dahak. They might be able to pressure Pure as well here. 1J... the dead shot in a few seconds, but
Yeah, the yard launch will expire, so yeah, Pure's going to be fine, gets the backup coming in. Overall, look at like the mid lane. What do you think the reason was for Chimera to leave the puck in the pool again?
I actually don't know. I think it's the... Because look at the heroes that they have. They have pretty much the same off-lane duo. So Pure, gonna drop. They're playing this lane much better. Kataomi is like, yeah, keep dying. So I'm getting that solo XP. I'm getting that Grimoire stack as well, level 2.5. You can pop it 7 minutes into the game. Earliest, 420. 420 cooldown on that, so can't really use it. Might be slightly OP if you could just pop it right now and get yourself to level 4.
Yeah, lane over. And look at the other lane, because the bottom lane is what, do you like this a bit more that this time TH2000 is on the profit against this Visage duo rather than the TA?
Yeah, it's not as strong lane as it is with Marcy, and also it does allow Bounty to be slightly more active compared to Marcy, because she can't really do as much as Bounty can in terms of the setting things up. One thing I hate about the Nature's Prophet Owen is you need to buy Quelling Blade. You see Save, he has one, Miero has one, so it's going to take up one of your slots. You always have to keep it. TH2000 in the bottom lane contesting this creep wave. They try to go for the pull, but not much is going to be done about it, and Pento is going to get the D ward.
And I guess this time around, at least for Lorinov, do you think there's going to be as easy of a chance for BetBoom to bring in a support to gank the Storm mid, or is Lorinov a bit safer this game?
I want to see something that they try to do is use 1J early to try to grab the kill, but they were unable to do so. I would love to see the same thing, because definitely a hero that has 2 abilities. Problem is, Muerta is a skill shot hero, so if you go there, they see you, or you need to get close for that dead shot. Puck can, I'm not going to say easily disjointed, but there's a high chance that he does. So your whole move is going to be kind of wasted. But then again, you have Enigma as your offlaner, which means that he's pretty happy about getting that solo XP. 1J. Getting initiated on.
Yeah, they get the Fatal Bond set up. Concoction for Pure to follow up. 1J, he'll go down. The hack not quite able to take Kataomi in return.
Another one, Owen. 4 Grimoire. 4 minutes into the game.
He's having a good time here, Kataomi. Lane going very well for him, at least. Across the board on the CS this time round, I think it's a bit more closer than what we had in game 1, I feel. Nobody getting left completely behind on this first 4 minutes of waves. Top lane. Good pressure once again. Pure constantly having to rely on these shadow words from Kataomi to be able to stay in the lane. Down bottom, pressure being put on by Chimera. Mira also falling low. Does have the salve at the ready.
Once they heal up, they might try to go for aggressive play on TH2000. Save, he's waiting.
There's the setup. Try and stand his ground, TH2000 against Mira, but he won't win that trade. TH2000, he just caught out by the fact that Save was ready to set up for the turnaround play. Top lane, we'll get the silencing onto Pure. He's trying to get the concoction off. We'll be able to throw it the way at Dahak.
He fed him Lotus. Let's see if it's going to be enough. 1J, he has a couple of stick charges. Dead shot, coming off cooldown. Fairy Fire available on Pure.
It's another shadow word. Should give him just enough HP to be fine. So he will survive these efforts once again, but it is now allowing Dahak to get a little bit of a lead now against the Auk in this top lane. So much smoother start for Dahak on the Enigma this game too. Bottom lane, the dive coming in. Good clap from the Hellbear Smasher, as they should find at least Mira trying to juke into the trees, but they'll get him.
Oh, let's see if they can put some pressure onto the tower. They have Creep, who's about to die, but they also have Greater Treant. Have in mind that TH2000, he has infused Raindrop. He did have Magic Wand, but still managed to die in the previous fight. It's still not enough, even though Visage is played differently now with this, say the name of the spell?
Sepulchre.
Yeah, he's playing with that facet instead of maxing out Soul Assumption, so stealing attack speed. It's also AoE, so works really well against any of the summons. GPK, level 6 available.
With the jump, looking to try and contest with the power in. Lorinov able to get the pickup on it. GPK still drops the Dream Code down, only onto 1J though. 1J's gonna have backup.
Here as well.
Concoction's there. Pure's walking up for this. Has to be a bit careful though, because Lorinov's still pretty strong with the remnants. I mean, effectively bringing 4 heroes in. Save was also coming in from the side, but they're not able to threaten Lorinov now that he's got the shield broom pumped out. Save might see if they can settle for Panto instead. They get the opening. Pure
coming in, closing the gap with a concoction, will ensure that BetBoom do still find a double kill out of this move, that they just won't quite find Lauren.
Katomi did go for a sneaky play. He threw Blood Grenade. He wanted to grab that kill or get an assist on 1J. Didn't get it, but still, he got Grimoire stack from the previous one. 5 already, Owen. Let's see if he pops it immediately, gets himself to... You know what you do? You wait until you pick up the XP rune.
Yep.
So you get it. I see Save is already on that side of the map because Visage is level 5, and then you pop it afterwards. There it is. Yeah, it is time.
Now if he sees a chance
level 5
to go with the level 6, yeah. Bringing in the numbers top, Chimera. Panther and 1J both ready to back up Dahak. Obviously has his own level 60. Yeah.
They gotta be careful about Warlock turnaround play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you open up the scoreboard and you see he's level 5, but they fed a couple of those early kills. He's 3-1-1 on Warlock. That's why he's sitting in the 3s right now.
And there it is. He pops it. So he's going to be 6, pretty much level 7. But they will see him. Hellbear smashes upon him, so they know that Katomi is going to have the golem ready to drop. But no sort of surprise play available from him.
Save, making a move.
And Chimera is getting the chance to take this tower down with the Eidolons. They'll get it.
Nice move from Panto. He also joins with Eidolons. They have Vlad, so that's going to be the extra damage. It's very important to take that tower. Save did go through the twin gates to the top. Now he's making a move to the bottom. Visage with the birds are available. He get 2,000. He needs to be careful. Katomi might just drop the rock.
Yeah, it's worth it here. Just get the opening set up straight away towards tier 2000. TPs are coming in. Tier 2000 should be pretty dead. He'll get the ultimate off. You can see if it gives the chance of Chimera to clean up anything in response. Zip ball from Lauren. He's in onto Mirror. Will get caught by the Dream Coil. Can he finish the kill off on Mirror? He can. And now Lauren he's got just enough mana to zip out. He should be fine.
He has enough mana, but let's see if they can find something else. They can. 1J also gonna drop. Yeah, the power of Warlock, once you get those early kills, once you get those assists, allows you to be level 7, 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, good aggressive move there from BetBoom. Chimera couldn't quite survive through. He's not this early. And tier 2000, he's got to hit the jungle, get that Mione build online as quickly as he can. It won't be easy, especially with the bounty in the game. Save likely to try his best to keep tracks of the Nature's Prophet progress.
This is something that Tundra does really well. They love some of these strategies that kind of create gold out of nothing with Bounty Hunter, Alchemist as well with his Grieval's Greed, with his seed money as well. They also throw in Casual Doom. 33 goes for Hand of Midas. This time around, they don't have it from the off lane. A lot of the times you would also see them going for Visage with the Death Toll. So suddenly, like 15 minutes into the game, they have 5 up to 10k gold lead, considering that all the extra gold that they're getting. Add some stacks on top of that as well. Right now, they're trying to put some pressure onto the tower. They have Observer Ward that's scouting things out behind enemy tower, which almost died. It's only on 1 hit. Panto is gonna kill it.
This tower should be gone though. Chimera not able to bring anyone else down here for now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Avoiding the action. In terms of BetBoom's next potential move, they've got the golem back up in 30 seconds. And that combined with Dream Coil from GPK should be something that Chimera should be pretty fearful of. Half the way on the Blink Dagger for Dahak. Still a bit of time before he's ready to turn up with potential black hole turnarounds.
He is having a much better game compared to game 1.
It is,
where
yeah.
he did die 2 or 3 times, had that Blink Dagger delayed. Now didn't die a single time. Did manage to put some good pressure onto the Alchemist, slowing him down even more.
Now here's the smoke time. I'm gonna try and get the jump onto Miro. I'll drop
Another
the golem.
rock.
Yeah, they're trying to keep Miro safe. It's gonna be enough to stop Chimera from pushing for the kill. And the same to be said around the mid tier 1. Jump forward for GPK. He's caught by the silence. He can't commit for the kill. He's out. Well, he's gonna try actually. Drop the Dream Coil down onto Dahak. They're bringing the golem over. They've got the familiar stuns coming down on towards him, but Save will get caught behind the tower. Dahak's able to survive through the efforts there from BetBoom.
So that's the battle of summons. Warlock Golem, Centaur Conqueror, Visage Birds.
The Golem does not come out on top. Ends up dying there. They clean it up. That was Dream Coil and the Golem used, and they don't find anything with it.
Yeah, but as you expected, much closer game, considering that the offlane duo from BetBoom didn't snowball as much. It's also not as strong on paper. Oil has been used, so did Golem. Save still wants to get that level 6, level 5, 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, BetBoom. There's cooldowns in play. They'll have to chill for a little bit. Chimera. Tier 2000's got the Maelstrom online, so his farm's now going to start hitting a pretty good pace.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's also going to be a good chance that goes, like, the missed chance against Alchemist is going to be really good. And something to point out with neutral items, Visage is the one that got Reaper's Lash. We saw Venomancer Jungle getting it. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Venomancer Jungle got it because it works really well with his wards, and it also works really well with Visage Bird. So this is AoE, and you're getting bonus damage from creeps, which does count, so that's really nice. Also bonus damage from the heroes, so getting any extra kind of damage feels really nice that you can throw on people. Sometimes you need to bring that extra hero, but with this item and a couple of summons, you might not even need to.
So Chimera have got their sights set up on the top lane. And Lorenoff's more than happy to look for plays, especially with the Arcane Rune ready to pop.
Different build from Lorenoff, as we've seen in game number 1, where he did go for mana boots because he had Aya with himself. So that extra mana, he's getting the jump. Save just got level 6.
Quick moves there as soon as they caught Save under these sentries. And a lot laid down around here in preparation for those sort of moves.
Lorenoff, what a Chad. 2 dusts already in his inventory. He just used one, but has another one ready. When Bounty Hunter is going to be showing on the lane. Still, 2k gold lead for BetBoom team. They are farming it up nicely with Alchemist, who is on top of the net worth right now, about to finish off the Radiance in 100 gold.
See if, yeah, Chimera in the mid. Panto's not going to get completely jumped. They don't want to drop Dream Coil for that. They want to try and look for some bigger targets. They've got that Golem follow-up ready to drop from Katomi as well. It's going to be a bit spooky around this 14-minute power rune. It's going to be the haste rune. It gets quickly denied by 1J. We get the silence out, pop the ult, and that means, yeah, BetBoom, they won't want to throw any ults his way either. So good little snipe there with the deny. And as for BetBoom, yeah, still not actually able to find a chance to set anything up with the Dream Coil.
45 seconds until Tormentor. They already took down tower. So Dire, they have tier 1 tower in the offlane, so they can TP2, maybe use some of the buybacks. And there is one really nice ward in the bottom part of the map near the Tormentor that's going to scout things out.
Yeah, they're on the way down there. This should be a pretty tough one for Chimeras to fight because it will be into the Coil and the Rock. Whereas their team fight kind of rests around Dahak getting a Black Hole, which is not going to be easy. So this should be probably left to just be a free one here for BetBoom. Chimera not really in a position to head down to this corner of the map right now. They'll focus on taking the tier 1 mid instead. They'll look to see that as the trade.
We'll try to scout things out with the Treant, maybe some Enchantress creep to see what's going on. But yeah, as you said, it's going to be very difficult for them to contest, seeing that there is Rock available. This area is also relatively small, so the Rock, all these big AoEs kind of cover the full area around the Twin Gates and Tormentor. Game did slow down. Nice score, however, but yeah, definitely gonna change because I expect BetBoom to play slightly more aggressive. Puck just finished off his Witchblade, another 1,000 gold that he needs for a Blink Dagger. They're probably gonna wait for a minute or two to finish off 2 big, maybe even 3 big items, because Alchemist is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. There's also gonna be Orchid available on Visage, so that's gonna be the timing where they smoke up and trying to get something done with it. Great against Storm, great against Enigma as well, because Enigma is not going for BKB. It's relatively early in the game. This time around, he is opting to go for more of a defensive style rather than picking up a Blink Dagger, knowing that he's playing into Enigma, so not going to be the... This has always been the counter to Enigma's Black Hole.
And do you like that Dahak changed it up this game rather than just trying to get that Blink cast to Vlad?
Yeah,
queues at the pipe instead.
Considering that they have 5 range heroes, somebody needs to tank it up. Again, Lorenoff going for a BKB. Kaya into BKB straight away. Wants to have some protection of his own.
Yeah, feeling, I guess, a little bit more pressure than last game, because we did see last game he completed the full Kaya Sanj before going for the BKB. So prioritizing that BKB just that little bit more this time. Where's the smoke? It's not an easy smoke play to pull off, though. As I said, BetBoom more than happy to take a fight. They've got everything ready to drop as well. This won't be an easy move for Chimera. Lorinoff, try and get the zip forward. Baits the Dream Core. So Dream Core down just onto the one, and then there's the concoction to follow things up, as well as the Golem.
The Hawk is smoked.
It's not enough to kill Lorinoff. Lorinoff's able to zip away from the initiation there that BetBoom attempted. And now Chimera, can they do anything in terms of being able to get a catch in return? Panto baiting the action. The rest of the team, they're not going to help him. They'll let Panto go. Concoction onto 1J. Dahak still watching from the side, maybe considering if he can make a move here. But no, they'll let the supports fall. The rest of Chimera will back away. BetBoom, they'll be able to get the tier 1 off the back of those kills.
Yeah. This is tier 1 tower that they just killed. A couple of track kills. Pure, he's not done, but he needs to fall back. The rest of the team doesn't seem to be... Oh, that was a nice jump from GPK. Gets the silence immediately.
Immediately stops that black hole. One of the shorter ones you'll see. I mean, even if he's allowed to black hole there, I don't know if Dahak's going to get anything done with that.
No, that's just a freebie. Also, the fact that they focused Lorinoff in the previous fight, he needs to be the one, like as we've seen in the previous game, he needs to be that guy that is setting up the tempo. He's going to be the damage dealer as well, because TA2000, he still doesn't feel like he's strong enough, and the Hawk, usually he smiles and waves at the camera, but not this time around.
Yeah, rough one there. Well, that little bit of a play in a team fight, giving BetBoom team quite the lead now. Chimera, they're going to have to make sure something big happens with the next black hole. It's in, of course, 2 minutes' time. Should be about the time as well that will allow Dahak to get close to maybe having the Blink Dagger online, so an even better chance for them to get that positioning. But it's still not going to be easier. As BetBoom, the sort of the effort it takes for them to make these moves seems much more simple. All it requires is GPK to find a Dream Code target. They'll very likely kill that target now.
Lorinoff still needs a recipe for his BKB, so still doesn't feel like he's ready to take the fight. Immediately getting tracked down, which is very annoying for Storm Spirit. Puck is showing in the mid lane, so at least he knows that he's going to be fine for the next like 30 seconds until Puck can show up.
So far with GPK being 4-0-3, yeah, you've definitely got to imagine that there's going to be a little bit of regret from Chimera that they let this last pick Puck through for a second time this series.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprising one.
Yeah.
Knowing that it is a difficult matchup for Storm Spirit. And also, other heroes, they don't have that much control. TA2000, it seems like Chimera will wait until they get 2 BKBs online and pick up a Blink Dagger on the Hawk. Thing is, they could lose out on the map as well, because BetBoom, with the Rock available, with Coil available, they could also force a Roche fight if they get a pick off. Lorinoff's getting scouted.
Yeah, save. He's got his eyes on him. Backups on the way. Ozippo just in time. Actually makes the jump over towards Mirror. They'll catch Mirror in the silence. Good fear control from 1J. They're going to be able to likely kill this Vistage off. They'll get him. Good moves there. And 1J landing the combo perfectly. I might even be able to farm at the familiars.
Extra
They will.
200 gold.
Yeah, he gets both of those 1J. That's a lot of money for 1J.
This time around, he is going for Road of Atos. Wants to have that extra bit of a control compared to game 1 where he... Because he's having a much better overall game, even though he's lowest on the net worth. They got, I would say, shut down again. It was the Hawk who was getting most of the farm, but they weren't really getting the kills. So, Road of Atos into Aghanim Scepter. 6k gold lead for BetBoom team.
Yeah, getting close to those timings, though, on Chimera. They're pretty much going to have the 2 BKBs on Lorinoff and TA2000. And the Blink Dagger very soon online. He just needs to go for a few more camps here. Dahak, and he should get that. We'll see how ready BetBoom are for them then. Over on this side of BetBoom Pure, we'll see what he's going to go for next after his Blink BKB Radiance.
I might just pick up, because Sanj and Yasha got slightly nerfed, 5% status resistance less, but it also doesn't give you an option to build into SNY and also go for Basher / Abyssal Blade, because Sanj is now part of the Abyssal Blade, so a lot of the times you will see carries also skip it and just get a Basher instead, because it's such a good build-up right now. The other option is for him is to pick up AC, because there is a good amount of physical damage as well, so wants to be able to tank up. Right now, did pick up Hyperstone. Still deciding, can turn that into Bloodthorn if necessary. But AC definitely gonna be the item of a choice.
Dire are scanning.
Roshan. They're gonna actually force the fight. Enigma with the Blink Dagger and the Black Hole available. This could be the tricky one if they're not the ones getting the initial jump.
Let's have a look. Tier 2000 poking him from the side with the Sprout. Get it down on towards the out. They're going to get the jump on towards the puck. They've caught GPK. GPK's out of the fight now. Pure's had to put the BKB, but he's pretty low. Turner was low enough, but low enough for the zone BKB can commit towards Kataomi. They're going to be able to get the 2 kills. And it is indeed BetBoom that has to run. They get the detection out to save Chimera. They'll get a 3rd one out of that. And now they can walk into the pit.
That's a
They'll
big
get this for
question
themselves.
mark. The way they try to go for it is they already used Chemical Rage. They're scouting things out with this Observer Ward in the river that is about to expire on their side. But yeah, I don't know what this move was, though, because your Chemical Rage is going to run out. Sure, you have a BKB, and then GPK is the one getting jumped with the Storm Spirit,
again,
and
I mean,
1J
where
is
did
going
this
to
all
get the
go wrong?
silence. So he gets pushed away. GPK is going to be the one trying to get close. He wants to initiate onto Enigma, try to set things up, but Taomi was not in a position, because he also needs to take care of himself. Playing against the Storm Spirit with the BKB, and now the game looks pretty even.
Yeah, that was a rough Roshan attempt there from BetBoom that cost them big time. Sure, they still have that 4K lead, but that's pretty much entirely on the Alchemist and something that's kind of expected at this point. So if you take that into account, yeah.
We saw
Chimera's pretty happy
on camera. This is more like a triple facepalm attempt to go inside and kill Roshan. Even though it says 4K gold lead, the items that they just got on Chimera are pretty big. Those 2 BKBs, TA2000 didn't even use his. They didn't even use the Black Hole for that fight. So I expect them to play slightly more aggressive. And those pickoffs that they try to do with Bounty Hunter, he did slow down. Save.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see if he can find something here.
I'm not aware of him at the moment, so we'll get away. We're hovering around, gets a little courier snipe in there. Chimera putting some pressure on the mid now. Definitely not afraid of a fight. After what they were able to pull off moments ago. They're coming in with the smoke on Lorenoff and 1J, ready to back up until whoever gets jumped. TA2000 never just get a freebie there. They might be able to turn into more. I mean, BetBoom had to be very careful now as they're outnumbered on the map. And so, they know he's there. They're going to be able to catch save. They've got him. Both supports of BetBoom getting picked off.
What is this Mac play? I don't think they see. They don't have any vision. They have no obs, no sentries whatsoever.
Yeah, they just kind of predicted perfectly the angle, the line that he would take back to base, right?
Dire's bottom tower.
Okay, these guys are good. Yeah, very good at the video games.
Well, no, it looks like the tier 2 tower. They're going to get it with a push with these summons. Now, BetBoom definitely getting quite the shake-up here. This is not going to be anything like the first game for them. This one's going to be a whole lot more harder.
And they're definitely going to get outscaled. If we're talking about some mid or late game fights, you have Muerta, who's going to start scaling. You have Nature's Prophet, who's an insane hero. He's also, by the way, now Universal Hero. This is something that has been, I would say, lacking. Even though Team Liquid won TI with Nature's Prophet, they picked it 3 times. Different times, but overall I think this was a necessary change for Nature's Prophet because he has one of the best stat gains overall, and it feels really nice for him to kind of build, because you always wanted to build into some of these like different items, and if you're building into stats, because a lot of the times you wanted to build Butterfly on the hero, but you really didn't want it because you were intelligence. Now it feels much better.
Yeah, we've seen what the few times now. I mean, the other day, TA2000 absolutely popped off on the Prophet. Still definitely has time to do that this game. The gold falling pretty much close to even. It's not a good sign for the lineup with the Alchemist. BetBoom. They're going to try and make a move here. They know that this area of the map TH2000 has been farming him, but again, TH2000 a step ahead.
Nothing, nada.
He's gone.
They don't find anything.
Dire's top
Gonna TP back to their side of the map.
And look what it is. The Hawk, one more time. Hand of Midas, his 4th item.
He loves this. The only one really doing it at this stage of the games. Now we'll see them go for a fight here. They get the zip over towards Pure. Pure had to put the BKB. He's caught in the Sprout. He'll finally be able to break his way out of this. Lornoff jumps over towards Kataomi, trying to press the wall up before Kataomi gets the freedom to get the Golem off, and he'll kill him off in time. No chance for a Golem in this team fight. Lornoff's over towards Pure. The BKB's come to an end. Pure will fall. Chimera.
They're running out of steam.
Yeah, they're making this one look pretty easy now. BetBoom. They're struggling. They try and make an aggressive move. They don't find anyone with a smoke play. They head back to their side of the map. Chimera's there ready and waiting, and they're taking these fights. And again, you know, Chimera aren't having to use everything. Like, Dahak, he's not needed to use a black hole in any of these kind of comeback plays. They've still got so much more to come here, Chimera, and now, there it is. The black holes are the ready for the solo play. Top tier 2000, okay, duo play. The Profits here as well. They're shaking up BetBoom big time. I don't know how BetBoom's going to be able to recover from this sort of punch.
And I don't think they can, to be honest. It's only 3k gold lead, but there's Alchemist on one side who kind of missed his timing. Puck is going for scaling items, so he just picked up Aghanim Scepter a minute ago. It's not enough. What they're trying to get from Bounty Hunter, the snowball effect, didn't work out this time, even though they had, what, 5k, 6k gold lead with Warlock and some of that extra gold.
Well, I got the silence on a 1J. Lornoff and Panther going to look to fight back. They'll drop the Golem in, but Tier 2000 is ready to back them up as well. TP's over. They catch saving the Sprout, kill him off. Tier 2000, he can look for more with the help of Lornoff as they get the grab on towards Miro. Pure, he'll throw the concoction out, but he does not want to get involved in this fight. Arctic maybe? Okay, Tier 2000. Might be
mana for a
vulnerable.
BKB. He just got it. Is hiding in the Glimmer Cape.
I mean, he might just get away with this. He has the BKB TP available now. And he's out. Gets out of there. Somehow as well, Panto also lives. I mean, Panto doing his best between what the Glimmer and popping sort of the slow onto the Alk as well to kind of hold Pure away from Tier 2000. You know, Panto coming in clutch to keep this Nature's Prophet alive.
They don't have enough. Lornoff talked about his itemization where he did go for Kaya Sanj as his first item in game number 1. He picked up earlier BKB and now does have full Parasma. So whoever gets jumped is straight up gonna die. He's looking to kill Warlock and also forcing Warlock to maybe pop a Golem to try to save himself because it's not enough with this Force Staff, with Solar Crest. And they also have Gem. They also gave Gem to Lorinov, so they want to be able to see him if there's going to be some shenanigans. There is Friendly Shadow available on Bounty Hunter, so wants to get that jump and kill the target from 100 to 0.
See what they want to go for now. Still a minute without the black hole. As we've seen, they can absolutely make plays without that Chimera.
Are scanning.
Scans hit, so Pure won't stay too close to that dangerous edge of this high ground. Self looking for the Basher into the Abyssal next. It's going to take quite a bit of time.
Definitely needed, because once Storm jumps in with the BKB, you might want to get the Bash, Abyssal, follow it up by a Rock, and try to kill him. Problem is, the Hawk's positioning has been really good throughout this whole game. 30 minutes in, only 1 death on him. And getting closer to the BKB. Even though you're playing into Enigma, he still wants to be able to protect himself. Hand of Midas will start paying off. That late Hand of Midas.
There's the zip down bottom, Pure. Immediate BKB, doesn't want to mess around with Lorinoff.
Pulls off Nightfall, DP's out. Will not have that one available. There are no tier 2 towers to be taken. Roshan is dead. It may respawn in 15 seconds.
Yeah, they can look to hold for that fight. Panto pushing up a little cheekily here. I mean, between the Gale Guard, though, and the Glimmer, he's surviving through it. He's going to be fine, and this is the chance for Lorinoff to make the jump over towards Mirror. I mean, that's kind of what 4 of them looking towards an Enchantress. They can't kill the Enchantress now. Panto, he's that tanky.
They don't have a Dispel mechanic to remove Gale Guard, nor Glimmer Cape, and they also don't have the Break mechanic, so it's going to be very difficult to even kill position 5. We talked about scaling, and they're definitely going to get outscaled. Enchantress, Drums, Dragonlance going into Pike, going into Shard next.
Here, I'm going to be careful. TA2000 nearly getting the catch on him there. That's difficult for BetBoom. They had a solid start once again in this game too, but this time, Chimera has absolutely been able to take it away from them. And just on the numbers, your TA2000 continuing to stay on par with the farm of Pure's Alchemist.
Look at where everybody else is. 5k behind them. The one who's struggling the most is Miero from all the cores. He did go for Aghanim Scepter, so has that extra invisibility available for him. But there's also Gem on Storm Spirit that has been picked up relatively early on by 1J. So basically they can have 3 Invis, Visage, Bounty Hunter, Friendly Shadow. Not going to be as effective.
Yeah, just overall, it's just been a very different game for Miro, right? Compared to the last game. And you think, well, just a big part of that was just the fact that...
Laning partner.
Yeah, he was able to snowball that hard with Marcy and the offlane duo in game 1.
He'll look good, but I also want to see more from this Grave Chill facet.
Sure.
AoE has been increased from 250 to 300. I don't think it's like really good again in every game. Maybe people are still going to try to toy with the Death Toll facet, getting that extra gold, which has been nerfed, but in theory should work fine. I'm talking about now the one that should work fine is the new facet. You can say the name again.
Sepulchre.
There we go.
I don't know. Someone in chat's probably corrected me. And I think it's...
They heard the Roshan.
Yeah.
Nice sneaky ward placed by Save.
I mean, it's going down pretty fast.
Yeah, it's going down pretty quickly, but they see the Hawk. Let's see if they can maybe get the jump. That's not fast enough.
Yep, they get the Aegis on Lauren off, and now for BetBoom, do they really want to be here? They're going to make the zip jump over towards Pure. They get the opening with the Vortex. He has, of course, got that BKB ready to press. He's caught in the Sprout. They do lose to Haki as GPK is able to pick him off to the back lines, but overall, Chimera still fighting strong. 1J's ready with the ultimate. They'll look towards Miro. Buys some time in with the Stoneform. Pure jumps in with the Concoction onto TA2000. They'll kill up the Prophet. A big kill there, but the buybacks will now come out from both Dahak and TA2000 as TA2000 is ready to TP back into the fight. They get the Sprout control onto Pure.
So quickly.
And Pure's gone. So the buybacks come into play big time there from Chimera as they will be able to take the fight to their advantage and make sure that Lorenoff, he doesn't even die throughout all the action. So he'll still have that Aegis to play with.
Where did that Roshan banner go in the end? Because it was sitting in the Roche pit for such a long time, and I'm not seeing it in anybody's inventory. There it is. It's on Enigma.
Okay, so they've got it ready.
If they got it in the end. Yeah. Damage coming out from Storm Spirit is insane. Let's see how much damage he dealt. Over 5,000 damage in the previous fight.
Yeah, he's popping off Lorenoff. They could try and push it. I mean, Pure is dead for 50 seconds. They still have Black Hole. So there's always that threat. If he buys back and then gets killed off in a Black Hole, it will be game over. So BetBoom's got to be very cautious about how they go about this defense. We'll see how much they let go.
No, Black Hole is available. Coil.
That's there. They have to follow, though. Save tries to step forward. They've got the Golem drop down, but Save's just dead. Lorenoff, he zips out. He's not even going to lose the Aegis by the looks of it. He can keep that safe. As they get the objective, as the mid-rack's gone.
Knowing that there is no rock for 2.5 minutes now, they can try to close it out.
Lorenoff, go again.
He just picked up the Region Rune, the best rune he could find. He was sitting at 10% HP.
Let's see if they want to try and push again. They might respect the fact that Pure's up in a few seconds. And it looks like they will. Still Chimera doing the damage here. Keeping this lead, and yeah, Lorenoff getting to play a very different game after he was punished by the puck heavily in the last game. This time around, he's the one popping off 7, 1, and 10.
Only dying one time. Yeah. Now holding the Aegis, has BKB down to 7 seconds, but this Parasma pickup is doing quite a lot of work. You saw the Alchemist who just died from 50% HP to 0 pretty quickly. Couple of right clicks, and that was about it. He also did pick up Berserk Potion for himself on Alchemist so that he can have that extra bit of a dispel mechanic, remove Parasma, which is going to be nice, but I don't think that's going to be good enough. No rock for another 80 seconds.
And the next sort of Midas usage, he'll pretty much have the money for the BKB coming out. So much easier for him to find the opportunities to go for his own black holes. If you can bear in mind some of the ult cooldowns from BetBoom. Yeah. I mean, they're going to look to go for him. They get the Vortex on him. He did get the chance to get the BKB off to get the Fear to follow up the Vortex. Pure's gone. He still does not have the chance for buyback. The Dream Coil gets laid down on the Laranov, but it's not enough damage on its own to kill it.
If they only knew, they could legit run down the mid lane, no rock for 50. Let's see if they decide to take another side, see what's going to happen. Because it's very difficult to see if he has or if he doesn't have buyback. And these illusions making a really nice play with providing vision for the team. Storm Spirit's getting another jump and getting another kill. Still holding the edges for a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, they've got a lot done with this. And this is going to be a push that it's going to be quite costly for BetBoom.
25 hit on Nature's Prophet. That Treant could legit solo take the barrel.
That's massive. When he gets them out, the damage.
There it is.
Look at it.
234 damage. Let's see Alchemist's damage.
4,600 HP.
You need something against it. You need some Dagon to instantly kill it. Another side of Barracks taken out.
BetBoom. They got to do something crazy to try and swing this one back into their favor there.
This is the big item. Pure picked up X. So let's see if that's going to make the difference in a fight. We haven't really seen much from Pure in the last couple of fights. He's unable to deal the damage. And also getting sprouted, knowing that he doesn't have a Quelling Blade available, so he's just sitting inside the sprout and getting kited.
Chimera. We'll see how hastily they'll look for the next move. They just about to come to an end. Again, they've still got their ults. They've still got the black hole ready to play with, and TA2000 more than ready to join them. Considering his next options there was going to be looking for the butterfly to finish off his right-click build. They're smoked up looking for the setup, Chimera.
For now, TA2000 is going to keep his buyback, so even if he gets initiated on, that means that they need to bring in so many things. Like, they need to use so many spells. It needs to be Coil, Abyssal Blade, even follow it up with Rock, and he can come back into the fight, TP in. So, very difficult fight for BetBoom to take right now.
Laranov and Panto might walk up into the entirety of the team, but BetBoom's scared. They'll get the jump forward, but the Hexing response is there as well as the Dream Coil down as Laranov. Laranov still able to put the BKB. He'll look towards Pure. Pure's in trouble. It's caught in the Sprout, has to run with the remainder of his own BKB. Katomi turns, will get the Golem drop down, but it doesn't really do a huge amount other than just get the space for Pure to try and continue to run.
He got him with the dead shot. Mira was trying to TP in. I was looking at the mid lane. Man, 1J, he's really popping off on this Muerta. And now they have Mega Creeps.
They do. Bottom lane, the push was coming in.
Enchanters with Croaker, some Greater Treant, and Lesser Eidolon. Yeah, good luck playing against Mega Creeps, because there's going to be some chip damage coming in. You need to take this fight right now. Miro has buyback available, but they have no Rock, and the Hawk has been holding on to Black Hole for a really long time.
Oh, the tier 4, they just get destroyed by these Treants as well.
Owen.
Look at that.
They want to close it out.
It's just gone immediately. Look at these Treants beaten down onto the Ancient. They could just
That's
probably go
500 damage.
They could just let the Treants end the game if they wanted to. They'll look to get some more kills off the back of it, though, as they'll turn towards Kataomi. Catch him in the Sprout. GPK jumps forward, but Kataomi's gone. They want to get some more kills here for the scoreboard. Pure's going to try and make the jump onto tier 2000, but they can't finish him off. Dahak's got the Black Hole, controls the Alchemist. It's over. We're going to a game 3 as Chimera will take this game 2.
Oh, man, that decision to... I don't know who called it, but they definitely know that it was not the right decision to go inside the Roche pit. Alchemist hitting it with Chemical Rage, then GPK is the one getting jumped. Suddenly you're taking the fight 4v5. He's stuck inside the Sprout, unable to move, and they just clean up afterwards. Chimera making a huge comeback in this game. They were down 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead at one point, and suddenly they make a turnaround play in Roshan pit, but BetBoom kind of handled it to them.
Sure. You think BetBoom's going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that play? Yeah, it does indeed end up going completely downhill for BetBoom from that point onwards. But yeah, Chimera making it work. Once again, this TA2000 Nature's Prophet definitely seems to be one of the ways for them to get these wins secured. And on top of that, just for the ballsiness to come in, leave the puck in after what happened in game 1, and then Lorinoff, he ends up destroying it in the overall gameplay. 10-1 and 11 on the Storm, only 5-2-5 on GPK. This is, I guess, why they weren't that scared of the puck after all the cost.
It's also a statement because Miro did play Visage one more time. They were playing against Puck one more time. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Visage in Game 3. I think Miro is going to be playing something different because they need to adapt to what just happened in Game 2.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Chimera, you can never count them out. They're going to keep this series alive and push it to a Game 3. 1-1 now between Chimera and BetBoom team.
And that's why we always say if a team goes back to a similar draft, that's what they did in Game 1 and lost with it, then they must have had a vision and believed in it so strongly. That's definitely not what we said, but that is what we would have said if this team was a normal team. But Chimera is just not a normal team, and we see why they turn it around. They go back for the almost exact same thing, Jenkins, and they make it work.
Yeah, they're one of the most abnormal teams of all time. I will say, it's a little different. It's like they took the components of the vision from the first game, and then instead they picked the Ench and the Nature's Prophet. They just played better coming out of the laning stage, and then used it to snowball. I mean, honestly, maybe even not. It's like they weren't so far behind at the end of the laning stage, but they were still behind until the moment that BetBoom went to fight Roche again. And this is, it's the Tormentor on the previous patch. It's kind of the Tormentor on this patch, but it's also Roshan. We also saw the clip where they kept getting thrown by Roche, and then Shopify took the fight, won the fight. Like, BetBoom just can't handle objectives. Anything that's neutral on the map is an enemy to Team BetBoom. And Chimera, they took advantage, Brian.
It's kind of like a 7v5 against BetBoom.
It is, the Tormentor plus Roche.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like what highlights this game is the new patch. A lot of the changes seem geared towards making the objectives fightable. Like, rather than having two separate Tormentors, both teams do their own, you're actually having this clash at the Tormentor. Also, it felt like in the past, if a team was up by 7k 25 minutes in, Roche is in the corner of the map. It feels like nearly impossible for the other team to get there and meaningfully contest in any way. I think that fight we saw doesn't happen last patch, where they climb back in, Kira gets stuck in the pit, fight it. GPK is like walking to a low ground and getting caught in the river on puck, and that blew the game wide open. I was really nervous about this Chimera draft again. I knew the lanes weren't going to be as bad, but we both saw this like mid-game ramp up from BetBoom, and they just shut it down, though.
It looked like they were doing it genuinely.
Literally around minute 15, between minute 15 and 20, it looked like BetBoom is like, okay, well, you know, it looks like what we were saying came true, and BetBoom will take this game. And at that point, I went to the toilet, and then when I came back, everything was different.
Yeah. No, I honestly completely agree with your breakdown of Roshan. It really seems like it's much more dangerous these days. You're right in the middle of the map. Of course, the middle of the map you're able to get to very quickly because it's the average place. Yeah. Also, we've seen sometimes like the team that's losing can take Roshan because the other team goes to take the Tormentor, and then they're at the side of the map, and it takes a little while to kind of filter back into the rest of the map.
Yeah.
And so the losing team will take Roshan. Like, Roshan's in a really interesting place, and I don't mean like physically, although it is, but I just mean in the meta. Like, is it going to be more likely that we see the losing team taking Roche, or the winning team thinks they have to take Roche, and so they get fought at Roche, and so Roshan is actually an objective that the losing team should therefore focus on?
It also depends on how much priority people will keep putting on the Tormentor, because maybe the team that takes... You can take Roche while the other team's taking a Tormentor.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
You can split the objectives now.
Yeah.
It's actually... It's a very interesting idea.
Yeah, because now you're given the choice, no matter which team you are, do we mirror the, like if you're behind, right? Do we mirror the team that's trying to take Roche and contest them there? Or do we let them have that one and take the other one? And then when you're the winning team, you have to think, is it worth forcing this objective knowing that they could just dodge us and take the other one? Is that like a worthwhile trade to us? Maybe we never go for the Tormentor because we put ourselves in the corner of the map and lose a bit of map control.
Roche,
Yeah, so it's quite the
because you're right, you do lose map control. It's not even like you don't even have to like instantly at the same time, they're going to the Tormentor, therefore we'll go Roche. No, it's like you are warding for the Tormentor, you're positioning all your heroes for the Tormentor. So to get out on the map is not just, oh, let's all like chain TP because they've set up wards. If you chain TP into that, you're walking up a high ground and you're dying, right?
Yeah. And it's so much different than previous Tormentor because you do need your whole team to be there. So you can't really, do like how we do the Tormentor with the three of them and you guys keep farming, or, make sure you have the waves pushed out or something like that. 100%. It will be very interesting to see how that develops. not just in the series, but just throughout the next few weeks, because it will change, and people's takes on it will change, and potentially maybe Valve thinks Tormentor's too strong. Maybe they'll nerf it. Who knows? I also don't know who Brian has chosen for his Acer Predator head-to-head. Owen, can you go up and show us?
Oh, absolutely. As any good Predator would, I will take an advantageous position.
Very good.
And for my Acer Predator head-to-head for Game 2, I have chosen the mids, a run back of the same matchup, but a completely different story. It is going to be GPK versus Lorinov. We were all skeptical of Lorinov, saying, allowing that puck against you 2 times in a row, but no, 10, 1, and 11. GPK had a respectable score, but those were 2 quite costly deaths, especially the one at the Roshan pit. And we're looking at the hero damage. This says a lot of the tale of these players in the team fight, but doesn't say everything, because Lorinov was responsible for jumping those backlines, really removing the Warlock's team fight capabilities, causing a lot of chaos. And I myself thought the Storm was going to be locked down a lot by having limited targets, the tanky Alchemist, the puck coil as the threat. But no, it felt like every single engagement that went the way of Chimera. See here, they're down by 8K. These aren't like snowballing Storm easy plays. And here you're going to see here, making sure that they get the reliable lockdown on the puck. Really good team fight focusing on the side of Chimera. And yeah, just the catalyst for all good things that were for Chimera. And yeah, I'm so skeptical. I really can't say that enough, because that puck versus Storm matchup, that is a willing counter that he threw himself into. We know in the draft that the communication with the Chimera is, are you sure that's okay? And Lorinov said, yeah, run it back.
Yeah, he ran it back, was victorious about it. And now we are at a situation where we're getting a 3rd game to the series, and we've seen 2 very similar games with different outcomes. What will happen in game number 3? You'll just have to stick around and find out.
There was an old farmer in Dorset that dwell, Lily Valera, Bullala, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, Bullala. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, Bullala.
One of your family I must have now.
Lily Valera, Bullala.
It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have.
Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily Valera, Bullala.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily Valera, Bullala. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's lugged her off like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. He trudged away till they came to his gate. Lily Valera, Bullala.
Come and take in this old farmer's mate.
Lily Valera, Bullala. She saw 13 imps all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valera, Bullala.
Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all.
Lily Valera, Bullala. He's bundled her up on his back, and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala.
I've been a tormentor the whole of me life.
Lily Valera, Bullala.
But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife.
Lily Valera, Bullala. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, Bullala. Lero, lero, Lily Valera. father's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man
You are still watching Dream League, powered by the wonderful PogChamp Pandas on the music. And I'm joined by Jenkins and BSJ. And we're getting ready for the draft of Game 3 in the series, where BetBoom and Chimera are 1-1. And both games so far, it has been pretty similar in terms of drafts. We've seen similar openings. Slight tweaks, of course, to allow Chimera to make a comeback and tie the series. We're all very curious to see what's going to happen in game number 3. Now, Chimera is undefeated still in this Dream League, and by all counts and purposes they should be losing, and they're not. So I think Jenkins, this is going to be a very fun one to see what they come up with next.
This team is so hard to talk about. I feel like even in the green room I'm like, yeah, it makes sense that they're winning. Wait, no it doesn't. Well, yeah, it kind of does, but no it doesn't. I don't even know if they know, which I guess is making it for their opponents. It's hard to figure out. I think probably when they saw the Nature's Prophet come out as the last pick, they're like, what?
Why?
How is this good? This is just worse than last game. Like, this is a worse carry. But, you know, they had an idea. They pushed through, and it worked out. And I'm curious, like, I feel like this is the sort of team that with momentum, they do crazier stuff. Like we could see the Jungle Venom come out this game or something equally silly.
I really like the Marcy swap up that they banned that first round rather than, I think, what was their Night Stalker, I think it was?
Yeah, Night Stalker.
Yeah, because the TA2000 hero pool will struggle a lot versus Marcy 4 because he's playing pretty much exclusively ranged heroes right now. But also, there has to be something to be said where, like, your plan, you don't really have, like, this expectation that the game's going to go, like, we have a script, we're going to hit these timings. It's more like, no, we're just going to look for these opportunities. I feel like BetBoom gave them one opportunity, which was Pure getting, like, sprouted in the pit, GPK walking to the low ground and getting chain stunned, and that was, like, the game being blown wide open. And up until that point, it looked like everything was going in the favor of
BetBoom. It was a
BetBoom
BetBoom game. Yeah. They were winning in the exact way that we thought they should.
Exactly.
Do you think that a loss like that shakes BetBoom, or are they past that point?
I think
no
absolutely.
doubt.
I think absolutely. Okay, we are very familiar with this because when we were secretly at the time playing on Arkosh, that
nobody knew.
Yes, there was an aspect we knew that, and we heard about it from people we played against after the games, that it messed with them.
Yeah.
That a team that was like kind of a joke would take a single game off of them.
It's tilting.
And
they don't like it.
It's obviously a much higher level version of that, but Chimera's literally disbanding. They kicked their player and they brought him back for this event, and you have to be like, we've been scrimming, we've been practicing, we're a team, and we're losing to these guys? There has to be some degree of that. And BetBoom team already kind of, in my opinion, tilt ignoring that, so...
Yeah, they do. They do.
That's the GPK special.
Especially with the GPK coming back, yeah. That's
Well, we do always, always since this morning, now have the analogy that Chimera at some point will hit the iceberg. And I also think, Jenkins, that with that in mind, before we start talking about the actual draft that we see unfold, where we finally have a change from the Alchemist with Monkey King, we might have to ask something to our PogChamp.
Yeah, I just think Tom is back. And you know we gotta haze him a little bit. We gotta make sure he's still ready to be on the PogChamp Pandas. Could we get a Titanic type musical performance coming out of you guys? Okay. all right. I don't know the Titanic.
5 seconds remaining.
I thought that flute was broken.
Not when Tom's playing it.
Not when Tom's playing it.
We're all broken when we're listening to the emotions that come out of Tom's flute. Ryan, you said you play a mean skin flute. What did you mean by that? Anyway, that was great.
That was
fantastic. Fantastic. Good to have you back.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay, we have a change up finally. We have the 1J Muerta not being 1J Muerta because Muerta is now picked up by BetBoom in the second phase. We still have the same bans on the side of BetBoom. We also have the same bans on the side of Chimera in the second phase. Night Stalker is of course still in the pool, as we saw, and there was another ban, I think different, or was it not? Yeah, the Monkey King obviously not being banned, therefore first pick.
These are all very interesting points, Shiver. Could we get an In the Jungle, that sort of thing from you guys? For the Nature's Prophet. And Nature's Prophet's second pick coming out. I mean, you would expect this, given you have a team that the Hawk can play it on the off lane, and now they've proven that it works for them, and also the safe lane. It may as well. Pick this early. You can flex it. Try and do it, the singing. Mighty jungle.
You don't ask me to sing.
Commit to it.
I don't want to ruin this beautiful music.
Commit to the bit. Ooh, the techies. 3 ranged heroes again. These guys don't care about... You think they're going to pick Lion?
Yeah, because he's sleeping tonight.
It's Elder Titan on the other team then.
Ah. Well, this is quite the explosive second round pick coming out from Chimera Esports, as they are sticking... Has a team ever won a best of 3 picking 15 ranged heroes across 3 games?
Okay, let me...
That's a stat we need to find out.
Was it all ranged heroes game 1, 2?
All heroes they've picked so far have been ranged. We have Enigma Io, Muerta Storm TA.
Oh my goodness.
Into Enigma Muerta Enchantress Storm Nature's Prophet. So, yes.
For now.
Was that a Tokyo Drift type thing because the Primal Beast is drifting into fights? that what I heard?
Just go with it. Yes, it was. Yes.
You know Tokyo Drift? Do. Do they have Tokyo Drift in Netherlands?
No, I can't. I don't know what music would be associated with that.
With the triangle.
What? No.
Anyway.
You're on your own little island here.
I mean, you know Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, right?
I mean, I've seen it.
I've seen it as well,
like
but
15 years or
music, I don't know.
Very popular meme music. Okay. No, he doesn't know.
I love the Primal Beast versus Nature's Prophet. I'd say that's one of Nature's worst matchups. You don't do anything with the Sprout. A hero that naturally gap closes on top of you.
One stomp and the entire Sprout is gone. You actually save your team from Sprout as well. Weaver's not great against Nature's though. He doesn't like being sprouted.
So why does he get picked up? Riddle me that.
He's good against everything else. I think it's an Enigma counter in lane. It's good against Enigma in lane.
Where do you think it's gonna go? Where's everything gonna go?
I don't know.
Is Weaver a support?
I feel like this is gearing up for a Weaver 5. I don't think this is Monkey King mid Weaver carry. I don't think so.
We get on the drum something it sounds like a bug that's like skittering all over the place. You just can't catch it because that wacky bug's going all over the place.
5 seconds remaining.
That's good.
Where's he going? Where's Weaver? Where's he at?
Well, he's
Can't
gonna be
see him.
stuck in the Sprout, so there's that.
But you know he's there, but you can't see him yet. So it's
That's
kind of like
true.
that. I know he's in this tree somewhere.
We get a crash of the drum for the time lapse coming out.
Oh, he was ready for that one.
He was
that
ready.
was good.
I think Storm also historically is fairly good against Weaver, right? Even if you don't go for Orchid, just being able to zip, dust, and grip him, like this is enough to chain stun and kill him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these matchups for Weaver against mobile mids used to be way better when you rush Gleipnir. Like that, like if you were a carry Weaver, for instance. But now I feel like I'd be really surprised if it's carry Weaver because your build path, I wonder what it is. Because in the past it was just always rush Gleipnir, and we've talked about how broken items tend to decide what the meta is. It's like if I see Battle Fury, we're likely to see, you know, PAs and Ursas. If we see Radiance, we're likely to see the Lifestealers and the Alchemists. Since Gleipnir is no longer a carry item remotely, I'm having a hard time envisioning Weaver having a build-up that makes sense for him.
Previously, both games, Chimera went for the overall last pick being the carry. Obviously, the Nature's Prophet came out very early this time around, but I do feel there's definitely still some flex potential. BetBoom doesn't really think it because they go for the supports ban with the Tusk and the Clockwork.
They're just going to give them Puck again, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to ban out Huskar, why not? That's the one that Loranov doesn't want to seem to play against.
You guys know Black Hole Sun by Muse? Black Hole Sun? No, they don't know Muse.
5 seconds remaining.
That's
Who
not
is that? Who are they by? It's by
By
someone
who?
else. He doesn't know either. Oh, Soundgarden. Soundgarden. Black Hole Sun.
Next time.
Right, pick one. Let's go Thunderstruck for Storm.
Radiant team.
Oh yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. Yeah, Black Hole Sun. Hell yeah.
I actually know this song. I just didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I was vaguely remembering it. Definitely not Muse. Now transition that into Thunderstruck.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what's coming out here out of Chimera Esports. They have like 30 seconds left. There you go. Jenkins, happy?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
This is sick, actually.
On the loot also. Unique.
So we need another ranged hero is what we're looking for here.
Yeah, absolutely. They better not break form now.
No. It's worked for them in the previous half game, you know, 50% of the time.
Yeah, 50% of the time, every time, it's worked for them.
Oh, okay.
We actually did mention the Naga Siren.
Yes, in game one, I thought it was.
Yes.
Or game two, it was really good, I thought.
Yes.
Yeah. And this time around, it's even. I actually think it's even better against this dire lineup, because when I'm thinking about like the map and who's going to clear illusions and stop them from pushing waves, I don't see anybody. You know, if Primal Beast is like snowballing, it's one thing, but also in lane, every time he pushes trample, you push net. It's pretty obvious response. I'm just wondering now where. I assume this is Naga carry. I'm wondering where the Nature's Prophet maybe it is the Enigma 4 thing. You're Enigma 5 maybe? Because you have the song in a black hole.
Setup, yeah, and your melee plus range line.
Finally!
What?
They're storming down the river!
Yes.
No, come on.
I don't get it.
The moment the Naga song into the black hole. They found the answer to the black hole. There's no
okay.
It's the LD moment.
Yeah.
It's very good. Beastmaster, is that very good?
The play.
The play.
Yeah.
So Beastmaster used to be really bad against Illusion Heroes, but now that you build like...
Well, let's go back to In the
Axe-
Jungle and the Mighty Jungle.
Yes, the lion sleeps tonight. As there is no
I was
lion in this
enjoying this.
game. But Beastmaster could have a lion, theoretically. Like, that's a master of a beast. I feel like I'm really favoring this Naga pick. I think that innate buff that she got, which was 8% to every illusion, giving other Nagas evasion, it's going to be really powerful. They have pretty much all right-clickers on the side of BetBoom team.
Wait. Is Naga Siren 5? Did we already say that?
No! Oh, well, they now have songs set up for Black Hole. I'm actually very curious about how the Naga 5 plays out. I have no clue. Is it with the... I'm assuming she went the Deluge facet?
You can't see it here. We have to check out
the
our
Riptide
commentaries.
at the moment.
Oh.
Which makes sense as a support, no?
No, the Riptide's the one that you don't activate.
Oh.
Zoom in on Gun Daddy. Do the voice.
Just, what am I talking
Do
about?
the voice. Talk about whatever you want to talk
I'm talking about whatever we want to talk
dude.
about on the stream right now because we don't know where we're going with this. But yeah, it should be a fun one, shouldn't it, Owen?
It should. And he has changed the deluge on
Do
the
a
support Naga
voice,
Siren.
Owen.
Yeah. Huh?
Do a voice.
This is a voice. I don't normally sound like this. My whole career is a voice.
Yeah, he actually
Okay, what's your normal accent? Can you reveal that you're actually American?
No, not never on professional broadcast. No. They must never know what I truly sound like.
That's what British people do, don't they? They just
Wait,
fake
there's a
their
whole
accents
nation of
on
us, yeah.
television.
Why is he stopping?
On tele.
You signed a contract when you were born, huh? Or do you think that this will be Chimera remaining undefeated by the way?
Is this for me? I don't know. I zoned out.
Both. Both. Is Chimera gonna remain undefeated in series?
No.
Really? I think yes.
Owen for the chaos again. Who would have thought?
You just want to watch the world burn, don't you?
All right. Well, thank you very much,
we'll
gentlemen. Can't wait
explain
to hear you in the game. When we are ready to go into the game, it's going to be a really good one, I hope. Game number 3 coming to you live from DreamLeague Season 25.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 time, the decider here between Chimera and BetBoom team. And we're getting some new stuff once again. So Chimera coming in with a bit of a switch up. Some of the same old stuff, of course, with the Prophet, the Storm, and the Enigma. And we're going to get Naga Techies support duo. BetBoom team, they changed it up pretty drastically, right? They're coming in with a different angle from what we've seen from them so far this series.
Yeah, they wanted to have Muerta for themselves.
Yep.
1J, he had a pretty damn good performances on Muerta in both of these games, but Save, I know that Fear would disagree. He said 1J is the best Muerta player. For me, it's Save. This guy is just another level. He doesn't miss dead shots. He doesn't miss the combos with the calling as well. And also, there was a bit of a interesting thing that did happen in the draft where they wanted to pick something that can deal with this Primal Beast offlane. And we're gonna keep that... Okay, first blood for Ketaomi. Let's see which facet he... Oh, yeah, that's the one. I checked some of the Dota profiles because it kind of became the meme. I think it was Baboka who first played it at the Dream League with the XP facet.
Yeah, we saw it. I think they lost that game.
They lost that game,
yeah,
but it's actually good.
Okay.
It is really nice that you're getting some of that extra XP because of the recent changes to the Swarm. So the attacks to destroy have been increased from 3344 to 3445. So big increase on level 2 and big increase on level 4 as well on Bug. So you're going to be seeing some more XP coming onto Weaver, and I want to see if he gets that Swarm at level 2 immediately. That's also going to be some physical damage. Again, More enough is going to pause the game.
Okay,
Usually it's the Monkey King bug, but he's not laning against Monkey King. And to go back to my point about what has been happening in the offlane, Tusk has been banned, so did Clockwork, so they expected this Primal Beast to be played from the offlane, and then they swapped things around. They found another melee hero that could stop him from getting in, which is Naga Siren with the net, so you're kind of mitigating all the damage from Trample, and now they put it to the mid lane, and also found a really good offlaner for Miro, which is one of his better ones.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you think that's a pretty good close-up to the draft from BetBoom.
Really nice. You have tanky cores. And one thing to point out is that Pure, in the last 9 pub games in the last week, he did not lose on Monkey King. He has 100% win rate on this hero.
Okay, and that was with a few games played?
9 out of 9 games.
Oh, it was 9? Oh, yeah.
No. That's not a few games.
Yeah, that's true. You said 9. That was a pretty simple math when you told me that they've won all of them. Yeah, let's see what he can do. Had a bit of a rough game last game, right, considering that last game lost was a game where he started as an Alchemist on a team that got first blood and 4 bounty runes. They lost that game.
Yeah, we forgot about that one. Yeah, that was a big one. But he also did lane against Enigma 3 times in a row.
Sure.
This time around, he has also some physical damage to be able to deal with Eidolons, and he did go for the Swarm level 2. And that's going to be some extra minus armor. Synergizes nicely with Monkey King, because he's all about that physical damage.
Katsumi does manage to get the bugs out.
Get that XP. Oh yeah, look at it go.
So what do you make of this bottom lane? The Naga support, something obviously we've seen in the past. Reason to believe that it can indeed still work in this patch?
They didn't expect them to put this Primal Beast in the mid lane. This is one of the better heroes in the mid lane that can make rotations and also not care too much about the lane in terms of creep skipping, ganking the side lanes, but I don't know if Naga 5 can work. Sure, you have a setup for the Black Hole, which is going to be nice. Good way of resetting things. But it's a bit on the weaker side compared to some other position 5s right now.
Now we'll see what's so far in the laning phase down here. 11 and 5 on Mira's Beastmaster, 14 and 3 on Tier 2000's Prophets. So something a slightly better time. Mid lane GPK getting in under the tower and indeed ready to start creep skipping, keeping that pressure underneath the Tier 1 tower, and can look to grab creeps. See where... What's the plan with this? Where does he take them? Does he try and get them then to meet the next wave behind his tower? Oh, he's thinking about going in for Lorinov. Straight forward the charge, the trample as well, underneath the tower. TP's coming in low. Lorinov gets the Vortex off, and 1J's here. GPK, he's going to get punished for that. Tried to play... make this cute little play, grabbing the creep wave, forcing Lorinov to farm under the tower and then diving under the tower, but yeah, he didn't have the damage.
Usually we say nice try in this situation, but it wasn't even close. Like, you're playing into Storm Spirit who can pull you in with the Vortex, the turnaround play, with the Magic Wand, and you gotta be careful about those rotations, because you see where the lane was for the Hawk, who he was very close to the tower, which did allow 1J to just casually TP in and get that kill. Oh yeah, throw those bugs. Level Q bugs, Owen.
Watch his XP go up. 263, 2-3, yeah, to 349. Probably a creep in there as well, but it all adds up, Katomi. Every little bite there. And bottom lane, under the tower, this time round, they'll be able to take Tier 2000 down. Indeed, I guess one of the downsides of Panther, you have this sort of dive coming in on your carry. Not a huge amount you can do as the support Nagasaran to stop the dive from happening.
Panther's also in trouble.
I think so. Save, Salvin up, ready to get back in to help out. Indeed, they clean up the 2 of them. Not an easy safe lane for Chimera to play.
He wants to die. No XP for Tier 2000 whatsoever. That was a nice play save. He can bring some extra regeneration. Couriers are already coming. That's Boots of Speed. But the Miro denying himself to the tower. No XP whatsoever. Will come back to the lane. Full HP, full mana. That XP on Weaver actually making the difference. He did put the second point in it. So you need 4 attacks to destroy it, which is not the easiest thing to do.
Out the bugs go again. Gets them onto the both of them. And Hack's going to try and fight back. But Katom is already away with the Shikuchi. 1J, he's got to get that bug off. He's giving away some free XP here. There we go. Oh, you're getting a lot of bites off for sure, Katomi, with the bugs in the early game.
Maybe it's time to bring back Grimstroke plus Beaver as a lane partner somehow. Maybe as a support duo as well. Get those bugs. Get the Phantom out.
You just put everything on them. On bottom lane, the dive comes in again. This time, TP reactions will be coming into play, so TH2000 won't fall that easily. He gets the Sprout down onto Miro. Get the route to follow, pulling him in underneath the tower. 1J jumps forward. They block off the escape from Miro.
Not enough.
They'll get him. 1J, good moves there. Made that play around mid to keep Laurenov safe against GPK earlier. Now making the play down bottom to make sure TH2000 survives and Miro's the one to fall. Mid lane, Laurenov.
Ooh, this was a nice try. He almost got it, and he's also going to be picking up amplified damage. Both of the mid laners are level 6. No bottle refills. Laurenov will just get a tango from his teammates.
GPK a little too tanky for the two of them to try and tackle now. Katsomi heading over, trying to see what 1J's been up to. J able to scare him off. There's moments though whilst 1J has left the top lane. Dahak, he's backed off, doesn't want to stay in the lane, running the risk of feeding against the potential Katomi and Pure duo.
And look at Pure's farm, 58 and 10 on his Monkey King, sitting on top of the network. Orb of Corrosion is available, and he wants to fight. He's going to be able to steal. Even GPK is here, so that's going to be a kill at least.
Oh, they go straight for Dahak. Dahak's in trouble. They'll get the Malefice off, but who will die? Panto has turned up with 1J Laurenov, and now TH2000s, they want to try and fight back. 1J does end up falling as Katomi is able to chase him out the fight. Pure trying to juke into the trees, but they'll get him, Chimera. Can Chimera get anything more? It's 3 versus 2. GPK going for the TP out, but the Vortex is up and ready. Laurenov able to cancel the attempted escape there from GPK. He's got the charge back up. Laurenov not with too much mana, so can't really close the gap here.
Katomi, get that XP bugs onto 3 heroes. Let's go.
Is he going to throw them out?
He's finding the angle.
There we go.
There it is. Look at his XP.
That's a lot of bugs. I mean, GPK will die.
He's munching on them.
But indeed, he might even get some kills out of this. TH2000, he's going to die. Katomi gets the kill. He's going to try and turn towards Panto. He's got time-lapse skill, but he can't get it off. Honestly, if he got that ult off, he might have even been able to clear up Panto as well. Meanwhile, back in the river, Dahak gets sniped. Pure, he's going to try and run, but the mind's upon him.
He can't die again.
He's going to try and stand his ground with the Wukong's command. Laurenov has got enough burst damage to fight through this. Not quite. The Eidolons do stay upon Pure, but the Boundless strikes back up. We'll clear the Eidolons up and get out of there.
This was close, but you can see the power of this Weaver. There's a reason why Position 4 players have been toying with it, going with the idea. 3-1 and 2 right now in Kataomi. Going into Orchid as his first item. They definitely could use another form of silence.
Yeah, just we were just seeing the XP difference, right? He's about to, he's closing in on level 7, whereas the other support still very much lagging behind in this game.
He has more XP than Beastmaster at the moment.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Adds up for sure. Trying to get this Orchid online ASAP. The game he's had so far should be able to make pretty good work of that. A lot of pressure again from BetBoom around this top tower. They want to try and get this tier 1 taken. 1J's trying to hide in the trees. Pierre's going to find him. Plenty of backup. Not a chance here for the techies.
Basically a solo kill. Save, getting closer to his level 6, and this is going to open up the map. This observer ward that they placed when they were making a move for 7-minute XP rune is going to most likely just give them the tower. I don't see anyone else contesting. The Hawk really not having a good time in this one. Opted to go for drums instead of lads, but the tower has been opened up. Naomi has been really pain in the ass in this game.
Yeah, no, he's been doing a huge amount in this Weaver pick.
Radiant's top tower.
He'll get back on with the pressure on this tier 1 top. No chance really for Chimera to try and set anything up yet. They need these level 6s before they can look for a fight. BetBoom, that slight advantage here early on. Controlling the runes as well. See if the power rune ends up top or bottom. Is going to be the bottom one here. So nice one for Laurenov. That arcane rune
top
could
tower,
enable him.
2 HP, 1J. Let's see if they get to deny, and he also de-warded.
I mean, Laurenov's TPing in. He's ready to make a play. Straight away catches off Pure. Pure's just dead. And now to the side. Katomi should be fine. The Shikuchi invis. They'll get the kill, they get the deny.
They get XP, so 1J is level 6 right now, gets the XP from that observer ward, kills the tower, they get some extra gold. I mean they deny, and they also get a kill onto Pure.
He just had his second death going into Battle Fury as his main item.
I'm very proud of you.
This is the power of Carry Monkey King. You can basically build into anything and it's gonna feel good. Whether you're building into Maelstrom, Mage Slayer, Orchid, you pick up early Shard, whatever you buy, it does feel good on the hero. Also, we didn't point out that the Simeon Stride has been changed, so this is the facet that increases your max level of 3 dance to level 5, and then you can keep jumping on the trees where you have 0 cooldown.
Boom. Calming things down. Blade Mail's going to be the, pretty close for GPK. He's got the money for the sword, just needs that recipe. The Huck finally will find this level 6 around the mid lane that he has been given to try and get him back in the game with the XP. All in all, still just the fact that Pure and the rest of the cores just that little bit of a step ahead. Dahak still needing quite the recovery to get back up there with the rest of the cores in this game.
I think the reason why he's also optimizing to go for Battle Fury are like 2 things. First, he wants more scaling, because in the previous game, they were going to get outscaled no matter what. And again, he's playing against Nature's Prophet.
He is.
In the previous game, he didn't have Quelling Blade. Now he's going to have upgraded Quelling Blade at all times in his inventory.
12-minute power in. Lonoff's going to look to try and start the fight. Does get clipped by the silence.
Good silence.
TP coming in for tier 2000. They were able to catch GPK. They'll shot the black hole. They want GPK dead, and they'll get him. They might even be able to get save as well as his ult comes to an end. Lorinoff looking at diving the tier 2, and he'll
he
go
has
for
Region
it.
up and running, so he's good to go. 1J picking up double kill.
Yep, and they can take the tower as well.
Pretty impressive on this techies. This is the blast off facet, so that's going to be dealing extra bit of a damage. And every single time Chimera, they are bringing in the numbers. They are bringing in 5 heroes. The Hawk, this time around, going to be slightly earlier Midas compared to the 2 previous games.
Okay. Yeah, I think could get away with it as well. We'll see again this move. Very ready to fight here for the 12-minute power rune. And BetBoom, they just didn't have the numbers to match this. They were incredibly split up across the map, the rest of them. So just a very easy couple of kills for Chimera to push for.
They got the kill, but this was like the perfect play from Save as well, because he silences Storm Spirit and he also fears back techies. So he couldn't get the jump off immediately. Still not good enough, but you can see that he even finds the angle in between 2 heroes to push off techies so that he can get the blast off. Nero, farming in the bottom part of the map, about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter.
Lorinoff. He's ready to continue to make these sort of plays. Him and 1J can kill most heroes on the map right now. See if they're able to get the catch on towards Mira. As you say, he's been having a lot of space down here on the Beast. But already seems to be making his way back to the safety of his side of the map. So unlikely that Chimera will catch Arco with the scan. Okay, they'll definitely continue to sweep this side of the map. Mira could be in trouble here. They'll see him, and there's the opening. Straight in, able to take him down. That perfect time as well as the 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom's there. So they get the kill, they get the XP.
They've been really on point with making these moves, getting the pickoffs as well. And it was Lorinoff also picking up the Wisdom on his side of the map. Tormentor is going to be ready in 40 seconds. Black Hole will sync up with the same timing. So they have Song available as well if they want to try to contest or even kill the Tormentor themselves. So we could potentially see the fight for Tormentor this time around. We've seen day 1 when the patch dropped, everybody was fighting for it. Then some teams realized it's really not worth to lose the fight because it gives you almost 3,000 gold once you kill it. And teams were like, okay, we don't want to give them extra, maybe 2,000-3,000 gold, so we're just going to dodge and try to farm up on a different side of the map. Let's see how BetBoom approaches this one. 5 seconds. It's also very difficult to fight into techies because he is very good at controlling certain areas, and we already discussed that there isn't that much big area near the Twin Gate and near the Tormentor, so it seems like they're going to give up on it. Respecting Black Hole and also respecting Naga's current setup for it.
Well, there we go. Shout for 1J. Boom. I mean, for Pure, after this Battle Fury, what do you feel he has to go for? Does he have to like get like an early BKB this game, or does he still want to just keep AFK farming until it's truly necessary?
I think BKB just seems like a safer choice.
Yeah.
We'll definitely also be looking into maybe picking up an earlier shard to make him more maneuverable, trying to set things up, because this way it allows you to boundless strike into the middle of a fight, then drop the Wukong's command. The reason why he doesn't have more than 1 point in Jingu as well, he was laying into Enigma, he was laying into 2 range heroes, knowing that he needs to recover, and also that's dispellable when you're playing against techies.
Chimera. And they're looking for action. It still remains BetBoom to be the ones that are pretty scared. And Pure's looking at the opportunities here that are presented to him, but already Loronoff gets the jump on a save. Save's gone. No fight for BetBoom to be had. Pure's got to get out.
Their vision game is going to be really good. They have mind, so they see where the heroes are moving. Greater Treant, some Eidolons, Naga Siren illusions. They will never have problems pushing out the waves. Nature's Prophet ulti as well. Storm Spirit kills it immediately. GPK, he's trying to make a move.
He's going to
lost the vision for a second.
Look at the grab, and they do have the Wukong's command coming in. That'll do it. They get TA2000. One check. He nearly dies to the Wukong there. But luckily for him, Pure's already on the way out. Loronoff, he's still going to be able to find Pure. With the chase down, GPK's going to jump forward to try and hold them back and keep Pure safe. But they can't save him. Pure falls. Save turns up. We'll get the silencing on towards Loronoff, but they've got the song here from Panto to set up for Dahak to move in. I mean, BetBoom, I don't know if they can get GPK out of it. The mines are upon him. He's caught by the Malefice. He's dead as well. Double kill for Loronoff. They just can't fight this BetBoom when the numbers turn up for Chimera.
Every single fight, they're bringing in extra numbers. BetBoom, we haven't really seen Roar being used. Miro, he has that Aghanim Scepter for a long time, has a Blink Dagger available, and they want the big one. This is the one with the streak.
Do they have the damage? They've got the fear follow-up into the silence. Perfectly done there by Save.
It doesn't get better than this. This is why these Muerta players, and look at the XP as well, from Kataomi. He's level 10, about to crack level 11 if they grab this kill.
He's on the high ground, and he does have a black hole. See if he finds the opportunity to use it here. He's going to go for it now. Catches the two of them. The Eidolon down. Speedy and Chimera blast off to follow up. They make it look easy. As the only way they could have maybe stopped that was with a calling, but Save, it was still on cooldown after that initial play up top to kill Loronoff, so no way to stop the black hole. An easy one there for Dahak.
Overextending BetBoom. Some of their mid-game decisions haven't really been really crisp. We saw them trying to go for that Roshan.
Because did they need to chase the Naga Siren support here? It feels like it's a risky move, right?
It is, but they're like, yeah, we could definitely take it. We have Beastmaster, we have Weaver as well, but look what's on the high ground. And 1J, you should not underestimate this damage from techies.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kataomi with another facepalm.
Ooh, a lot of facepalms today.
This one lasted longer than the first one.
Yep. That was like a double facepalm.
Yeah. Could make a compilation out of it.
3K lead now for Chimera. TA2000, Loronoff in the hot spots there. Get the roar onto Panto. It's a kill. It's a dead Naga side.
Yeah, it was hard to see who was underneath all these summons, and Beastmaster was moving on top of the hero. So
they got him.
They got him this time around.
What's the plan for Dahak? He's on top of this Midas, about half the way towards the BKB. Roshan. Do BetBoom want to go for this?
They're doing it right now. They have minus armor. They have extra Damaggio as well. Not the fastest Roche by any means. Some of that minus armor will definitely help them out, but it seems that after killing Naga Siren with no black hole, they're gonna be safe. Orchid is available on Kataomi, so Storm Spirit, he has BKB available for himself, but after BKB is done, needs to be careful about it because there is no that big save unless they have Naga Siren with the sleep. And they also give it to Miero, something that we've seen in the previous patch. Usually Beastmaster is the one who was taking Roshan between 11 and 13 minutes, depending on the timing. On your Aghanim Scepter, because he deals way much more damage compared to Monkey King, who still doesn't have BKB. It's being flown out on the courier right now.
See if that gives Pierre the chance to get a little bit more involved. We'll still have to be concerned about the threat of the black hole. It's up in 30 seconds or so for Dahak.
Who do you think that said that line? The threat of the black hole.
Yeah, but it's not really a line, is it? What do you mean?
But people, like, I think during DotaCast and in general, people said that so many times. Somebody had to say it first, right? The threat of the black hole is greater than blah, blah, blah.
I feel like it was a panelist, honestly. Like, analyzing the game or talking about why the Enigma would be picked.
We have to go back in time.
We do. I feel definitely some sort of draft where there would have been, like, it's the discussion of the fact that, like, maybe it's like a lot of the enemy has a lot of ways to deal with the Eidolons, but it's like, well, it's not about the Eidolons, it's about the black hole and the threat of the black hole.
Could have been Suns fan, maybe.
Maybe?
Suns fan with the help of AI. This was the
We didn't have AI back then. What do you mean? Like a new thing?
Maybe Suns fan had access to some early AI.
I see, and that's what Suns fan
became
warned
too
us.
powerful,
That's what he warned us about, because he already knew about it. He had it himself 10 years ago.
Maybe the man has a time machine as well.
I could do.
Back to the game, though. 3K gold lead for Chimera. They did slow down a little bit. Lorinov going for the same item build as he did in game number 2. S and Y now, sorry, K and S completed after BKB going into Witchblade. They have to get something out of this Beastmaster Aegis.
They're already in the mid. They've been able to force out the BKB from GPK. GPK is going to turn towards Lorinov. The fear follow-up doesn't matter. Lorinov still has a point. Oh, look what he's found. A regen room for the Storm. That might just give them what it takes to maybe keep this fight going, Chimera, if they want to get back in there. Mirrors in with a jump. Had the roar in
That
on
region's
towards
still up
him.
and running.
And he's kind of fine at Lorinov. He's perfectly fine. They're just able to turn towards Mira. Mira's going to lose the Aegis. It's gone. Chance forward from GPK, but it's into the mines. He has to get away. Lorinov's going to keep it controlled with the Vortex.
I love the regeneration change. He still has it.
It appeared at such a perfect time for him. It allowed him to fight, to survive the jump from Miro. And only now will it finally come to an end. I mean, the perfect rune for Lorinov to find there, which leaves kind of no opportunity for BetBoom to get themselves a big core kill. It's just Panto that dies.
Yeah, they're pretty happy. I think they're celebrating regeneration rune. I think what also made the difference in that fight when they jumped him with Muerta and Primal Beast is that he has mystical enchantment. Having that extra bit of magic resistance, that 10% could definitely make the difference there.
Yeah, 100%. He would have been dead otherwise. He got very, very low to GPK being on top of them. A close one. BetBoom nearly getting a big kill. Not quite. Slips away from them. As the farm continues, TA2000 still holding that top spot. We pretty much have the BKB ready for the next fight. So they've got to be very cautious about who they make the jump upon, BetBoom.
Interesting build from the Hawk. He was thinking about picking up a BKB.
He was, yeah.
He did go for Crimson Guard. Not an item that we see. This item hasn't really been touched in the previous patch, but there's a lot of right-click damage. Pur's getting jumped.
They'll see him, but they don't want to fully commit for him. Knows he's got the BKB ready to press and has a lot of backup. Now 1J. Setting up the area.
Dire's top tower is
Not going to make it easy for BetBoom to find anything more down here.
Do you think we'll see mines in the river to try to go for that Roche? Yeah, set it up.
And because, well, yeah, level 2 mines are enough, right? Do you remember how many you need?
No. I watched the clip, but I haven't really counted the mines.
The maths, yeah.
Maybe someone from production can watch the clip, count the mines, and come back to us. That'd be great. Would make my work easier. Jenkins sitting in the green room.
Oh yeah, Jenkins is on.
Watch that video, count the mines, and message me. I know which number he's going to message me anyway, so maybe he's not the best choice.
That's true. Time's coming up to set up for the second round of the Tormentor. BetBoom. Not really in the area to do anything about this one. Looks like they're just sort of set on trying for the tier 2 tower, so there's all the space in the world for Chimera to wait for the respawn, take this for themselves.
Take another Tormentor.
Yeah, should be theirs. I mean, very hard, even if BetBoom were around, right? Scary going into a Naga Siren Enigma lineup.
We still haven't seen that combo
being
used. But
Radiant's top
Sometimes, you know why? Because sometimes the threat of the black hole.
Indeed, the threat of the black hole.
Who got it in the end? It was the Hawk who got the shard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they're out on the smoke here. Chimera.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who are they going to catch? BetBoom, are they prepared for this sort of move?
Dire are scanning.
They've hit the scan. I know somebody's up, but already Lornoff's made the jump. Gets in, he's actually able to steal the illusion rune away from GPK. GPK's got to charge out of this. Still though, the chase continues from Chimera. 1J, he's able to close the gap on a save. Save will get the ultimate off, but dies through it.
It's way too much damage.
I'm very proud of you.
They have Witchblade coming out. Techi's damage is insane. And also Lorinov, what does he have? He has that Searing Signet, which kind of ignites you and stopping GPK from using Tumbler's Toy, which is pretty big. Some of that overtime damage can be very annoying for Blink Dagger in general. Works the same way against Tumbler's Toy, so...
Yep. The full Aghanims is now done. Getting into these fights, it's just not easy. The Chimera definitely have ways to just focus the Monkey King, kill him even if it does get the ultimate down. It's not easy. It just sort of, even with the farm that Mira's had on the Beastmaster, it just continues to be a pretty quiet game from him. Hasn't really been able to set up too much. 1-4 and 3, it's not been easy.
Yeah, they will have 3 BKBs just about now. They do not want to get slapped by Song. They want to have pretty free entry to the fight. TA2000, I think Panel talked about it, that this is being a pretty bad matchup. Nature's Prophet into Primal Beast. Jump.
Yeah, Lorinov again.
One more time.
Just messing with Save, forcing him to put the Pierce to Veil every single time. Good balance down on the two of them. They're just going to try and commit for the fight here. They get the grab on towards Panto and 1J. They kill the 2 supports. BetBoom, can they turn this into anything more? They're going to try and chase for Lorinov, but he's still got enough mana to get away. Good cut of the trees there from Dahak to stop the chase from Pure.
Getting both of the kills on supports. And another death for Save. Still managed to survive long enough. Miero, he's looking. Glimmer Cape, Obs placed down. Looking for that Primal Roar with the Blink Dagger. This should be the free tower for them. Roshan, guaranteed to respawn in 2.5 minutes. This time around, they have really good scaling. Lorinov is in.
He's in with the jump straight away, catches Pure. Pure has to put the BKB jumps out with the boundless strike, but Lorinov's able to chase. That's Pure gone. Mira's gone in with the roar on towards Dahak, but he doesn't quite have the damage to kill off the Enigma. Dahak's on the tree, finally Katsuo is able to chase down with the Shikuchi to kill him. GPK is having trouble outside the base. We're getting on top of TA2000.
Lorinov, he's also dying to Blade Mill.
He's not having any trouble at all. GPK will get the kills, and he's actually going to get saved as well by the Glimmer Cape there from Mira as he can get out of this.
Let's see if he can find it.
Oh, he's out with the TP. Lorinov, he brought back to attempt to clean up the kill, but doesn't get him.
What a play from Miero. I believe he blinked in and used Glimmer Cape. That's why this is such a valuable item. And now Lorinov buying back and not getting anything other than Kataomi kill out of it, which is definitely not worth it.
No, he wanted GPK, and GPK, he looked to be guaranteed dead, but he survives and gets out.
That Blade Mail. Blade Mail plus Gale Guard, TA2000. Yeah, we should definitely make a compilation of some of these faces.
We're getting some good reactions
just from,
to that.
Yeah, just from this series. But Gale Guard, yeah. Incoming damage, slow resistance as well. Basically having another barrier that... this item is a bit OP right now. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, and Dahak's been caught. Mirror and Save, find another. BetBoom.
They also stole the gem, Owen. Save has gem that 1J bought. I don't think they had it for more than a minute.
A rough minute or so there from Chimera. BetBoom, after the game slowed down, finally are able to sort of kick themselves back into gear, get this opportunity. Take another tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has
See if they want to try for more. As you say, around this potential Roche respawn time, might be a bit risky. Roshan, we could see quite the fight kick off. There's going to be no Song of the Siren for 30 seconds, but Black Hole will be there when Dahak's back up.
Still yet to see that big Black Hole that's being set up by Naga Siren.
Panto. Look at the catch. Lornoff trying to come in with the follow-up, but catch time is quick with the silence. Lornoff jumps forward, still able to get the vortex off as he has to commit the BKB to remove the silence, get the kill. Meanwhile, over at the side of the map, TA2000, he gets found. Trying to just find
it is
some
difficult.
fun.
Even with the itemization that you're buying, he does have Hurricane Pike, which is good against Primal Beast. You have BKB, but if he gets on top of you, if he catches you with Pulverize and has some kind of a backup, they're also building it to double Shiva's Guard. Maybe they should reconsider that. In terms of healing reduction, there isn't that much, but it's going to be great for providing vision. This is something that Primal Beast loves to buy, and so does Beastmaster, and we can see Miero. He is going into the Roche pit. He wants to start Roshan this time around. No Nature's Prophet for 35, which means that BetBoom will get another Roche for free.
Certainly looks to be the case. See how much they can push on with the Aegis and the Roche banner. For now, Panto trying to do his best to keep the top and middle lanes constantly cut with the illusions.
And the second one is given to Monkey King. First one to the Beastmaster, but Pure, they did show that they can kill him multiple times. He's been mostly used as a bait rather than being the damage dealer in the last couple of fights.
This is pretty annoying what Panto's doing. You know, just constantly sitting in this spot, making sure that there's going to be no top wave or mid wave to push with for BetBoom. And he's getting a lot of money from these waves as well, of course. He's got 3k gold. Is there anything big that this support Naga Siren could look towards buying?
Maybe he needs to start scaling. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe something like a Hex or a Silence. Hex could be the big one, because he's sitting on 3,000 gold already. Bloodturn's fine. Bloodturn also got nerfed, but I'm looking at the neutral items. If you can bring up the neutral items on screen right now, what they're having right now, that'd be great, because are we seeing a pattern here, Owen?
A Gale Guard seems to be kind of hot.
How many? 6 of them. Maybe some of them were not given the choice. Cool idea, but the numbers are a bit too high. Also, don't know why it has like 50% slow resistance. If you remove the slow resistance part, the item would still be very strong.
Yeah. I'd say it's a hot one right now. BetBoom. Ooh, they're going to come through the twin gates here. 1J is set up. The save is going to take a lot of damage on the way in. We'll miss the blast off their 1J, so 1J gets caught for this. We'll at least give the rest of the team the information to get away from that side of the map for now. GPK will indeed appreciate the attempt there from 1J to 100-0 save.
And he's also changing his mind, seeing that there is going to be Shiva's Guard, so he's going to be the one picking up AC, not the usual Primal Beast item by any means, but he already did commit with the Plate Melt.
Yeah. Ooh, might find something here. Panto. Should be fine. Hard to chase this. I mean, actually thinking about turning maybe, or baiting some action. They do have the ultimates. Pure's in with the jump. And he's able to jump out there with the Boundless. See what they go for next.
Still holding the Aegis for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
not the easiest thing to siege the high ground. You're playing against techies as well. I'm looking at the number of mines that they have in base. It's only a couple of them. That seems like 1J wants to prep just in case that they decide to go for it. Orozma next on the menu for Lorenov, but he also needs to be careful. Almost got him. Needed one more jump.
I mean, with this sort of time passing, BetBoom probably not going to get the chance to try and push high ground with that minute left. And Wisdom will be secured by Lorenov. Very close to level 25 on the Storm. And Pure, and he's got his options open as well now. Saving up quite a bit of money, nearly has 4k gold in the bank.
Yeah, let's see if he decides to pick up Basher, because usually monkeys would get S and Y in the previous patch. It's still a strong item, don't get me wrong, but the build-up for Dasher or Abyssal Blade is very good right now because it's built from Sanj. And you don't have that many tanky items. You have Nullifier, which gives you no stats. You have Battle Fury as well. And you still have one slot open. Sure, you can eat the Aghanim Scepter, so there's ways around it. But well, he got him inside the base.
Yeah, he's able to cut the tree. Doesn't want to overcommit, of course, though, with the 40 seconds still on the Aegis, so they'll hold back from throwing anything else down onto Pure for now. See how much BetBoom can get done here with the push. 30 seconds on the Aegis.
Banner is down. Forcing the glyph.
He's just gonna die.
Panto needs to be careful.
Yeah, they'll get him out. But that's it. The Mirror jumps in. He gets the roar off as well. The fear's down to Panto. Panto able to pop the illusions, but Panto's gone. Mirror commits in with the roar to get that set up for the kill. They use the black
only
hole.
on one.
Onto Mirror. Blast off from 1J. It's the solid one to follow things up. They're looking for Pure. They'll get him the once, and Mirror's dead. They'll look to set up here for round 2. Is there any way to get Pure out of there? There'll be the fear dead shot to push back a couple of them, but again, Pure's caught. They kill him off. GPK will manage to BKB TP out, but that's a hefty defense there from Chimera. They have to use the 2 support buybacks, but they defend against the Aegis, and they don't lose any barracks, only the tier 3 drops.
Let's see the fight recap. So definitely in favor of Chimera in terms of XP, because they got some of the big kills, but they also used 2 buybacks. I don't know if they want to commit that heavily. Aegis was about to run out, so they wanted to make something out of it. But now you have enemy team pushing the mid lane. Lorinov, as you said, is level 25 right now. And he also has Lincolns available, so doesn't need to be as careful playing against the Beastmaster. Because Beastmaster doesn't have ways of proccing that Lincolns. They don't actually have many ways of proccing Lincolns anyway.
Yeah, not at all, really. It's just kind of the big ultimates. And then the dead shot, but as we've seen, Save doesn't really want to be popping Lincolns with the dead shot, wants to be getting the good angles of the trees so he can hit them with the Aghanims angle.
Save is prepping. Save is prepping for level 25 Nature's Prophet. This is something that we said in the previous game.
Smart, you got to do this.
Get that Dagon.
Yep.
It's the only way to insta-kill it. It has almost 2.5k HP.
Tormented time for Chimera. This will be, who's missing a shard? Still missing the shard of the Naga Siren, so. Can't press wards. Okay, Lycos, figure it out. What's the problem?
First time.
I can't press wards.
Can't press the wards. I guess it means like you can't toggle the wards.
Yeah, most likely. Maybe change a different slot, put them in the backpack, put them back in, drop them.
Let's have a look. Maybe the key on his keyboard's broken. I say that's got to be the go-to, right? Put it in a different slot.
Put it in a different slot.
Yep.
Turn off your Dota. Turn on. Never heard about this one before.
When you can't press the wards.
Well, you can maybe place Observer somewhere, and then it unlocks your sentries.
Yeah, but
There's
you don't
a way around.
You don't
Yeah.
have to do that, right? Yeah. He doesn't want to just do that because, yeah.
You were doing very well.
Wants to get that
I'm
sentry
very
out
proud
first.
of you.
Let's have a look. See if this fixes it. Won't know until we unpause, of course. Okay, he did know before we unpaused, somehow, that it was going to work. Let's have a look at his inventory, and there we go. Easy toggle back to sentries. All things good.
And because he reconnected, this is the way how you increase your chances of getting the shard from Tormentor.
And there we go.
And now 1J has
First time.
some issue. Let's see if he has any Observer wards.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't, yeah.
No. Well, very close level 18 on the techies, 1J. And yeah, considering his options on the Monkey King, Skadi and Refresher queued up next for Pure. BKB gold is there for Dahak. I imagine he's going to want to get that sent out ASAP. I mean, or is this the point of the game where you're saving for buyback on your cores if you're Chimera? You know what I mean? Do you spend up or not?
He's sitting at 4.5. Yeah. His buyback is 1.6. So I think he needs to have it for the fight because they also use buybacks on the support. So if they jump the supports, you want to have something. Problem is, your ulti can be disrupted by so many things. either Pulverize, because Pulverize gets pretty big. If you don't have a BKB, each Pulverize slam increases Primal Beast AoE. That's Ferocity facet on him. And of course, you're going to be playing into Beastmaster, so that's going to be difficult as well to execute. No Basher on Monkey King. Remember back in the days when it worked on Wukong?
It was pretty cool.
Bobokai was the best position for player back then.
I just got the Basher laid down the Wukong, so they're in the middle and you just get perma-bashed.
I miss some of that. Like, this is why Dota is such a beautiful game, because you'll see something like this, which is definitely not intended to work that way, but people find it, and then it takes a little bit time to get fixed. Like, we don't want to fix stuff like that immediately. We want it to be in the game so people can enjoy it, and then we nerf it.
Yeah, I'm sure as well in this patch, there's probably more things that people haven't found yet.
I can't wait to figure out all the things.
Crazy
it's going to take us a while, considering with all the changes.
Yeah. Well, potential Roshan in a minute. Probably going to be what BetBoom wait for next. So even with the Aegis, the push was not easy. Chimera, they'll definitely be set to turn up and fight the next map objective, though. No doubt about that whatsoever. They're very ready to go. Obviously, the important timing is going to be that level 25 again on TH2000, because that's when the wrap begins, and they're going to have to hope that someone's got a Dagon, as you say, safe. He's been working on his. Should be on track to get it
by the time he gets level 25. Yeah, he's sitting at 1,000 gold right now. Not if he buys back and maybe dies again. That's going to remove all of his gold, and right now he's not getting too much farm priority, even though he is farming in the triangle.
Yeah, BetBoom.
Let's see the Roche respawn timer.
Ooh, it's going to be a long
3 minutes.
All right. We'll see if either of the sides end up in any action before that. Chimera tentatively trying to push on for the tier 2. We'll see the smoke come out now from BetBoom. They're going to be looking towards this. Chimera, they do have the whole squad at the ready, and they've got the high ground. BetBoom, how do they start this fight? Yep. Smoke up now as well from Chimera. Pure's in. He's going to have to put the BKB. It's a little awkward, though. Turns with the balance over towards the side. They don't get the opening they'd hoped for. GPK's trying to close it on towards Dahak. Puts the BKB here, GPK. Goes for the grab on Dahak. Lorinov jumps the back line. He's bullying Pure. Lorinov, he's just killing off Pure. Pure's in trouble. He doesn't get any sort of help as Lorinov is able to take him out. TR2000 comes in with a Sprout on a save. Kataomi has to time-lapse a way out of this. I mean, GPK and Mira, they'll get some kills in the back line. Mira able to BKB TP out. But there's no chance for GPK to pull off the same as the song buys time for Lorinov and TH2000 to close it on the Primal, kill GPK off as well.
He got pushed away. That's Hurricane Pike, so Onslaught is not cast.
And
but Lorinov,
he
he's
just
doing the heavy lifting.
It was an awkward start to the fight from Pure. He has to kind of jump out during the BKB in the boundless. And yet Lorinov, he just goes straight for him, knowing very much that during that BKB of his own, there's not a lot they can do, or they didn't, Grip was already used from GPK elsewhere. They just couldn't stop the Storm from killing the Monkey King.
He has way too much damage, because enchantment that he did pick up is Titanic. 15 base attack damage, some status resistance as well, and with Parasma, he's gonna keep reapplying that. That's a 7-second cooldown. It lasts for 4 seconds, so basically you have 3 seconds downtime, then you hit him again. It's very difficult for him to play the game, and Monkey King, we haven't really seen much from him. Like, we expected, some like Primal Roar, lock onto the target with the Wukongs, but so far, Chimera, they've been doing a very good job isolating Pure so that he can get the damage in, and also forcing him to play like very defensively, away from the team. He uses the Boundless Strike, but Lorinov, he's had their number throughout the whole game.
Yeah, he has. Both of these really is the Storm. Just needed sort of that game 1 warm-up. Because as game 2 and game 3 goes, fantastic showing from him. And into the pit they go. BetBoom still without GPK for 5 seconds. They're not going to get a chance to get anywhere close to this. This Roshan's going to be all Chimeras. So he's going to take the refresher. Lorinov, does he want to play with that? Or does he want to give it to Dahak? He probably would just, I could keep it for himself, right? A couple of BKBs. Or do you think he's going to be passing it over? Or do you keep it for the double BKB?
He can just buy Aghanim Scepter upgrade for him. It's also going to be set up for the Black Hole and yeah, just more AoE, and then he can keep the refresher. Because right now Enigma, this is Enigma with no Blink Dagger.
No.
He's more about the auras, basically built every single aura in the game other than Vlad's. So he has drums, Crimson, Pipe. Just being a tanky boy in front.
Dire are scanning.
He's thinking, he's deciding what he wants to buy on Storm. He's going with Aghanim Scepter, was thinking about picking up the Hex so that he can have that solo kill threat as well. Also, extra bit of mana regen.
Oh, look at this. They know that someone's going to be trying to go for the Shrine of Wisdom steal. It was Pure. Pure doesn't stick around longer than he needs to. He's already backing off. It's a little bit risky there if he was to get caught. And he's out. Back to base for Pure. Not easy for BetBoom to get out on the map right now. The game in a pretty scary position for them. With how Chimera has been able to build this lead, take those last few objectives. And still, of course, have 3 minutes to play with Lorinoff having the Aegis. BetBoom's got to be extremely cautious. One bad move and this series, it's over for them.
It definitely feels like it. They need some big items. They need those refreshers to come in. Even GPK wants to build Dagon. Some spell lifesteal is really nice. Like this item was also popular in the previous patch when people were playing Bloodseeker with Aghanim Scepter, so all that lifesteal felt really nice with Dagon, but they need something against those Greater Treants. I'm gonna find them on the map right now. 4.6k HP and 234 damage.
Quite the nightmare to deal with. Unless you've got a dagger.
Let's see how long it takes for Pure to kill this guy. It's actually not killable.
Yeah, he's just gonna give up. He's like, well, screw that.
Takes way too much time. Yeah, silence him. Plus 40 gold. Good.
That's a lot of work you have to put in for that 40 gold.
This reminds me back in the days when Templar Assassin traps gave 1 gold. Like, you needed to buy sentries. Can't remember the cost of sentries back in the days, but yeah, you had to see them, you kill them, and even if it was like 25, 50, whatever, you need to spend so much to be able to kill him to get the value back. There it is. One is online on Muerta.
Chimera. Under 2 minutes now to try with the Aegis to push the high ground. They can definitely go for it. Blink, BKB onto Hug. We may just see them come in with the big song setup. Hasn't needed to happen yet, but can happen now. See what they can force out of GPK. GPK kind of charges outside of the base. He's going to get pulled outside of the base as well. Pots the BKB. Lorinoff as well with his own BKB ready to just move in. GPK's got to run. Lorinoff, he's killing him off underneath the tier 4 tower. GPK's dead. Mirror will get the raw to Lorinoff, but he's got the Aegis. He's perfectly fine with this Lorinoff. He's going to be back for round 2.
Good setup with the song.
As and now Dahak is looking for the angle to follow up. It's enough lockdown to keep Pure control. They're just going to throw everything onto the Monkey King. Pure, he'll get the Boundless Strike off in time.
Out.
He's trying to run for Lorinoff. He's ready to chase him. Pure's gone. GPK buys back. They get the grab onto tier 2000, focusing the Nature's Prophet. They'll get the kill there. The second roll now down on towards Lorinoff. They try and force Lorinoff to the side. Lorinoff, he's still alive. Turns, able to get another kill out of this. He's got to be careful with the silence. He gets caught in the midst of it all. Lorinoff will fall. The buybacks, they're coming out 2 from both sides here. Tier 2000, he's in trouble again. They get on top of him. He bought back for that.
Lorinoff's also buying back. He wants to commit.
I mean, the carry's dead.
That's a bit too late.
I don't know what the Storm buyback was for there.
Wanted to get it out of the system.
Yeah. He's like, if you guys are buying back, I will as well.
With a little bit of a delay. I mean, if they wanted to buy back immediately, they had an outpost, the TP2.
Yeah.
But it was a bit too late. So now we have a situation where there are no buybacks available other than Enigma and Techies. And this opens up the game for BetBoom. Roshan, dead. May respawn in 3 minutes. They just got the Aegis pretty much.
Yeah, I think a bit of panic setting in for Chimera. They were very close to doing a hell of a lot of damage, but they're not even able to take any of the racks away. After that play, TH2000 coming in with the dieback.
Also, that black hole only caught one. Unfortunately, not big enough AoE. 69 seconds until Nature's Prophet is back. Not nice for the Chimera team, so they're gonna go in.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's see how many bombs they have.
Ready with the push. What's the plan here from Chimera? Probably gonna have to let at least one set of barracks go.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Oh, those bugs. Yeah, get that XP. Look at it go. 680. Still at 680. He has Aghanim Scepter on Weaver, which has been a really strong item back in the days when it had much lower cooldown. It was down to 20 seconds. I believe it also increased the cast range, but yeah, now it is 500 cast range, so you need to be relatively close. That's why he's building into Aether Lens.
Oh, look at this smoke at BetBoom. Seeing if any unsuspecting individual steps out.
That damage, Owen, from Storm Spirit, that's insane.
Yeah.
And he's very close to Refresher off his own, so we'll have double BKB, double Hex, and double pull.
Yeah, that's gonna
no Aghanim Scepter pull, though.
BetBoom. They don't even get the barracks. Chimera able to hold them back.
Just another bout.
Buyback status is the all-important one. I mean, it really is. The next fight, it's going to be game over. Whoever's dying, they're going to be out for good.
They can't wait it out. I don't know if both teams want to drag it out for another 5 more minutes.
I mean, this is...
Whoever makes the mistake might just lose the game, as you said.
And I think Laurenov, honestly, with that, he kind of clutched it up. He bought back, was able to farm up this Refresher for this play, which might be enough to rectify sort of the risky position that the game was put in because of TH2000 going for that dieback move in that last team fight. Laurenov can make this move now with the double BKB, double Hex. They'll get themselves the win.
Let's see if they can find something. Illusions are scouting things out. They know. Here's Courier is dead. He's also sitting on 3,000 gold. Let's see what he decides to pick up, whether he wants to have MKB or if he's gonna maybe just buy a Basher. His buyback is on cooldown for another 4 minutes. First Wukongs.
Let's jump in. We'll be able to bounce out of the Wukongs for now.
That's a bit of a risky one.
Laurenov. Oh, he's gonna put the BKB. He's gonna try and get in there. Gets him with the Hex on towards Pure. They're gonna try and get Pure out of there.
There's the time lapse.
Give him a bit of extra chance, but the BKB's wearing off now for Pure. Has to retreat.
It's a flying Roshan with the BKB. They managed to get out. Damage has been done. Melee barracks are gonna heal up a little bit. There is Regen Rune. They definitely need to pick this one up because it did happen in game number 2, game number 3. That regeneration that Laurenov picked up did change the whole battle. Roshan guaranteed to respawn in 2.5 minutes.
There we go. Stepping out once more, Chimera. BetBoom on the high ground. Smoke to be coming out. There's the jump forward for GPK. He's able to close the gap on the Panto. The Fine Panther, no, the Lotus Storm's out, and Time Panther's able to get away. Now the zip forward from Laurenov. He's going to try and find his target. He finds Miro, but the Boundless strikes down on towards Laurenov. Laurenov's able to get the BKB off. They look towards Save. Save with the ultimate, trying to retreat. Nobody to fall quite yet.
He has Ogre Seal Totem. They have time lapse available, but he's going to go back to low HP. So they're resetting one more time.
I mean, the big ones there, this was the second BKB is coming out from both Pure and Laurenov.
He used Refresher there.
Yeah, on both sides.
Oh, he has another Refresher recipe on Pure, which is not that costly. Just made a mistake, so gonna sell that one. It's going for MKB. We did say either MKB or try to get a Basher. Cooldowns on buybacks are slowly resetting.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Just a couple more minutes. But the way that the game's going, both teams should be able to farm up the gold required for that. So we may indeed just see sort of a bit of a lull in the action whilst those couple of minutes pass. Both teams choosing to play it safer. Plus that will buy time for the Roshan to come up once again. It's going to be there in a minute. And that does mean, yeah, that Roche fight, if they do go for it, it is going to happen at a moment where the buybacks will not quite be there for either of the squads.
2 minutes are a long time.
Yeah.
Scouting things out. Some illusions. They also put the bomb in the pit. The bomb has been planted.
BetBoom
Pento. He also has A on disc, so won't be able to get bursted. There is also Nullifier on Monkey, so they need to chase him down with like 2 heroes. And look what he's been holding. Tumbler's Toy.
Tumbler's Toy?
Yeah.
And he's been enchanting it each and every time, right?
Yep. That item, ever since it has been added, first time, of course, has been picked up. It's just very satisfying to use this neutral item. And it can also get you over the cliffs, get you out of the trouble. I guess he didn't find anything better.
It happens, right? Sometimes you just get unlucky with the RNG. And Tumbler's Toy can be pretty nice. All right. Looks like we've got a dead phone, charging it up. Of course, yeah, some of the players, it's just more handy for them to use their phone as the webcam. Not in this situation. If you don't keep your phone charged, then it's not handy. But we can wait, I believe. Shouldn't take too long for his phone to boot up. But comes at tense time here. 52 minutes in. Oh, obviously, I don't know how long. It depends on the phone, right? How long it takes to charge.
Yeah, to boot up, because when it dies,
you have to
then
give
it takes
like
a little bit of time.
Yeah, you have to give it like a few minutes.
All right.
I'll be able to give it a bit of confirmation there. ETA. Yeah, I guess we don't know. It's probably like could be like 5 minutes. Sometimes takes a bit of time. 2 minutes, okay. He's got a fast phone. We're charging. Hopefully he's got one of those nice fast chargers.
Yeah, why do they even sell phones that don't have fast chargers? Let's just.
Well, nowadays they do, right?
Yeah, they do.
Even like if you're getting like a cheaper phone, it should still charge pretty fast.
But then you can still buy these shitty ones that are like, why are you even selling them? It takes me like 3 times longer to charge my phone.
Yeah, well, indeed, for the integrity of the competition, we do need to have the cameras live. Make sure the players have not done a quick sort of IRL swap with someone else sitting in the seat playing the game. And put me in coach in real life.
Yeah, imagine if you had a twin brother.
Dude,
we had some brothers playing Dota. Yeah. Good luck, little bro. Between Samael and Yawar, we had.
Did you see? Someone was showing me this. I think it was Jenkins. You see that? There's I think it was a couple of Russian streamers that are actually identical twins. Have you seen the stream?
No.
They're identical twins, and they sit together.
Could pull
playing. They could
pull it
switch
off.
out. You get one of these long games. Need a bit of a breather. Swap in the +1. There are identical twins out there that do play Dota 2. Absolutely.
Which other siblings we had? I believe we had Iceberg and his brother. They
both
played
play?
Dota.
Yeah. Well, 2 minutes is coming up soon. Hopefully his phone's booting up. And we're able to get the camera feed back online.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Okay, yeah, it's
There's so many pranks you can do if you have identical twin. The life would be so much fun.
Here we go.
Now we're ready to go.
We're ready. The camera's booted up. Phone's booted up. That's pretty quick as well. Charging from dead, so good phone, whatever he's got there.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, look at the Hawk. I'm talking about the real the Hawk, Miero. He has 4 Hawks around him right now.
Whoa.
That's the new shard, because it increases duration by 5 seconds and summons an additional Hawk.
Okay, that's a lot of dive bombing. But why does the cast range of the dive bomb say 99999? You seen that?
No, let me take
dive bomb. 9999999.
Because it was some German guy who made it, and you can't cast it. Yeah,
99999. That's got to be the biggest. That's what it is, right? The green is the cast range, right?
Yep.
That's the biggest one in the game. Well, Roshan.
Now on the
Who
mission
wants to go through it?
to find the bigger number. Never mind, we're back to the game. 6k gold lead for Chimera. Buybacks are coming off cooldown, and Roshan is available. It is Radiant Roshan, so Refresher and Cheese.
Dire are scanning.
Who's going to touch it first?
Whoever gets those buybacks online.
Yeah, they're closing in. TA2000 and Lorinov a little short on the money for theirs. It's kind of what sticks out the most right now. They know where they are here. Triggering the mines.
Sure.
They're
Using
approaching.
1,000 HP for the fight. PPK trying to find something though. It's a very aggressive blink from the Hawk.
Mira's going to be in with the jump. He gets the roar on straight away on towards Dahak. Dahak needs help. Is he going to get it? No, Dahak's gone. Buybacks immediately jump forward here, but Pure with the boundless strike on a 1J. The Wukong's come on down as well. They get the grab onto Lorinov. Lorinov's gone, has not got the money for buyback. The buybacks continue to come out for Chimera, but they will not have Lorinov. He's 700 gold short. TA2000, 400 gold short. BetBoom, they get the kills that matter.
That was such, like, I don't know what the Hawk was thinking there. That was such an aggressive move, seeing that they are running in. Those bombs have been dealing the damage. Like, they
Roshan.
Roshan, he's moving.
Get me out of here. And they're actually going to TP back to the base to deal with the sort of pressure that's coming in from the creeps.
Yeah, but they popped the Refresher. One on Beastmaster, one on Monkey King as well. GPK, let's see the damage.
I mean, surely they were going to...
by him.
We'll see again what happened here. But Dahak, he just wants to sort of see what happens when he kind of pokes the beast. But yeah, Mira, he goes straight for him after GPK was poked. And at this point, you know, Pure, he gets to play his hammer up. BKB's out, gets the position to lay down the Wukong's command. They can't deal with him.
Yeah,
Lorinov not having buyback gold.
AoE with level 25 talent. Don't provoke the beast. That's the name of the new facet, which he didn't take in this game, but there's a reason why they do it.
They're going to be careful. They're Panthers outside of the base.
Be careful. Does have a glimmer. And this can cool down. The Hawk again with the same play.
He's just blinking in on the front. Okay. Roshan, we'll go to BetBoom. But the least for Chimera, because of that, time is bought for them to have both of their cores back up. Very likely by the time the BetBoom push in, Q2 down's going to be back in 15 seconds, and Lorinov back in 30.
Lorinov needs 300 gold, so if he doesn't die, if he gets one kill, we'll have buyback available.
They
so
should.
he's going to be fine. So this is Aghanim Scepter that has been given to
Pure. Popping the BKB and the Wukongs just really wants to get this mid set of barracks. The fortification's there. Lorinov's up in 10 seconds. He might not be able to force it. Let's have a look. Fortification's ending. 4 seconds till Lorinov. They get the route onto Pure.
And this has been procced.
It has. They have to jump forward. They're going to look to try and take down Pure. The ones for the axe time that's there from Katom. He gets Pure out, keeps the Aegis safe. Pure will be able to walk away.
Some clutch saves when they were sieging high ground for the first time in the bottom lane. He also got a really nice time lapse off. Ether Lens is now available. Who got that Aghanim Scepter? I'm trying to figure it out.
Where did he go? It went
to...
did he just go to Pure and he got... Wait, you get the refund from the Roshan Axe, right, or not?
I'm not sure. I know you get it from Alchemist.
Yeah, because Katomi and Save already had it theirs.
Yeah.
Maybe it went Miro. Yeah, I think it went Miro, right? Because his has been swallowed.
I think he just ate it. I'm not sure. I think he just got it. Or maybe he ate it and now he sold his, because he's sitting on quite a lot of gold. So 5,000 gold on him. He wants to pick up some Yule Scepter, Wind Waker. That's going to be another save against the Black Hole. And we're getting closer to level 5 neutral item.
We are. We are indeed. It looks like it's going to go that way. And BetBoom, they've got time to wait for that, and then still a minute to push for the Aegis at the end of it all. Chimera, any big items coming up next for them?
I'm looking. Because Enigma, he bought back. The Hawk is not really scaling. There is no Octarine core. There is no refresher on him. Nature's Prophet, he's trying to build into Parasma, but also needs to save for buyback. Both of the supports kind of have the same items.
Yeah.
Both of them have Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb. There is a 4-staff Octarine. We haven't seen Crippling Crossbow on techies. It's very hard to notice it in the fights. It's such a cool concept and just very satisfying to use.
Yeah, numbers sound pretty good on it. 80% slow and 40% reduction on the healing. I'll BetBoom. They're going to look for another smoke play. Down bottom, the Torment is going to be Chimeras again. All shards of claim, so this will just be a nice cash bonus.
Level 25 on Primal Beast with the 67% Pulverize duration talent. With his Ferocity talent, so each Pulverize increases. It's going to be massive. It's going to be like the AoE of Wukong's command.
Okay. Why is it 67? That seems very precise.
They just wanted 2/3.
Oh, I guess that's true. That's true. It's 66.666. Oh, because it's the number of the beast. That's exactly why they did it. You're absolutely right. It was 66.6. It just rounds up on the display. There we go. We figured it out. Oh, Panto! Look at the jump on
nullified.
him. He's gone. He has buyback.
The Hawk really loves to blink in and use Malefice as like the counterattack.
Uh-oh.
Panto.
Gotta pause
the game.
Right, what's the headset?
I think he's been having some headset issues during the group stage.
He's got to get himself a new headset.
New headset.
They're doing pretty well as a team, right?
Charge the phone.
Yeah, he can treat himself with how good the team's been doing here at DreamLeague.
New keyboard maybe as well. They had some problems with the words. Needed to swap the slot. And now they just got him. 110 seconds. We'll definitely use the buyback.
Radiant's bottom
60 minutes.
are under attack. Radiant
But at the same time, BetBoom, they've got 1 minute left on the Aegis. Pure wants to make something happen with it. He's in. Wukong's command drop down. Looking to finish off the Rex. Lorinoff, he's going to make the jump forward. Gets the grab on towards Pure. See the buyback come out now from Panto. Lorinoff starting to run out of steam.
Full HP.
Has to get out of the Wukong's command. So Pure will get the space to take the melee Rex down to Huck. Moves him with the Malefice.
He needs to get out.
He's away. Lorinoff, he's going to be able to chase him though and finish him off for once. That's the Aegis gone now. Lorinoff turns towards safe, but the Aeon disc keeps safe protected. He can be popped by Panto. GPK's got the grab on TH2000. TH2000 needs help. It's coming in the form of the song.
GPK didn't pop his BKB, but they just used the song. No BKB available on Nature's Prophet. Lorinoff also refreshed his, so will not have it.
They've got the melee Rex BetBoom. They'll back off.
There's so many mines in base right now.
That is true.
1J has been planting the bomb for the last 15-ish minutes.
Oh boy. It was just the one buyback there from Panto being forced out. By the time the next push comes in, 1J and Dahak should have their buybacks at the ready. Time to get on the map. Get those mad stones.
Why is it that we had to like complicate neutral items, Owen? Couldn't we just get neutral items delivered?
I mean, with this, sure you have a different currency that you're using. But at least you don't have to mess around with like a token, right?
Yeah.
There's none of that, oh no, somebody left a token on the floor. Who was it? Oh no. Now you just hit stuff, you get the currency, you're able to click it. And what do we got? Lorinoff, I mean, you probably go... none of them are amazing. You'll go with the Minotaur Horn.
Spell amplification. Enchantment, so that's going to be extra 20 spell,
that's nice, yeah.
15 debuff duration.
Yep.
Minotaur Horn as well, let's see. He popped it, tested it out.
Okay.
It does work, it's on 40-second cooldown.
I mean, what's it going to be? It was 50% magic resistance, 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's basically 2-second BKB with 50% magic resistance.
I'm trying to clean up these neutrals, get some further mad stones for the rest of the team. Who's next? What are we getting from BetBoom? Anything coming out? What's he going to go for here? Well, probably the Fallen Skyrite on Dahak. Would you say? For the Enigma?
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Fallen Sky. That's what you want.
And he also has Boundless, so he has attack range, but most importantly, he does have cast range. So that's going to be even better with the Fallen Sky.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice.
Doesn't show the cast range on it when you hover over it, unfortunately.
Boundless Stygian. Coming up for TA2000, so he's going to hit hard. And we're seeing them come out for BetBoom team.
It's a lot of clicking to figure out all the neutral items and the enchantments.
Yeah, they're all cooking at the moment. They're ready to craft.
Beastmaster with the Fallen Sky.
Dude, remember, they did fix it right, but Pirate Hat with Monkey King for a few days. He did get the option, but that has been patched, as I've been told. But he'll get himself the Minotaur Horn. Oh, we're getting the fun one here. I feel like we didn't get to see this much last patch. Oh, I guess it's a bit different now. Okay, no, it's the old one, right, coming back in, Magic Lamb. Because we didn't have that in last patch. It got re-added. Save's going to take that.
We did have it.
Did we?
We did.
Magic Lamb?
It's just people didn't pick it up.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it just bad? Yeah, I feel like I didn't see people get it. And there we go. So pretty much, I've got a little Book of the Dead. Minotaur Horn seems pretty nice, but yeah, a lot of the books. A lot of books, which means a lot of things that BetBoom's going to have to deal with when they're pushing in against them. Sure, they got a Book of the Dead themselves, but it's 1 against 2. Panto and 1J will be farming up the map, keeping these waves pushed out, making it that little harder for BetBoom to try and close this one up. It's not going to be easy to go high ground again if you're BetBoom.
There's going to be so many BKBs. Basically, you can pop your BKB, pop your Minotaur Horn, so that's going to be extra 2 seconds, so 8-second duration, and then you can refresh, do it again.
Roshan. Should be BetBoom's Chimera. They're not interested in heading out of the base right now for a Roche fight. I mean, who needs the refresh at this point?
GPK is the one who doesn't have it.
Sure, yeah.
They could also maybe give it to Kataomi. He could pick it up, have a double time-lapse available.
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah, there we go. Kataomi ready with the double axe time-lapses. Okay, never mind. GPK says give it here. He'll take it. He's like, no, no, no. I want that. Top lane, the rat's going to start happening with these Book of the Deads. GPK has to head back to deal with them.
How many do we have? We have 2 on Radiant side, and I believe we have...
just the 1 on BetBoom.
Yeah, Kataomi is the one who picked it up. What a fun time. Like, Necrobook, and people were complaining. This is the reason why we removed the Necrobook, because it was way too OP on Lycan, on Beastmasters. And now you have 3 of those. Plus you have Greater Treant.
It's a lot to deal with. And Chimera. Very close by to Pure. Pure, he gets caught by the Malphite. Lawrence got to try and commit him with the jump. Try and take that towards the Axe time-lapse that's there. Pure's back up to full HP. They'll be able to keep that Aegis safe on the Monkey King for now.
Right in time. This play that they try to do, Serverboard, almost 400 gold. This dead shot, it's massive AoE. With Gleipnir, you have 2 dead shots, and also fears everything that it hits. Pure, he's ready to go in, sitting on 7,000 gold. He ate his Aghanims, he ate Moonshard, and there's going to be a lot of bombs that they need to be careful about.
Ornoff, he's in and he's out, just trying to see what he can force out in terms of reaction. There was going to be the time-lapse again from Kataomi, but of course doesn't matter too much low cooldown. Bottom lane, the Treant's at it, and safe. They'll have to head back to deal with it.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
I don't know, how can they break the base here? They have the Aegis. It feels like it doesn't really matter too much at this moment. Chimera just have so many ways to stop the pushes.
They have so many saves as well. I think it's time to give this refresher to Kataomi, actually. You want to have a double, because cooldown is 40 seconds. Now it's 34 seconds, because he does have a cooldown reduction. He has the Feverish one, the Feverish enchantment. And they also have Wind Waker, double Wind Waker from the Beastmaster, so whoever gets caught. I think it's time for Pure to start sieging the high ground. Not the easiest task.
Sure.
But you want to pump in some damage, because you want those Mega Creeps out. They also managed to kill Barracks in the bottom lane. Look at 1J. Sneaky little fella. Going through the bottom lane. And so is Lorinov. Thinking that they're gonna pick off something. Save, will TP back in. Roshan's banner, they're ready to go.
There we go, Pure's ready to push. Here comes command straight away. Wants to try and get this tier 3. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage though, and that's the fact the Aegis got immediately. Lorinov jumps over the Hex on the wall safe. BetBoom have to start backing off. Pure. I'll put the BKB, has the refresher ready to press if he needs a secondary BKB charge. He'll run away with the primary one.
Damage has been done. 1100 HP on that tower. Wait for the next Roche. With the next stages, you could kill the tower, Owen.
I mean, that might be the case. They might just have to wait. They want to try and get this Rapier on Pure. I mean, what's he selling for the Rapier, do you think? What are you slotting out? Probably just get rid of the Battle Fury, right? Or do you need the Battle Fury?
I don't think he needs Battle Fury anymore.
No, because kind of, Rapier and Boundless, that clears a wave. Easily.
You can put Refresher back in the backpack. I guess that's going to be his items.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Lorinov. Next on to GPK, but GPK's got backup. Chimera know it. They're not going to try and make the jump there. Dahak doesn't want to spend any extra time trying to reclaim that outpost. It's far too scary right now. BetBoom having many ways to close the gaps. Save, continuously doing what he can to deal with the split push pressure that keeps being put on that bottom lane. He's doing a good job of it as well, making sure the Chimera don't get the chance to rat any of these further barracks for now, despite the summons in the Book of the Dead.
They're not gonna leave the base. Lorinov is in the bottom lane. As that refresher, double BKB, double Minotaur Horn if necessary.
And everybody has buyback up now.
Dire are scanning.
Dahak, they're going to find the catch on towards Kataomi. It's a big catch as well. That's the threat at the Agniv's time. That's gone. Now they make the jump over towards Pure. They've caught him with the stun. The Black Hole gets dropped as well. That's Pure gone. The buyback comes out to Dahak. The Black Hole continues to control both Mira and GPK, but they'll get the chance to live. Tanky enough to charge away. Panto's using the song now to reset, respecting the fact that BetBoom did use the 2 buybacks. They're trying to get back to the high ground, Chimera. They'll safely disengage. There's progress on the defense front from there. From Chimera, they get the 2 buyback reaction coming out from BetBoom. They don't lose anything themselves other than the cooldowns expended, Chimera.
And the Hawk, he's getting closer to his refresh. I think it might be time for him to, because he sold most of his items. He sold drums that he had, he sold that pipe, and he is actually buying the scaling items. He also hit level 25, so there's going to be some extra summons coming out from him. Not the most important thing, but getting closer to refreshers. Still wants to have his buyback available.
Yeah, solid black hole from him there. I mean, all it takes now is for Pure to fall once more in the next 7 minutes, and this game could very well be over. So now BetBoom, how to be so careful about how they play around with the Monkey King, and Kataomi for the most part has been doing an excellent job with his positioning, but that time getting caught first, that really was the beginning of the downfall for Pure. You know, Kataomi cannot afford to get caught. They need that Axe time lapse to come in clutch.
The cast range is really not that great. He needs to be very close to the fight. He has 4 staff available. A lot of the times you would see Weaver pick up Blink Dagger just so that you can blink in and use it immediately. Even with Ether Lens, it doesn't feel like it's that big.
There we go. BetBoom, they're taking the risk. They're trying to look to push for this play whilst Pure doesn't have buyback. BKB's popped pretty prematurely. No one to be found here. They're still going to try there. They make the jump. They get the catch onto Dahak. They've got him with the grab. He got the BKB off. I mean, Dahak is still alive. He only goes out to about half HP. The song's there from Panto. Mira pots the refresher, but Panto's pushing Mira, pulling Mira back closer towards GPK. They don't have the black hole back up yet, so they can't quite capitalize on towards it.
Oh, he's not on the high ground.
That's a lot of damage as well, flying his way as well. Has to slowly step out.
Trying to snipe him.
And in he goes, looks to finish off the job, gets GPK. GPK's gone. He has buyback available on GPK. We'll see if he uses it or if the rest of BetBoom are just able to run. They're trying to get out of here, but Dahak's in with the chase. Pure makes the move over towards Dahak. The refresher popped here. Boundless strike onto both 1J and Dahak. They're trying to scramble out the wind across the map, but 1J's caught in the ult. He's gone. Immediate buyback from him. Black Hole is going to be back up in 15 seconds. Lorinov zipping across the fight, trying to scare BetBoom away. The Vortex, he catches the 3 of them. Lorinov, though, he's out of mana. GPK's got the grab onto Lorinov. Lorinov, he's gone. Buyback available on the storm. Straight away it comes in.
He has no buy.
He's got Black Hole in 3 seconds. BetBoom, they've got to get out of here. They've lost their carry. They can't afford to keep this fight alive. Hex on to save. He's going to go down as well. As Chimera, they'll be ready to push on and punish the fact for the next 2 minutes.
They're not done. GPK, look at his HP. He just bought back.
Yeah, Lorinov.
He's out of mana.
Can't quite close in, so GPK will live, but they have to try and hold 4 versus 5 now. BetBoom.
They want to close it out, at least try to do so. There it is.
Here's the song.
Song set up.
He's got
Enigma.
the Hawk is coming. The Hack's ready to drop it if he needs to. He might not even need to. The Sprouts there, the Hex as well. They're just able to take out Miro. No, maybe not. The Axe time lapse.
Double fear.
Miro's back up to full HP, but Kataomi's gone. No buyback on him. They turn towards Miro. He's out. He has buyback. The Black Hole dropped onto GPK. They're running out of buybacks. They're running out of steam. As this game looks to be over, as Chimera with the full 5-man still alive can close it up. Save trying to dissuade the push, but it's only him and Miro left alive. The Hex upon him as TN2000 does get jumped by Miro. Okay, TN2000 dead, but he's still got buyback. Comes in with the buyback. Dahak's getting focused by the Raw, but TN2000 back in for round 2. Save's gone. Only Miro left. He gets taken out. It's over. GG's called. Chimera at 73 minutes take game 3, and with that, they keep the win streak going. Another series for Chimera.
What a freaking team. They're 4-0. A team that, as they said, disbanded 73-minute game. They keep their composure, and when it really matters, they really step it up. And
they're popping off.
They really are. The camera just died. He probably dropped the phone or ran out of battery. But what a performance from Chimera.
Yeah, they knew exactly how to keep their cool in the late stages of the game. Now, BetBoom desperately trying to push their advantage and take these towers, take these barracks.
What was it really a plan? Because some of the decision-making from BetBoom was really not there. That second Roshan, the Roshan in the second game, where they tried to go for it, kind of broke the game for them. And now, with 2 buybacks on cooldown,
they went for the move.
Yeah, they tried to go for a risky play. It did not pay off.
Yeah, no, they really did. The frustrations became too much for BetBoom. They try and make these hasty plays. And Chimera, they just, something about these crazy moments. And now, even in these 70-minute games, Chimera just don't lose their cool. It's another win for them. 2-1 today. Chimera, they take down BetBoom.
Chimera 4-0 must feel like a slap in the face for some of these teams. And in this case, it was BetBoom that got slapped. Now, it was a very close game, granted. But on paper, it shouldn't have been, Jenkins. They did it again.
I love this team. They're just so ridiculous. I mean, they do this thing where, like, you think that they've hit their peak. You think that they've hit the wall finally. They got, like, pretty stomped game 1. Game 2, they were getting stomped. And then they come back from one miraculous Roche play. And even in this game, it didn't look like they were going to win. It has to go to 70 minutes, and then they win the game. The calls in the team fight and the communication, like Lornoff's jumps every single time are on the right target, and his team backs him up fully. He's really good at Storm, by the way. This guy is so impressive. He's always like at the perfect amount of mana. He had 3 greater healing lotuses in his backpack for that end fight there. I don't know who gave it to him because he didn't have them, so one of his supports was holding those for him. It's like, I'm seeing great synergy here.
He plays Storm every single game.
What the fuck is happening? Why are they not a team? This is great synergy.
Yeah, it feels like crappy reality television where I know I'm not supposed to be enjoying it or like rooting for it, but I don't also understand why I'm so captivated by what I'm watching, but that's Chimera. That's Chimera in a nutshell. I mean, if you haven't already been won over by this team, the only reason is because you haven't been watching them throughout the course of this event. The story unfolding here, I think is unprecedented. I think all of us have been doing this job long enough to be like,
I've never seen this.
Yeah.
I've never seen this. We've theorized it, and it would be fun if it'd be fun if it happened, but it's so unlikely. Everybody's so good at a top level. This game's been around for like 2 decades almost.
Yeah.
So the game is so figured out. I think, I was telling you off stage, I think that it's art. It's the deconstruction of the ephemerality of things in life. Just because a friendship, just because of a chapter of your life ends, doesn't mean you can't enjoy it while it's happening. This team, they're winning over so many fans, and it's this like bittersweet feeling because we know it's going to end, but we love them so much. And it's an interesting experience for all of us in this DreamLeague.
It's the honeymoon phase where you're not too afraid of getting attached because there's no marriage afterwards.
Or is this just a good book and you're in the final chapter?
They are the
that works too.
Chimera are the friends with benefits of Dota teams. That's what they are, Brian.
Exactly.
Lock
Well
that
said.
shit in, brother.
That was good connection.
And the high five as well.
Yeah.
I will say, it just... Okay, so they're 4-0 right now. I feel like so Paravision is still undefeated as well. They haven't faced each other yet, obviously.
Right.
So we're still going to see them, and it's not a guaranteed that they're in the top 4. But at the moment, I believe when you're 4-0, you're almost either guaranteed either top 4 or tiebreakers unless something stupid happens. But that's crazy. And I know that there is not everybody that is watching right now that tuned into our pre-show this morning where we talked a lot about the EPT points. And this is a topic that is very, very much needed to be talked about because Chimera is obviously accruing points here, and they're basically all going away. They're in the void. This is, for example, Team Liquid, the 0-3 right now. They're cheering for Chimera. Get as many points as possible.
And you know who's cheering for Chimera, Shiver?
Who is it?
I don't even know if it's this guy, honestly. Big D, what's up, man? How you feeling after this series today?
I mean, I would say it was pure victory. Like flawless, but pure.
I don't think it was pure victory. He
Unfortunately,
lost.
it was not.
He lost to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday he was trash talking us, so...
Where was he trash talking you guys? Was it in the interview?
In some Ramses chat, I believe.
Oh,
and
he's
there
in
was a
Ramses
news
chat.
like, we will crash those noobs tomorrow.
Yeah. That fuels you. Do you feel like you're a very spite-motivated guy? You get better when you're angry?
I'm kind of more like a robot, you know, like I don't have super bad, super good emotions. Like whenever it's tournament, whenever it screams, I'm like full no emotion guy.
Really? Because I see you on the cameras and you're doing the Enigma black hole, you're clapping.
Bro, it's for content, it's for content. You
It's
know,
for the content.
I even have, how do you say, cosplay.
Yeah. Who made the call to get the nose things? What are those even called?
I don't know. But actually, as I heard, it's kind of good thing. Like you just get more oxygen into your blood.
I think it's
Which is
healthy.
cool.
It's a very healthy
Yeah.
joke. It's a very healthy joke.
Maybe.
All right, I gotta ask you about some Dota, my man. You guys are winning over a lot of fans, by the way. But I gotta ask, when you're playing with like a Venomancer jungle and you're going, you know, Glimmercape Perseverance. I know this was another game, but I just want to ask, when you're getting like griefed by your team because they're doing these pub strategies and they're like the Hawk, you have to get fucked this game pretty much. What is your communication like? Are you like, that's fine, no problem?
I said, if you guys will win me the game, I'm fine with it. And also, I feel like 3K net wars. I didn't die once. I didn't lose tower. Like Weaver was 4.2. It's like I reward them, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Makes sense.
Like
Okay.
3K is way too much. 1v2, like no tower loss, no anything. It was insane.
Yeah, that was
outplay.
good. That was good. Okay, I gotta ask about the Enigma. You guys first picked it every game. This is completely new from you guys. Did you come up with this like right before the games? And what's with the first pick Enigma?
I mean, everyone banning Enigma, and we need to prove that you must ban it. And you know, like multiple guys saying, first pick game is like full trash, but second game is like awesome because we won. But pick is basically all the same. We just stood lanes better, and blah blah blah. Even third game, it should be way cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
Even so, we lost lane, we shouldn't be losing. But even if we lose, so like we're not losing.
Right.
It's just because, like, you know, there is too much emotions, too much pressure, and blah 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 on some guys. So, like, not everyone is like full chill. But game was won like 20 minutes ago. You just need to do default. Just chill.
Then you went back to chill. How does that happen? How do you go from being not chill to chill? You talk about it?
I'm almost 24/7 spamming. Guys, chill. We won this game. We just need to make default.
Okay.
And by saying this and by acting chill, like, I'm convincing even myself that I'm chill, you know?
Ah, okay. I'm going to pass it over to BSJ, who's going to ask you some smart guy questions.
Yeah, Doc, I was wondering, I know there's a lot to think about during drafts, a balance of a bunch of different aspects of the game. Were you guys aware that until that Naga Siren pick in Game 3, you had not picked a melee hero so far this series?
I mean, you know, there are some pseudo-melee heroes, like Enigma can frontline, some Batrider can frontline, whatever. Storm is kinda melee hero, so I don't think it's that big of a problem. You know, it's not like 3 years ago when you have to stay melee range. If you don't have melee range, you lost. No, you can go double melee, double range, double whatever, double universal. Can do whatever you want.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, I got one more question for you, Big D. You guys are aware that you might get into top 8 of EPT points, right? And you know, top 8 of EPT points, they go to Riyadh. Just checking, you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as higher result is, as higher chances maybe we will not like full disband. Like it's kind of low chances, but like there was a lot of rumors about, I don't know, Wings. They wanted to disband before winning TI. Liquid with Matumba, they wanted to disband before winning Epicenter and then TI. So, after you survive those tough times and you also achieve something, not to mention you achieve like most of what you have achieved in your career, this could bond us. I mean, you never know.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to practicing or whatever the hell else it is you do when you're not scrimming. I think a lot of people are excited about that, but good luck in your future series, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
That's exciting. That's exciting. Maybe the Titanic is not going
that's
down.
the first glimmers, maybe, low chance, maybe. But he's giving the people hope. It is definitely something to look forward to. Now, tomorrow, in case you are a Chimera fan, but you can't watch the next series and you don't know what the schedule is going to be for tomorrow in the second series of the day. Actually, I think it's the first series of the day. Chimera versus Falcons. So that's their matchup tomorrow. So we'll see you again for that. But you're not going anywhere because you also want to watch Falcons right now. And you can, because after the break, they're playing against Team Spirit. We'll see you in a bit.
We have in here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
How me grandmother, she at the age of 83 took sick into her bed and her died. And after she was dead, why the will of course was read by a lawyer as we all sat by her side. To me brother it was found she'd left £100, likewise to me sisters I declare. But when it came to me, the lawyer says, I see she's only left you her old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, I hardly thought it fair, but I said I didn't care, and in the evening took the chair away. How the neighbours chaffed, me brother he laughed, but said 'twould come in useful someday. When you settle down in life and find yourself a wife, you'll find it very handy, I declare. On a cold and frosty night, when the fire burns bright, you can sit her in your old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare, Granny's only left you her old armchair. Well, what me brother said was true, for in a year or two I settled down in married life.
Hey guys, welcome back. You're still watching Dream League Season 25. And we are about to start our second series of the day. We're going to have Falcons taking on Team Spirit in a best of 3. I'm joined by Jenkins, and Lacoste is also joining. What's up? What's going on?
I just wanted to be closer to
Aw,
Jenkins.
It's been a while. I mean,
Yeah,
it was casting.
It was a long game. It was a 70-plus minute game.
How are you doing? I missed
I
you.
did good.
You're
Yeah,
good?
You did?
Yeah.
What did you miss the most?
The puns and the dick jokes. The same thing, really.
Nice.
Yeah, just the same thing.
That was a crazy game. A crazy game, and this one could also be pretty crazy. These two teams are... I'd say Falcons are doing much better now, but Team Spirit, they had some ups and downs after having a great laning stage.
They did. We also have an
great
empty
laning
space.
stage, I mean first group stage. It was a long game, Shiver.
It was a long game. And we have an empty spot right here, and it will be filled in a little bit. But first, we're going to actually hear from Purge what he has to say about this upcoming series.
That's right, Shiver. That's my spot that I'm going to fill. But before I do, I want to talk about these upcoming teams because I've been pouring over the Team Spirit replays. And they, like everyone else, lost to Chimera. But I think I'm seeing a pattern here, some possible mistakes that they're making in their draft. Let's roll the clips, please, and take a look at what they're doing. In this game here, they first picked the Lifestealer. Like, Lifestealer is the carry of the patch. He's so good. But what happened is that Dahak got to play a Abaddon. And Abaddon is kind of a lane-winning offlaner or lane-winning hero if he gets the lane with the right situations. And when you're playing with this 5-position, good at harassing support hero like a Techies, like a Jakiro, you shield that guy while they trade hits, and it eventually gives you good opportunities to get kills. And if you do get a little bit of a gold advantage, you actually can fight. Watch this trade with Lifestealer. You'd think Lifestealer beats any melee hero, right? Look at this. While he's open wounds, he doesn't get life reflect, and the whole time he's taking bonus damage. And with the Orb of Corrosion, the heal that he's getting is less as well. So he actually just gets zoned out of this lane. This is a lane that they basically picked themselves into in some ways. You first pick the lifesteal, you're going to get countered, and the Abaddon is actually useful. I've seen a lot of Abaddon lanes where he doesn't have these kind of good matchups, and he doesn't have a good time. And their third game, they had a similar thing. The Abaddon got to play against the Terrorblade, and he got to play with a great lane-winning support with the Jakiro. So he just got ran at, and every time Dahak takes damage, or whoever's taking damage, they do this nice AoE reflect, and this gives them a very good laning stage. And despite all of this, Terrorblade had a rough laning stage. They're going to pull the creep wave. They're going to deny creeps here. So Radon did a lot of jungling. So his network did suffer. If you take a look on the left side, it's going to be less throughout the first 10 minutes of the game. But eventually he did catch up, and they got to take one really solid team fight with this later on in the game after having to do this elongated jungling. So here he is actually almost towards the top of the net worth here. But the problem is that Team Spirit didn't take the best fight. Radon kind of got ran down by this Disco Pony here. So he just kind of died. So all that net worth he fought for after a bad laning stage just ended up not working on this team fight. He gets further behind and the game gets harder. So what I'm saying is Team Spirit, they're drafting for their lanes might need to be a little bit safer because they're picking good heroes, but not necessarily into good lane matchups, and that could cost them this upcoming series.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Purge. Now, there's obviously also the asterisk that they were playing against Chimera, the best team in the group, by far undefeated. But in all reality, Team Spirit, they better step it up. They better think about those lane matchups. They're 1-2 right now, with Falcons being 2-1. And we're like at the middle of the day of this 7-day group stage. That means that if they lose here, they're 1-3, and I kind of feel, Jenkins, that puts them in a really tough spot, just overall group stage-wise.
Yeah, it does, and this is not what we expected, given how they performed in the first group stage and how good they looked also, but it is a new patch. Yeah. So that is something that you have to consider. It's the question is, how quickly can you adjust? And to be honest, I would have expected them to be able to adjust very quickly. Now, I do want to say, Team Falcons, I feel like these guys kind of slid under the radar, group stage 1. At group stage 2, they also are kind of sliding under the radar. They're right in that middle spot where nobody's like, oh, Falcons is the best team ever anymore. You know, that's what everybody talks about with Falcons. But this is their trickery. This is how they get into top 4, and this is how they're going to make their way to the grand finals eventually, I'm sure.
Oh, you're sure?
I'm fairly sure it's going to be Falcons in at least top 3.
To be fair, they only lost one game, was at the start of the group stages, and they always have a little bit of a slow day 1, and they did so as well this time, Lacoste.
They did, yeah, but now they also managed to beat Team Liquid. BO3, they only one game. That's how good they were. The team were like, yeah, we don't want to even play anymore because Team Falcons are too strong. This is the team that is kind of playing the same thing. I think they're playing a lot of similar heroes to what... There's not too much theory crafting. AOI in an interview talked about that they needed to like dumb things down.
Go back to basics.
Go back to basis. You want to be able to pick the heroes, like, because the map, nobody knows exactly what they're doing. People are still theory crafting what's good. That's why we're seeing that, because I checked some of their pubs as well, and for example, Skeeter, he's not playing anything too crazy. He's playing a little bit of a carry Beastmaster, he's playing Tiny, Nature's Prophet. That's about it. Maybe some carry Tide here and there, but they are keeping things simple for now.
They are keeping things simple. We'll see if they keep simple against Team Spirit. Team Spirit yesterday, I mean, as you highlighted already, Kev, they kind of went for the same idea in the whole series. Do you feel like they're going to change it up drastically today?
I don't think it's going to be drastically different. I think those, a lot of the different days of the patches, we had days where like, oh, PA is by far the best carry, and that became clear on a day, and then the day after people kept picking it, and then they realized like, oh, PA is actually not good. And that, I think that second day that Team Spirit played was the lifestealer vulnerabilities, that if your lane matchup isn't that great, you might have a bad time. So I think they're still a fantastic team, but they're struggling a little bit to dumpster their lanes. And so if you're playing from behind, it's just going to make the whole thing harder. But they have a good shot, I think, against Falcons because Falcons is playing with a stand-in.
So what did people learn from yesterday? Because that's how it goes, right?
Yeah. Games are longer.
Yes.
Radiant heroes are different, and they're thinking more about taking Roshan. That was something Heroic did a lot. They picked a lot of Huskar kind of early in the draft, just thinking like, I can stand in Rosh by myself, take Rosh with my team very spread out around me. So they're thinking about more objectives than just the tournament.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And also, last pick has been overall better before this series, because I don't have the stats right now. I did check it before. It was sitting at 54% overall last pick. I think in the previous patch, last couple of months, we saw that like once the draft is over, once you get to that level 23 pick, it doesn't really matter what the enemy picks on 24, and seems like things have changed a little bit. We're seeing some of these Leshraks, we're seeing some of the Huskars as well being popular, some Queen of Pain when it's a really good game for her. So there's a slight advantage for overall last pick right now, and I want to see throughout the tournament if that's going to balance it out.
Well, it already has changed, because before today, every time I checked, it was always the one that had priority went for first pick. But BetBoom today, and I know they didn't win, but they still went for second pick when they had priority, and therefore secure themselves that overall last pick. We're going to find out very soon what the teams here went for. Actually, the only thing I know is that Team Spirit had priority, so whichever thing they have, that's what they wanted, and normally you prefer pick priority over side, and when you prefer side, it's actually almost has been Radiant. So we'll see. We can deduct ourselves. You disagree? People sometimes Go for Dire?
I thought Dire had the bigger win rate right when the patch came out, but there have been a lot of teams that have been intentionally picking Radiant.
Yeah.
So there must be something that they think is better. Maybe the win rate's not as high, but they're trying a specific strategy, is what it seems.
I remember exclusively during Fisher Playground, everybody who did not have the choice, who had the second choice, they all chose Radiant.
Really?
That's how good it was. Now the things have changed with the Tormentor being at the Radiant side of the map, so that could maybe make a difference. I don't know, but still Radiant overall feels more natural to play with the camps and everything, the camera movement, so I still feel that the people are going to prioritize Radiant.
And also maybe because people are picking heroes in the safe lane that can defend and take the Tormentor as well. Like I think with the adjustment of drafts that there's a chance that you see the Radiant win rate going up once people actually figure that out after the first couple of days of choosing Radiant.
I will say that this scenario, either Spirit chose first pick and Falcons chose Dire, or Spirit chose Radiant and then Falcons chose second pick. Which one's more likely?
Well, I don't know. We'll never know.
We'll never know. Actually, there's nobody
And
else.
that's the thing. It's like all of this is still theory for us. And between the teams, it would also still be theory because a tournament has not been won yet. There's no clear victor other than the team that is literally disbanding.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really hard to say when a team wins this and it becomes and everybody can look at the stats after the tournament. Then it'll be very clear, like, okay, this is good and this is why.
Well, they first picked the hero that kind of plagued them in their last series. They lost 2 games, I believe, to the Abaddon. So definitely a strong lane opener. However, we did also see Heroic go for the same thing. They were opening Abaddon and they actually got dismantled kind of in a lot in both of their games. So if Team Falcons has done their homework, they should have some heroes that take this apart, either force it into a lane flex that isn't very good, or have good matchups no matter what.
And this is going to be the hero of a response. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think Abba is slightly overrated from what I've seen. This is one of the top 3 most contested heroes right now. It was strong in the previous patch. It's strong in this patch. But I think 2 weeks from now on, we're not going to be seeing that much of Abba, especially being the first pick, because some of the games, the hero looks good, but sometimes his laning stage is not the greatest when he's playing into some of the counters as well. So I want to see how this one's going to go. Pango doesn't necessarily counter Abba by
Mana burn, I guess.
Mana burn is fine if you're playing it from the mid lane, but they also do run it from the off lane.
The best thing that we've seen so far, in my opinion, is Shadow Shaman with the Hex Break.
Yeah.
Because you're silencing him and breaking him at the same time. No matter how much net worth Abaddon has, he is pretty reliant on his ultimate to stay alive in the fights, and you hex him, 1 core jumps him, and he dies.
Keep in mind for Pangolier, his current win rate in this tournament is 25% with 32 matches played. It's a lot. Yes.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad.
But that's such a big amount of picks.
If no one plays him, I'm totally fine with it. Guy had like 100% win rate on 3 games yesterday when I checked. Maybe he's played games since then, but Falcons is a very good team. They're trying to use it a little bit as a flex because Omar has not been afraid to pick the hero, and maybe they see it as a decent solution against Abaddon. You can get away from him when he starts running you down, but the upside is that your hero becomes magic immune, and you're good at fighting for Wisdom Shrines, you're good at fighting over Tormentors, and the Orb of Corrosion is fantastic on the hero. So there's definitely good potential for it, but the win rate does not lie. There's issues with it. It has longevity problems, it has DPS problems if you don't play really well.
Surely Falcons goes for the Shaman here, right? This is a crit specialty. I mean, a Shaman or a Hoodwink maybe, because it also offers the break, but it doesn't offer the silence.
The combo that they've been using a lot has been Pango plus Bounty Hunter, because they want to have some kind of vision for Pango to jump in. If we rewind a couple of months back, they've been using quite a lot of Pango plus Lifesteal, which is not available right now, but they also had some kind of vision hero with the bomb, so you had this Pangolier rolling in. Mostly was played from the mid lane with Mulreen. There were different itemization. I checked ATF's profile because he was the one who kind of pioneered the new build from the off lane with the double jump facet, with the Echo Saber, and then into whatever it's needed, either a Glimmer Cape, S and Y. But this has been Falcon's bread and butter for a really long time. Hero has been buffed a lot with the Stormstorm facet. You're getting that extra 100, basically double damage from the Starstorm, and it also miss chance is 60%. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, should seem good against Abaddon in lane as well. If that ends up being their 5, you can leap away. If you get caught, you can nuke pretty well. The miss chance is going to be helpful. So the only downside is your arrow's less likely to be good if you land a monster one in team fights, but if the laning stage goes okay, I think they're semi-happy with it.
I think there's a good chance that they pick up something like a Grimstroke because it counters Pango. It's good against Mirana as well. They also run it from... I'm sure Miposhka can play it. He didn't play it yet, but quality of life has been improved for the Grimstroke, especially now that you can see with the other facet where you're actually curving your Stroke of Fate.
Should we keep a closer eye on in this case, Rue Air?
Yeah. I think that might be the main one because this hero just gives you everything, and there's a new build in town with Aghanim Scepter, Rod of Aethos. We saw also drums into Aghanim Scepter if it's necessary, if you're not having that good of a game. But the hero just feels super strong right now.
And it's great against the two Falcons heroes. Silencing either of them or putting them in the circle is going to be a pain in the butt.
Yeah, there it is. Let's see who they want to pair up with it.
Yeah, this to me is, we're probably looking at Miposhka's hero. I feel like you don't want to really show where the Abaddon is going right now if you don't have to. I mean, he's played a lot of heroes. Like, Warlock is usually a first pick hero, and that's like, you know, why you pick it.
Yeah, Jakiro actually not banned.
Oh, Jakiro's in the pool. Okay.
They still go for the Monkey King.
Okay, interesting.
So they opted to go for Monkey so that they have something that can follow Pango, whether this Pango is going to be off lane or whether Pango is going to be from the mid lane, so you have the matchup that Pango doesn't win.
Yes, definitely the downside of picking Pango so early.
Actually, you know what? This could be still an Abaddon 5 because they're playing into Mirana and like the chain stun from Pango. It's not a bad Abaddon 5 game to take off the arrow.
Yep. We'll see though. They'll probably lock it in after these two picks coming out from Falcons. I knew that was gonna happen. Falcons could still go for the Jakiro as well. We've seen Jakiro play this position 4 quite a few times.
It's a little bit worse against Abaddon, though, if you end up in the lane against him. I mean, you can abuse it a little bit, like hit him with the Liquid Fire, wait till he shields, then Dual Breath, but...
I'm down with Shaman.
I'm still on the
Shaman train.
Shaman or some Hoodwink for crit.
Or Razor.
It's just a question if crit calls for it. I mean, they have the double pick.
This is a really good answer from Falcons, because you know what? Your Monkey wants to follow our Pango. You know what our Razor can do?
Link him.
He can do the same thing. So he can decide where your Monkey's going to go, because they have mid who can play it, and they also have the offlane. Most likely, it's going to be Amar, but we'll have to see.
5 seconds remaining.
Question is, can Sumail
play Razor?
Yeah, it's a bit boring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he can.
I'm sure he can, but it's not like a Sumail Leshrac.
Sure.
Doesn't have as many buttons to press.
This could be Skeeter as well. This could be, because they show that the Abaddon is going to be either 5 or an off lane. You put Skeeter on the Razor, beat the Abaddon on the lane.
Skeeter's played Razor plenty of times.
Kind of like Razor against Abaddon, because you're going to keep sucking damage, and like his ulti's going to proc. You're going to get like a full suck out of him every time.
This makes me think it will be a Razor side lane, almost certainly.
Now that they pick Clock
Razor,
they want to have that combo.
Strong.
Yep.
Just better rundown, right?
Yeah. But they both like to do the same thing. Clock lets Razor get a bunch of damage.
Could they not run the Clock Razor in the safe lane and then go for Mirana in the position 4?
Yeah, they could.
There's a lot of physical damage if they want to run something like Winter Wyvern. Great against Pango. Pango's all physical. Great way to stop his Rolling Thunder. Razor's going to be getting some extra damage. Whether you also don't care too much about Clockwork. You can run away from his cogs, fly over it.
I just don't. The one reason I don't like it very much is if you start the fight with Winter's Curse, Razor's not going to have enough damage. I'm always a little skeptical to pick heroes like that against lineups that aren't just like a Phantom Assassin or somebody that's like good to go at the start of the fight and it's gonna kill one of their allies.
They can still go Jakiro. I feel like Falcons, their heroes will really commit to a fight, and if they can hit like Jakiro, ground target stun, Muerta throwing the silence down, like it can be pretty devastating to overcommit to this.
I think you're right, but if they run at them and initiate, then Jakiro's gonna feel bad because you're getting ran up by a Pango and a Razor and a Clock. Like
Jakiro into Clock feels terrible. You actually can't pick Jakiro into Clock.
Well, they picked an Ember Spirit who I think, at least I forgot, was not banned. Oftentimes he is banned.
Maybe they could do a Pugna or something, because then you don't have to worry about the Pango roll at least. But not fantastic against Mirana, Clock, Razor, I don't think. They're protecting the Ember Spirit with the Huskar ban.
So the question is Spirit last picking a 5, or are they last picking their collapse offlaner?
Where's this Abba
Where's
going?
the Abba going?
They could also Death Prof on Falcons too. I think it's a pretty good game for it. Silence is good against Ember. against Muerta.
Yeah,
against
owns him in
Baden.
lane. Oh, you know what I would love to see? The Sumail Necrophos. I would love to see
it's
that.
coming back, huh?
It destroys Ember mid. And he's been playing it in pubs. I don't even need to have Dota 2 Pro Tracker open. I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it
he
looks
played it
pretty
day
good.
one. Not in competitive, of course. Necro's not the greatest. You know, it's all right, but...
He's just Necro's very countered by teams that know what they're doing because like they're gonna get that nullifier at like 28 minutes and you're like, oh, my hero's just completely
You
useless
just
now.
got to get that BKB. It's also, you're playing into Muerta, which is like the only way to hit through Ghost right now.
It's okay, miss. She's
But
not
it's
gonna
a
have any
4
attack
Necro,
speed.
yeah, or a 4 Muerta who really gives a shit.
Well, at the moment, Beastmaster is the one that gets banned, so Falcons is on board with the potential of ban 5. We'll see where they go with their last ban. Is there any other collapsed offlaner that you don't want to see when you're Falcons? The standard still win is the Mars, but Mars hasn't found that much success.
No, but I think this is the hero that can work because you have Muerta, so you can use Deadshot to push away this Clockwork, push away Razor. You will have Spear as well available. Gives you good team fight because gives you another circle as well that you can play with Monkey King. I think they need some kind of a guy that runs in. Also don't think they want to play this ABBA as a core anymore.
You think it's worth giving up on him entirely?
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like he's gonna be food for the cores on Falcons is what I'm worried about now.
I mean, at least as a support, he can sit back and stand in trees and put shields and.
But I just feel like the shield
glimmers.
the only good shield is arrow right now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna block some damage, and then they're gonna go on me and pop my ulti in 2 seconds.
They
That's what it
banned
feels
out
like.
Dazzle. Sorry for
Oh,
interrupting.
that's okay. Dazzle was pretty popular last night. Got picked, I think, at least twice as a core. I think it played TM, played it off lane once, and then no one played it mid. And it did really well. I think it won both games. Not 100%, but it looked good both games for sure.
What role was it played in? Like where?
Off lane and mid.
Off lane and mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very similar playstyles in both. They got Ags and healed his team and BKBs.
My guttural instincts, my viscera is telling
You
me
see that
Necrophos.
Necro's coming, huh?
I'm seeing it. I don't think Spirit's seeing it. They ban out the other counters, the good ones.
We'll see.
The Sumail make the call.
10 seconds remaining.
I think we're
He's-
expecting Laurel to play the Ember.
He's definitely the type of player that isn't afraid to pick the hero that he thinks is good if it isn't very viable. And yeah, they do pick the Wyvern, you guys are right. Or Lacoste was right.
He's played Necro twice. He's won both games with it.
Necro's good against Winter Wyvern. You don't do any damage. You're relatively tanky. You're killing people with magic through the Cold Embrace.
What?
10 seconds remaining.
He played mid Shaman as well.
Mid? Yeah, he did. That's
played
the
mid
one that I
Shaman.
noticed.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be playing mid Shaman in this one.
Into Ember.
But so then you want the Pango to be played by Amar and the Razor by Skeeter?
Let's see what other options we have for Amar, if they can pick something better against Monkey Wyvern, which is going to be a really strong lane, because I'm wondering where this Mirana is going to go as well.
Yeah.
I feel like you put Pango mid.
They go for Viper in the end. Sorry, guys. Still green, you know?
So is that
That's about what I expected.
Amar Viper? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, put Pango mid. It's going to be against the Ember. You're not going to put Ember in a side lane. The Monkey King will be now up against a Viper, which is great for Viper.
devastating,
Maposha's got a Winter Wyvern against a Viper. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Viper is not going to have a bad time here. This is a great pick.
That's a good. I mean, we talked about the 24 pick, the last pick being super strong. Here we have an excellent counter to pretty much all of Team Spirit. I mean, the one downside is Abaddon can shield off your stacks, but it's also a break for Abaddon as well, and you're not laning against him. You're laning against Monkey plus Wyvern. This is an easy lane for Viper.
This is a great Viper Ags game. I swear to God, this
It's
item
been
is
buffed.
good.
It has
and
been
it got
buffed.
buffed. You get the facet where it like increases your corrosive skin when you stand in the AoE. Nobody gets that one, but like if you get that with Ags and you stand next to these heroes, they're just not going to attack within 500 units. Like it's actually kind of baller.
I could see Amar doing that actually. Of all the Viper players, he's the guy. He loves Ags.
He should be. I think it's legitimately good.
Let's
it's like
find out
120 attack speed.
if our commentary team like the Viper Aghanim Scepter idea. Owen, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I think it's a pretty nasty last pick that is not going to be a lot of fun for Spirit to play into. This Viper could be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if he's going to go for the Ags, because if you throw yourself into like a Baden Monkey King Ember, I'm not a huge fan of that. I think he's going to play like a Hurricane, Pike, Manta, Kite them kind of build, but I love the Viper pick.
Can we get a zoom in on Gunner real quick, please? You do a voice?
I'm really liking the mid lane matchup here between Ember and Pango. I think the Pango staying in the mid is really good, even though they could pick the Monkey King and win carry.
What do you think about World of Warcraft?
Really big fan of raiding in the hardcore. I did lose my character, level 50, last week, so a little bit devastating, but after crying, I'm okay now.
Thank you, Gundaddy. Appreciate it.
All right, well, with that being said, there's only one more thing left to do. It's time for us to head over to game number 1 of this series. Time to get into the action here between Team Spirit and Team Falcons here in Game 1. I'm here today with Mr. BSJ, Mr. Brian. BSJ, what are you looking forward to in this one? This last pick, Viper, is it going to be that disgusting for Spirit? Like, in terms of like what this means for the outcome and the setup of the lanes, how concerned is Spirit? Or are they going to be okay?
I am concerned about the lane specifically for Radon, but they do have the answers to it later on, like the Abaddon Shield to remove all of Viper's stacks of the poison attack. And I feel like they're lacking Disable again from Falcons, other than like the Pango Diffusal Blade and the Clockwork, who's a support. All their games they've been playing, like I see this ranged carry with ranged offlane, no stuns. You're against heroes like Ember. You have probably like one combo of the Mirana arrow, but then a Abaddon Shield for it. So it's definitely going to come down to, is it going to pay off enough in the early game to warrant the lack of stuns?
Nice little fair there. It's going to be able to stop Staking from grabbing that bounty. Yeah, talk to me a bit about the Pango. So we're going to see some mail on it today. So as we saw in the stats during the draft, it seems to be a hero that a lot of players and teams are struggling with.
Yeah, I think out of all the universal right-click heroes, he didn't get enough stat compensation to warrant the damage that he lost. So I think he still feels like the same hero, but at the same time, you're just right-clicking for 20 to 30 damage less in the mid-game, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that impacts, and it could just be explaining the win rate.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, how does the mid matchup play out between these two?
Ember free farms, in my experience. You know, I'm not as well-versed as Gunner in how all these play out, but Ember is a hero that I feel like as long as he's not hard countered in lane, he's super happy. Pango's not going to lose by any means, but the Ember Spirit's mid-game presence is what I'm looking out for, because if Viper's going to be winning bottom lane, I think it really boils down to, will Laurel have that one rotation that opens up space for Radon?
And because in terms of this bottom lane, as the Monkey King for Radon, what is his goal going to be? You know, considering he knows this is going to be tough, you know, what are you trying to at least get from this laning stage?
Exactly what he's doing, where you're going to boundless strike for as many creeps as you need to, and you might even see a 0-point passive Monkey King, where you just have like a 2-3-0, and then eventually build to fight later on with the Jingu Mastery. I just can't imagine against Clockwork Viper that you're expecting to get that many Jingu procs off.
It doesn't look like a fun situation to be in. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Skeeter on the safe flame Razor. How's things for the lane setup for those two? Skeeter and Staking against this Collapse, Abaddon, and Rue Muerta.
I think Razor's absolutely happy against an off-laner melee without a stun. Should be free farming pretty much here. I also think neither lane really has kill potential on the other, unless somebody maybe steps a little bit out of position. So it should be, I'd say, an equal trade that slightly favors the Razor.
Look at this bottom lane so far. Radon, he's got 9 last hits.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy with the first few waves. I mean, of course, Amar's still going to have this creep wave pushing into him, so the chance to still stay about a wave ahead in terms of last hits compared to the Monkey King. But definitely not been terrible for Radon on the first few waves. I mean, is there sort of like a level where it gets like disgustingly hard? Like, is what level 3? Is that when the Viper trading against the Monkey King is just very difficult for the Monkey King to withstand?
Yeah, Viper is probably one of the hardest level 3 power spike heroes in the entire game, because Poison Touch or Poison Attack does double damage, but it also increases the slow, and it also reduces your magic resistance, so it's almost like 2.5 times better. And they also have the small camp blocked, Crit doing a really good job of making sure, now that the lane's in front of the tower for Amar, that's just going to be where it is. So I'm pretty sure, even though they're even right now, that this is going to very quickly go in favor of Amar, and I don't know exactly if we're going to see some like twin gate rotation from Radahn when he's like level 4 or 5, but at some point in this laning stage, since the jungle camps behind the carry are no longer small and medium camps, Monkey King not a hero that can farm Ancients, we're going to have to see some creative adjustments from him.
Here it is. Level 2 poison attack. Things start to get pretty nasty for Radahn. The mid lane matchup, 16 for 6 against the 14 for 6, so staying very, very even right now. And top lane, Skeeter getting a little bit more out of the lane than Collapse is, so indeed having that slightly preferable time.
The one thing about these two mid laners is it's hard to... Oh, as a... Nope. The Orb of Destruction, or Orb of Corruption change, I think heavily favored both these guys. They much prefer the minus armor as opposed to the damage over time.
They try and go in for some action. Snakey's able to get the leap off in time, but ends up ticking out to Rue. Skeeter, can he find Rue in return? He can't. Rue is going to be fine. Skeeter with the plasma field does finish off the job, but Skeeter, he takes a lot of damage for this. Collapse is going to be able to chase him out a little bit, but the salve is there for Skeeter, so Collapse won't worry about chasing any further. This ends up being the 1-for-1.
Yeah, this was not the lane I was expecting kills. I was more so expecting in the bottom lane, but Radahn is doing the 2 points jump. Clears out that wave.
I mean, he's getting the Boundless Strike down onto Crit. He's going to be saved as well by the Cold Embrace. They even get the good fear pushback from Rue onto Amar. They're going to clean up both the kills. Brilliant rotation from Rue. I mean, it all starts off anyway with Radahn. Okay, does end up dying the poison over time, but he's more than happy with it. He gets to live throughout getting the 2 kills. But this is Falcons going aggressive, and it's costing Falcons their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though the lane's going to be right back where it was earlier in front of Amar's tower, I think any little trade that goes in favor of Team Spirit in this bottom lane is absolutely essential, because Monkey King's one of those carries that doesn't farm super fast early, and so he's going for this Radiance build most likely, potentially Battle Furies because he's got Perseverance also there, but that can accelerate his timing significantly given the circumstances.
Definitely, all things said and done, this first 5 minutes could have gone a whole lot worse for Radahn. Well, other lanes continue to be very even. Yeah, mid lane's pretty much dead even. Top lane, still that slight bit of an edge for Skeeter.
Yeah, I feel like this game's going to ramp up based on the mids because they're trading. They're both having pretty good games.
On top, getting that rotation coming in. Here's Radahn.
That's the level 4 rotation. I wasn't sure if he was going to do it.
I mean, they go for it because especially when they see Skeeter step up as far as he did on that lane, it's just a very nice and easy move for them to make, right?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Like, Yato, that's when you know you're experienced in Monkey King, because it's a hero with options, and he's lane countered, and he's clearly making use of this mobility and gank potential. Similar to PA in that sense, one of the few carries that can actually contribute meaningfully to a gank. Level 4.
Top tower is under attack.
Both teams looking out for the 6-minute power rune. Samel's going to get the chance to grab it for himself. The haste rune does have the level 6 at the ready, so next time some sort of play goes down on the side lane, Samel will have the chance of turning up and looking to turn things around.
And Radahn got his small camp open top, so he's actually, or bottom, I mean, so he's going to be able to pull the lane back to his tower, which is a huge deal because he can't even walk up to this creep wave that Amar has. And Crit may look to dive with Amar here to pressure him underneath his own tower, but there's also the Wisdom Shrine coming out, so he might just go back off for that as well.
And as you were sort of saying earlier, what you imagine Amar this game on the Viper, it will go for some sort of right-click carry-esque build as the Viper.
I think Manta plus Hurricane Pike is just so good this game because they have Muerta, who's probably going to go Gleipnir, they have Ember Chains, and they have Wukong's Command. If you just force stab away from this stuff, and the Dragon Lance allows you to position better around the Winter Wyvern's Curse, Abaddon, another hero you want to kite. Amar loves being a scaling, right-clicking core no matter what he's playing, and I also think the build makes sense this game, and it's been 10th pick Viper, so I think he's going to get to do everything he normally likes to do.
Samel ready to make the move with the haste rune down bottom, but Radahn, he's already out of there. The ward down did catch Samel heading over from the mid lane, so Radahn's well out of there and might even be able to look for the chance to go for Skeeter top. They've got good vision down upon him. Skeeter, he's going to get jumped here. Root is going to have that extra bit of control. Okay, the fear misses, but it might not matter. The Boundless Strike comes down. Splinter Blast as well. Skeeter will fall. Samel, see what he can get in return. He's going to try and chase down Root with the haste rune. Samel does still have the one down the Rolling Thunder at the ready. And he'll use it to secure the control on Rue. As Rue, his team is close by.
And the Rolling Thunder bounces. Hey, he's still alive here,
That was
Rue.
mid-swashbuckle, so it's on cooldown now.
That's true. He's only got a shield crash left on Samel to try and close the gap, and backup comes in for Rue. The shield's there for collapse, and now he jumped up onto the... He's stuck.
Oh, God.
Well, that just went as bad as it could have gone for Samel. And now Skeeter, I mean, he's looking at it. Now Radan's up on this little cliff. He's going to get shielded. Radan's able to jump away. The fear's into Skeeter. Skeeter's dead. What the hell just happened, Brian?
I think a lot of people just learned that cliff is somewhere you can be on the map.
Oh, no.
I think about 8 players just learned that live in front of your guys' eyes. As, yeah, that was...
Let's see it again. Look at this.
This Rue dead
break
shot,
it down.
Crazy here. Oh, he already did it. Okay, yeah, now the cliff's coming out. Oh, no. I think he thought he would... Even if that cliff he knew it existed, I would almost think he thought he could go over it. Lack of the double jump fastest.
Well, that's the male and Skeeter getting taken out. And now
Skeeter's having a rough one right now. Like this, like Razor is another hero like Monkey King that wants to win his lane. Doesn't really have a farm acceleration tool. Barely level 5 at 9 minutes. They're gonna have to be making some serious space for him. But Amar isn't like Viper's a strong hero mid game, but he's not like a space maker. He just kind of continues farming areas and making himself hard to gank. So I think it's going to really boil down to, is this Falcons ready to counterplay the Spirit rotations rather than like Amar with the start leading the charge? Laurel pressuring mid though.
He's got good backup as well. Meposhka, Ambrou in the neighborhood in case anything occurs. Samel's going to stick to the jungle, try and get closer towards the defusal. Still a bit of a way to go. Top lane, they've got their eyes on Collapse. Does have the skill point ready to drop into borrowed time if necessary, and there it is. TP backup coming in as well. Collapse able to heal up pretty nicely, but now the borrowed time comes to an end. He's got good backup from Rue and Meposhka. They turn with the shots over towards Crit. Splinter Blast connects. Crit's gone. Amar has arrived. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow, giving the chance for Amar to creep up upon Collapse, but they're playing safe here. Oh, that cold embrace. Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
That's a reporter.
Yeah, that is. Oh, it's a nice curse. Maybe redeeming himself with the curse. And you know what he did? And then with the recursive, again, it bounced it over to Snake King. Okay, no report. No reports happening today because Meposhka redeems himself with the curse and gets them the 2 kills.
I would love to imagine the in-game comms, him saying, hey, I'm going to cold embrace you here. They're going to kill you, but they're all going to die in return.
It's going to be worth it.
Trust me, bro. You got no time to react, and you can't disable help.
And it was right. It's a worthy trade. They kill Amar. He's the highest net worth hero on the map.
Yeah, that's that new facet.
It's such a good facet.
Does it prioritize like the lowest HP
It does.
hero?
It does indeed.
Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, that was convenient.
No, it absolutely does. Prioritizes the lowest HP hero. You get a 50% duration and effect of the curse that redirects towards them. And as far as I think it keeps going.
Yeah, that's what.
You know what I mean. So it's a great facet.
Yeah, it should keep going. There's nothing in there that says only once.
Yeah, we'll trust the wording in the client.
Because that's totally how Dota always works.
It always does. Top lane, Snake King. Skeeter's here, but
no leaps.
Snake King's kind of dead.
If he had a leap, he could have made it to the cliff there.
And Radan, he's turned up. Skeeter's going to go for the static link, but he's again heavily outnumbered. Skeeter's just dead again. Double kill for Collapse. He's 4-1-3. They're taking the tower. Spirit, they're taking over this early game. And I thought they were the ones meant to be losing lanes, Brian. What's going on?
Yeah, I think this is a bit of uncharacteristic, panicky moves from Falcons. Like I said, their strongest hero is Viper, who doesn't really make plays. And if they just play for the counterattack, when Spirit perhaps overextends a bit too much, rather they're trying to make these aggressive plays to alleviate the pressure that's on Skeeter. But like Abat is a really hard hero to gank. He's also got amazing backup from the Wyvern. Ooh. And Crit.
And they're going for the setup with the curse. I mean, it's going to work out. Boundless strikes in. They'll get the kill. Amar does turn with the Viper Strike on towards Radan. Radan's in trouble. So he's going to die for this one.
These counter plays are what they need to be going for. This is good. This is totally worth it for them there. On the side of Falcons, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very aggressive move, really, from Spirit using the curse to set up on a poor old Clockwork. Cost them their carry's life. Maybe Spirit can continue, though, to make this trade another one that works out if this wraparound from Lal and Rue catches Amar out, because Amar is being spammed down by the Splinter Blast. He should be pretty dead. Slight change connects.
They're going to find him. So again, you know what? Miposhka's saying, hey, it's worth it. This is just big brain stuff from the Wyvern. I mean, he's 3-0-10. I'd trust him right now if I was on Spirit. He's crushing the game.
He's got 1,600 gold on top of his mana boots. That is insane. He's
Time-
almost the same net worth as Skeeter. He's 200
He's crushing
gold
it.
off of the net worth of Skeeter.
Top lane. This Collapse has got the borrowed time. He's getting TP backup coming in as well.
Missed hook, I think.
And backup's on the way. They do trap him in the cogs. They'll get the kill. And they should be able to get out. Samel was here as well, just in case Spirit did bring in further numbers to try and punish Crit and Skeeter. So this time Falcons, they're able to make a move, get the kill. They don't lose anything for it.
Yeah, I like that after having seen what all happened bottom. The TPs and the resources from the Wyvern were not available this time around. So Collapse getting a little bit caught out there. Also easy to get very overconfident on heroes like Abaddon where you're just so survivable. It took them like 20 seconds to kill him. But since there's no reinforcements, we see exactly the power of Razor in this matchup.
And we did see a bit of an inclination of Skeeter's sort of read at the moment. He did for a moment have the Midas queued up on the Razor. He's gone away from it now, but definitely identifying that it's not an easy start to the game for him.
I genuinely believe those type of kills alter that decision-making where you're like, I'm going to need to recover, but suddenly I might actually have enough items to contribute to the mid game because of that. And I like the switch up here because suddenly he feels strong. Oddly enough, I'm looking at his inventory. Doesn't look half bad.
Ooh, lol. He's teasing around with Amar. They're going to drop the Wukong's command and go for him here. As Amar, he's going to be in trouble. The curse
saved temporarily.
Yeah, he should be dead after this curse comes to an end, and indeed he is. Samel will try and find something in return. Gets the Rolling Thunder connection over towards Radan, but the Rolling Thunder's now come to an end. He's got the Swashbuckle down to the low ground, but a perfect Primal Spring from Radan chases Samel down. The slight changes there into the Boundless Strike. They kill off Samel on top of Amar.
Yeah, no trade to be had there. On the side of Falcons, they're not farming anywhere. They even reacted to this with Skeeter and Snaking.
And they get like a nice, triple Ancient stack.
Oh, no.
And this is on top of the fact as well, this move all came out around them going for the Shrine of Wisdom. So Spirit got both Shrine of Wisdoms, they take away the Ancient stacks. They're taking a lot away from Falcons.
They indeed are, and they're going double Mage Slayer on the side of Team Spirit. So heroes like Viper, you may be able to kite, like you may be able to stay in the back lines, but what relevance of damage are you even dealing when most of it's coming from your spells? A lot of the poison attack damage going to be mitigated.
Yep.
Is rushing Hurricane Pike on the Viper, understandably so. But even then he got caught in the Winter's Curse, and there seems to be significant enough slows and chase to lock him down, despite the fact that he's got this dragon. That's the early Tormentor, going the way of Team Spirit.
See the Shard falls towards, it's going to be Root.
And what does this Shard do now? I know they keep swapping
Probably the worst one, right, for a support. It's just the extra spell lifesteal and the scaling spell.
Oh, they left that as is. Okay, I thought they changed that, but it's the Ags they changed. Okay.
Yeah. So no, nothing too crazy on that front, but still obviously getting the gold. And you know, who knows? Root's he's doing pretty well. He's got 5k net worth as this support, so you know maybe he will turn into an additional core this game. He's definitely going to have a very good timing on the Rod of Atos. That's pretty much done. And that's going to be quite the nightmare for Falcons. Of course, it's still at a stage of the game where they don't have any ways to remove or dispel that Rod. So the setup from Spirit is going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah, when I'm thinking like the buildup of items and your natural survivability in this game, I don't actually see how they kill Laurel right now.
Sure.
And that's before he gets items, you know? He's going to have his Mage Slayer done. He's going to go S and Y. When you feel like you don't have to go BKB or any sort of purge, it feels so good on Ember to just play long, drawn-out fights with the poke and create some space down here.
They will. Look at the hook shot off. They will certainly look to chase there. Radan, he wants to kill. And he should get it here. More money for the Monkey King.
I thought he was straight haste ruined on Monkey King, but he was just running down the river. So Crit was not in the river, but Monkey King was, and that's the first time I've really noticed the difference of it when it comes to chasing people.
I'm not sure how good of an early game that they've had. It's the fact as well, like Miposhka, he's already got the Glimmer Cape online, so it's going to make it even that more difficult for Amar to kind of get his hands on someone and kill someone as the Viper.
Yeah, Viper feels atrocious when this is like the map state, where you're stuck on your side of the map, nobody else can really walk in front of you aggressively. And these roots, for now,
they're so
are
strong.
deadly without the dispels on anyone. Mirana, one of my favorite supports to play, I hate Ember.
when I play Mirana.
It just change.
You just get changed. You're like, I can't jump. I can't, like, if the guy gets on top of me, like, what am I going to do? He's got Ember or Flame Guards, so I don't do any damage. My arrows are always point blank range. Yeah, everything about Mirana feels so bad against Ember Spirit. And he's even got the Orb of Destruction neutral. Another huge buff to Ember, by the way.
Another catch here. Courtesy of Lal with the slight chains. And a beautiful fit once more from Rue, stopping any chance for him to get the hook shot back to safety that he was going for there. Crit gets interrupted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And already Miposhka looking for some deep play. And Falcons is getting to the point where they've got to be careful leaving the high ground, and it's only 18 minutes in.
Wait, there's a Wyvern support wrapping behind your tier 2 at minute 18. That says a lot about the state of the game.
And level 11 Wyvern as well. Keeping on track with the cores, which is how kill heavy is. 4-0-12 again. It's 16 of the 20 kills. Miposhka's been everywhere.
I didn't even know about her Eldworm Scholar innate that shares the Shrine of Wisdom, granting 20% of experience to each of the 3 heroes that did not collect the initial bonus. That's actually why like all the heroes are equally leveled.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
Well, definitely accounts for something here. As the mid lane pressure comes in, Falcons, they want to try and do something. Crick's the hook trying over towards Collapse. Of course, Collapse has got the borrowed time of the ready. They turn with the slight. It's Crit dead. Falcons, they're trying to fight this. Can they, though? Samael's in with the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't get the angle onto La. We'll find Radahn on the high ground. The Curse Juice trying to hold back Skeeter. Won't hold him back from killing off Collapse. As Collapse will fall, Miposhka buys some time with the Cold Embrace. Is be able to turn and get the glimmer off. In fact, he's up to the tree line. Miposhka's away. He'll live. As Falcons, they're falling low. They've got to start backing off. They get the trade, but the fight might not be over yet. As Radahn, and with the jump forward, Falcons have to continue to back away. All things considered, it is a trade that they'll take. They lose a support. They are able to get the core, taking Collapse down. And they keep their tier 2 tower alive for now. They push back against Spirit.
I think that was really well played by both sides. Falcons, they somehow have to focus a target against Wyvern as well as a Baton, so there's heals, there's sustain, but they also have to be positioned not to get Winter's Curse, not to get stuck in a Wukong, not to get like 2-man changed in the calling, so considering the circumstances that they were down by 4K going into that, I think they're more than happy with that result, but Team Spirit, it looked like it was going to go worse than it did, and they managed to retreat to the Wukong's command to like play the terrain really well and salvage their, like, I wouldn't even say losses, but avoid a potential disaster considering their lead. Oh, the arrow.
Oh, it's going to get the opening onto Radahn. Oh, the neutral. And he's out with the Boundless Shard, at least for now, and indeed the shield's out for Collapse if necessary. It's not actually needed as they're not able to stay on top of the Monkey King. Radahn's even thinking about maybe getting back in on this. As from the side, Miposhka comes in. He's got Curse back up in a couple of seconds.
Neutral creeps are not neutral, Owen. Did you see that 2-man stun?
That's easy stun for the neutrals.
Oh,
what was it for the Croakers or whatever they're called?
That is one of the funniest abilities.
Maybe that's the Boglet, actually.
Ah, yes. I feel like they always get you when you least expect it, you know? You're like, we're busy, we're going to make this comeback kill into this game. Nah, you're just going to get stunned by neutrals. Early shard, though, for Radahn there. Makes sense. He lacks the mobility to get away from, like, the Viper, the Razor W, and even getting out of Clockwork Cogs. It's effectively a 4-staff, in theory, and it's really good against that dire lineup.
Look towards Collapse again. Samael turning up. Ready with the defusal, but Collapse is going to back out from this area of the map. In fact, looks to TP over clear the mid lane as the rest of his team is Spirit smoked up. Looking to see if they can catch Amar. There's the chains. They get the opening, they get the route into the silence. Amar, he's gone. Clean moves continue here from Spirit, 22-6.
Wow, he actually managed to snipe that creep wave and take the rune. That was pretty huge on snaking. That's going to prevent any sort of like further moves from Team Spirit, I believe. As they're going to have to separate and farm. That's exactly what Radahn's doing. Almost has his full Radiance. Relic complete.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Miposhka setting up. Oh, he knows he's there now. I don't think that arrow was intended to hit him. I think that was intended to check and see if there was a ward up on the hill.
Of course, with these moments, I mean, even though Spirit are finding all these kills, Falcons are doing their best to not fall too far behind on the gold.
Dire's bottom tower.
It was just a 4k gold lead despite the amount of moves that Spirit have been making. So Falcons, they're definitely building up the potential of having a pretty strong team fight. And what do you imagine is the timing they're looking towards that, okay, Snake King does get caught this time. Another setup, catch from Lyle. Now, well, if you're Falcons right now, what are you looking towards to be the time where you look to strike back as a team?
Oddly enough, I think it's all of these mantas and dispels that they need. These roots are just too much right now.
Is it? Oh, we got him. He got him. And Lali, these slide chains are always there when you need them.
Yeah, I think it's the dispels. Like, Amar needs this manta really badly. You see Razor's already got his, but I'm wondering if he's going to pivot away from this Glimmer Cape on Skeeter. It's a nice item and all, but yeah, he goes to the BKB. Okay, I was like, I don't think that gives you a power spike is the problem. I think if you're already ahead and you're like, I want to be a little bit less killable and not have to invest my manta as early. But yeah, we need that timing to be hit to line up with that. Oh no.
He walks into a bit of a nasty surprise. Collapse and Lala waiting for him. Chris going to come with the hook shot, trying to bail him out of there, but the Root comes in with the side. Root also to push back with the fear onto Snake King. It's more kills for Lal. Falcons still not quite ready to fight back against Spirit.
Yeah, I really think those early game counter rotations that Falcons had towards top lane, where Amar was free farming bottom, TP top, died to the Winter's Curse. I think that accounts for, as we see another Winter's Curse.
And they're looking for the setup. Keeps him held in the Wukong's command, allows Stan to get it down as well as the Boundless. I mean, Miposhka, he knows when to drop these ults. You know, it doesn't have to be some flashy four-man, multiple people, just for the setup. And it's working pretty much every time. At the same time, look at this down bottom. They're pressuring the tier 3. We're just 24 minutes in.
Yeah, this is a rare game where I feel like I say Amar made poor mid-game farming decisions because this guy's usually the #1 net worth, was given 10th overall pick. If he has the Manta like 5 minutes ago, which it was completely reasonable with his start, then these extra 2 or 3 deaths don't happen. Suddenly, maybe like they can smoke up on the side of Falcons and make their own play. They are smoked up now.
Snake King. They'll find Snake King first.
He might just die to Orchid.
Some alert. Should be enough damage. He'll be all right. Falcons were looking to react on this. Not able to find a way to get him with the hook shot.
I don't think I can theory craft an amount, like a series of buttons that Falcons can press that kills Laurel.
Sure.
What is the chain of events? Literally, the chains. But you also have the Wyvern save. Like, let's ignore them having a Batten and Wyvern. I still think it would be difficult to kill Laurel, other than like a 5-second arrow, but that's obviously shielded off. Setting up for the Tormentor. They took it right at 15, very punctual with the 25-minute Tormentor now. They're smoked on Falcons, but
this is a hard fight to look for.
Yeah, that healing aura is going to pay off for Rue here.
Well, this is a risk for Falcons. I mean, they have to find such a clean entrance into the fight to have a chance against Spirit right now in this position. Well, Spirit, they're going to avoid this area.
They know they're here, because otherwise why would a Clockwork Flare go to scout you on this hill? And they're just going to ditch. That's fine. You've got a 14k net worth lead. It's like you can say, they're ahead, why not fight? Well, Radon's a recipe off BKB.
Yep.
He'll be absolutely unkillable at that point as well. Miposhka's getting his Blink flown out to him. They're hitting so many timings at the same time. Collapse has Orchid Blink, so not only is he also unkillable, you don't want to focus him because he's got Blade Mail, but also he's a meaningful threat now, and the lack of dispels against the Roots also applies to the fact that they can't dispel Orchid on most of these heroes on Dire right now, including Sumail on this Pango, who swapped from the Ags to a BKB.
I think it's necessary, right? He's got to have something to protect himself.
Is Crit going to go for the snipe here? I don't think they're going to meet... they might actually meaningfully contest as well. They've smoked up on the side of Snake King and Amar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just so hard for Falcons to approach this. You know that Miposhka is going to be looking for some beautiful Winter's Curses. There's the jump forward, collapsing over the silence straight away over towards Crit. Crit's gone. And Sumail is rolling in. Getting up towards Collapse. Collapse. It's going to be fine. Borrowed time will end up going off. They just have to back off, Falcons. As soon as they lose a man, they can't fight 4v5.
And Amar's just half HP as well. Like, I don't even know what happened to him. I was busy watching Sumail, but it just feels like Team Spirit knows they can take long drawn-out fights. They don't have to overreact to any of these spell usages. Snake King might be going for his own steal.
He's thinking about it. He's gonna.
Oh, he was trying. He tried.
Tries a little late there. I mean, he went for it, but he didn't fully go for it.
Yeah,
he got cold feet at the first leap.
Absolutely. Gotta commit. As looking pretty rough for Falcons. 29-6 kill score.
Just look at the net busters. I guess obviously the fact they get the shards is helping out, but the two supports of Spirit, they're on the way to catching up with both Sumail and Amar.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I don't know what it is with Pangolier now. We did see his win rate coming into this game, but he's just felt incredibly lackluster, and Ember's always been one of his worst in-game matchups because Ember free farms the lane, and also Ember's a hero that can easily prevent you from using your Rolling Thunder by chaining you, and can also easily disengage your Rolling Thunder. So it's like one of those matchups where Pango doesn't mind it. He's going to farm.
Crit is going to try and get in on the fight. They just turn and kill Crit straight away. Crit's gone. Sumail's in with the Rolling Thunder. Gets a good angle across the three of them. They're looking towards Radahn. The borrowed time goes off and collapses, able to throw the shield down towards Radahn. Sumail tries to roll away, but he gets clipped by the silence. The Orchid as well. The balance strike on towards Snaking. Snaking's gone. Sumail to fall as well as the three are dead. Skeeter is trying to fight back against Lal. But with Radahn by Lal's side, they can look towards Skeeter. Skeeter pots the BKB. He's bringing Radahn down low, but even if he gets him the once, Radahnn's got the Aegis and the BKB. The curse is there from Maposhka. Catches onto Skeeter. Now moves on over towards Amar. They've had enough. They'll tap out. Team Spirit absolutely crushed Falcons in this game one, Brian.
Yeah, I think our main concern was Radahn getting out of the laning phase because they did go for the 10th pick, cheese pick Viper to shut him down on ATF, and that rotation from Radahn in the top lane, level 4. They also got the counter kills underneath his own tower. He did go down, but we were mentioning, like, just weather the storm. Collapse had a solid start. Laurel absolutely owning the map. I mean, I think Maposhka MVP.
I think Maposhka MVP indeed. 6-0-20. Some crazy plays, and to think there was a point where Collapse might have won him reported for that initial cold embrace, on that top lane. Outside of that, Maposhka just completely controlling the action. And yeah, Falcons, they just looked a little lost. And I think, as you alluded to, I think they just expected a lot more with coming in with this last pick Viper. Whereas Spirit, they were ready for that. Radahn was ready to deal with any sort of pressure that was Amar was trying to put on him in the lane. I don't think, especially against Team Spirit, they wouldn't do this again, Falcons. They know that this last pick Viper is just not going to work against Spirit.
Yeah, I think Falcons made a couple crucial errors that we were talking about in the early game, but I also feel like just Team Spirit, every single opportunity that was given to them, small windows where Falcons were a bit out of position, they overextended, they went on the Abaddon who's cold embraced underneath his tower, like every single thing got punished, and it got punished hard.
Now this was quite the brutal one. We'll see if Falcons are able to pick themselves up after this. I'm sure they are. Of course, we've had some other series from them that have gone to 3 games and they managed to recover after some rough performances. But yeah, this one, Spirit coming in and crushing Team Falcons in this game one.
Yeah, this was not it for Falcons. 6 kills total for them, and in the 30s for Team Spirit. It was not close. Spirit just was one step ahead. I love their way of using the Abaddon. Obviously, it was their opening pick, so that helps a bunch, but it also it did show Jenkins why this hero is just so highly contested right now.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons kind of, it seemed like they thought that they had the gotcha pick in the Razor, that they could just, like, beat it in lane.
Yeah.
But, and number one, it just seems like Abaddon is very difficult to lane against in general, and a lot of the old counters, the numbers just don't match up. Like, Abaddon just does more damage with his return than you deal to him, because maybe those numbers have been nerfed, but the Abaddon numbers have been buffed. And also, they just rotated multiple heroes to the Razor and killed him over and over and over again. And Razor is not a hero that recovers. And Abaddon is a hero that is going to scale and become a problem later on in the game.
Most definitely. And also, some of these early rotations, this is what I like. This is, we're talking about the best players in the world. What they do is they realize they can't lane, they can't sustain themselves in the lane, even though there is Winter Wyvern. Radahn's like, I can't get close to Viper, it's too annoying. So he goes through the Twin Gates, level 4, he makes a rotation, he'll kill Skeeter. They also bring the numbers to his lane one more time. They get one more kill as well. I think in this patch, it's very important to bring in numbers. I think you're not losing too much gold the way the camps are set up. I think at the end, when you do the math, overall, it feels better when you bring in one extra hero. You get a kill rather than that hero is farming on the other side of the map, because you're gaining so much out of it.
It does seem like that. And honestly, I feel like even at the end of the last patch, we were kind of like angling towards that. I remember in an interview we asked 33 like, why are you rotating through the portal and then kind of like staying there, even like farming?
Yeah, I remember that game on Enigma.
Yeah, and then he goes like,
I just felt.
I just felt like it's just a good thing to do. And it's like, okay, fair enough, dude. But he seemed to be doing it in a lot more of his games than he would do previously, and now on this patch, even more so. And it's hard to say exactly why. It's very anecdotal in a way where we just see the games.
And in his words, he said it just felt good, right?
Right. And I think Lacosse's breakdown is very good. It's like it is probably due to the nature of the camps. There wasn't a change in the gold formula or anything like that, right?
I just messaged a stats guy because there is new formula for the gold with all the camps. I want to see if we're going to be able to get how much gold is on the new map compared to the previous.
With the fish. With the fish. They scale, right?
Yeah, the fishes, they scale.
Maybe early on, it doesn't matter, but then later on you can start jungling, but in the river with the fish. But then you're at more of a risk because you're like on low grounds and in like risky areas. It's interesting.
It is interesting. It is also interesting how Falcons just couldn't do much on this game. I mean, we're saying all the things that Team Spirit did well this game, and Falcons did think they had answers. But I even when the answers didn't actually answer the draft, I kind of felt like Lacoste, they should have been able to do just a little bit more.
They got shut down. You have Viper, who's supposed to be the lane dominator. We've been always saying that about the hero. Not the easiest hero to recover with. And then you also have Razor, another hero that doesn't really play well from behind. So it's a lot of on shoulders of Pango, who doesn't really have that +1 gotcha. Sure,
and he's the stand-in as well.
Yeah, he's also... Sure. You're playing with Clockwork. I don't think you have that much of a kill threat on the map, especially if there's gonna... Because Pango against Muerta, not the greatest one. She pops the ulti. She's not gonna die. Then you have Winter Wyvern with the Curse, with the Cold Embrace, gives you just enough time for others to rotate as well. So pretty difficult game for them. I think this one is on the draft, and I think, Jenkins, you had a hero in mind that you wanted to see. Are we gonna see that in game number 2?
The Necrophos, would that have solved
You gotta
this?
stare in the camera. You can't just say Necrophos. You gotta stare in the camera. Do the TI-10.
It was 60 seconds, dude.
Can we zoom in on
Zoom in on Jenkins. We want to recreate... I believe it was TI-10. Yeah.
Necrophos.
Wow, it brings me back. Brings me back.
I don't want to be brought back. Spirit was also in that... won that TI. I don't know if they were in the series.
I'm sure. This was a little bit of a trip
Spirit
down
buff. Yeah, this is not good. I need to do something for Falcons. What do they play?
What? Yeah, well, we'll see in the next game because it wasn't really this. Maybe. We'll see what they'll play in the next game, but we'll also see what they saw or perhaps didn't see. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Cheever. There was a lot of eyes on the safe lane in this game because what they did to beat up the Razor was the same thing we see every single time somebody does safe lane Razor. They rotate an overabundance of heroes to beat this guy because this hero doesn't actually catch up after he gets behind the laning stage. So this great ward behind the tower allowed them to be successfully rotating on this guy, and they got this nice rundown count. This is a level 4 carry Monkey King ganking. Yeah, sure, he normally beats his lane partners, but he doesn't beat a Viper. But the fact that he's able to go to the lane like this and actually punish him means that he doesn't even get to stay in his lane by himself. And then Skeeter rotates over to try to help out in this crazy maneuver here. And this just led to more bad things happen. Because Skeeter thought like, okay, well, I'm going to be able to get this kill at least. But he's fighting 4 heroes by himself. Really hard to do enough damage in that circumstance. And that's why that was the ward of the game. It just set too much tempo with the knowledge that it gave.
Thank you.
It's a very important series, especially for Team Spirit, and they're on the right track. At the moment, they're 1-2, and if they win the next game, they'll be 2-2, just like Falcons, so they tie the score, as they need some more wins on the board in order to not be in the bottom of the pack, because the bottom 4 of the 8 teams in a group goes home, and you want to be in those top 4. Jenkins, what did they need to do to get this one again in the bag with 2-0?
I want to say go back to the basics, but this is what we heard from Aoi in the previous interview.
And it didn't work for Falcons just now.
Yeah, it's the thing is, there's going back to the basics of Dota. This is not necessarily an easy thing to do, but I trust that Falcons can do it because they do it a lot whenever they have these rough group stages into winning the tournament. But then there's also going back to the basics in terms of you have a stand-in who you now need to draft around him. And when you're talking the flex picks, those aren't really there. And I feel like it does end up with some like wonky stuff happening. So it may be something that they can try is like picking Sumail's hero really early and then just building the rest of the draft.
They just did.
Or first, like really early, and it's his, and it's just a specialty hero.
Sure.
Like just get a Leshrac, get a Storm.
Yeah, I'd be down because this doesn't seem to be working. At least not in this game. They looked so lost. It's also a learning process. Man, Falcon's so bad. We're still on a new patch. People are trying new things. This one didn't work out. This one was definitely on the draft. I don't think they're going to be having such draft in game number 2. So these are also professional e-gamers. They know how to adapt quickly. So I think they're going to do the full 180.
The all switcheroo,
Yeah. They're going to have a much better draft.
Just like you guys did the whole switcheroo when I asked about what Spirit should do to get a 2-0, and instead you go...
Wait, is that what you asked? Is that what you asked? Oh.
But we're going to find out what's going to happen for both of the teams after a break.
In South Australia I was born. Heave away, all the way. South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, all the way. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, all the way. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, all the way. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, all the way. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I was a-walking down Paradise Street, to me had such a loving talk. I'll go more rowing with you, fair maid. The rowing, it's rowing in my mind. I'll go more rowing with you, fair maid. Oh, didn't I tell her stories true? Mark well what I do say. Oh, didn't I tell her stories true? And didn't I tell her walkers thing? Go more rowing with you, fair maid. The rowing, it's rowing in my mind. I'll go more rowing with you, fair maid. What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the cupboard and the hole, my bonnet. Put him in the cupboard and the hole, my bonnet. Put him in the cupboard and the hole, my bonnet. Early in the morning. Way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises early in the morning. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning. Way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises early in the morning. Way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises early in the morning. There's a cozy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where Grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to
Welcome back. That's right, you're watching DreamLeague Season 25. We're powered every day by the PogChamp Pandas, and it's fantastic to have you guys here with us. Thank you for that. And we're also already ready to show you guys the draft for game number 2 here as we have Falcons versus Spirit. I was going to say Falcons. That doesn't work.
If they took Yatoro and replaced Skeeter, and then took Maposhka and replaced whoever the guy is that's placed 5 on Falcons.
Great.
Chris?
Yeah.
The greatest North American Dota player.
Of course I don't forget Snake King, the legend.
The king.
But yeah, so we got Spirit on the Radiant side with second pick this time around. Falcons with first pick on Dire, so this is their preferred sides. It's what we know. And Falcons with first pick. I'm wondering if they're going to remove the Abaddon.
I hope so, and I also hope they remove the Razor from their lexicon, because that hero just hasn't looked good the last, like, many games that I've seen it played.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Normally... Oh, no, never mind. My question is already answered by myself in my head just now. Thank you.
Thank you for including that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Razor just has been falling flat consistently. It doesn't necessarily take like a Monkey King carry to gate rotate for that hero to be rough, because if you just dive it with like 3 to 4 heroes a couple times and it gets behind, it just doesn't have a fast way to catch up. It needs to like win the laning stage, use that level advantage and that gold advantage to continue to free farm and take jungle camps while your support goes and does something else. But once the hero gets behind, it's just not going to be a competitive hard carry.
But did you know at the 5-minute mark, the Polywogs upgrade into...
Not at 5 minutes.
Gushers. What is it? What are the frogs?
15 minutes.
Every 5 minutes. Starting at 15 minutes? Oh, no, at 5 minutes.
The Boglet, of course.
The Boglet, yeah. At 5 minutes, there's one Boglet. One Polywog gets replaced by one Boglet.
Yeah, but at 15, they fully transform.
And then all of them are Boglets.
The small camp
becomes all Boglets.
Yes.
Yeah. Everybody knows exactly what we're talking
and
about.
And both medium camps become hard ones. Or big camps.
Large.
Yes.
Bristleback is removed as well.
All these tanky boys being banned by Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I don't know, Team Spirit seem very convinced that Falcons won't first pick Abaddon, or are they happy to let it through and have an answer for it?
They haven't had an idea in the previous game. It just didn't work out. It was not a balanced fight by any means with all those rotations. So maybe they want to test it out one more time, but be ready to rotate as well. But I think they're going to be staying, they're going to be doing something differently this time around, because Falcons, they are the ones that have first pick. I just don't want to see Pango being first phased.
Yeah, when we saw just now Spirit, when they had first pick, the two heroes that they banned as well were a PA and a Darkseer. Those are still in the pool. And we have our first phase Nature's Prophet ban into an Abaddon first phase pick.
Ooh. This hero's got to get some respect on his name. This is the TI winning character, champion, whatever you want to call him.
A hero?
Unit with abilities that it can upgrade. Hero, if you will.
I've been trying to theory craft what's good against Abba from position 5 or 4. Most likely this is going to be off lane. We don't know yet, but Oracle is the one that is really good because the shield doesn't burst with Mephitic Shroud, and you're just dispelling it immediately, receiving no damage whatsoever.
Pretty cool. This was this response here with this Darkseer. That was what Team Spirit, I believe, banned in the first phase last game. To protect their eventual Abaddon pick. So they're going to feel comfortable knowing that at some point later in the game, they're going to get a free illusion. And that's actually quite good against Abaddon, because if you're not going to kill Abaddon, the next best thing you can do is make him move slow, which is going to happen. You throw him into the wall, his illusion spawns and hits him, puts the Curse of Avernus onto his own hero, and now he just can't get out of the wall, which means he's not doing damage.
Yeah.
He's not right-clicking heroes.
But if you want to throw him into the wall, you need a Marcy.
Can I throw you into the wall right now?
I would prefer, if not, I like to be on the ground, Purge, and who's also going to be on the ground is Abaddon, because he's going to be getting slowed as hell in these fights. I love playing Darkseer in long fights, and Abaddon is also a hero because of his ult and status resistance that he gets and the shield and kiting. He likes to play long fights, so it's a question of who does it better, and the answer always is Darkseer. It's just first phase on this patch, who knows? Maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. Also, do you guys think the Oracle is going to come out here from Team Spirit?
Not necessarily. This is something that I try to think of how to counter Abba, because he's been the #1 most banned hero. It's pretty much in every single draft. It's been highly contested. Something that works against him in the lane from position 5, because a lot of the times your carry or an offlaner, depending where this hero is played, you don't get to win the trades. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it seems like nothing wins the trades against Abaddon right now, to be honest. Maybe this thing has been a little bit overbuffed, and that's the problem. I'm just thinking the Oracle only because Team Spirit has Darkseer. It's also a counter. I feel like there's also an element of Spirit is kind of trying to bait Falcons into picking the hero that was considered a counter for quite some time to the Darkseer, which is Troll. But haven't really seen that work out too well in the competitive so far.
Team Spirit did win with the hero at least one of the games, which is cool. Here's another Dispel.
Yeah,
another way to do it.
Same idea, yeah.
Except a much better hero and a lot more viable, right?
Is it? You think so?
Compared to Oracle?
Overall,
we've
yeah,
seen way more
is a stronger hero.
I don't know about that.
For years.
No, for years, yes, of course. But on this patch, I feel like we've seen Enchantress kind of lose.
Yeah, Enchantress hasn't had the greatest success this patch.
How many Oracle games have you seen to compare this with?
I feel like we've seen Oracle win when it does get picked.
Maybe once.
The one time that it got picked?
Liquid picked it, Gaiman picked it.
Look how great Liquid is doing right now.
Oh, they did. They actually did it. Oh my god, my theory was so stupid. Okay, well, sometimes you go so previous level, you become next level, just like the professional players. They picked a Troll.
Yeah, we saw the record, 1 and 2. The only one who was able to win with Troll was Yatoro.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he went a Battle Fury build into some other item like Manta, and then he got Ags afterwards, if I'm not mistaken. And what the Ags does is when you throw the ranged axes, it dispels people. So if you hit all of the Iron Shield enemies, that gets removed. If you're also debuffed yourself, your spinny axes that go around you will dispel. So it's really good against heroes that will land a lot of annoying but low cooldown dispel or disables on you.
Purge, can you, Kevin Godek, can you tell me what Big L says?
You just told everybody my real name, dude. How could you do that?
Mr. Godek, can you please tell me what Big L, Lyrical Dota, says about, and he's of course the Darkseer expert among the analysts.
Yep.
A Darkseer against Troll matchup, how does this one work out?
I actually have no idea what he said. He just picks the hero every game and he says
No.
position
He
1 to
says
5.
you put a wall down on the troll. He ults. He kills the illusion. The illusion dies.
Then
It
he
spawns
does it
another
again.
one, and he keeps doing it. And it's one of the most cucking things that I've ever seen in a game of Dota 2. However, I know a lot of people think that the matchup works the opposite way. So it really depends on the mechanics. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword. But Leshrac is not a double-edged sword.
No, it's very
not.
nice. I mean, they were on the receiving end of Lauren of Leshrac yesterday. They get to repay in kind, but this time to Falcons. With
What if you go into the Darkseer wall while Leshrac's trying to kill you and you pop Blade Mail and ulti and then you stand still and you reflect infinite damage to the Leshrac?
Ooh, I mean, Abaddon can also do that with not griefing the game. So I think that's not bad. And the Ember gets picked. This is, of course, a Mage Slayer hero.
Yep. Good against Leshrac. They also have no real stuns other than Leshrac. Maybe in this game is going to be building into Road of Atos, which is a really nice item. It's a nice setup. Even though Yule Scepter always feels good when you're playing against Troll, so the kiting potential definitely going to be there. Tusk, you have like a lot of damage. You're never going to be lacking damage for killing Roshan. Kiting as well, when he goes you can always use the snowball, maybe even kick him out at the later stages of the game. This one has been nerfed. We also didn't see too much of a Tusk, but still a strong hero.
Yeah, and with the faster shards coming online at 15 minutes, a lot of Tusks are even maxing out ice shards first because they have a really good chance of just getting that shard instantly in the game. And against heroes like Troll or even Abaddon, it can be really nice into preventing them from leaving and forcing them to use their ultimates in really bad ways. But I think Leshrac has just looked solid for sure. He has a lot of burst damage. He's good at frontlining from the mid lane. And even with the Mage Slayer, he'll still be doing a decent amount of damage.
Would you like to see Abaddon offlane or Abaddon 5?
I think it's a less bad Abaddon 5 game than the previous match, based on the heroes that he's up against, because they don't have as much sustained damage.
Oh,
you got this.
I have the Yatoro hero. Faceless Void without the time square.
No, why?
It's just so bad, the time square.
No, why Faceless Void? Because then you get a Chronosphere.
Yeah, you get the Chronosphere. It's very good against Ember and Troll and Hoodwink. And Abaddon. These are all really low cooldown heroes. The time dilation is quite strong.
That's true.
Chrono the Troll, Chrono the Abaddon, like at the end of their ult or halfway through, and you can kill them afterwards.
He's got a pairing with Darkseer. If you accidentally Chrono the Leshrac, it's not that bad.
It sounds good. The problem is you're going to be playing Faceless.
Yeah. I'm with Lacoste on this one. Team Spirits should still ban out Jakiro too, no?
Yeah, that's a good ban. That's a really good ban. I feel like Darkseer, Tusk, even Lesh, they really commit to fights. So throwing down all the Jakiro spells can really devastate these heroes.
Good against Tusk as well, because whoever you're going on, there's going to be an Ice Path there that he might blink into, not be able to save that guy.
Yeah, and since the Ice Path lasts like for a set duration and then stuns whenever you want.
Oh, they banned Crystal Maiden. Interesting.
It would be a good one. It would give them something to keep them in place against Darkseer, good against Enchantress, of course. Tusk can't snowball when he's rooted, so it would be a really good pickup. Maybe there's a chance for... Jakiro's definitely up there. It's a really good Phoenix game. They have literally 0 ways of killing the egg. None of the heroes have any kind of attack speed, so it needs to come from Yatoro. But also when I'm looking at the protection for the egg, they don't have the best heroes, but could be just a casual Phoenix.
Falcons will think about which hero from Yatoro to still remove from the equation. What do we still have to put in the pool that we like Yatoro to play in this one? Or sorry, Radon.
It's not a good Pudge game, but I could see him playing it because it's fun.
He has bigger concerns on his mind right now, unfortunately.
Than fun?
Yeah. There's some I would agree.
Let's see.
I mean, Yatoro Morph could be fine.
Because Lifestealer's out, PA's out, Terrorblade's out. Pango will be the last pick. That does mean Abaddon 5?
Yatoro's played so many heroes already this tournament.
Yeah, he played 63 matches in the last 8 days on top of officials and on top of scrims.
Even his pro games, look how many different heroes he's played. It's insanely wide. He's played like 15
loves
different
Dota.
heroes.
They ban out Bloodseeker because they go for that Pango.
What is going to beat this Troll in a 1v1?
I'm still kind of feeling the Void. I feel like they lack lockdown in the late game. BKB piercing against the troll would be really nice too.
Morphling, Sven.
Morph is not bad.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards Morphling.
Sven into troll is a bit rough, but Sven's a very strong hero on this patch in pubs.
Well, how about Weaver?
Okay, that's cool. Hey, he's more squirrely, basically. He's going to be able to get away from his opponents. He can disengage from Amar's Pango roll. If he does get caught by a stun and Skeeter gets on top of him, it can be pretty dangerous because you can get chain rooted, but it gives him some ability to escape those dangerous situations, especially the slight chains.
Do we like the swap from getting the Abaddon to 5 and then getting the Pango instead?
I think it's okay this game because the enemy heroes aren't as like bursty to like just kill him really quickly twice. It'll take resources and positioning. So I think it better as a 5. I think it's a better 5 Abaddon game this game than the last game.
Okay.
I think Weaver bench should do fairly well against the offlane Pango. Like I feel like that's something that they feel as well. That's why they picked it.
Yeah, do we know which facet he chose on Pango? Is it double jump? Double jump? Yeah, this is what you want to have because you're playing into like 2 heroes, but it also gets dispelled, which is not the best thing because you're going to be laning into Enchantress. But if someone can make this work, it's definitely a Mario.
Yeah. You guys, you gentlemen want to give your opinion on what's happening with our drafts?
I'm a stats man. I'm usually an analyst. I'm over there. He's 9-27, not Amar specifically, but Pangolier. As a win rate for this event, you're 9th overall picking a 25% win rate hero.
Is that a good stat line or is that a bad one?
I would say it leans on the side of bad, but to be determined, Jenkins.
What if you think that the only people that have lost with Pango are just bad players? And
That's
you
probably
yourself...
what Amar's saying in the draft. That actually sounds exactly what Amar...
That sounds like him.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Owen?
We'll see. I'm still not a big believer in Troll. I think only certain carry players right now can make it work. We'll see what Skeeter can do because I know he's a big troll. He's a big troll enthusiast. Yeah, I'm all for it. He's got to show us that he can get it done because I think on paper it looks good again from Spirit.
Well, yesterday you were sitting right there. We had the game with Team Spirit, the first game of the series against Chimera. You had the exact same spiel about Troll, and they won that game. What needs to happen for you to change your mind?
It's got, as I said, that wasn't Skeeter winning with Troll. That was what Radan when it was Troll. If he's able to prove it here, then I'll believe in the Skeeter Troll.
He likes Team Spirit.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh my God.
So do I. They won 2 TIs. They're entertaining.
Well, let's see if we can have a third game to this series or if Spirit will take it 2-0 as we're heading to the game via the PogChamp Pandas.
Team Falcons and Team Spirit. And some change-ups happening, but some similar heroes coming through. But on Falcon's side, just in different positions, right? This time, we're going to get Amar taking this Pangolier to the off lane, and they themselves getting the Abaddon rather than letting it go the way of Spirit, but playing it as the position 5 Abaddon. I mean, what do you sort of make of some of these switch-ups? And in particular, do you believe in the Pango a little bit more on the off lane, considering the overall win rate isn't great?
This isn't something we've seen in a while, this safe lane duo, but Weaver Enchantress, that is just a scary combo. A lot of chase potential, a lot of harass, good trading as well from the Enchantress, so I'm a bit nervous because I think any offlaner hero would struggle against this duo, and Pangolier, as the panel was mentioning, you have the shield crash double facet, but it could just be dispelled immediately if my post goes on top of it, so I'm concerned, but I'm also fascinated to see. I think this is the first Abaddon support I've seen. I've seen a bunch of Abaddon cores, but you're also demoting a hero that I've seen have a lot of success. So I'm also wondering, not only are you picking the Pangolier that's at a 25% win rate currently, but is it worth it for the sake of demoting the Abaddon?
We'll see how that goes for them. Indeed, on this top lane. I mean, overall, from Spirit side of things with the draft, Looking for instance, at the mid lane matchup. Obviously, last game, Smell did have a tough time on the Pango. Do you see him having a better time this game on the Ember?
Ember versus Lesh has always been an interesting matchup. One thing I thought about in this matchup is that in the past, when you had Mage Slayer on Ember, you would Mage Slayer the Lesh with Sleight of Fist and chains him. But now once the Bloodstone applies a basic Dispel, so if he does that, he's not a hero that generally reapplies the Mage Slayer, at least for another 6 seconds. So I think the laning matchup itself should be about even, but I think the game matchup is way more in favor of Lesh than it used to be because of the fact that that poke is just not nearly as reliable with that Bloodstone slight buff that they gave it.
And this bottom lane you mentioned, you imagine Radan's going to be off to a pretty good time with the backup of Enchantress against the two that Falcons have put down in the Hoodwink and the Pango. Nowadays, what do you imagine sort of the cookie cutter build for Weaver, or there's still options? Because obviously what the Gleipnir build up, that's gone with the change to Gleipnir.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We might see like a casual Maelstrom. It's either going to be Maelstrom or the Desto Shard, but I have not seen any Weaver carries this patch. But both builds are still fine. It's just if you go Maelstrom, you're unlikely to upgrade it to anything more than maybe a Mjolnir super late game.
Top lane. Gonna catch Snaking in the shards, and they have to be a bit careful how they go for the attempt there. Skeeter was here to stand by Snaking, make sure that they couldn't push for the kill.
Yeah, I'm seeing this Aphotic Shield with the Facet pay off a lot against the Ion Shell, just doing a lot of damage return, and he's drawing a lot of attention to himself, so Skeeter should have a pretty chill time in the top lane, assuming he gets those CS. I just watched him miss one. But they look like they're just happy cutting on the side of Team Spirit. And Rue,
on top,
shards.
They're going to get Snaking. This time round, the damage to the level 2 Ion Shells too much. Collapse, he'll be able to get away. Skeeter not quite able to stay on top of the Darkseer.
Yeah, needs to go back for the creeps. Otherwise, he's just being inefficient. Really well played by Rue, just waiting to the exact moment that Snake King face checked the hill. Collapse gonna go back to base. Reset his resources. Gonna drag the wave on the side of Rue. Really good, like, just lane management by Team Spirit in the top lane. As Snake King might try to cut him off. Misses the body block, though. Is trying to pull the large camp. That's smart. Nice use of the miscoil there.
Yeah, bottom lane continues to be pretty even. A very close start this time round. You can see obviously what Radan was able to do after a bit of a tougher start last game. This time going to have an even easier lane. And again, on a hero that I imagine when you're playing these Weaver carries, you can absolutely look for those twin gate plays as well early on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. And Leshrac, I mentioned the Bloodstone build, but we've also been seeing other people, obviously, since they transferred the AoE from Bloodstone, as we see Amar getting gone, should be fine. They transferred the AoE from the Bloodstone to the Gleipnir, and so he's actually got the Atos queued up. And even though it's not as good defensively, obviously, against the Ember in the past, you would go Yules on Lesh, but you also have to time the stun near flawlessly to land it on heroes like Ember Spirit. So I'd imagine aggressively this matchup's also shifted a bit that direction with the items that he likes to go for on Lesh.
We saw what the early catch did do against Samel last game, and whilst he's not the Pango, still as the Ember, it's going to cause similar issues if Lyle's able to get that online at good time.
Not again. As the shards.
Still difficult for them to get the grab onto any of Spirit here in this top combo. Collapse is going to be a bit too slippery. They can at least ensure that Skeeter continues to get safe farm under the tower. And with the backup of Snaking, it's just getting harder and harder for Spirit really to get aggressive and dive the tower, look for kill opportunities.
Yeah, Jenkins was talking about this Troll versus Darkseer matchup as it goes on. The wall illusion can be really annoying for him, but you have the Axe you build into to dispel the Ion Shell, and you're also meant to have a really free-farming lane on the side of Troll against Darkseer. But this lane cutting, even though Troll's super happy up here, a Collapse seems like the winner of this early game. 39 CS, super early mana boots, might be catching Snaking here.
Yeah, steps up. Then Rue's got the shards at the ready to trap him in. It's going to be another chance to bring down the Abaddon.
Even gave him the last hit. Good guy Rue here.
That's the thing, when Snaking sort of strays away from the lane, it's not easy to survive. Like, Darkseer and Tusk, they'll pretty much kill him every time at this stage of the game.
I'm watching this Darkseer. He just leveled up, and that level up innate was insane. He just got his 20% mana and health back, and it's one of those you definitely just have to feel out and you have to watch it. Darkseer always been a sustain hero through and through in the early game, and that allows him to rush these mana boots in past experiences I imagine he wouldn't have been able to.
Top.
On him top.
TP's going to be coming in from Snake King, just in time to provide a shield. Enough to keep Skeeter alive. He looks to turn, but Surge is up for collapse. They also bring in a potential +1 as Lal. He's heading top, but he does have the haste rune, so could come in with quite an impactful dive here. Iron Shelled up as well. We'll see how ready Falcons are for this.
Yeah, I really like this pressure because you also have Miposhka farming mid lane. You have Radon free farming the bottom lane. So nothing lost while also making it a nice aggressive rotation.
And here we go. They're going to get Snake King for sure. And with the remainder of the haste rune, LeBrew's got to get out of the way. We'll allow Lal to pass through now. See if he can chase down Skeeter on top of this.
Oh no, this looks like this is deja vu for Skeeter.
I mean, TPs are coming in, but the damage... Ooh, the shot's actually not going to grab him, so Skeeter's going to be fine. Samelin with the TP turns towards collapse. Not quite enough mana. He's got one more slight in a second. That will do it. So Samel turns up, is able to kill off collapse, and does manage to make sure that Skeeter gets the chance to walk out safely.
Yeah, that's like best case scenario, I think, for Falcons, because even then you have both mid lane and bottom lane being free farmed by Team Spirit. And even though Sumail does get the kill, he has to go refill his resources sometime soon before the rune comes out. Skeeter also had to go base. But compared to last game, where Sumail's no longer on a cliff, we'll take that.
Amar, ooh, crit not able to get the follow-up with the bushwhack. A little off the mark, couldn't get the chain stun. So Radan's going to be able to Shikuchi safely away from the attempt from Amar's Rolling Thunder.
I like the attempt, but that's definitely a tough kill. They had a small window where Radan wasn't quite level 6 yet. He should be getting it from the creeps underneath the tower, and without the roll, I imagine they're not going to be able to take him down. But good, meaningful damage here, no fortification. Quickly uses the time lapse.
I mean, they've got TP backup. Rue.
Ooh.
And there's a swashbuckle at the ready, but Rue's going to be ready with a counterplay. The snowball's there, closes in. The shield thrown out from Snaking does not save Amar.
Meanwhile, Collapse is just getting top tower for free.
And Rue, he's even got the shards ready to trap in Snaking. The bugs are out upon him. We'll look for a deny to the neutrals. He won't get it. As Rue gets the kill, Snaking not able to find the deny. I mean, Rue on this Tusk, he's causing a lot of issues for this Abaddon. 2-0-3. He's been everywhere.
Yeah, it really feels like Team Spirit has just had their number in the, 5 to 10 minute window, both of these games. We saw Radon making a lot of the rotations last game. This time around, it's Laurel initiating it, and then they're counter-rotating for
Amar. He returns to the lane. TP's in. They're ready to go for him again. A good drag back from the Wild Wing Ripper there from Miposhka. Into the ample follow-up from Rue, between the snowball and not even needing to use the shard. They've just got so many ways to catch out Amar. It's not easy for him to slide away from them.
Fortunately, Falcons with Skeeter and Crit did manage to land a kill on Collapse top. He was pretty high net worth, so Skeeter getting a little extra room here. And oddly enough, the Leshrac, who I felt like had a pretty good start, had a good rotation. Laurel, bottom of the charts for the 5-6 cores right now.
See some mail. It's going to TP down to the bottom lane.
What's he intending to do here, I think?
It's hard to go for the kill. Just, by the looks of it, just going to soak up the wave. And maybe even just return to the mid. I mean, if Crit can get some sort of catch onto Lal, maybe they can go for an attempt. But Lal's playing it safe. Samel's still going to stick around on this bottom side. He's going to find Miposhka. Miposhka's got Rue by his side. Amarin with the swashbuckle shield crash forward. Nothing to be done to save Miposhka. Maybe Rue can find something in return. No, he's just trying to get out of it. Snowball towards the small creep. The chains, unlucky procs there from Samel. None of the catching onto Rue.
Last patch, that would have hit him.
And Samel, he'll return back to the mid lane.
Yeah, Sumail seems pretty invincible right now. They don't have any reliable lockdown until that Atos comes out. And even then, he'll have to catch him off guard before he remnants away.
Oh, this is big for Samel as well. He's got the amplified damage rune. They can continue to play aggressive. Very solid start from him so far. 1-0-2. Things may change obviously once Lar's got the Atos, but they're still a while away. Until then, Samel pretty free to make the moves as he wishes.
Yeah, I like that Snaking's kind of just his bodyguard here, following Sumail around wherever he goes, really enabling the aggression. Team Spirit's electing to predominantly avoid this for now, while applying their own pressure in the bottom lane. Rue is setting up. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything to Amar here. Both teams kind of posturing and not really being able to dive. Kind of creating a stalemate that I think Skeeter's pretty happy with in the top lane, farming up that Battle Fury.
They get the chains on a collapse mid. Rue's going to be in with the TP. Pushback to follow up then with the amplified damage rune. Sumail, he's going to bring him down low, but it will bide some time here. Rue with the snowball picking up collapse. But the Sleight of Fist comes in from Sumail. He'll get the kill. He's a little on the mana, but with getting healed up by the Mist Coil, he could definitely go in for more. It's not going to get the chance though with Spirit backing away. But another bit of action. Sumail having such a much better opening to the game this time.
A little bit of a trade coming out for Team Spirit there as they did take the bottom tower. It is setting up for Falcons to be allowed to pressure mid, but Radon, we see his build. He is going for the Dragonlance Deso into Manta later. It is a really nice Dispel game because of the chains, as well as the Diffusal from Pango. But yeah, interested to see how this scales on the Weaver. Probably the same as it was previously. What was it, 4 or 5 months ago when Weaver was last meta?
Falcons, they continue to keep a lot of pressure around this mid. Bottom lane, it does leave Amar alone, but now Amar level 8. A little bit harder for them to kill or find the damage. They're going to try though. Rue looking for the angle. Amar playing cautious enough that it's not quite as easy for them to find the catches that like they were earlier on here for Rue and Maposhka.
They really want him.
They're going to try, but it's difficult. Amar should be able to get out of this one. Swashbuckle. There's the Rolling Thunder. They got the punch to interrupt it for now. Jumps in with the shield crash, builds the shield up. Vacuum to hold him in position, but it's still not enough to stop him from getting the ult off. And now buying time for Sumail to connect. Slight change, it's there. They can look to jump forward over towards Collapse. Collapse, he's just sort of stuck in the corner. He'll drop the wall onto Sumail. Bruce got the punch back up onto Sumail. Sumail, he's got to be careful. He's got to jump out of this, but he can't in time. Team Spirit, they turn it around. They trip up Sumail for the first time this game.
There's been some of the weirdest engagements I've seen in a while in both of these games. That one definitely matched the last one on the cliff.
Rue's out with the TP. Makes them spend quite a bit of time trying to chase him. Gives Lal a bit of time to punch into the mid-tier 1 tower. But yeah, tricky moves there from Rue. I mean, continuing to sort of be the star of the show from Spirit's side in this first 13 minutes. 3-0-4. And Crit. See if he can put an end to him. Gets the opening, dropping the blood grenade. Amar wants to come back in. He's pretty low. Trying to juke the sharpshooter. It's an easy dodge for Rue. He's fine. Dodges the slight chains as well with that snowball, but he should die for this one. He's going to get dragged in pretty deep. They'll finally put an end to Rue rolling around and just kind of owning the map with his snowball plays.
That was quite annoying. I imagine they end up getting him, but meanwhile, it just feels like Team Spirit does maintain map control here. I really feel like Pangalier's biggest weakness is that he's been meta for 3 years straight, so when people are playing around terrain, they're really good. What Collapse did there was getting purposely bumped up on the hill and making it difficult for the chain stun from Amar. But overall, I think Falcons is pretty happy with the state of the game, given the circumstances that they lost the early game. Initially, Skeeter was getting pressured like he was last game, but the counter rotation went far better than it did before. And he should have a really, really, really solid Battle Fury timing. Going to be about 15 minutes here.
Yeah, it's looking good from Skeeter. He's got the openings to what should be a pretty solid game from him. And then I guess the question comes into mind, like down the line. Now, we've seen a lot of trolls over the past few months or so very much struggle in the carry position. How are the ways for Spirit to deal with a troll looking down the line? Like, is this an easy troll game? Is it still a bit difficult?
As we got the bottom lane engagement first, Crit might be getting caught out here. Really nice shards from Rue.
And he's going to try and bounce himself out with the sharpshooter. Will manage to do so, but collapses in with the damage. They get the kill. Sumail turns up, slight change to hold back Collapse and Radon, but now he's been caught by the Rod of Atos into the stun. The punch up from Rue. The shield from Snaking not enough to save him as Sumail falls. Amar will get the Rolling Thunder off. Shield crash as well, but still has to be careful with the amount of damage that's being pumped out by Lal. They're going to try and chase on forward with the snowball. Not going to quite have the gap closed, but they do have the Atos back up under the tier 2, though they won't be able to push for it. In fact, Amar was considering getting back in on this with the swashbuckle. Spirit, they'll back off. They're happy with what they got. They get Sumail. They don't lose anything themselves.
Yeah, my main concern is that they lack a bit of hard lockdown on the side of Falcons, for the troll, that is. And they also have a lot of ways of resetting Troll's ultimate this game.
Sumail? He's come back in. Oh my goodness, the 3-man bushwhack, but does it matter? The snowball comes out from Rue. They turn straight over towards Crit. They kill him. Shikuchi over towards Amar. Amar gets the shield off, turns towards Lyle. Will get the kill with the swashbuckle. So Amar finds the trade. Skitter's turned up, and he's ready to close it onto Miposhka to slowly beat down the Enchantress. The Falcons, they make it work.
Okay. Who needs reliable lockdown when you can just get a 3-man bushwhack?
Dan, hang on the edge there. He's sort of teasing around with Sumail. I mean, Sumail still has a remnant left to jump to, so he's out away from the Weaver.
Yeah, Laurel walked into the river and then tried to dig up a water rune to regen in the middle of the fight. And Collapse actually did the get down Mr. President impression where he blocked Crit's sharpshooter to save Laurel initially. A lot of cool little plays going on in that team fight.
Shield crash to get him out of the shards. He'll be fine, but only just.
It's a lot of damage from Weaver with that neutral item.
Yep, and it's soon going to be even more. Very close to having the full Desto online, Radant.
This Orb of Destruction, I feel like, made a lot of heroes significantly better. 2- armor on heroes like Weaver. OP. As they get the super early shard once again. Tusk shard. What is that one? Oh, it's still the shards. Okay.
Yeah, it's the deeper shards. Which, I mean, we've seen already how much
it's not bad.
He's been able to do with the shards. And sort of with that extra catch as well, can make it even tricky for a Pango trying to shield crash out.
Yeah, for the troll, as I was mentioning, like, when I think of his ability to dish out damage, I always consider the enemy hero's abilities to reset targets. So you have Snowball, you have, like, Enchantress who's going to go Hurricane Pike, you have Weaver with time-lapse. I'm just... It's difficult to imagine a world where Skeeter's able to focus down targets, so I like that he's going the Axe Troll build, which is much more around spamming Whirling Axes. You're going to rely on that Dispel, the Abaddon sustaining you up, and over time he can definitely take them down. But they have a lot of damage on the side of his Team Spirit. He has to be careful top. Looks like they're just trying to force a reaction.
Or maybe even force the ult. Okay, the Snake King here. Indeed, Skeeter can keep his cool and not need to put the battle trance.
Meanwhile, bottom.
Sumail's in with the wraparound. A look to Miposhka, and they should have him. Slowly but surely, another Sleight of Fist will finish off the job.
I like these little 2-man squads from Falcons. Let Skeeter farm, use Snake King to allow him to conserve his resources, his cooldowns. And once again, Sumail, like, you saw him get caught by the Rod of Atos last fight, but unless there's a lot of follow-up and multiple heroes, I feel like Sumail's pretty invincible this game. So these 2-man gang squads, him plus pretty much Crit or ATF, should be yielding pretty free kills on anyone but probably Darkseer and Weaver.
Yeah. Talking about the Darkseer as well, with the builds that we've been seeing, I feel like we've had a lot of them, right, going for the Vanguard into the Halberd because of the cheaper build-up. We're seeing this game Collapse completely avoid that. Does that sort of surprise you, or do you think maybe indeed in general the buff with the Halberd in terms of the cheapness and the build-up of it is not necessarily good enough to make it worth buying every time when you're playing one of these fast off-lane farmers?
I think it depends on what your early game build, like what you're planning to transition out of the lane, because after the laning phase, the Halberd's far worse against Troll because it's dispellable and he's building into Ags, which he will want to build anyways because it dispels the Ion Shell. But in lane, did he need the Vanguard? They were actually being more aggressive, I felt like, with the Tusk, rather than playing more for the sustained trade. So unless you go the Vanguard super early, Halberd's definitely either rush it or don't go it kind of item.
Okay.
It falls off more than it did in the past, but it has a better build-up. But yeah, Darkseer always buys one of these, and I think the Dispel from Greaves, like some regen item in the early game, the Dispel from Greaves super important against the Ember Chains, which is their primary source of catch on the side of Falcons for a long time until items come out. They're smoked up, though, both sides.
See who finds who first.
It's only 2-man smoke on the side of Team Spirit, with Laurel having the Atos, looking for the catch.
Could walk into a bit of a nasty surprise here, Lyle.
Oh, God.
He's heading up. He's going to see Snake King. He's going to try and open up on towards him, but immediate response there with the bushwhack.
That was a weird play.
Yeah, that was a risky one. I mean, even if Snake King was alone, of course, had the borrowed time at the ready, so it wasn't going to be a quick kill for Lyle. He's just dead.
You know, we take those for Falcons, and we do the my bad voice line to your teammates if you're Laurel there. Not much else to be said.
That should be another one for Falcons.
Yeah, Miposhka kind of feeding a little bit here. I feel like Enchantress, as long as her deaths look like they're a big investment for the opponent team, then it's worth it, but it's felt like really convenient to kill this Enchantress on the side of, like, whenever the Ember's there. And they're going to get a Roche off this, it looks like.
Oh, they are. Yeah, Skeeter's in there.
They've got the minus armor from Pango. Troll, one of the best single target damage carries in the game. And yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that attack speed guy. Beautiful stuff with the bad influence during that ult. He hits pretty darn fast. Uncapped attack speed limit. And there we have it. Aegis on Skeeter. He's very much hitting his timings. I mean, this is definitely set up to be the game where, you know, if Troll is not able to carry this game, then I think our concerns for the Troll are pretty warranted, right? Because he could not have asked for really a better start than this Skeeter. 1-0-3, complete free farm, Aghanim's Battle Fury, Aegis now, 21 minutes in. The timings are being hit by him.
Yeah, he was slowed down a bit in the laning phase, but after like 8 minutes, yeah, that's been pretty much the story of the game for him. And Weaver's not the hardest carry in the game for sure. So I'm not thinking like, oh, he's going to lose because the enemy carries a Spectre or a Medusa hard carry. If he can't out-carry a Weaver, definitely bodes concern with his hero's viability. But something about like the fact that you don't have to feel like you need to go BKB on Skeeter always feels good on Troll, because then you don't have to hard commit to these fights. Heroes like Abaddon, Oracle, that allow you to hold on to your ulti longer. It definitely makes the hero's carry potential skyrocket. As they're pressuring a tower, force out the fort. Looks like Radon, he's got the shard, going for the Manta. He's probably going Manta Bloodthorn, it appears, on Radon. Always nice to buy Orchids against the Troll, because you can't dispel it yourself with the spells. And also Abaddon. Maybe they'll even find some form of break to silence break Snaking, because he is pretty impactful despite just being a support Abaddon. Radon pressuring top as well.
They're looking to try and dive here in the mid. They found Miposhka. As he's incredibly dead. Now Falcons at this point, they can make these sort of aggressive plays. Now Radon, yeah, he's just looking for the split push.
I like this a lot.
He's doing a lot of damage.
He's going to get it, I think. Nice. Just in time to get out. That Deso paying off. Is he going to try to kill crit?
He's thinking about it. He does a lot of damage. Not quite enough.
He's making him come back. I love this play.
At the same time, in the mid, they caught Skeeter. Skeeter was TPing back. They interrupt his TP. He does have backup by him.
Again, but Sumail's already here. He has time lapse. He could get out.
That's a bit trickier with Sumail around here.
Okay.
Can't mess around with it too much.
I like him forcing them to show. Are they going to be able to do anything with this on the side of Team Spirit, like in the mid lane? He is going to TP back up a Poshka. Will they perhaps smoke? Nope, they're just going to try to make sure there's no dire wards around here. I like this. Yeah, I mean, when you're against Troll with an Aegis, Abaddon-type supports that are just really hard to engage into, the split push play is exactly what they need to do. I feel like Yatoro has always been one of the best at this with his signatures like Morphling. Weaver's great at it too. Absolutely buying time to just avoid the fight, because even though you're up by 3k, they've got Aegis, they've got the superior 5-man, I would argue, unless like they're clumped up as Rue.
Let's try and dive. They get the bushwhack connection in with the shield crash. We got a moment of safety with this snowball, but indeed the blink still called out. So not a chance to jump out. Falcons get the kill, and they'll get on with the push. Take this tier 2 tower away from Team Spirit.
And Yatoro has no creep wave top. Sumail actually doing a really good job of cutting that wave. But at the same time, Darkseer's cutting the wave mid, or with the Enchantress creep. But both teams doing a little funky lane manipulation 24 minutes in to effectively thwart the plans of the opponent. This is why like nothing happens in pro matches sometimes, because both teams want to get something done and the other team reads it so well, and they have these maneuverable heroes cutting creeps. Really good showcasing of like just good map fundamentals and movements. So we're chilling. We got Shiva's done on Ember. Shiva's done on Collapse. A lot of key crucial items coming out here. Poshka's almost got his Hurricane Pike. Laurel going Bloodstone, actually. He opted to not finish the Gleipnir, but instead go for the Bloodstone, which will give him that Dispel we were talking about.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be pretty important to stop him from getting set up upon by the likes of Sumail.
Yeah, in the past, Leshrac had no convenient way to, like, if you got Cold Snap by Invoker or Slight Change Shivas by Ember, pretty much the only Dispel Leshrac would ever buy was Yules, which you wouldn't really want to use on yourself, and it's also not a convenient item, or a BKB. And now the Bloodstone makes it so those matchups and those situations are just so much more straightforward, and it's the effectively like hold on to your troll ulti, right? You're able to hold on to these crucial spells and not worry too much about like fighting on a long cooldown with BKB, because Leshrac outside of items is a no cooldown hero. Bloodstone's pretty low cooldown as well. What is it? It is a 35-second Dispel. That's about the same as Manta. And they have a nice timing here from Laurel. Are they going to smoke up? They have Manta on Radon. Dispels galore against the Ember. Aegis time is out.
They're looking at Skeeter.
Careful, Skeeter.
I mean, this is a dangerous spot on the map to farm in.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That's the my bad voice line in chat as well.
That was, well, as you said, like the Aegis expired. He was chilling on his own in the mid lane on Spirit's half of the map. That's an easy move for Spirit to make.
Yeah, that was honestly just... Yeah, his team isn't showing on the side of Falcons. Like, maybe he thinks they don't know where my team is. They're not going to have the balls to go on me here. But mid lane, one of the most dangerous lanes to farm at this stage of the game, and he just... I'd say a rare mistake from Skeeter.
Yeah. And also being around the time right where the Tormentor's probably going to come up again.
True.
It's there. So Skeeter's dead for this, leaving Falcons really no chance to contest this. Should be another one for Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm really liking the way Radon's building this Weaver. The Manta for the Dispel, for the change. You have the Dispel from your ulti as well. They just don't have reliable lockdown on Falcons. I've said this probably 9 times during this game, but it's going to really matter as the game goes on, because heroes like Leshrac and Weaver, if they're not controlled, they do so much damage. And even though Laurel is 0-3, I feel like his net worth and power right now do not reflect that at all.
I'll see what the move's going to be now, because Falcons, they are grouped up. Thinking about trying to make the jump onto Radon, but he is very slippery. They've got the chains onto Maposhka. Forces back to safety, but no, safety's not quite there. They get the jump in. Amar's kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward
Not again.
spot. Finally breaks his way out of it, but he's just dying to the right click straight up here for Radon. The shield's there on towards him, but the punch-up's there from Rue. They kill him off. Snaking borrowed time's there in time. Sumail trying to throw Remnants to jump out, but he's slowed. He's still caught on the high ground, and now he's completely out of Remnants, Sumail. The snowball comes in and be able to dodge it, but no, it still connects, in fact, after it all. Radon pumping in the damage towards him. Smell gets shielded up, but the stun's there from Lal. He's gone. Skeeter pots the battle trance. He'll be able to find Rue, gets the root in, but he's getting dragged pretty deep. Is he able to get out as the ult comes to an end? I don't think so. Collapse moves forward with the Shiva's Guard. They have an Aphotic Shield onto Skeeter.
no, the
drag back vacuum from Collapse onto the 3 of them. Triple kill for Radon. They're all dead on Falcons.
That was the final pulse of a stun. So I'm just doing the math here. The stun pulses every 5 seconds, and it pulses 3 times. So that was 15 seconds after the original stun.
Just
he landed a 3-man split earth.
We'll see this again. I'm just a bit of an awkward start ready for Falcons. Sure, they kill off Maposhka, but at this stage, Sumail tries to jump down to the river. He's a little off the mark with the slow jump because of the fact that he was slowed himself. Couldn't make it off the high ground.
This split earth coming out from Lesh is going to be the clutch one. Like this one right here.
This is the setup.
Just wait 15 seconds from now.
Keep watching those stuns.
Yeah, it's coming out. You'll see it.
And yeah, because at this point, it's like Skeeter's going deep. Like the ult's popped. He has to full commit. And then they come back. Collapse. He's ready for this. Bam! The stun into the vacuum. They've grouped up, all just getting shredded by the Iron Shell damage and the Lesh damage. Uh-oh. Now it's 60-16, but the gold there, it's an 11k lead now for Spirit. Falcons. How do you recover from this? This is quite the knockback.
Yeah. I will say, I think Troll is the only hero that will cause a third pulse of a Leshrac stun to hit 3 heroes, because he forces his team to come help him, right? As Rue might be going down here.
He's still got spells to press.
Okay.
Get the blink off.
Nice.
No, he's going to be fine. He gets out of this. And Radon just continues to get the space, level 21. That's what the full Bloodthorn done, I think.
I'm looking for
he's got
catch
it.
items coming out on the side of Falcons. Like, I don't see any, but you're asking their way back in the game. Maybe sneaking this Roshan can be a start. I don't think Spirit's going to let them have this.
Yeah,
they're
hit this
5-man
with the
smoke.
scan. This is very risky from Falcons.
This is like the crash.
Uh-oh.
You know it's about to happen.
Yeah, they know. They're backing off a little bit. They know they can't commit for this. They get the jump on towards Snaking. Borrowed time is there. I mean, Falcons, I don't know if they want to try and fight this. They just got to let Snaking go. They're coming in with the buyback. They want to try and fight it.
They are smoked up on 2. But top lane, meanwhile, somebody has to TP. Okay, wait, that's Ember with Remnant. That's fine.
Smel's going to be ready to rejoin the fight. Spirit, they're heading up with the smoke to get the wraparound. Connection at the bushwhack onto Rue. Falcons, they're going to know what angle Spirit are trying to strike from.
Interesting choice that Laurel went for an Axe, because that is dispellable, and Troll has the Axe himself. Wondering how that's going to play out, actually.
And the thing is, that if Smell wants to rejoin the fight, the Remnant he's put down is in the pit.
Oh, no.
So it's a bit of a dangerous one to connect to. He's going to jump over towards it. They're going to try. They look for Lal. They'll catch him. They're in on top of him with the battle trance. Lal, he's still surviving the positive Bloodstone, but he will finally fall. They kill off the Leshrac. Now can they get more? Snowball 4 from Rue, and there's a fallback vacuum. Again, Collapse, getting them all completely grouped up on top of this wall. Skeeter will beat down the bugs. They've managed to kill off a second, but Crit's dying to the bugs here. Collapse ends up finishing him off, and Skeeter trying to run. Collapse and Miposhka, they're going to be ready to chase. Samel comes in with the buyback play. Because of how low Radahn is, they'll get him. Wow. The buyback pays off for Samel. They kill off Radahn. They'll look towards Miposhka, stuck up on the high ground. Samel will manage to find the cleanup and push back Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, that is the dream, considering the net worth lead that Team Spirit has. And, you know, I was going to say it, Owen. I was skeptical going into the fight. Laurel thinks he's unkillable with his Axe. He uses the Axe and just straight up gets instantly dispelled by Skeeter. And
That's true.
So he spent 4K gold on this item that literally did nothing. And if that's like a BKB, really anything else, it would have done more. So these type of fights can turn one way or the other with one crucial item choice. And suddenly, Amar, is he going to go for this Manta? That's really nice for him to have a single dispel against the Weaver Bloodthorn. At this point, like, I'm thinking, how does he ever play fights on Amar against a Weaver with a Bloodthorn? But suddenly he's going to have a dispel. By the next one, he could go Disperser as well, maybe for a teammate. And the game gets a lot easier to play. I also don't think that Team Spirit's going to give Falcons another opportunity. That was despite a 4-man vacuum wall, by the way.
It was, yeah. Collapse was doing his best to try and make that fight happen for them. Jump forward from Root. Looking for Skeeter. Skeeter's got the Aegis, very hard to take down. Jump forward to the side. Collapse is going to try for the chase down onto Snaking. They've managed to corner the Abaddon. Snaking tries for the TP. Alal will clip him with the stun.
That is a dieback.
The rest of Falcons, they'll just use this time to get out of there. Now for 70 seconds at the time, the Falcons will have the Aegis on Skeeter still. They will not have their Abaddon up Snaking to try and make plays with. So this leaves the opportunity for Spirit themselves to try and push in.
Oh, they preserve these 3 creeps. I'm wondering if that's going to have any impact, because they were really low, used the fortification, grieved them up with the Darkseer, but doesn't look like they're planning on pushing on the side of Spirit. Sumail almost has his Axe Scepter on Ember. Manta done on Pango. So he's a lot harder for Team Spirit to focus. As long as he's not near Lesh, I don't really know how you kill this guy.
They really want to try for this melee Rex.
Skeeter's got Aegis still.
Okay.
Okay, that Leshrac done. Keep an eye out.
Radahn trying to scout out the situation. Amar's in with the jump. They get the connection on towards Radahn. Radahn getting completely chased up, but he's able to get the time. That's just in time. We'll get out to the side of the fight. Skeeter put the battle trance pretty early. They'll be able to control him, punch him up, take the Aegis out of his hands. The stun follow-up from the split up, catch it onto Amar. Amar able to slide out in time with the swashbuckle. Skeeter's got to be careful here on round 2. They get the follow-up split up again. The split up's just completely ruining these fights. As Falcons, they don't have buyback on Amar. They're getting dove now up to the H, and Crypt will die. Skeeter, he's caught by the silence. Samel just dead in the midst of the fight. It's a triple kill for Radahn. It's just over like that, Brian.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they did commit all in to killing Radahn on the Weaver. And when you troll ulti, when you pango roll, they even disrupted the tough snowball initially, but he managed to get the time lapse off. You used all your resources to burst him. You had Aegis, but you didn't have an Abaddon. It's like, it sucks to think you literally had Aegis 30 seconds ago.
And then you just lost the game.
Yeah, but wow. Felt like one mistake. Falcons was consistently one mistake away from losing the game at a lot of points in the last 10 to 15 minutes, and Team Spirit gave them one. You're allowed to have that one mess up or that one misexecuted fight, but clean game from Spirit. I really like their draft. I like the last pick Weaver. I like the way they played the map. Laurel having insane impact considering the fact that he went 0-3 to start the game.
No, really. Yeah, he really did. Just great stuff all round from Spirit. And yeah, Radahn showing off the Weaver. And again, my hesitations and reservations about the Troll carry, they remain here today, Brian. You know, Skeeter, he plays a lot of it. Level 26 on the Troll. There's something about this hero. Doesn't matter if you hit your farm timings early on. You can just end up finding yourselves in pretty comical situations, which is not for the benefit of your team in these team fights.
Yeah, sometimes you're just forcing your team to be in an awkward position and run into a Leshrac stun. Snaking spent that entire one fight stunned by Leshrac because he's like, do I go up this hill?
I mean, these split earths at the end, just,
yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, even having the presence of mind on Laurel to buy the shard, it is not like an automatic purchase on core Leshrac, and he placed them really well, planning for these long drawn-out fights. We've been talking about these territorial heroes, the techies, stuff like this around objectives, and I feel like playing around these choke points, this team fight execution from Spirit, that's just classic Spirit, TI winning team.
Yeah, no, they really do bring it all together towards the end here, and yeah, crush Falcons, as you say, minutes after the Falcons were the ones to get the Aegis. It just falls apart just like that. And Team Spirit, they'll be able to close up a 2-0 today against Team Falcons.
Much needed victory for Team Spirit as they're now 2-2, just like Falcons is here in this group stage. This one looked pretty convincing, especially after that team fight that happened just on the north side of the Radiant jungle where they were able to wipe Falcons. That was some really top-tier entertainment, Lacoste.
It definitely was. This whole game, quite a lot of action happening. This fight lasted for a really long time, like 45 seconds or something, where they are kind of stuck on the high ground. In the end, it's the Darkseer who cleans up. His second vacuum comes in. That's how long the fight was. But, man, I'm really impressed by Rue.
So am I.
This guy is really, really good. Every single time I watch him play, he's just getting better and better at this game. And now I understand. I mean, I understood when they picked him up first. Wasn't really impressed, but now seeing the full quality, it definitely feels like he kind of hit the groove with the team. He feels comfortable playing with the team, and because it's very hard. You join a team that won TI
This is arguably the most legendary team of all time, maybe minus the two-time TI winning OG here.
Yeah.
So there's big shoes to fill. Mir's shoes are not small, but, you know, he is slowly but surely improving to the point where I don't know if I want to say he carried that game or Collapse carried the game. They both played incredibly well. We did talk about Rue, so maybe we'll talk about Collapse instead.
Can I say one more thing
yes,
about
you can.
Rue? Because I feel like Rue's getting the Laurel treatment a little bit, where, of course, after the first TI win, they replaced Toronto Tokyo with Laurel, and everybody's start was, you know, is this really a good idea? Are you really going to do it again? And I did it again.
Never doubting this team again when it comes down to decision-making.
No. Maybe it's Maposhka's captaining and ability to integrate players into the mix that we shouldn't judge here. But whatever it is, there's something very special with Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And God, what an entertaining team to watch as well. Those fights, the vacuums, that's peak Dota. I miss
also
Darkseer.
their decision-making when it comes down to going high ground, fighting into Aegis.
Yes.
It just got stolen by Falcons, and they're still going to go for the high ground, take that one big fight, another good save by Rue. Radahn, he gets time-lapse off, goes back to almost full HP, and they just clean it up afterwards.
I mean, it was very convincing, very strong. And I will say this was a very big difference from the Team Spirit we saw yesterday. Or rather, maybe Chimera was just that good yesterday. But at the same time, I feel like Team Spirit, they took what they learned from the series yesterday and put it into practice in this one.
Yeah, they definitely did. That was extremely clean. Like, all of their ganks were very well executed. I feel like they played around the Tormentor very well. Like, every single time we saw they were sitting in the safe lane when they were Radiant and just fighting there, brawling there for like 5 minutes, preempting the Tormentor spawning.
And one thing they did was Enchantress and Weaver, they killed that tower relatively early on, which doesn't allow other team to TP in. And that's why they were forcing the fight in that area. So they know that you need to TP to tier 2 tower. You only have like one TP available, pretty much one spot. And also, you don't have any buybacks available if it comes, because walking from tier 2 to tier 1 tower, if you're fighting Tormentor and one of your supports does buyback, it makes a lot of difference whether he's going to make it or not going to make it to that fight.
Yeah, that was a big difference for me, because yesterday they didn't contest Tormentors at all, and today they obviously did, and they lost. We're going to check in with Purge, who's going to talk to us about the carry matchup.
That's right, Shiver. We saw some weird carries this game. Don't see them that often. The Weaver carry for Yatoro, it was fantastic, and that's because they picked it last. This is the value of getting that that second pick overall, as you get the last hero in the game. And check out these net worth differences. A massive 6K advantage for Weaver, despite him buying no farming items. He didn't have a Maelstrom, he didn't have a Radiance, none of that weird stuff. He just simply had a Deso, and you can really tell in that building damage difference. He knew that they didn't have a lot of stuns on the enemy squad. It was basically Slight Chains, Rolling Thunder, Hoodwink Stun. His Manta and his Force Staff was plenty to get out of danger, and as a result, he just always had good utility items that were ready to go, including the Orb of Corrosion. Huge hero damage dealt by him, and the amount that he accomplished on the map was fantastic because he was getting kills, he was dealing damage, he was being annoying, he was split pushing, but whenever they did try to capture him, they just didn't have the stuns for it. So that was the big advantage that Yatoro was going for that game. It really paid off, and he is starting to be the carry player that grabs these unique heroes for the right cases in the right games, and he plays them excellent.
So for now, it seems like Radahn is the only one allowed to play Troll Warlord, according to ODPixel, of course, as this did not work out for the Troll. I don't know, was this really a Troll issue? I feel like the whole plan didn't come together.
Was it a Troll issue? No, I think there were some fundamental mistakes. I think maybe that conversation needs to happen again. The, dying with the Aegis in the middle lane, pushed up on a creep wave as it's despawning it's a bit disrespectful to your opponents, two-time TI winners, thinking they're not going to be there and ready for that, or that they're not going to call that bluff. So maybe back to the fundamentals there. But I do think that, I believe, how many times do we need to watch Troll lose before we say, yeah, it is partly the Troll?
But we saw him win!
It also comes down to Yatoro, what he's been doing in the top lane, because he was the one pushing. He did have Deso, that was the build on Weaver, with Shikuchi, with the shard that he picked up. So he was pushing out and killing the enemy tier 3 tower, forcing out some TP rotations. That's why Falcons were caught off guard, because they were like, who needs the TP? And the Team Spirit, the rest of the team, while he was pushing top, they were ready to strike in the mid lane and kill that troll.
Yeah, they killed the troll. And all of that captained by none other than Maposhka. Hey, Maposhka, how are you doing?
Hello, good.
Good, are you enjoying the patch?
Yes, a little bit.
A little bit?
I enjoy map changes, but not about heroes, to be honest.
Do you want more changes, or you just dislike some of the changes that are there?
I would like to see some, more changes about heroes. Like maybe their spaces, their attributes, and spells, because in my opinion heroes didn't really change. It's more about Tormentor at 15-minute mark, so you always need to play temp. You need to pick some temp heroes to contest Tormentor, contest Roche, because he's right now is really near to your mid lane, so it's easier to take Roshan now and much easier to play with tempo.
Yeah. I want to ask a question about that, because yesterday, one thing we noticed in your series against Chimera was that you guys gave the Tormentor away. I think all 3 games you guys were like, you have that Tormentor and you were doing other stuff on the map. Whereas today, it felt like a little bit of a change where you put some more emphasis on trying to get that first Tormentor at minute 15. Can you talk to us about if that was a conscious strategy of you to change that from yesterday to today?
I think it's all about heroes. Yesterday our lineup was not really good at early phase. Like, for example, third game we had TB, Carry, Beastmaster, Storm, and our suppers also was kinda greedy. So it was really hard to got some advantage at the start of the game. But so if you not ahead, it's very hard to contest Tormentor. But today I think our lanes was much better, and also not even teamfight. I think teamfight was good enough in both series, but it's all about your start on the game. Like if you're not ahead, it's very hard to contest Tormentor, so you probably can do some split push, or maybe make some, I don't know, traps up. For example, the enemies kill Tormentor, you can try to kill them after when they split, something like that. So I think it's not like, you take Tormentor and you win.
No.
You always can to make some counter plan, because you know that your enemies will go for Tormentor, but he is really in angle. I forgot word. I mean, he's so far.
Yeah.
On map, and you can use
the corner.
it for your farm. Yeah, corner.
Yeah. No, this is definitely it makes sense. You guys had very strong lanes going into the series, both games today. And obviously you were ahead, but this last game, this game number 2 you just played, Falcons take the Aegis. They're defending high ground with an Aegis. Any normal person looking at the game and say, okay, now Spirit's gonna wait out until the Aegis is gone, or is gonna try to gank until the Aegis is gone. No, you guys just went high ground into Aegis. What made you make that choice?
After they took Roshan, we wait everyone to respawn, and we find a very good kill on Abaddon, and we knew that he is without buyback. So we decided, like, okay, guys, let's just pressure them, because we felt that we are not weak. So we knew that top lane is like low barrack, low HP barrack, so racks. Yeah, so we decided, like, okay, just let's push mid top and try to pressure them, try to take at least one racks. They just decide to take fight, and there is
game over.
Yeah,
that's how fast that went. I also have Perchy. He'd love to ask you some questions.
Hey Mafoshka, you've had a very varied hero pool, but you've only played Jakiro one time so far, and I'm a bit surprised. Why aren't you guys playing Jakiro more?
I mean, in official games?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, I think this hero is really strong, but sometimes it depends on opponents you play against. Like, we always trying to maybe steal some hero and still feel comfort for us. So it's more about strategy, and how you want to counter your opponents. But I think I will play Jakiro for sure.
That makes sense. And I'm curious what it's been like as a pro player to experience the meta changing since the patch came out. Because the first day, it was one way, then the next day it's all about Tormentors, then the next day now you're ignoring Tormentors. Do you feel like there's been a big shift every single day with strategy?
Yeah, I think so. It's a really fresh patch, and still there is a lot of changes, and I think right now it's just hard to find really some imbalanced heroes and strategies. It's how it was happened with previous patch. For example, some tournaments teams played some few heroes, I don't know, but on next tournament they found, for example, some DK, most imbalanced hero, and all strategies was around that hero after, like how to counter him, how to steal him, how to realize him. After that, for example, Tundra created some PA with Warlock strategy, and all teams start playing again, around that heroes. So I think, and with every game we will see more and more new heroes.
Okay, great, thanks.
I have 2 questions more. Well, actually, maybe only one, depending on how the answer goes. Because obviously there's 4 best-of-3s going on today and every day here for DreamLeague with this current group stage. How much are you keeping track of all the other games that are being played during the day when you're not having your own official? Because obviously you also gotta practice yourself, and I'm sure you're eating and sleeping as well.
It's hard to say. Personally, I think most of the time we're just playing pubs and trying to find some good heroes and trying to find some strategies, how we can realize them, how we can combine them between other heroes. So we're just playing a lot of pubs. But yeah, of course, we're watching what other teams playing and how they want to contest Tormentor or something else.
Yeah. I have one question.
We also have
Oh, sorry, go for it.
I want to just say that we also have analytic, and he trying to find really also some hidden imbal hero. So yeah, everyone do his work.
That is good to hear, and I would love, because you've been, you've seen a lot of teams. Obviously, you've been in the scene for a while already. I would love to hear your opinion on a team like Chimera that you faced yesterday. This is a team that has openly said, we are disbanded, and we're not going to play together after this event. Today they gave a little bit of hope. Maybe they'll still be a team, because this team is still very successful. What do you think? Because you guys are a team that practices a lot, that scrims, that's trying really hard, and here's this team that has openly said they're not, they're trying hard, but they're not trying hard together.
I think their success is all about new patch and fresh view on some heroes and on Dota overall. So probably they didn't expect that they go so well on the tournament.
Yeah.
But I think it's how to say, they don't feel pressure at all. They decide for themselves that okay, after the tournament we will not keep play together, so let's just play for fun, enjoy every game, and they don't feel pressure. And also here is new patch, and they're like, okay, look at this hero, I want to play like that, I want to play on this hero, and they just enjoy right now to play on the tournament, I think. And this is really a good key.
Yeah.
But it's not works for a long time,
No.
usually.
No, I get that. It's the short-term solution for them, for sure. Thank you for your insight on that. Of course, once again, congratulations on the series, and looking forward to watching you play again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. And at this point, we've had 2 episodes already of Cannibal Island. And, I hope that by now you know the drill. So we'll have a quick break. It will be very short. And then when we're back, it will be episode 3 of Cannibal Island, into another break, into the next series. So we got you covered for entertainment. Stick around.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Last time on Cannibal Island. Betrayal.
Ah!
Violence. Drama.
We need to eat, dude!
We don't have to do this!
Sacrifice.
This is highly inefficient!
Who knows what'll happen next?
Cannibal Island, Chapter 3, a bloody betrayal. Purge was gone, but the hunger did not disappear, and soon the alliances started forming. Odie Pixel and Shiva were unbreakable. They would not betray each other. Lacoste, ever the comic relief, cracked bad jokes to cope. Gunnar let out a long sigh.
Guys, I know we're in a bad situation, but it's honestly much nicer now.
Read the fucking line.
It's honestly much nicer now that Purge is gone.
As the talent sat, BSJ and Jenkins locked eyes, their rivalry flaring up again.
You're next, fat boy!
Jenkins grinned, ready for a fight. BSJ growled.
You wouldn't dare.
Jenkins dead! Before BSJ could react, Jenkins lunged, his eyes wide, his hands curled into claws. BSJ fought back. He always had.
That's my bad leg.
But Jenkins was unhinged. A sharp coconut to the ribs took BSJ to his knees. Jenkins let out a vicious howl.
You're on your knees. What are you fucking doing?
BSJ coughed, staring at him in betrayal.
You... This is for Fart Studios, baby!
Jenkins roared. He finished his opponent with a final blow.
Hey, you line.
Time passed, their hunger grew. Lacoste had a death wish. He never could resist his puns. But tolerance was at an all-time low. During their nightly steak feast, violence would break out again.
Move over, Shiva.
Shiva looked annoyed.
Can you quit it with the puns? It's really not the time.
Hey guys, let's not beef about this.
Jenkins' head stepped toward him.
What the fuck did you just say?
Lacoste had no time to run. Jenkins tackled Lacoste into the sand, impaling Lacoste where he lay.
That pun was a mistake.
Lacoste wheezed his last words.
At least I died medium rare.
Jenkins snarled.
I'll make sure you're well done.
The fire crackled. The island claimed another.
As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering da-ba-doo ramadan. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny. So I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me. But the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering da-ma-doo ramadan. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Next
Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and a prisoner I was taken. Mush-a-ring-da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing. Robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgarry Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mush-a-ring-da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mush-a-ring-da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Mush-a-ring-da-ma-doo-da-ma-da. Whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar.
In South Australia I was born. Heave away, haul away. South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down. Heave away, haul away. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, haul away. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, haul away. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away, haul away. You'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until
Dream League Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
The second half of the day begins yet again. Liquid has consistently been in the mornings, but you know, Insania said earlier that he's not so much of an early riser. So let's hope that they can change their fortunes around against Parivision now that we're here in the evenings to listen to the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome, friends. It's time to get the second half of the day started at Dream League Season 25, where I'm welcomed by our esteemed, reverberated narrator, Nat T.
Hello.
So multi-talented.
Yeah.
Voice actress and analyst and host.
Just keep adding to the list is what I say. You know? I got, what, mandolin, 2 chord mandolin
I did
player.
see that as well.
Yep.
At some point, you're going to debut Irish dancing as well, right?
Yep, that one's... Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
I'll leave it at that for sure. No, it was a lot of fun to, you know, the morning shift and the evening shift didn't really like overlap too much unless there's that pause between Series 2 and Series 3. So it was nice to get to do something with them other than say hi to them in the green room.
And normally whenever we have a 2-0, we do have some time early to kill, but Effie, our first series definitely went the distance, to say the least.
Yeah, that one was a banger. Some good, really good techies action at the very end there. That's a hero that I'm pretty excited about, and I think Chimera actually were like 3 steps ahead of everybody else. If people aren't watching that techies and wanting to play them themselves, then did we really even watch the same game, Neil?
That's what I'm wondering every single time. If you're not watching Chimera in the first place, what are you doing? They are an undefeated team right now, but so are one of the teams that are currently playing right now with Parivision, which means that Liquid has a very uphill challenge ahead of them. We got a chance to speak to Boxy earlier about his journey so far.
Last tournament we played 4 best of 1s in groups, and then you play 1 best of 3, versus at some of the bigger ones I feel like we've played like 12 best of 3s, you know, at the end of the tournament, and it's such a huge difference in this practice or in experience. And I think us as a team, we tend to start a little bit slow, and we kind of need that grind to like make us grow throughout the tournament as well. There was obviously like a little bit of a rivalry there, and they kept beating us, and it felt a bit of like a mental block to keep reaching the finals and to never win. I think once we defeated them at TI, I think it's not really been the same type of mental block.
Stabilite, he's going to be stopping. He's got the pulverize. If he can get his hands on Quinn, it might just be over from here, but he gets the roll up, a little bit of bounce back, gets some distance, but enough to break the link. Mickey keeps on him, and now with all that damage drained up, he's going to turn it back around on Ace. Tofu gets grabbed. He's dead.
When it comes to playing with Saberlight, we're not 100% on the same page yet gameplay-wise, and trying to improve and get better. I think then we're a lot on the same page, and I think it's very easy for us to review and try and fix our mistakes. And then it's just about translating that into the gameplay. For outsiders to be like, oh, you guys won TI with 3-3 and now you're losing in these tournaments with Saberlight, I wouldn't really like say that it's fair to put all the blame on the new guy when you're comparing like the end of the year, full effort, everyone's trying really, really hard to win TI versus the beginning of the season with a new guy who's like come into like a little bit of a different team dynamic.
backup coming in. They surround Radahn. They're going to be able to get the both of them surely. I mean, Radahn's still alive. He's got the Aegis at once. They'll get it. They do it a second time. Rue, dealt with by Saberlight and Nisha. Now the turnover towards him. Collapse is trying to chase Mickey out of the fight. Radahn, bullet to chase down the Dragon Knight as well. But Nisha cleans him up, jumps over with the Remnant. Sure, they lost Mickey, but the fight, it's all Liquid's. It's Liquid. They're going to find the team.
Yeah, I mean, my words to defense are thank you guys for supporting us. Even sometimes when you're disappointed in us, thanks for sticking with us. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
And for the true fans, they would know that the marathon takes a while for Liquid to get their bearings, because if we think to the 33 era, they could hardly ever make it out of Group Stage 1 in DreamLeague. And now that they're in Group Stage 2, I wonder, is Boxy getting the growth that he's often so looking for? Fear, tell me, how is Liquid doing in DreamLeague Season 25 Group Stage 2 so far?
Surprisingly better than usual, but not great overall. I think this is a team that doesn't do well at this tournament. I think Boxy even kind of mentioned at the beginning of the year. And I think what he means by that is typically Dream Leagues, where they're not 100% in form. However, I did have glimmers of hope. I have a couple graphics to pull up here, and what did give me that hope, the tiebreakers. They weren't looking great in the group stage. That's why they were in a tiebreaker situation to begin with. They lost game 1 to Yakult, and I was like, okay, this team, maybe they're going to go out in typical fashion. But they continued to impress throughout the tiebreakers, eventually winning that slot of the 3 teams that were trying to get there. However, that translated into group stage 2, which gave me more hope at some point. It's like, okay, so they ended up winning their first series of the group stage 2, or sorry, first game, not series. They haven't won a series yet. They won their first game, but after that, unfortunately, they have lost every single game since that first game. Of course, there was an unfortunate event where they did manage to get a def loss. Not great, obviously. However, this is a team that I expect to gain momentum over time, and I think now is the time that they really have to figure out what they need to do during this last bits of the tournament if they want to stay in it.
Especially if they want to stay in it against Parivision, Fear, because all these other opponents so far may have been a little bit more straightforward. I mean, Chimera, no shame in losing to Chimera.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, Parivision right now is, they've looked the best, right? They're the only team that's beaten Tundra in months now in a best of 3. So that is definitely going to be the hardest challenge for Liquid. But unlike a lot of the other teams we have seen here, Liquid is one of those teams that you know can beat any team at any point of time. So I do have high hopes for them here. But Parivision, as mentioned, they're undefeated now. Is this going to be a hurdle for Liquid? Absolutely. But am I confident that Liquid could win this? Yeah, they could. They are a team of that caliber that could win matches in which typically you're like, nah, lowest rated team versus highest rated team, it should be a wash. I don't think that way with Liquid almost ever when it comes to anything. They are the defending TI champions after all.
That's true. Everyone who has this recency bias must be just bandwagoners, because the 33 era of Liquid definitely took some time to get their bearings. Thank you very much, Fear. And now for yet another important segment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Tormy Watch.
Segment of Tormy Time where we deliver all the breaking news of what's going on with this big map change. How are teams adapting? Is it still skewed towards one side, or is it more so that teams have finally found a way? So now we're checking in on day 3 of the group stages. If we could pull up the stat, please.
I don't know if we have the stats.
If we don't have the stat, I can just tell you because I remember. So yesterday, only 8 maps were played in total because there was a default loss. But in 5 out of the 8 maps, the first team that took first Tormentor won the game.
Okay.
Updates on Radiant Dire. It seems like Radiant actually took first Tormentor 7 out of 8 times. Teams are just drafting differently. They're adapting. We're seeing a lot more unusual pickups. We've seen techies defending Tormentor areas. We've seen Tidehunters. We've seen people throwing their offlaners on the safe lane early on. So teams are definitely cooking new things up every day.
So the seesaw is starting to tip then, because on day 1 it was dramatically Dire favored. Day 2 was like a 50-50 Radiant Dire thing, and now Radiant is putting far more resources into protecting the Tormentor, which comes in the form of what? Better safe lane carries, or even safe laners who aren't even carries like Tidehunter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the easiest natural progression. You can put like a Tide carry. We saw Skeeter do it or something. We've seen Yuma on like the Baddens. That's the team that we know for sure likes to defend the Tormentor at 15 minutes. So it's just going to be about prioritizing where to play on the map and when. And I think typically most people in the last patches, you give up your safe lane tower almost always, right? It has no value, really. But now, all of a sudden, there's an Ancient Camp there. There's a Tormentor there. There's lots of value there. So either you pick a carry that can stay in lane, like Lifesteer is really popular this patch. He can stay in lane forever, too. This kind of works. It might evolve to a point where offlaners will start just moving from the offlane, going to the safe lane, just sitting there, defending their tower. And a lot of these Tides, Beastmasters, Abaddons, they can just farm that big Ancient Camp now, too, which they lost in their offlane, right? They used to just go back and farm back and forth there, but now they might be able to just sit there and evolve the strategy even further by putting offlaners there. It's evolving to the point where every team, it's no secret, this Tormentor at 15 minutes is very important. We're gonna have to put some more value, and how you wanna do it is really dependent on the team. Some Falcons might wanna put Skeeter there with the hard carry. Other teams might wanna throw their offlaner there. All valuable strategies.
Yesterday, we saw Team Spirit just straight up ignore this Tormentor half the time, and then we just saw a chance to all the time. All three of them, they ignored
maps
it.
they played, they didn't contest Tormentor. The only team to do that, actually, and they lost that series.
Telling signs, although Miposhka said that every single day is a new adventure for all these competitive teams. The meta is evolving rapidly.
Yeah, I think that like sits true with Liquid as well. I know one of their games, it wasn't necessarily like they didn't ignore it, but they also didn't contest it. It was like this weird middle ground for them. That was their game number 2 against Falcons yesterday. They kind of knew that they weren't really ready for the 15. I think they tried to maybe have a wraparound or a pickoff. It didn't work, so they kind of just retreated. So it was this weird, they set up for it, but they didn't actually commit all the way through for it. But then they ended up getting the second and the third Tormentor as well. So it was weird to see that teams were just so hard on prioritizing the first one. But then when the second and third one respawn, they're like, it's not actually that big of a deal anymore. So it's crazy to see these stats for the first one. And then when we factor in a game that goes late enough for a second, third, potentially even fourth Tormentor, how different that viewpoint is as well. Because by then, you're actually at a level that you're willing to take Roche. You're actually willing to take that trade. At 15 minutes, I don't know that many lineups that are willing to be able to take Roche over that Tormentor. So when you get to a 25-minute mark, or in between the 25 and 30, a lot more 5-man rosters or lineups are willing to have that strength and actually go, okay, we take Roche, they take Tormentor, or they have Roche, we take Tormentor.
I think the only team that ended up going for that trade-off, which you were surprised by, Fear, that more people aren't doing it, was Heroic, when one team is taking the 15-minute Tormentor.
Cost, Neil?
Yes, that is true. We'll save that for next series, though, because in addition to being on Tormy Watch, we're also on Heroic Watch here on the night shift. We're also getting a chance to see a lot of Pari Vision and what they've been cooking up, which is a more expected undefeated result. Chimera is the fish out of water in this situation. Them being undefeated is very, very unexpected. But Pari Vision are continuing the gold standard that they set in Bangkok and doing it with a new carry player. Satanic has been setting the world on fire so far and has no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, he's so good. He's frighteningly good because it feels like you can see the exponential growth with each tournament, and you can see what Spirit saw in him when they put him on their academy team. Like, no one else can have this guy. We're gonna train him, and it was very kind of them to let him go and find his own way. But find his own way he did. He's been busting out some new things. Like, we saw the most impactful carry Terrorblade of this DreamLeague so far happen on his team. We also saw 2 carry Broodmothers. He did lose one of them, but the one that he did win, he won with such a bang that I think it made other teams start considering Brood as a carry in this patch.
And then we also got to see him reveal his Tiny as well, so he's showing the full gamut of capabilities, and obviously no one in his mid lane has been pushing the limits as well. We got to see him reveal the mid lane Dazzle yesterday.
That was awesome to watch. I feel like so many mid laners and also Dazzle fans got to rejoice in this. We saw them play it on DM 2 days ago, and we're like, wow, this is great. You know, he's moving into a core role. And then on top of that, now it's even more, okay, they have flex with him too. So I could still see Dazzle going in a support role. Now they have the potential to put him in an off lane, and you also have to watch for it potentially going into that mid lane too, if they get their hands on it in this one. But it just goes to show like how they're trying to push this patch, but not push it so far like a potential carry Ricky that we have seen yesterday as well.
No, let's reel it back.
Well, I was saying, it looked cool until it didn't. That could have been the Dazzle, but it looked cool the whole way through.
There are limits to the creativity, and we can see how creative Liquid want to be as we take a look at our Game 1 draft. Now, again, Liquid are in a precarious situation. They're currently 0-3 right now. They're not eliminated if they lose this series, but it becomes that much harder to fight into a tiebreaker slot, potentially.
It's like no longer up to you. You have to kind of...
Your fate is in other people's hands.
Yeah, bandwagon onto other teams' fans and their results too.
Liquid fans don't know about that. DK, Enigma, Tiny, and Bristleback are banned out by Liquid. Parivision take out the Ember Spirit, a first phase Nature's Prophet ban, and a Baton. They first pick themselves a Jakiro, and Liquid respond with, my favorite hero of the patch, I think it's gonna be completely dominant. Lifestealer.
It's been a couple series without Lifestealer, hasn't it?
It has, actually, surprisingly.
We've had a little bit of break. I mean, I think it's been sneaking into the first phase ban for a lot of teams for good reason. Nobody has really seemed how to truly counter this hero. It is very, very strong at pretty much all stages of the game. It does sit in the safe lane very well and does protect its tower. One of the better carries, and probably the best carry doing so, because you do have Infest. If you ever get in trouble, you have Rage and Infest. Very difficult to kill this hero, so makes a lot of sense. Also great versus Jakiro. You can just run through all of his spells until he gets Ags, and he's slightly annoying, but still very good counter to Jakiro.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he really is, and I think this first phase Jakiro is something that looks a lot more valuable when you're Radiant as well, because we've talked about Tormentor endlessly, and so have all the pros in the interviews, and it really is the big question of the patch and what teams are drafting around. And when you're Radiant, you have to be ready to take that fight, defend your tower. The most valuable picks that actually come from that are the 5 picks right now, or so it seems. The Jakiros, the Phoenixes, the Wyverns, the Warlocks. Those are some of the better heroes at taking those fights early on.
I think it's because it's such a choke point around the Tormented now as well. There's like 3 staircases or high ground ramps leading up to it, but one is on the side of Radiant. It's very unlikely the Dire are going to be coming from that. The other one is coming straight from lane. You're probably going to have some amount of vision that sees them that way, and you potentially could put a ward as well coming from the 3rd staircase that is leading towards the Dire side. So if you have someone like Jakiro that can place an Ice Path long enough and that covers 2 out of those 3, it's also got a 6-second path for it now. So it's on the ground for 6 seconds. You can detonate it early as well to kind of chain stun someone. I think it's fantastic to take those 15-minute fights or even potentially delay what the Dire team wants to do around that 15-minute Tormentor.
And on the topic of Jakiro, Rubik has looked pretty impressive against him. We've seen it come out in a couple of games. Usually there's a +1 hero alongside the Jakiro that makes for the Rubik pick, but Boxy is a Rubik player. I want to see Liquid kind of channel back into their playmaking roots. We want to see them have more of an impact in that early game. So I do want to see an oomph pick come out for Boxy here.
As for what Parivision want to dedicate to saving their safe lane, they're not going to get their hands on the Satanic Broodmother, which would have been a good choice to stay parked there. That gets banned out along with Bristleback, and Parivision ban out the Phoenix and the Oracle.
What would be the oomph pick for Boxy?
I was about to say, I'm trying to look at what he has been playing. The Marcy, I know it did lose that game, but
he lost his last 3 games as Marcy in a row.
Okay. But they also haven't won that many games full stop in this group stage.
Well,
so this is one of those,
what do you attribute it to, though, at the end? Is it picks, or do you think they are looking at play? You gotta change something.
Whenever I ask you this question, Fear, I'm gonna regurgitate what you say to me.
Okay,
it's a bit of both. You can't really just put it down to one thing here. You can't say that it was a draft diff, but there's always some macro plays or micro plays teams can improve for themselves.
Definitely.
That sounds like something you'd say?
Wisdom.
I don't know, but I'll believe you. Sounded just like me. I definitely think it can be bibbles. I do think to a point, though, if you try something multiple times in a row and it doesn't work, you can't be so stubborn to not change it. And I feel like they've definitely owned up this again.
Did we ever end up getting a whip on set? No, I don't think we did.
Put in a request.
I did, yeah. Tried to work that one into the budget.
I actually said this in the green room, and you can contest this.
Okay.
I haven't seen Darkseer lose yet this tournament.
He did, and I asked, really, not once, and then you replied with, not with my eyes.
I have not seen it lose yet. This hero's looked incredibly good so far. He's been like a natural halberd buyer. Team fight is great. He can fight very early on. And I say this, and this is also, if you look back in the history of Dota, Lifestealer has and always been a hard counter to Darkseer. A lot of people have been trying heroes that counter Lifestealer. It doesn't work. So maybe they're taking the opposite approach. We're going to pick a hero that Lifestealer counters, and maybe that's the new meta here.
I can tell you that Saberlight has lost with it.
I didn't see it. Didn't count.
I can tell you that Dahak lost with it.
I could see that, though.
I think for Darkseer, he just has a lot of nice pairings in this patch as well. Like, particularly the Marcy, who's come up as a tier 1 support recently. Pairs well with her. He also has good range pairings that he didn't used to have before, like Dark Willow, who also got buffed in the patch. So, and of course the Bounty Hunter, who still seems to be a solid hero. So when that happens and you're also looking for early team fight, Darkseer fits the role really nicely. Like, you show up to that 15-minute fight with your Vac Wall, you could turn the tides. Especially if you're looking at big combo plays like Vacuum into Leshrac damage.
Can you turn the Tide Hunter, Zephy? Because Liquid picked that up along with a Mirana. How much oomph is that giving you for Boxy?
I mean, it depends. Is it the roaming Boxy Mirana, landing arrows left and right, cooking every lane? Or is it going to be the arrowing the jungle Mirana?
I'll give you the best copium a Liquid fan could ever hear right now. The one game that they won did have a Mirana in their lineup.
I'm in.
Nice.
I mean, I think Slark players are salivating right now at this game.
Okay. You get to bully a Tide Hunter in the offlane, feed on a Crystal Maiden.
And Mirana.
But Lifestealer, Fear.
But that counters everything,
It
Neil.
does counter everything. There are no solutions.
What is the point of even looking at Lifestealer? Just look at the other 3 heroes.
Fair point.
There you go. I mean, it is a good Slark game. I don't know if he will pick it, but if there is a game for it, could be it.
They might also just want to secure their melee 4 on this phase before it gets found out, depending on how highly they value that Darkseer lane, or if they think that they'll just cut their losses with it and just use it for team fighting. I do like the Tide Mirana lane a lot. We actually saw it run on the safe lane, and it cooked. It was Falcons playing it, I believe. And this lane, like, traditionally, just with the Gush, with Mirana's right clicks, now that she's an Agi hero again and universal heroes are more nerfed, she can just buy a couple of stat items and do a lot of harass on the lane.
You said position 4. Will that be it?
Well, it's a melee.
It is a melee.
That were 928. Are those Pango stats this tournament?
Yeah, Pango's god-awful this tournament.
928?
Bad, yeah.
Wow.
But has he been played as support?
Or is Satanic gonna play Leshrac carry?
I think this is a mid Pango. Because I think the only mid Pango player this tournament who's actually been incredibly high impact has been no one.
Agreed.
So it's in good hands here.
Which would mean that it is Satanic Leshrac?
Or support Lesh?
What's the build for a support Lesh that has the same feeling of impact that a mid Lesh has?
Yeah, why go for support Lesh?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but it's just a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Okay.
I mean, it used to be popular with the... What is the facet called that doesn't hit towers? Either way,
Misanthropy.
Yeah, you just max that out and just run at people, maybe with an Ion Shell. Possibility.
I think you can run the carry Lesh comfortably if you don't have any good heroes left in the pool, because you're playing against Tidehunter and Lesh should be able to kill through that Kraken Shell. He's one of the heroes that doesn't really care about Tide's damage block, so...
I would agree with that. I mean, they can do it. I don't know if it's Satanic style to do that, though, because it's not the best versus carry matchup, and I often feel Satanic wants to be these Morphling type of heroes, which is also pretty good this game, since they did ban the Slark, as I mentioned. Rarely will I say Slark is a good hero for the game, but this is definitely one of them. That one's out, PA.
There's 3 heroes Fear will never say is good for a game.
3? Okay.
Yeah.
Count.
Troll?
Yes.
Juggernaut?
Oh, I mean, definitely.
Yep. And probably Phantom Lancer.
I mean, since they fixed that bug abuse, yeah.
Was I wrong?
I mean, Slark was up there.
Yeah, it was on the top 3 of never. You once said a Slark is a good game.
Yeah.
And that's why Liquid are skeptical about whether this Leshrac will be in Satanic's hands. So they do ban out 2 carries, and now Parivision need to probably reveal something.
All right.
Interesting.
Support Lesh, I feel?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I got Copium for the support Pango.
Okay.
Should I just throw another one? Support Darkseer.
No.
Okay.
Denied.
You know, we talk about ranged pairings with Darkseer, and Lesh is one of the better ones for reasons you mentioned. He can just get surged, right? But I just think that the one standout for me was when Parivision played Terrorblade on Satanic a couple of days ago. It was versus Tidehunter, and he did bully the crap out of him. But typically, the way that he killed Tidehunter in that game was he had ice shards. He had a Tusk constantly rotating in his lane and trapping Tide and shards, so he just doesn't run in a straight line away from the reflection. So it's not going to be as impactful as the Terrorblade versus a Tidehunter of 2 days ago, but it's still really solid in terms of damage output.
It's also going to get bullied by a lot of magic and pure damage from a Nisha Queen of Pain, as that is Liquid's 24th pick. He will be going mid against the Pango from No One, and it is indeed 9-class support Leshrac. So Fear, I will ask once again, why support Leshrac? What does a Leshrac do? You said bullying with Misanthropy, which would be good with Darkseer.
I mean, that's basically it. Like, this hero oftentimes I see is either beyond godlike or support, or he's like 0-15. Like, you press your W, you run at the enemy hero, they die or you die, and hopefully you're far enough ahead so they die, otherwise you start chain feeding. And that's just kind of the hero in a nutshell.
Wait, do you want to take the one that hits the building or the one that restores the mana?
Chronoptic Nourishment?
Those both do the same thing.
Do they?
Yeah, the one that restores the mana hits the building.
Okay, I didn't know that.
All right, and the one that doesn't hit the building and doesn't restore the mana is the one you will go for, because you're not a building damage. You're wanting to kill heroes on the map.
I think I like the support Lesh. I like it a lot with Darkseer, and while I can see it feed, I can also see a world where they just get the shard on minute 15 on Leshrac, and then that hero becomes destructive once they have that split earth, like, constantly going out, and then suddenly they have this really sick timing with the Darkseer, Mech, and Aura, and TB ready to fight, like, minute 20, and they could potentially roll over here.
It's the top of the group versus the bottom of the group. Cap, do you think Party Vision are playing with their food right now with the support Lesh, or you think it has legs?
It's got 4 legs, I believe.
True.
There you go, Neil. That's all I have to say on the subject.
All right, then. Let's get into game number 1 of Party Vision with Liquid with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, everybody, to a rematch of the ESL 1 Bangkok Finals. My co-caster here was very pessimistic about the likelihood of Liquid being able to win this one. Avery, is it because you are a certified Liquid hater?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also because they have lost 3 series in a row in 3 different tournaments?
Yes.
Going a combined score of 9-3?
Yes.
Is it because you're just in love with Satanic?
No.
Okay. Glad we cleared that up.
I just don't like Liquid. I really despise this team, and I will always root against them if I have the chance.
Why are you such a hater, man?
I don't know. You just got to pick a random team to dislike in life, you know?
Yeah, I feel that.
I don't even dislike any of them.
I like how you choose a team to hate, not a team to cheer for, because I don't think there's a team you really cheer for.
I mean, nobody watches modern-day sports to root for who they like. They root for the team they want to have a massive downfall.
I see,
so they can slurp up the sweet drama. Tiny Saberlight versus Big Satanic.
Big man versus the little man, as Saberlight has opted for the Nanoplankton Eater. So he's going to be growing up into a big boy over time.
I just still feel like Liquid have not figured out this matchup. That's all. That's why I'm a little pessimistic.
Okay.
I just think they're going to get lane shoved in again for like the 1000th game we've seen this matchup. And then at some point, someone's going to get picked off. They're going to lose a team fight. Satanic's going to be really farmed, and they're not going to be able to outscale him. Though, looking at the draft, they have Lifestealer, so they got that going for them.
Yeah.
This hero doesn't lose, apparently.
It doesn't seem to. Boxy missed the arrow on the range creep.
He's warming up. You know,
warming up.
In the pre-match video, he talked about how Liquid's a team that needs a lot of series and matches to warm up, right?
Yeah.
He just needs a lot of range creeps to warm up the arrow.
In his defense, the range creep did move, but it was pretty funny. Also, do you think that does Liquid have tools to deal with what has traditionally been their downfall against Fire Vision? You like talking about the ghost shove. Can you remind viewers what exactly that concept is?
I mean, they push lanes in with things you can't gank.
Okay.
And I think that's really good versus Liquid because I think Liquid revolves around the playmaking between Boxy and Nisha in particular and setting up that movements that combine all of their cores really quickly and gank you or take advantage of a numbers advantage. And if you never give that opportunity to them...
Saberlight, that's going to be your first blood. Satanic has found the opening, not even requiring reflection.
Basically, I think these games end up in a state where Liquid doesn't see heroes on lanes, and it's really difficult for them to make moves because they have a lot less information than they would on average.
Yep.
And I think it really cripples the best trait of this team, which is their super fast connection, playmaking, numbers advantage type gaming. So that's why I think this matchup's just inherently bad for them.
So in this case, we're talking TB Illusions, Ion Shell. Pango's pretty good at just bursting down waves.
Yep.
Macro Pyre.
Yeah, they have two big cores that do it in the TB and the Darkseer, and that's going to be enough here. And someone's just going to be stuck on lane duty a lot of the game. With a team that wants to connect mid-game to plays, wants Nisha to connect to plays, wants Box to be setting stuff up. Maybe Tide can alleviate some of that pressure. It is a hero that's not bad at just sitting on lanes and kind of absorbing pressure and scaling. And they have a decent amount of scale here. Like, I do think Queen of Pain plus Lifestealer can absolutely carry this game.
They will have that typical Liquid fast movement if you do combine Nisha with Mickey. An Infest Bomb Quap sounds pretty deadly.
At the same time, you are going up against Satanic, who... I don't know, is this guy the best player in the world right now? I think he has a decent argument for it. Like, right now, not tomorrow. Tomorrow, after Power Vision loses the series, he'll be trash again. But, like, right now, you know, 6:30 p.m. Western European time on the 24th.
Yeah, 24th
that was all
of
correct.
February.
I'm a Dota player.
Yeah.
I don't know what day
Got
it
it. 2025.
Is he the best player in the world? I feel like that there's a decent... I feel like it's a pretty good argument, man.
But tomorrow you'll be back to saying Yataro's the best.
Well, yeah, it's probably somebody else. I mean, like I said, the second you lose a game in Dota, you lose 8,000 MMR and you're complete garbage.
Nisha taking a lot of damage for no one here. 22-2 versus 20-1 CS-wise. So it does look like Nisha is maybe getting a little bit better of the engagement in that regard, but is taking a lot of damage. And body blocked by the TB Illusion, the arrow. What a save from Satanic. Oh, I'm a little bit flabbergasted. I can't believe he had the idea to pull that off.
I don't know if he was microing that, but it ended up working out real well.
And that leaves Saberlight alone. They followed the Marauder all the way down river. And we'll try and put some damage on him. Not enough to get a kill, but maybe with TB Illusions blocking him in. Oh, yeah, body block him a little bit more. They might have this kill. Starstruck, that's going to blind Ducalis. Satanic is left with nothing else to hit. He'll take the creep wave, successfully pushing Saberlight away.
I can see Saberlight die here, though.
Yeah, he gets a little bit close. He's already used his Kraken Shell active. Another hit, a blood grenade.
Didn't land.
Either one lands, so...
I think he should have died there, honestly. The grenade got thrown instantly. Still, he's going to get forced back to base. He's going to be missing waves here. This lane is not going well for Liquid, and we've seen this lane be the problem for Liquid a lot recently.
Yep.
This is, again, not a good matchup to have your off lane be the weak lane. Because Satanic is not the player you want to give these kind of starts to.
Look at this. 5 minutes in. 9 class is already here, and they're going to go for a deeper dive. Now, Blood Grenade's going to be used. Boxy has to use that slow because he's out of leap charges. Trying to slow down his pursuers.
Gunk on
but
this thing.
Yeah, it's a lightning, and, well, he's got a leap. He can get out. He can TP if he wants. He's going to TP.
Okay, well, that's something. Satanic's just cutting the wave.
Are they going to go for another 1v3 dive?
I mean, they still have catapult, so any pressure here is some extra value. I mean, why not? You have level 2 Edict.
Okay, where's Insania? He doesn't have a TP. Like, if this is a support, your support left lane, he's just hanging out in the bottom lane. Where's the extra help? Night Class almost, he does kill himself on the tower. What the hell was that? Hello?
Glyph tier 2.
Okay, well, they got him. Ice Path. Oh, and Ducalis is still able to finish the job.
It's just still sad for Saberlight because, yeah, you get the kill, but you're missing so many waves on the tower. The catapult did die. But you're right. Where is the Crystal Maiden? No teleport?
And Nisha died in the meanwhile? Like, if the bottom lane is getting 3v1, why are we dying elsewhere? Ooh.
Yeah, he got solo killed by Pango.
No one with an outplay. We'll watch that one again. Nisha. Okay. He gets baited by a rune and I assume just gets chain stunned here. Oh!
That's a rough one for the Nisha fans out there. You know what it is, Austin? He's still getting used to playing with the TI ring on. It makes your hand a little heavy.
Right,
it probably slipped a bit while he was throwing that Sonic wave.
Yeah,
so.
weighs it down.
He's just not used to that.
Well, they have given up their Wisdom Shrine.
I think that's Seb's problem, too. His hand's really heavy, so... You combine that with old age, you can't click as well anymore.
Well, 33 seems to be doing all right for himself. Built different.
There's a joke there I'm not going to make, but leave it to the imagination. As
oh, jeez,
we got to transition out of that one quickly. Satanic hitting the tower here, already level 6, saving the Thunder Point. Kind of a scary lane to rotate into with all the vision behind here as well. How much you gave up early.
Nisha, he doesn't have Sonic Wave, but what a nice arrow. Still, though, Saberlight's going to die for this play. Can they get any kills out of it? Oh, instantly stunned up on the Mirana, then chained. Sure, they got that kill, but it's 1 for 2 so far, and Nisha, 3 seconds for a blink. Sonic Wave is up. Blink is up. Oh, he couldn't get it off.
Yeah, this game is not going well for Liquid. I think that's safe to say. They're just getting outmaneuvered, out-skirmished. Lifestealer's also just not a hero for Mickey where he can rotate super early to try and stop. It's not Furion, it's not PA or something.
Yeah.
You got to just farm on this hero. So Liquid are on their own. I didn't even get my CM hate in.
That's true.
This
you
game's
had
going so fast.
double reason to hate on.
I mean, apparently Liquid was not immune to AUI's propaganda.
Oh, did he have some crystal?
Oh my. Sheesh. What a setup, honestly.
And no one with the haste rune is going to run down Insania as well. Nice arrow. But the wall goes out. Crystal Maiden certainly isn't going anywhere quickly.
This is getting out of control. Really nice plays from Parivision, though. They are taking full advantage of the Co-op's movement and just punishing Nisha every single time. Diffusal already done for no one. That is just a disgusting timing, yeah. No
boots, just straight Diffusal.
And Satanic takes tier 1 bottom while that's happening.
Oof. Arrow just barely off the mark there. Ducalis manages to head up to dodge.
I'm surprised you didn't watch that interview. The interview with Crit after the Falcons match?
I actually was watching a decent amount of that interview because Crit's a great
This is fitting since Maiden's dying right now. In that interview, he talked about how every new patch, AUI just fills the team with Crystal Maiden propaganda about how it's the strongest hero in the game, and he has to resist it.
Well, everyone's got their blind spots, you know? Curtis knows everything about Dota. He just has a weakness for the Crystal Maiden. He's actually going to win this? Okay. Mickey does manage to take that fight. It was a little close. Night Class is getting a little silly with it. Infest is still up, so this isn't going to work either. Saberlight came in and he's got Ravage, but Satanic is hiding in the trees right now. Another kill on the Mirana.
That was an interesting attempt. That was a lot closer than I think it had any right to be.
Yeah. Ion Shell plus Diabolic Edict level 3. If it was level 4, he might have actually won it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, then UP to kill the Lifestealer, and now he gets all the bonus HP, and
yeah,
we know what happens when that starts to get rolling.
We've seen that a few times, yeah.
Another tier 1 will fall mid. They're looking for the Ravage play top. It's just so difficult. I don't know. This TP from Saberlight is It's just really hard to get the connection there.
Yeah. They're just being out efficiency'd at this point.
Yeah, they're losing their own Ancient stack.
Ancient stack, bottom waves pushing in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're just bleeding so much right now. Gotta make a move with the ults. You have Sonic Wave, you have Ravage, you have an arrow chain off of it.
Rolling Thunder, it's gonna hit him and threaten a chain stun here. Saberlight may not even get off the Ravage at this point. No need to anyway. It's not like his team could follow him into that death trap.
This game is getting close to a point where there might not be a recovery possible because your supports are just mega liabilities, man. No one is gonna feast on their corpses.
Do you think Liquid regrets winning that tiebreaker?
I don't think so.
I mean, are you sure? Because winning that tiebreaker and then potentially, I mean, right now they're looking at what, 0-4?
I think Boxy's just contemplating life right now.
Yeah, his hands is off the keyboard.
He's like, this game quite sucks.
Nice ice bath. Off the slow. Nisha still dead. 1-4-0.
I don't know. I mean, what play are you really supposed to make? Like I said, your only real plays are with the Ravage or the Quapple, but you have no initiation. Pray to the altar of Mickey. Please carry us.
Did a pretty admirable performance at Bangkok in that regard. But this game's looking like something else. Saberlight, is he gonna let loose that Ravage? He does, he still dies. Nisha is gonna blink in after it. See if they can get some kills off of this one. Split Earth does get sidestepped, but they just walk away. Make a T-Freed for this too. They can't just let him walk away. See the blood grenade, it misses. The arrow, anything? Oh God, no one comes down from the high ground, quickly kills Boxy, eliminates that threat.
I mean, it might be time to start rolling out the dumpster because this is going that way, you know?
Yeah.
This is just turning into a garbage game right here for Liquid. Toss it out back and move next because nothing is going right in this one. I don't think anything has gone right in this one. A lot of spell misses, blood grenade misses, botched team fights, bad uphill goes, towers are dead. Mickey's 1-0. That's pretty good.
Let's go, Mickey. That's their only hope at a competitive game at this point in time. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Satanic is going to try and contest it with the rest of the squad filtering in behind him. Yeah, Boxy goes for it. He's going to die. In fact, he goes for it and still dies.
And he used both leaps.
Yeah, he's stuck.
This Pango is just so strong in this style of game. Like, he just feeds off these low HP heroes. It basically, one swatch, one shield crash, Maiden's dead 100-0. It's just so hard to stay out on the map. You do exchange the shrines. Saberlight will pick up the Wisdom Shrine on the other side of the map.
All right, that's it. Good job.
That's pretty nice. And Satanic is going to hit high ground at 14 minutes here. He's debating it. Yeah, just poke it a little bit. See what's up.
It'll be Boxy to defend. Nobody else from Liquid TP's back or anything, so they're not going to get baited in by the poke from Satanic.
Just go 50-minute Tormentor. Easy objective-based gaming here.
Yeah, I feel like they could probably do Roshan whenever they want as well.
Probably. I mean, your only real worry here is this Radiance Lifestealer timing. I think that requires an insane amount of faith in this hero to carry games from really tough positions, but I mean, this is the one hero I'd pick to have in this position of the meta so far.
But yeah, of this meta, of this match.
No one lost his courier. That's also big. 2 minutes without the courier. He was going to have an Ags done. He got the blade off that. So
yeah,
that's a lot of effective net worth gone from no one. You can get a fight right now inside of Liquid.
They're
It is
smoked up
winnable.
for it. How do they get that initiation? It's going to be through the Moonlight Shadow. The sentries drop. They're spotted. Saberlight, he's already blown up. No Ravage goes off. Now it hits Nisha in the back lines. Nisha throws out the Sonic Wave, and then he still dies despite the extra HP that Mickey tried to give him. Now Mickey will be victim of this as well. I don't know what else to say, man. This is just the worst that Liquid has looked.
Yeah, this is like
in
one
a
of the
long time.
worst games I've ever seen from them.
Yeah.
And just in terms of absolutely nothing has worked. Like, even that smoke, you just run into enemy team on high ground, you all get Ice Path macroed. All the reads are off right now. The feel's just not there. I don't know, man. This is a disaster class.
Somebody get FEMA on the phone. We need to get Liquid some funding to get out of this one. 15,000 net worth lead for Parivision at 17 minutes and a high ground push. Technically, they still have Ravage.
I mean, this is the second time Satanics hit high ground, and we're 17 minutes in the game. Like,
yeah. And I don't think he's backing off this time.
Ah, you just got glyphed. You still have a lot of meta left. Yeah, I think this is just rats. You don't have Sonic Wave. No contest here from Liquid.
Especially any extra hero pickoffs. At least force the leap out of Boxy. Go for ranged first. But I think they'll quickly realize the lack of Liquid heroes in attendance means they can hit the melee too. Look at Nightglass. Iron Shelled surged up, ready to go with the Rod of Atos if any support sticks their neck out too far.
I mean, the support Lash is also great in these snowball games. He has the highest single damage spell that's not an ult in Dota in this edict. So when you get ahead and you can just run at people, nobody stands and fights you. Arcane Rune for no one, as his Ags will be delayed, but not forgotten. He also bought a shard on top of it. This might be the strongest Pango I've seen in a long time. He is absolutely yoked.
Yeah, it's he is a pretty good distance over 600 GPM. Satanic is trying to eclipse 700.
Insania running for his life right now, though he doesn't know it. As is the rest of Liquid.
Little Crystal Maiden run. Smoke breaks on him. Mickey will have to rage TP. Won't be too long.
Oh, yeah, rooted!
Oh,
wait,
what?
Did he see it? He did see it.
Petrify does
oh
pierce
my God,
Debo immunity. I mean,
dude,
come on, man.
You're not supposed to win this game if you're Liquid. You're just not. That is a sign from Gabe himself saying, just go. Just go. What, like,
what don't you understand, Liquid?
Have you not read the omens?
Wow.
What must I do to you before you GG out of this game? That is absurd. I mean, I honestly forgot that thing went through debuff immunity.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while since we had the Prowlers in a game. Good reminder.
It's been a very long while, as evident by that play. Sometimes that Prowler sneaks up and gets you, you know?
I can't. All right, second lane of Barracks, 20 minutes. Saberlight got his first item. He's got Mage Slayer. Blink Dagger's going to be a while. Nisha is cutting waves.
Looks like a shield rune on the Queen. Nice Force Staff. I mean, you can't fight without Lifesteal Radiance.
Yeah, I think that's what they've said. We're not fighting until Radiance, but that means 2 lanes of Barracks. They will get a chance to get that Radiance as long as Mickey doesn't run into any more Prowlers. He is 500 gold away, and there's a tier 2 up at top. So Parivision, they'll have to back off from here.
What was that?
It's a Darkseer cackle.
Why did it proc so many times, though?
I think his laugh is really long.
That sounded like it looped or something.
Kind of did, yeah.
No. Either way, into the Roche pit. The objective train continues to roll here for Parivision. Radiant's done.
Yeah, a little bit too late for Liquid to contest Roche. They know what's going on with the scan, but obviously they can't group up together in time unless Saberlight's gonna... Yeah, he thought about it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You wish you had everybody on that high ground. You actually could have wiped them there, but not meant to be. As many things weren't in this game, apparently.
All right, Liquid. Try and get a dream set up on a high ground somewhere, I guess. Infest inside a Quap. Tidehunter on a high ground. He can Tumbler Toy into them and Ravage.
Poor man's Blink.
A very, very poor man's Blink. All right, maybe they don't even have to use Ravage.
Yeah, they got one.
Didn't use Infest, didn't use Ravage.
And just like
those
that,
tools still available. Boxy gets silenced up. Force Staff, though, gets him to the low ground in time.
And just like that, Liquid retreats back to the shadows.
The shadows or the slums. Managed to avoid the 3-2-2 number, though. Good for them.
I feel like it's pretty rare Liquid throw games, actually.
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
I mean, they'll lose them terribly.
I don't think Liquid's in a position to throw this game, so the bigger question is, does Parivision ever throw games?
Look at this angle. This is a nice smoke angle.
Dire's
Don't have the
top
light
tower
stealer,
has
though.
fallen.
Awkward part, but if you can find a support here, could find 9 class again.
Yeah, kill 9 class. Another 4 versus 5, but this time around they're behind Parivision, so
Is under attack.
One Leshrac kill at a time.
Sucks that they had to use the Sonic Wave, but Steve just going for it. He's like, well, you don't have Sonic Wave, and I have an Aegis. Rolling Thunder comes out. Insania, he'll be the victim of that one. Everybody else starts backing away. Satanic starts putting some damage on Lifestealer, thinks better of it, goes, okay, I'll kill the Crystal Maiden. Saberlight will die to the Panka. And Nisha, well, Nisha's gonna blink. Is he gonna make it out, though?
There's another
Swashbuckle up in 2 seconds. TP's out. He's good.
Didn't see him. All right, nice TP.
Orchid on the Marauder. Again, he's got 4 staff, so should be okay here. Mickey can't commit. He wouldn't be able to kill Satanic fast enough, and then he would just get sundered. So he backs away, but Satanic pushes forward. Meta still up for a few more seconds. An exposed final lane of barracks. Ready for the taking. 1 building down. A half HP melee barracks. Parivision back out.
All right, but 9 classes respawn. So if you're Liquid,
smoke his
you can
ass.
smoke and kill this track again. And really demoralize him. In fact, I think the Giga Chat play is you kill 9 class and GG out.
I like that. Arrow? Nope, he is too fast.
That's an old school Dota move, you know?
Dire's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Don't give him a chance for the rebuttal. Sonic Wave coming up in 3. Unfortunately, you still have this Aegis.
Yeah, Satanic's just barreling into them. He's going to give his team the information they need. They're smoked up behind Satanic, and they're looking at Saberlight again. He blinks. He does the Tumbler Toy. Ravage hits 3, but Illusion blocks the arrow. They get a Sonic Wave on 2, maybe 3, but their turnaround Macropyre Ice Path does more damage than that Sonic Wave did. And Orchid on Mickey will finish him off, and GG. Liquid will finally tap out.
Well, that was a game 1.
It was.
I think only one team played it. It was a game. As Parivision probably quite happy with that. I think people probably underrate how good it feels to smash a team like that, because we often talk about how bad it is for the team that loses. But when you get a win like that, it's like 2 wins in 1. Because you know you demoralize them, right? You beat them in the game and you beat them in life.
Parivision, they've had their number, not for life, but for this year.
Oh, yeah.
All the series, though, between them have gone... Liquid has gotten a game, right? They won 1 game in the best of 5, and then the last 2 best of 3s did go to a game 3. So either Parivision is going to buck their trend and beat Liquid even harder, or we'll get a game 3 somehow. Liquid will be able to bounce back.
This is a tough one to bounce back from, though. Like, it really is. I think Liquid's going to put up a better fight game 2, but for them to get the dub in game 2, they got to climb out of the trench, Mariana's trench they were in, the bottom of the ocean. They've got to swim up there and then climb a ladder to somewhere else to be on normal. If they don't pick Crystal Maiden, I'll have some faith.
Somebody get a hold of James Cameron. We need somebody to dive down deep to pick up these boys of Liquid, or we're down real bad.
That's just the way the water goes, especially if you're a Tide Hunter getting relentlessly bullied by Parivision. That wasn't even, I don't even know how much of that was strategy or them just trying to tilt. They were just like, dude, what if we just kill this guy like 50 times? What if we continue to push into his lane? I don't even know if this is an optimal play. I just want to do it.
I feel really bad for Saberlight, you know, on the Tide in this game, because we talked about how we'd seen Parivision do really well on the Terrorblade against the Tide Hunter previously in the series, but it was paired with a Tusk sort of rotating and looking someone down. So we thought maybe this Tide is going to have a slightly better lane, he's going to be able to do something, but instead what they did is they just kind of tri-laned it. They felt like this Dark Seer on the side of Parivision up there in the top lane, he was totally okay by himself. So you're just rotating Lesh, or not even rotating. Lesh was just a permanent fixture down there, and it felt like every moment we saw it was just them pushing and pushing and pushing and going further behind the tier 1 and sometimes even behind that tier 2 to shut down Tide Hunter from doing literally anything. He just didn't have a game, and it's super unfortunate to see.
Yeah, that was tough. Like, they actually did put a lot of emphasis into just making sure that part of the map was entirely taken away, because I believe around the 6-minute rune, typically that's when you think the supports would rotate to runes, right? Crystal Maiden was going to the top power rune, but Ninecast didn't care. Like, around rune spawn time, he was on that bot lane, diving towers, going on Tide, making it so that CM couldn't react because she was going for the rune secure play, and they were just completely dumpstering that lane. And actually, I think with the way the map changed, like, so the old offlane used to have ancient camps, right? That were all the way to the side of the map, not in the triangle, easier to defend and come back from. Like, usually if you had a really rough lane, your support stacks that, you can go into it and you can leave triangle, like, empty for your mid laner. That doesn't exist anymore. If you shut down the offlaner, their means to come back into the game are like very few and far between.
Do you even feel like people are still stacking the same way that they were pre this patch? Or is it like almost a forgotten art right now?
I've seen a lot of triangle stacks, but I haven't actually seen anybody try to stack the right side jungle camps. Those are just kind of there for now. But it really does feel like if you're losing 2 lanes, mid and a side lane, and your only stable lane is top lane, you can't swap out Tide and Lifestealer. Like, if you wanted to give Tide a game, you would have put him on top, which was the only stable lane for Liquid. But if you had done that pre-Radiance on Lifestealer, you just give up Lifestealer's lane too. So I think Parivision did something very intelligent with their macro play, and they identified the correct lane to erase from the map, because it made it so that Liquid just had no place to make.
Erase is definitely a good way to describe it. I do not think that lane existed for Liquid, and I also feel like maybe some of their heroes didn't really exist. What is Crystal Maiden's job in 7.38, Nat?
Yeah, okay, so you know, if anyone was watching yesterday, we went on and we talked about, like, you know, our first introduction to Dota, and mine was Crystal Maiden. So I've always been this massive Crystal Maiden lover. I love looking at her patch notes, kind of seeing where she ebbs and flows in a lot of patches. And when I read her for this one, I thought there were a lot of legs to these 2 new facets that she had gotten, right? One feels like it's the shield barrier. So it should be a lane securer. You're able to put a scaling physical damage barrier onto a set of allied heroes using your Crystal Nova. This feels like it's great, that you should be able to secure your lane. I didn't really feel that impact on the Crystal Maiden Lifestealer lane. And then you have our other facet, which is Arcane Overflow. So when you press it, it does like 25% spell amp, but your spells cost more, but you end up giving your allies more more mana as well. Oh. So that one feels like more scaling. But at the present moment, there are so many mechanisms in Dota on so many different heroes that just cancel her freezing field, right? Her ultimate feels redundant. So at this point, you're just a hero running around with 2 spells, a root and a slow. or a barrier if you go for that facet. And that's it. It feels like you're never actually able to get your ult off for more than maybe 2 seconds. That's about it. And if you looked at that Parry Vision lineup, that's exactly what it is. The Rolling Thunder, easy. You know exactly, like, you know where she's going to be. She's in the middle of her ultimate. The Rolling Thunder's going to take her down. The Lesh Earth Splitter as well, going to take her down. Terrorblade had nothing, so I guess you have that going for you. The Darkseer Vacuum cancels it as well. And then who else am I looking for? The 5. Who's their 5 on the side of Parry Vision? Jakira, the Ice Path. So she had literally no way to ever get that freezing field off. And as a hero right now, I just think she's too slow, and that's getting levels, moving around a map. She's way too slow to do it. As a support right now, it's really hard to see her fit into a lineup and have the same impact as all of these other 5s that are getting picked up.
And maybe at the minimum, she can still place wards. You can always do that as a support.
That's true. She's really good for dewarding with her Crystal Nova. Hope.
Not in this game.
Not in this game. Let's look at our Kadia ward of the game with Fear.
Yeah, for the Kadia ward of the game, we are going to take a look at the ward that caused all the suffering for the Tidehunter and all of Liquid for this game. It was sitting behind the tier 1 tower of Liquid side. So much to the point that they were able to just plant a ward and camp the Wisdom Shrine, not allowing any hero to get it. And when you're down 2,000 gold, your Tidehunter has absolutely no game. You move both of your supports to try and make rotation at your Wisdom. It gets denied from you. You easily take your own Wisdom Shrine on top of it. This begins a snowball effect in which Liquid could never get out of. They just got in a situation where every single objective on the map was taken by the side of Parry Vision. And when you are a level 3 Crystal Maiden running around the map, it makes your job even that much harder. So unfortunately for Liquid, couldn't get the Wisdom Shrines, got outwarded, game was hard.
Things going from bad to worse for Liquid, for crying out loud. They lost with Life Stealer of all heroes. You can only go up from here, right? If you're in the Mariana Trench, start swimming! Let's see if Liquid can make a marathon all the way to the surface in game number 2 against Parry Vision after the break.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow. Oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down down, Jimmy, ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at he missed, the second doe he trimmed he kissed, the third doe went where nobody whist among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down down, Jimmy, ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth though she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down down, Jimmy, ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth though she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down down, Jimmy, ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry merry vein among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, master, sing ye well, very well. Hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Jimmy, hey down down, Jimmy, ho down down, hey down, ho down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh,
there were three drunken maidens come from the Isle of Wight. They drank from Monday morning or stopped till Saturday night. When Saturday night was come, me lads, they wouldn't then go out. But these three drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. And in come Punch and Sally with her cheeks as red as bloom. Move up, me jolly sisters, and give young Sally some room. Or I'll be your equal before that I go out. So these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. There was woodcock and pheasant and partridge and hare, and every sort of dainty parties, no scarcity was there. There was 40 quarts of beer, me boys, but still.
It's time for Liquid versus Parivision game number 2. We're still picking apart parts of game number 1. Fear, I posited this question to you multiple times during the draft, and I'm wondering if after seeing that game you now have a definitive answer. Why support Leshrac? Of all the heroes that Parivision could have chosen, did you feel like the Leshrac was a little exciting bit of synergy with the Darkseer? You think 9 class is expanding his puddle a little bit? You think it's a flex that they're trying to introduce to other teams?
So, why pick it?
Yeah.
Lots of damage.
Okay.
Lots of damage. I will say, though, this Leshrac was all 5 of the deaths of Parivision.
Uh-oh.
But it was a big part of all the kills. Let me check the damage number. So he did 14,000 damage.
Okay.
Just more than Tukalis, more than DM.
More than DM.
More than Satanic. So second most damage on the team, behind no one.
Okay.
But he had to put his body on the line for that damage, dying 5 times. So it is one of those heroes. You get in there, you do a lot of damage, you probably feed a little bit too. It was good this game. It looks really good when you're ahead. The only time I am skeptical is when you're behind on this hero. It is very difficult as a support, but just don't get behind and it looks great.
My other question about the Lesh support is also the item progression. We've seen like mid Leshes kind of toss and turn on where they want to go. Some people just rushing that Bloodstone, other people going for more like a Sanj and Kaya, or maybe even like a defensive item with the Glimmer. So where exactly does the support Lesh's item progression start and end?
I mean, I would just do Gleipnir Shard if I were a support Lesh.
That's it, that's all your money needs to go
And
to.
then like Blink Glimmer Cape. Glimmer Cape sounds pretty good since you're in there half the time, but I think the added AoE bonus or cast range, whatever it's called now, that thing, very good on Leshrac, especially if you're playing for 15-minute Tormentors. If you get that shard on Leshrac, that really changes things. That is like a very nuisance thing to have early in the game.
Especially if you have teamfight ultimates that can keep people locked in that spot, which usually would be a Jakiro, but Parivision decide to ban it out in game number 2.
He literally does this every game. And
It's like a fidget toy.
Like every single game he does this. My ears. Please.
You don't like the Brewmaster crit sound? It sounds very similar to that. The whoosh.
I mean...
Yeah, that one.
No, his has like a
The
nice
little bubbles.
after sound.
Yeah, it has the froth afterwards. Anyway, meanwhile, game number 2, Parivision do ban out the Jakiro, the Ember Spirit, the Tiny, and the DK. Nothing too exotic. Liquid take out Enigma, Bristleback, Beastmaster, and Marcy. Liquid this time get first pick. They go back to the Lifestealer, and Parivision go back to the Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see, like I mentioned, that Oomph hero for Voxy come out later, something that can playmake and correct lanes that really need help, because Mirana just did not do that. And just taking away teamfight supports like Jakiro, if I'm Parivision, I'll just ban out like Jakiro Warlock or Jakiro Phoenix or Jakiro Wyvern, and I like take away a big pool of the viable 5 team fighters. Because Crystal Maiden, I understand the concept of her being a team fighting 5 with her freezing field, but it didn't look that good. And I'm not sure if Warlock was banned or not, but I think that's the hero that they should look at right now if they're on Liquid.
I believe he was not banned.
Or if Parivision
Better than
don't
CM.
ban out the Oracle, which they did do in Phase 2 to protect their Darkseer, then I guess Liquid would be willing to snatch that up to dispel some Ion Shells.
Right there.
That would be disrespect.
No, I said put some respect on that Leshrac ban.
Oh.
That's the opposite
I
of
have disrespect too.
I said that's respect, but either way.
9 class will not get his hands on it, or if they want to flex it, not an option. So now what do you put with the Darkseer? What's another 9 class synergy Ion Shell option? Has he been bounty hunting at all?
You can bounty hunt, you can willow, you
Been
can
hunting.
pick anything really. I think 5s are good here too on this
Played
phase.
Ricky.
5 seconds
He's
remaining.
played Tusk.
Okay.
He's played, what other heroes could be good? Nyx in the past. I don't know if that hero's still good. Probably an old pick.
Yeah, I think that one's more of an old pick. Not so much dispatch.
Dead.
Little. New pick.
Ducalis Disruptor.
I wanted to theory craft Disruptor a little bit when we're talking about team fighting 5s, because this one is also, he fills that concept of he's got like a big AoE spell to fight early on those like 15-minute fights. And that instant silence is going to be really valuable, especially if they're looking to run back a pick like the Tidehunter. So I really like this conceptually, and Ducalis owns on this hero.
Seconds remaining.
do some control effing fear. I need to know what changed with the Disruptor this patch.
The kinetic fence.
Tell me about the fence.
I don't think he's gonna get it, but we'll go over it anyway. The base charge restore time is decreased from at max level 14 seconds to 11 seconds.
Okay.
So you can fence more often. Mana cost is less from 70 to 50. Level
That's pretty
20
cheap.
talent. Instead of +2 kinetic fence duration, replaced with +1 kinetic fence charge. You get 3 fences.
Okay.
You can almost make a square.
A triangle, perhaps.
That's kind
You could, yes.
That's kind of actually Pog.
It could be.
Like, because if you're looking at like Tormentor fights, you can seal off each entrance into the Tormentor.
3 exactly.
man.
We
You-
said
you
that.
actually
That's
can do
3
that.
into the high ground.
You actually can do that. If this is what he's doing this game, that's awesome because that's something that people should look into in Theorycraft. Because the way that this map is now with all these narrow spaces and tight little staircases, kinetic fence is going to be a huge disruption.
How long
Disruptor,
does...
get it?
I get it.
Up.
How long does kinetic fence last for?
It's like a few seconds.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly. I never take that facet. I might now though.
Now may be the time. Especially because Darkseer might have a little harder time. Because the Oracle Dispel gets banned out, Liquid go for the next best thing. They go for Enchantress, and then they're taking a page out of Chimera's playbook with the Techies.
I think this is going to feel a lot better for Insania going on to this Enchantress. I know when we spoke to him, he said, yeah, I read the patch notes and I, conceptually understood some of the nerfs she was going to have. But when he actually played it, he really felt it. He said that was one of the ones of his patch he felt a lot. But I think it's going to be scaling a lot better. It feels like you can rotate. And when I was talking about how slow CM was, she really is in the bottom percentage of Hero's movement speed. Enchantress now, I think the rotations are going to come a lot cleaner for him. Maybe he's going to feel like he can be on the map, have a bit more presence as well with her.
Yeah, even the game that he felt those nerfs, he still won with Enchantress, so...
True.
Enchantress for me is like a tough one because she, to me, also felt like the best gate hero, and I think the way that the gates are set up now make it harder to do a lot of these successful rotations because you get scattered out when you walk into a lane. Like, there's not enough tree paths covering for when you go in, and if you're picking Enchantress and you're not able to just do like one successful twin gate rotation, I feel like that hero is half the hero she used to be. So I'm not a big fan of it. I know that it counters Ion Shell, like you can enchant whoever's got the Darkseer spells on them and remove it, but like, what if you just Ion Shell 2 heroes?
Then you're screwed. Game over.
Yeah, but guys, more importantly, Enchantress, you could take over the Croaker and you could have Tendrils of the Deep.
No congregation, though.
Well, you gotta build up to be able to take agents, then you gotta take the Ancient Croaker, and then you'll get the Congregation of the Deep.
That's the way.
But it's not about the Enchantress. What about the oomph?
Yep.
Is Techies oomph enough for you?
It is oomph. I
Okay,
think
then.
Foxy used to cook a lot on techies, and I think that Chimera were like 3 steps ahead of everyone else with this hero. I think this hero provides so much in this patch and in this new map and in these new objectives, like the Roche Pits and the Tormentor fights. But I think if he gets off to a bad lane, you don't really have the time to set up and secure. So you really, if they picked Saberlight's hero on 18 here, I wouldn't mind. Like, I really think they need to secure their off lane and just let them have a game for once.
And he knows the matchup. He will most likely be going into a Satanic Naga Siren, which he showed off yesterday. Although that game, it didn't really matter what carry he was playing. He could have played literally anything in one. But
yeah,
he does have experience on it.
This madness needs to stop. It feels like Party Vision can just pick whatever they want and win games with it. Like, I would say this, okay, so Lifestealer is very good versus Naga in a lot of ways, especially if you go for the Mjolnir build instead of the Radiance, which I'd like to see an adaptation in this game to deal with illusions. And on top of that, you have 2 more heroes you can pick to counter Naga on top of it. So sure, it's good versus techies, you can kill the mines. Versus Enchantress, it's not even that good because you can just take the illusion.
She will steal it from you,
and you can de-push the other way, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a hard counter in that regard either. So this is a completely different game for Naga, in my opinion. And I hope they lose with it because this madness has to stop.
Why can't you let Party Vision be the Eastern European Wings, where they just pick whatever they want and win with it, huh?
Because I lost to that Wings a lot. It wasn't fun. And I'm salty and bitter. And I do not want that to happen again.
Understand.
Look, when we saw them pick Naga yesterday, we had the same thing. We're like, there's at least 2, potentially even 3 counters here for the Naga. But it was like the highlights of every other player on the side of Parry Vision. They were taking fights mid against Heroic, where it was literally a 4v5, and they were still winning it. So this Naga ended up actually just being a contingency. She got to free farm. She got to have fun with herself. So I want to see Liquid not only counter Naga, but I want them to play in a way that hunts her down and shuts her down. Because
even when they win fights early, potentially on the side of Parry Vision, you know late game that Naga isn't going to be like 4, 5, potentially even more K net worth ahead of you.
I mean, they have the trump card, though. They do have Disruptor Naga. So late game, no matter what, that's always an option to win.
And the Darkseer on top of it.
That's true. You can get the vacuum.
Sleep, vac.
Yep.
Big old silence.
Disruptor needs Zags. That's all there is.
Anyways, it's looking good for your hopes of Parry Vision to lose, you feel?
So I think that I do like that they pick up Sabers here on 18. I think that just making sure he's got a good lane and they protect it here as well is the best approach they can take. I do think while Sand King is very good against Naga, the way I saw Parry Vision play yesterday was they were like snowballing, right? And they had this early pipe on Darkseer so that when Naga was showing up to fights versus the enemy Lashrak, she was getting piped and they were just beating into him. So Parry Vision are playing on this pipe timing again in that mid game where they want to just group up with Darkseer and play for an earlier timing, which means that later on in the game, this is not a good draft. It's not a good draft because Lifesteer's got Rage versus everything they have. He's going to buy SNY versus the Lasso. Like other heroes are going to have BKB up. You're going to have so much items on the Sand King and we're going to try to hold towers. But if they're playing on this like pipe timing into taking Tormentor, into taking Roshan, Team Liquid doesn't have that much in the tank for it at that stage of the game.
And the pipe looks that much better now that Liquid pick up a very magic damage hero for Nisha. He's going to be taking the Storm Spirit mid into what? Puck gets banned out, Huskar gets banned out, Pango and Earthshaker were taken out. Quap is available.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good this patch. Good versus Storm in lane. Could be something else potentially, but that is like the obvious choice.
Isn't there Monkey King? He's not banned out, is he?
No, he's not.
He's available.
I mean, good in lane. Some players don't like it later on in the game because you can break trees and scout you, but that is player preference, I guess, at that point.
It would give them scaling so that they're not heavily dependent on Naga. I wouldn't mind that.
What if he dazzles it up again?
Good in lane. Outside of that, not so good.
Do you think it will get punished pretty hard by...
They're going to do Razor. Also good in lane.
Outside of that?
It's good versus...
Okay, good versus Lifestealer.
Okay.
Outside of that, good versus Lifestealer.
It gives them late game contingency, which is what their draft lacked.
Yeah.
As long as Razor wins lane and doesn't get like camped and bodied mid, and he can like connect to his team and like try to like rotate and take these objectives too, it's pretty good. Like I said, I think Parry Vision are just playing around their pipe timing on Darkseer. They just needed like any hero to fit the bill. But giving it an added layer of, okay, if we go ultra late, we're not that scared now that we have this Razor. I do like that approach.
And against the techies, there's always a possibility of going ultra late. Cap and Avery, you have not yet had the privilege of casting a techies in the current patch. Are you excited?
I am. I'm actually a techies player, so I'm currently down with this. And honestly, Neil, I think we need a little bit of...
As soon as they said you were a techies player, they just couldn't take it anymore.
That was like the perfect
Well, you have to guess why I had this gunner head. I guess you'll never find out. I had a bit ready to go, but no, you don't get it now.
No, he had a bit.
No, it's all gone.
Production's-
You ruined it.
Production's
Shame.
bit outbidded your bit.
No, that's not Avery.
Yeah, how's that feel, Neil?
I don't
how's
like
that
it.
feel?
I feel the pressure.
Solo close up with sad violence. How's it feel, Neil?
All right, you know what? Let's go to Avery cam again.
No, let's go to Neil.
No, let's go
Keep
to
it on
Avery.
Neil.
Let's
Keep
go
it
to
on
Avery.
Neil. Play
Let's
the
go to-
sad violence for Neil.
Play the
sad violence for
play
Neil.
the sad violence for Avery.
I'll do it in real. How does he win that? Like, that's insane, actually. I was waiting for this all day.
You're waiting for what?
Sad violence.
You know how to play the violin, Avery?
No. Very sad.
That's quite sad.
That is quite sad.
No.
I was never good at string instruments. I just bang stuff.
You're more.
All right, my man.
Lock that shit in.
Hey, brother.
I can't beat that one. So take it away for game number 2, Cap and Avery.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Liquid versus Parry Vision. Let's just forget Game 1 ever happened, Avery.
I don't think so, Austin. They got absolutely destroyed. They got dumpstered. They got taken out back, put in a larger dumpster, dropped in the river, floated out to the ocean, where someone blew a hole in the dumpster and it sank down to the Marianas Trench, where they were fished out by James Cameron, only to be put in a submarine and sent back down there. That was an incredibly dark joke, but they ended up there nonetheless. And you can't forget it, Austin, because you have to learn from your mistakes.
Okay. All right. Redemption time?
That's right. Liquid are a team that is capable of learning from their mistakes, so I expect better here. And honestly, Austin, on behalf of all the Liquid fans, I demand better.
Yeah. We demand better.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't think teams are going to want to hear that from fans, but...
As someone with no personal stake in the company of the players, the team, the 8 coaches, the 20 support staff, or the 500 media personnel, I demand better, Austin. And it's my right to demand that because I am a Dota viewer.
Yeah, you're a Dota viewer.
Ultimate power.
Dota viewers typically don't pay for merch, don't pay for the broadcast, are really wishy-washy in their support of a team.
Paid for TI a lot of years, though. Nobody would be here without
They
TI.
bought a lot of cosmetics in Dota.
Well,
let's not say they supported
interpretation.
TI. We'll slow the roll on that.
One man's interpretation.
95% of them bought a lot of shiny cosmetics.
People do be liking their hats.
All right, matchup-wise, is this better? Are we looking at a better system? Like, what is this mid-Razor that's going on? We see a counter to Lifestealer, I suppose, but...
Honestly, I feel Razor has been the most consistent hero of the last 3 or 4 years in terms of he's never that broken, but he's never that bad. He's always pickable in almost any patch.
Okay.
Dire's
You know?
top tower is under attack.
I think that says something. I think Razor should get a nice round of applause for how consistent he's been. People should appreciate that more.
Like, Razor's just keeping his nose to the grindstone, head down, working hard, patch after patch to be relevant.
And can you remember a single patch where you were like, oh my God, they have to nerf this Razor. This is out of control. And do you remember ever a patch where he was the worst hero in the game? No. He just goes to work day in, day out. An honest man. You know what? Razor pays the mortgage. That's what I'm saying. The mortgage paying hero. Okay. So I feel like this is another patch where he's just solid. He's good. I think he's even slightly above average, maybe.
Okay. And in this game, is he paying the mortgage? Or
terrible Razor. I mean, honestly, I don't think his Lifestealer matchup's that good with the Ags. The Storm matchup's pretty bad. You can link the Sand King, but Sand King in general just wants to sit in his thing anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
So yeah, I don't think it's actually that great of a Razor game. You do have Link Song combo. Pretty cool.
Yeah, you do got that. They've got some heavy magic damage in this bottom lane. It's time for Saberlight and Boxy to win their lane.
I agree. I demand it.
I demand a lane win out of these two because they've got the Burrow Strike blast off combination. He took the secret sauce on techies.
Also, I expect Insanity to rotate either mid with the Storm 6 or bottom through the gate early because you have a Lifestealer, you can leave him independent, and Enchantress is the best roamer in Dota. So there's a lot of potential for Liquid to get off to a faster start here than that game one.
If you're wondering how Boxy got low, he just used Blast Off immediately when Satanic used Mirror Image, which has the same cooldown. I don't know if this is his game plan. He didn't hit Satanic, but he instantly killed the 3 illusions. I don't know if that's the game plan for the rest of this laning phase, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
This is yet another Party Vision draft, though, where you have a bunch of your Ghost Shove, right? The Darkseer, the Naga, and then you have your Pickoff, Disruptor Bat.
Yeah,
the mid damage there for no one. It's the same archetype, man. Like, they're not going to stray too far from this. At least Liquid have some ability to fight it a little bit. Sand King, great lane shove, great AoE control in the fights, and you have some Pickoff and Jump a Storm. I think the Storm will fit them a lot better than the Queen. I think Queen is a hero you play when you're executing well.
Okay.
Takes a bit of finesse because she doesn't give you stun and hard lockdown. Can be a little slow with a big cooldown that can punish you if you mess it up. So you have to execute the hero well, and she can really shine.
I see. So you're saying Nisha is too washed to play?
Yeah, he needs like a, the nursing home hero, Storm Spirit, or he can just
Right before you head out to pasture, you play Storm Spirit. DM almost dying. Mickey keeps up with them, gets a couple more swipes in. He's just going to run him all the way down through the mid lane. Finally get the kill. Okay.
Goal. XP for me.
Did he actually get experience for that?
I was right near him.
Okay. Well, I guess he'll get level 6 faster than the Razor.
Yeah, he's well ahead of him now. That was great for Liquid. That wasn't great, but the rest of it was great. They have the 2 highest net worth heroes in the game. The Storm is going to be 6 well ahead of the Razor. Mickey delivered him a gift box. A nice little bow on it. And hey, they're not losing the offlane, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, they're not winning it either.
Yeah, Saberlight's still the last net worth core, but not by a huge margin.
Okay.
That's improvement. I told you they'd improve.
Yeah, they are. Let's see what you're saying.
Gonna get all this CS too. Ooh. And just like that, Saberlight is ahead of DM.
Is that a Satanic?
I haven't seen that in a long time.
So I assume with Vanguard builds, he's just going to be maxing out Sandstorm and just shoving this wave in over and over again, which should free up Boxy at some point in time to rotate, which he seems to have already done to mid lane.
Sania also looking to head mid, but he's going to run into 3 of them. He's just going to burn out.
Yeah, he will try and survive a little bit longer through the heal, but he does eventually die.
The map movement for Liquid in the series has been really frustrating for them. Like, they make all these moves, and Parvision are just sitting there waiting for them. Remember the smokes from last game? It's like 2, they just went up a hill, and they were just already there.
Yep, yep.
Something about it is not working for Liquid. They have to sync it up better and bring the firepower. Maybe you just expect Parvision to be ready, so you overcompensate. As DM's going to go through some Ancients here, dodging this lifesteal lane. There's a lot of Ancients on that stack, man. That's why Insania was trying to get in there, but the wrong timing on it.
He might try again here with a Warpine Raider leading the charge. I mean, if he gets in there now, DM's pretty low.
Really
he could get a lot of experience out of this. He throws down a ward. He sees some of these Ancients.
Yeah, he's going to go in now for sure.
Yeah,
just want to leech some.
Time to go. Time to go. He might even get a kill if he. Yeah, well.
Chuck that pine cone.
Yeah, get him with the pine cone. Wada!
Oh, he actually almost killed him.
Yeah, 70 HP.
You can get this Ice Shaman.
Maybe he gets the Wisdom Shrine. I mean, they lost. What are the big reasons it snowballed so hard against them last time around is they lost their Wisdom Shrine. Mickey, he gets bumped out of it, and 9 class will collect. Now, Mickey getting the kill on DM is it's a Wisdom Shrine of its own.
Yeah,
Mickey's trying to give him the infest on Insania. Nisha's going to come over, and they certainly have enough HP and damage to collect all these kills. Liquid are the ones to take over the tempo now.
That's easy cleanup for Nisha. Galvanized stacks, Amp Damage Rune going to work. Got the Darkseer as well. A rotation that has worked for them in the series. No one needs a pause. He's like, wait a minute. This team's playing Dota now?
I think Liquid already has more kills than they had in all of Game 1.
Yeah, they do. I mean, this is just so greedy from DM.
Yeah.
I don't know. You had no business being there.
This is also going to be a really obnoxious duo. Like early on, the Batrider can do some things against Enchantress because the build-up of Sticky Napalm, but this Enchantress, Nature's Attendance combined with Lifestealer Infest. Insania is going to be in your face. He's going to be on your side of the map a lot.
I mean, I think both these supports from Liquid are them saying we want to be able to win the early game harder and not have our supports fall behind or be liabilities. Enchantress techies, you're not really getting stronger laners than these two on the sideline. So far that plan is working out. Still going to have to transition it a bit.
He walked past that ward. That's crazy. He dropped a sentry in the river, but I guess he was just barely, because it's nighttime, barely out of sight of the observer ward.
Well, he didn't see it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he didn't see it.
Obviously. I'm saying he didn't see it because of nighttime vision. Nisha has enough mana to get a long zip out, so I think he's good here. And he can go back in. Pop the regen rune. Is it a play to be made bottom? Or is it a play mid? Going back for Takalis here. Boxy still has his blast off. Let's see if he can get a grab here. Pulls in no one a little bit, trying to destroy. Blast off back into play. Flame break perfectly timed from 9 class. What a read. Countering the opposing 4 position's biggest play. No one is still going to die, though, as he had to run away from the incoming epicenter of Saberlight. And they will finally find that ward.
Man, that looked really cool.
It was pretty sick.
Kind of an awkward fight for Parvision. They have the Darkseer here, but he ends up doing nothing, basically. Like, he's going to Surge Razor, but the Surge doesn't really have any impact. The Vacuum killing like an already dead hero. Just not that great a fight for DM, because the one downside of Darkseer in this lineup, you don't really have good targets to combo with. You have Static Storm later on, but that's about it, right?
Yep.
And you don't have really good Ion Shell targets in the early game. I think the Bat Rider Razor can be okay in like the mid-late, and Razor is a good Surge target, but in these early fights, the Darkseer is not. You don't have a Clockwork, you don't have a Tusk. His impact is a little muted here. Awkward position to fight in, for sure. Still, you have Naga and Lifestealer both free farming.
Yeah, I'm sure Mickey is loving life, because he is free farming, kind of similar to game 1. He's getting more out of lanes this time around, but he isn't watching his team fall apart, unable to do anything about it. It feels like this time around he's going to be able to get Armlet Radiance and have a game to play. Where game 1 felt like the game was already over.
Yeah, I'm sure his game feels wildly different for him.
DM, pull back in, mid-surge. He still has a little bit of movement speed to go. And that's enough to disengage, but does suck that his triangle just keeps on getting taken over, man.
Well, this is good gameplay from Liquid. They're restricting a lot of Parvision's map. They're getting in their face, applying pressure at different points so they can't group up as much. And they have heroes that can stand on the lanes this time in the Sand King and the Lifesteal. So now they can make moves with the supports. That's the biggest thing that's created a difference here from that game 1. Their supports have a lot more freedom without liabilities being created in their absence. And that means they can go and play around Nisha a lot more when he's having a better game.
So we used to see Bloodstone on Sand King because of the Sandstorm. Both the AoE increase as well as the active was really powerful for Sand King. Do you think he still considers Bloodstone later on into the game? Do you think he considers Gleipnir at all?
No.
Okay.
I think you're looking for Blink, Bloodstone, Shiva's, Wind Waker, maybe Lotus, something like this. Dispels are quite good here. Lotus Force Stabs are quite good because you are playing against Bat Razor and the Naganet.
Yeah.
I could see him end up with a Greaves too if he wants to go more aura-oriented. If they think the Storm and the Lifesteal have enough damage, I could see you do like Pipe Greaves, Crimson, Sand King. But
sure, yeah.
You're shifting a lot of the damage onus to the supports in the mid, which in theory could pick it up here. It's just a question of how much do you want to try and deal with the Naga directly with the Sand King. If you want to do that, then you want to end up with this Bloodstone Shivas.
Yeah. Either way, you probably want to see Blink Dagger Boxy trying to clear out that mid wave. Ducalis is threatening him with the Glimpse. Glimpson's back now, but no one's in pretty deep. Nice! Static Stone! That is just gorgeous from Ducalis. It's underneath the wall too, but I think they're only going to get the one support. As cool as that looked.
Yeah, it didn't actually do that much.
Yeah.
But it was nasty.
These heroes just had too much armor. The Razor could only do so much. Storm has high armor. Mickey, he's got an armlet, so he's got bonus armor. Satanic shrugs off the assault from Saberlight, no problem.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stats up already. I mean, this Infest is going to be something you have to think about as well. Like, you Infest the Storm later, jump on people. It's a really solid way to open up a team fight. As, yeah, Satanic getting low again, but there's still nobody around Saberlight.
Yeah, he's got a Vanguard, but that only does you so much good against things like Glimpse and the buildup of damage that Batrider provides. So he's got a Burrow Strike, but he'll still be in range. Boxies will come in with a 2-man blast off. Insania's here as well. And the long-range zip from the Storm Spirit does some big damage. Light Class is already dead. The mines are going off. No one falls as well. Saberlight does actually bait in a 1 for 2.
Ah, well worth it. You'll sacrifice your life to snowball this Storm for sure. 10 Galvanized stacks. 0 and 4-star for Nisha. Looking strong. You get this Storm a few more kills here, he's going to start to pop off. There's not a lot of insta-stun available on the side of Party Vision. It's basically the Static Storm, which he can itemize against if he wants to. And you have Infest to maybe bail you out a little bit if you're starting the fight with that, though that can be a bit dicey.
Yeah.
Much more comfortable game for Liquid. So I think that goes without saying.
A lot of mines around this area. I don't know if Night Class is really leading his team to a fight they want to take. Good Static Storm. Caught the Storm Spirit inside the kinetic field too. Beautiful stuff. Though Mickey joining in on this fight. It looks like they got a glimpse back on him. Boxy's going to get run down by DM with the guy on shelf. Still though, no one at half HP. Saberlight is not going to be able to survive. Insania is just going to give up on it. He only has level 2 impetus, so.
Man, Ducalis is owning these early fights. Like, these Static Storms have been sick. The glimpse on the Lifestealer there to send him back to top. Big plays coming out of this Disruptor.
We CS2 players now input lag every game. Yeah, the fact he gets the kinetic field and Static Storm.
That's a really cool Static Storm. He ended up Static Storming 3 heroes on 3 different elevation planes.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often, you know? Artistic, some might say.
DM seems to know a lot about Counter-Strike. He says it's the same in Counter-Strike 2 with smoke. I wonder what's causing it. Like if it's from certain spells that are going
Probably
on.
the new Great Confluence patch that's getting pushed to the servers. Secretly. 8.0. They got a trial run.
Sure. Right around the corner.
Yeah, that's happening. It's not conspiracy also. That's real. I've seen it.
Between you and Owen. Okay. The conspiracies abound at DreamLeague. Well, Mickey got sent back from that team fight due to nicely placed Glimpse Static Storm.
Big stack right now for him.
So he didn't really lose much farming time. As a result, he is still up on Satanic, but it's still scary that Satanic has been allowed to free farm, hasn't really been touched. They're going to go for Tormentor. And they will take a lot of damage to get it, but they will get there.
Not the most favorite one. The Disruptor Shard.
Yeah, I guess the question is like, is the Tormentor worth it if you expend those kind of resources for it?
And you heal back up a bit. I mean, it is worth it for sure.
Well, let's compare it to Liquid farming 5 different parts of the map at the same time. Or doing Roshan. Really?
This is not that fast.
No, it's not.
And you do not want to get caught in this pit against Sleep Static Storm. If Party Vision get an inkling of what's happening here.
I mean, they got to see some of this, right? Yeah, they're coming over now.
Yeah, that was an ambitious Roche. I'm not sure about that call in general. Oh, they want DM.
Maybe it was just a chance to be able to pull Party Vision into an area that they control and can fight around. After all, they wanted to make use of that Blink Dagger. Static Storm caught, but, oh, looks like they were able to stop. I thought he was TPing there for a second. Did not get the Infest off in time. Again, Ducalis' Disruptor has been completely disruptive to Team Liquid. Backing away to the corner here. Liquid, do they want to pursue?
You have no Epicenter.
Okay, Saberlight does apparently, but he missed the Burrow Strike. He is in pretty deep here. Ducalis is going to die to the Storm Spirit jump as at the same time, Saberlight, nice blast off from Boxy. These heroes are low. They're focusing on the Nagastar and do manage to kill him. No Song is going to go out. A TP away from no one will make it. Oh, wait, no, it's not a TP. It's a gate play.
So they are going to be able to chase him.
He is Mage Slayer.
They're running out of mana. Nisha doesn't have any. Oh, he had just enough to jump to the other side. Insania tries to battle it out. It's not good enough for him.
And they would have got no one.
Oh, they still got him. He wasn't looking at his screen. Shock and surprise on no one's face. He could not imagine that Nisha had laid a trap for him like that.
I don't see that. Does he mean that?
No way. He really didn't see it? Oh, that is so unlucky.
I mean, does he mean like it was bugged and it didn't exist for him? Or did he just not?
No, I think he's legitimately saying he couldn't see it. Insania is saying, okay, let's go remake game 1.
I'm sure they would love that opportunity.
Dude, that's crazy. Can't see last hit, give gold.
Okay, well, apparently there's just a lot of problems right now.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and mute all 10 players in production. You know, let's just hide that for now. Put it under the rug. I still kind of question this go from Liquid. It worked out, but I think conceptually, unless Boxy lands as big of spells as he did here, that can be a rough fight. Like, no one ends up cleaning this in the end, right? And I think there's a decent chance Nisha dies here.
Yeah.
You gotta respect the tankiness and the Mage Slayer damage reduction. Really good Mage Slayer game. Whenever this Razor gets a hit on the Sand King or the Storm, there's a lot of value there. See that no one reaction.
He just...
He's a ghost.
Attacking the server, man. He's made his remnant invis.
Overall, though, that's a great fight for Nisha. And he's going to get more Ancient stacks poured into him. So BKB for the Storm is going to be done here. And that's huge versus Static Storm, which is their biggest source of control. You have Orchid on the Naga that also didn't get to really be put to use once against the Storm. Really nice item timing Liquid can play around. Just makes everything a lot smoother here.
Yeah, that's going to be spooky time for Parivision. Because this Naga Siren, I don't think it'll really be able to provide the same impact that the Radiance Lifestealer does. I don't think the Razor is going to be able to keep toe-to-toe with the BKB timing of the Storm Spirit.
No, they need the BKB.
This little window
Razor
is tough.
BKB Razor and Heart Naga would skew this back the other way a bit, but right now it's all Liquid.
Quick kill onto Takalis, jumping for more. Saberlight almost hit a 2-man Burrow Strike off of that. That would have been quite the providence there if he had just lucked into a Burrow Strike on DM as well.
Hickoffs, Galvanized stacks, didn't need to use the BKB into a Power Rune.
And they have vision on DM. If they kill DM, they could probably just go straight to Roshan here. Here comes the zip. Got him on the Burrow Strike. Chaining the stuns with the blast off. They've got him easily. Too much damage coming from the side of Liquid.
Not enough map pressure right now for Parivision. These lanes are not going in. Liquid are able to group up and they're not getting punished economically too much. Parivision are afraid right now. This Storm is doing what it was designed to, which is instilling fear in them, showing on the lanes, not letting them get it out as aggressively, forcing them into these side jungle areas where they don't want to be.
And they will go for Roche off of that kill.
Nisha heating up in this game too, 8-1 and 6. They do use their Wisdom Shrine, though. Oh, do they?
Nisha TPs for it. And Saberlight gets there in just the nick of time. Another Galvanized stack. And they'll still eventually finish off Roshan. Mickey's got the damage. Insania's got the body.
It took a while, but well worth it here. And man, just so many Galvanized stacks in Storm. 19. Just so much extra mana to farm with, player on the map with. You're getting Power Runes on top of it. You're going to need a Hex at some point in this lineup on Parivision, and that's going to be a very long way away.
Liquid got to fix their lanes. Lifestealer deal with top. Looks like they want to try and take the Aegis away from him with the Orchid and the Static Storm. They should be able to do so. They just have to make sure they get out. Which, with a Storm Spirit on the map, you never can be too careful.
Hastrun going to be popped.
That's a great pickoff if you survive with everybody else. Hastrun was popped on the Storm too, so Liquid really wants something in return.
Yeah, they didn't lose. Okay, looks like they're going to lose to Collis for it, but it's definitely worth the trade. Yeah.
Super worth it. He also finished the BKB on the Razor, so that's part one of this.
And Bloodthorn on the Naga Siren.
Yep, a lot of damage.
Yeah, big damage upgrade.
Downside of this Bloodthorn is you are going to go into a Liquid lineup that are all building Dispels because the Dispels are really good for the many.
Sure.
You already have Greaves on the Techies. You already have BKB on the Storm. You just got Yules on the Sand King. You're going to have a Hurricane Pike on the Enchantress. So your Bloodthorn targets are really limited. There's going to be a BKB on the Lifestealer next up for Mickey.
Do you think that
it seems hard to use it here in the early game? I mean, it'll scale over time. The longer fights go, you'll get a later pop, but
yeah. Do you think you have to go Bloodthorn on Naga Siren? Because it feels like it's just such a crucial item to the hero now because it gives you all the damage that you were typically lacking early on, right?
Hold that thought, Austin. Invis no one.
Yeah, he's breaking some smokes right now.
He spot him.
Didn't get off the BKB. He's going to get chain stunned here. Static Storm trying to create a little bit of deflection alongside the song. Now Nisha is still committing here. Oh, the Lifestealer just got blown up, man. Naga Siren with the Bloodthorn is deadly. But now those resources have been used. Liquid are going to push forward and try and catch heroes off of it. DM taking a lot of damage from the impetuses. Nisha picks up that one kill and plays for regen. Disarm onto the Razor. Do manage to kill Boxy. Burrow strike up in. Storm Sphere commits for that kill. Glimmer goes off. No one actually turning around with the Essence Ring. And Nisha, he has to use the rest of his mana to zip away, but he got caught. He gets caught. Glimpse back. He turns and fights and hopes that he can survive with all of these stacks. Dude, he's got so much mana regen.
It's all going to disappear.
Yeah,
only 3 actually, so not too bad. But man, that streak as well. Such a good fight for Parivision. The Razor tanked so much damage there.
Seriously.
I wish I could see how much of this 10k went into no one, because it felt like everything. He had Essence Ring. He had Vampiric Essence Ring. He's putting Mage Slayer hits in everybody. He's getting Glimmer Cape. He's getting Songed. He's getting Piped.
He has the Thunderhead facet too, so if you focus the Razor and he lives, he's just doing a lot more damage.
Just so much healing. Liquid did not burst him down. They paid a heavy price for it. I thought he was going to be in a lot worse situation when he didn't get BKB off here.
Yeah, especially with the an Enchantress, but Song coming out, really good timing, quickly gets rid of that and focuses on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, 6 Song from Satanic. Perfectly bails out the Razor and then sets you up for the Lifestealer kill with net under Static Storm.
And what a read from no one to go back in like that.
Glimmer Cape bails him out.
Yeah.
Another Essence Ring pop. He gets 2 of them off in this fight. And it's giving him the lifesteal. That was a super pivotal neutral item.
Back in the game, though. Smoke up from Parivision. Looking to snowball things. Running into Saberlight and Boxy, but they're also running into mine, so Collins is already dead. He has been crucial for the success of Parivision in so many of these fights. This fight without their 2 supports might be a little bit rough. The Enchantress is eventually going to die here, and Mickey pops out from that infest inside the wall, inside all the illusions. But here comes a Burrow Strike Epicenter, doing some good damage, but the Lifestealer's already dead, and now Satanic resets the fight.
Still have a lot of link damage here.
Yeah, they're going to focus on Nisha. They know the biggest threat is that Storm Spirit. Once they have him locked down with the Ensnare, it's all over.
These songs have been on point from Satanic. I feel like the more I watch this kid, the more he impresses me, which is a tall bar already, but he can just play so many varied styles of carry. And his button pressing is immaculate. Another great fight for no one. He gets a full 200 damage link. The downside of infesting that Enchantress there. You're not doing anything to this Razor while he's just leeching out the damage.
And DeCallis, who died at the start of the fight, still has his full spell arrangement here to kill Saberlight. So that is effectively a wipe.
And Parivision are just playing well, especially from a rough position with this Storm snowballing. Liquid haven't been able to put the Lifestealer Storm combination to that much work in these fights. I think it's been the biggest issue.
Yeah.
And you don't have Ags on the Lifestealer, so there's not he's not really doing anything playing independent. He's just getting linked. He's not infesting the Razor or anything like that. It's just Get another ensnare out of the song. Easy storm kill. No BKB left. You don't even have the extra healing on that song yet either. That's another big problem Liquid are going to have to fight through is you get this shard, all of a sudden you just pop song whenever the epicenter comes out, you nullify all the Sand King's damage.
Yep. Back-to-back team fights for Parivision, and they are now well in the lead. 10,000 net worth despite the kill score being even, and Parivision never shy about hitting the high ground when they have this big of a lead. We'll go straight down mid.
Game plan is in full effect. Keep this Razor alive. He's all of your single target physical damage. And they have a lot of tools to do that. Amp damage on no one will give you some extra siege here. Nice timing for that. You gotta be careful of these glimpses too, throwing like this.
Threatening the epicenter. Storm Spirit's back up. And Parivision will call quits on the push. Boxy does steal the Shrine of Wisdom.
So pick up.
It's something for Liquid to hold on to.
They get the BKB done on the Lifestealer, so the Static Storm is not going to control him at all anymore.
Yeah.
You could now maybe more comfortably look for aggressive initiations with the Infest Bomb if you want to go that route.
He is still going to get a little bit controlled. DM picks up an Aghanim Scepter, so might get some punches. Nice lasso catch on Nisha. Very dead. So right as Liquid were probably looking to make a move, they lose their Storm Spirit again. Now down to 10 galvanized stacks. And of course, whenever Parivision wins a fight, they just take over the whole map because they've got Naga Siren. So Illusion's pushing every lane.
Yeah, he's killing all three ways right now.
Yeah.
Perfect Illusion placement. Gonna send everything into Liquid's base. They're gonna bleed another pick off here.
Yeah, Boxy. Not even sure what the idea is there.
I mean, you got Lotus Orb on the Sand King, you got Hurricane Pike on the Enchantress. The utility items are all there for Liquid. But now are they too far behind? They don't have the damage. These heroes are tanking out fast on the side of Parivision. The Heart was done for the Naga. Ags for the Darkseer, a lot of extra HP. And Satanic for Razor. Coming out soon here.
Yeah, with a shield rune for this next fight too.
He's so big. Like, this stupid Vampiric Essence ring on top of all this is just... It's not fair, man.
Yeah, I was thinking really about the... in some ways, like almost guaranteed Vampiric. Like, you're going to get it out of one of your items, right? One of the tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s.
I mean, at least Valve made Storm Surge reflection damage, so you can't spell Lifesteal off that.
That is
Otherwise,
true,
this would just be completely broken.
Catching Boxy again. Saberlight gonna pop his epicenter, heads to the back where Mickey is joining them. They do manage to get a pretty good jump. The Static Storm still goes up alongside the wall. Satanic's getting low. They do manage to pop him. Storm Spirit dies for it. No one can still maybe carry this fight, though he's taking a lot of damage. Hurricane back into mines and impetus shots just raining down. Hell on this poor Razor. More shots onto DM. Glimmer Cape goes out. They still have vision of him though. DM's gonna run. Little tumbler toy action, and Liquid probably too far away to catch up to him now.
Great fight, though. That's the aggressive infest potential that BKB on the Lifestyle unlocks because you're not afraid of going into that Static Storm. And they're able to just jump Satanic, bring him down completely. Fight's just wide open. Massive damage coming out from the Sand King, centered around that one position.
Yeah.
And this Razor honestly didn't survive that long on his own. He needs the help of the team. Once he's isolated, he got Hurricane Piked. That's kind of it.
Boxy survived through all of this, by the way.
He got Glimpse back, right?
Yeah, he got Glimpse back, then Songs, and then he runs right.
I almost think no one popping BKB instantly there ended up hurting him more in the long run. But I think that fight is just screwed when you get jumped like that. You're right on top of the Naga Siren. If the Naga Siren doesn't get bailed out, that fight's tough for Parivision.
Yeah.
Now, if they can bail out Satanic there, he gets Song off. Could be looking at a very different set of circumstances. And there is one X factor in this game, which is always that Ag Static Storm. Which Ducalis can ever get there.
Yeah, he's thinking about it now. I actually really love his build of Glimmer Cape Mech, just like full survivability.
Because DM didn't apparently want to go Greaves. He went Halberd, he went Pipe, and then
yeah, they have a lot of utility.
Opted for the Ags.
Double Glimmer between the supports, Mech, Pipe, Halberd. It's worked for them so far. I think this build's been completely fine. It's just if this game goes another 10, 20 minutes and you get Ags, that changes these fights a lot.
Yeah. I mean, hell, Nightclass is going to turn into a core of his own. He already has the Shard and is working towards a full-out Pharasma. We've seen this Bat Rider like 100-0 heroes with this lasso build.
Radiant are scanning.
Pivotal fight in this game as Infested Storm Spirit looking for a repeat. They do get scanned. Parivision knows this is coming.
They're going to pop in and immediately hit the Burrow Strike onto no one, but this is not a fight that Saberlight really wants to take just yet. Epicenter's going to go out. No one's still holding on to that BKB and a Satanic, but there's the Storm Zip, and they got the supports. It looks like both Dakalis and, no, not Nightclass, because the song goes out, catching Mickey. Now, Mickey's got Rage and BKB. No one's going to pop his Satanic. Starts manning up against Mickey. He wins that fight. Liquid not losing any other heroes just yet. All they lost was Saberlight, who bought back, and it's on his way soon. Mickey now has to use his BKB. Blastoff comes in, doesn't hit the real Naga Siren. Already backed away. Now Mickey needs to be able to break the link. Nisha gets the grab onto no one, trying to get him. He's fast, but not that fast. Can't run away from Liquid, who are here in force with their buyback from the Sand King, and look to take Roche.
Mickey standing tall. Not a lot of ability to man-fight this Lifestealer unless you get a crazy link on him, and the Lotus Orb placements in that fight prevented no one having the impact he wanted. Just no good link target.
Will say, I mean, Liquid, they win that fight. They get Roshan as a result. This age is going to go long ways for them. I feel like it is kind of a stay of execution, perhaps the start of a comeback. But it feels like Parivision is still like one fight away from winning the game.
They're still ahead for sure, but I don't know. It feels like Satanic isn't getting the impact he wants in these fights versus the Storm and the Lifestealer. They're having issues locking the Storm down, and they're having issues full committing onto the Lifestealer with this BKB up. He's just kiting around basically the whole fight, which is fine, but then it takes so long for them to wear through these BKBs and the buyback from the Sand King that eventually your BKB on the Razor's out, and then he just gets melted and kited, hit by a Hurricane Pike or some Techie's disarm. These supports from Liquid are doing a lot of work in the fights in terms of damage and just controlling the Razor.
Yeah.
And you have double Lotus Orb to get through, which we saw be a big nuisance for this Link.
Well, then it feels like then the fight changes pretty dramatically if Parivision can get the initiation, right? Even if they don't kill somebody with the initiation, it forces the BKB, and then you can use the song to stall out the BKB. Once the BKB is gone, then Bloodthorn, and you can actually commit to a hero.
I just don't know how you're getting the jump this game. Like, I guess you could send Naga Illusions in and try and jump with the bat, but there's a decent chance Liquid smoke for every fight they take and just jump the Storm in.
Yeah.
And the problem is you can't static Storm that because they have BKBs, so you don't have control for that. That's what's frustrating Parivision right now. You either need a Hex so that you can lasso somebody, drag them into Hex, or force super early BKBs out of Liquid, or you need the Ags Disruptor here.
Well, they're not getting any of those items anytime soon. Mines go off. Think Boxy, maybe, did any pings go off there from Liquid?
Parivision seem unaware of what is behind them right now.
Yeah, the smoked Storm Spirit with an infested Lifestealer and a Shield Rune. He is so tanky. He's willing to take any kind of fight because he's got all this HP and an extra life. Saberlight is going to get lassoed, though. Now the zip back in from Nisha. But losing the Sand King, a dieback especially, a good wall, that's going to kite him out. You can see Parivision are just trying to kite the Lifestealer, kite the Storm Spirit as much as possible. Mickey has to use his BKB. They go all in for no one. No one pops BKB, but he doesn't have the Satanic heals. Nisha, he still has that Aegis. It's Boxy and Mickey who have to play a little safe here. Blastoff going out, kills some of the illusions. Insania in the mix here. Pulled. Oh, actually managed to get away from that. Satanic is on the real Insania right now. Or vice versa, a little bit of mines going out. Good disarm from Boxy to try and stall this even more. But it's up to Nisha to cut back in. And oh, that damage. What was that damage, man? That's some Pharasma damage right there.
830 damage proximity mine. See you later, Agi Carry.
Full magic damage from the Storm, and Techies blows up the Naga Siren. Jeez.
Dude, Boxy is wrecking these fights.
He is.
He's doing so much damage, and they managed to kill the Razor in a single Storm Vortex, basically. He gets BKB off, but he's so low he can't Satanic back up. Same thing with Satanic here. He gets Vortexed once into mine, he's dead. It's just too fast. The burst, too much. In theory, this was a great fight. No Sand King for the entire fight. You have Aegis on the Storm, which does a lot of work here, but
the way they kited him out initially looked really good.
And you never got Mika here. He ended up walking all of this off.
Yeah, he pops BKB, starts running.
This Naga is just not making its impact felt. It's just all kiting, trying to kill Enchantress. Can't kill Enchantress.
I would love to know just how much magic resistance was missing on the Naga Siren in this moment, because he got hit by double mines, and then he gets Parasma hit as well.
Well, we're gonna see it here. Minus 13%. So that
take a pure damage plus.
Yeah, that is a decent amount of magic resistance reduction for sure. And it's working out for Liquid here.
You combine the AoE disable that he was doing with Reacted Taser and the Blast-Offs as well, controlling the illusions. And Boxy. Techie's putting in some heavy work, and he's going to have Blast-Off cooldown now. Storm Spirits picked up the Electric Vortex duration as well. Burrow Strike cooldown for Saberlight. Even level 20 on the Enchantress. Untouchable attack speed slow.
Need this Disruptor Axe. We're getting to the point where if you want to still win this game as Bari Vision, you're going to need a Disruptor Axe. You're going to need to play for that combo. Refresher on Razor would also help, because right now Liquid are just getting everything they want. The Axe done for the Lifestealer is going to make no one's life even more difficult. That's the only right clicker in the squad.
Takalis is still a ways away. He's halfway there, but Disruptor is not the fastest farming hero. Is a bit of a problem. Maybe Saberlight?
That was a great ward.
Saberlight does have Lotus and Yules, but he already got linked, so this is pretty rough for him. He can halberd no one, extend his life a little bit longer, but not enough for Liquid to bail him out.
Even kill the Croaker.
Merciless.
No mercy. That's another big pick-off for Bari Vision, keeping him in this game. More gold for the Disruptor. Closing in. It's not that far off. I mean, he could also just sell, right? Like, you could sell mech here. It's not that important anymore. I think that might be the play.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they do have the ultimate teamfight winning combo. Song, Vacuum, Aghanim, Static Storm.
Yeah, that is incredibly nasty if you get caught in it on the side of Liquid. There's no save for it. Wind Waker will be available for Sand King eventually here, but not 100% reliable. Takalis getting the space right now.
He is. Being a part of a kill.
Gonna go sell his
farming
mech.
these two camps over and over again. And he is going to sell his mech.
Yep, I think it's the correct decision.
Still a little off. Still needs another 140, but...
Should have sold his wand.
Could have. But back to those trusty camps that he's been farming for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, didn't get the math exactly right.
I'm a little bit surprised that Liquid is taking it chill.
I think they're waiting for next Roche and they feel confident in their position, but I don't know if that's 100% true.
I mean, we know that Disruptor Axe is coming in, so...
That was a lot of mana.
It was. He's going to have to use his BKB here. Saberlight and Insania are here to back him up, but if anything, they may be the ones caught. Wait, Mickey went into the back lines. Oh,
it's
no!
An Axe static.
Well, there's the reveal of the Aghanim Scepter. Now Saberlight's going to get run down as well. It all goes so wrong for Liquid.
The mech sale. pays off instantly. As all it takes is a normal punch on that Lifestealer into the Static Storm. He was being a little greedy with his BKB because you just didn't see that item yet.
Yeah. He's thinking, I have BKB, I have Aghanim Scepter. There's so many ways I could save myself.
How could I possibly die here? I'm a Lifestealer. Now you have level 25 on the Razor. That's a big damage upgrade.
Oh yeah, combined with a refresher that he's going to be picking up soon. I mean, Liquid know how terrifying the late game Razor is. Mickey's run it a few times. Back to trying to hold high ground. Liquid, second lane of barracks is going to fall.
Refresher bot. They're trying to throw.
Yeah, oh, they are. I mean, they say 20 seconds left on Lifestealer. Force Liquid into a 3 versus 5. Force the buyback out of. Oh, there it is. They've got Static Storm back up. Those two are both dead. Those two supports are absolutely screwed. Nisha's not caught in it though. He tries to kill Takalis, does get ensnared up, has the BKB. Back to the fountain he goes. 3 seconds until the other two cores are back up, and they do have a glyph. Long sip. Storm Spirit, he's got the infest. They're going after Satanic. They want to kill him. BKB goes off, and now there's no BKB on the Storm Spirit. A lot of damage on the Satanic. He has to reset a little bit. DM right in the middle with no one battling it out against Mickey. And Mickey, he can't stand up against all this damage. Saberlight, he certainly can't do it either. The Eye of the Storms just keep on raising in. Boxy joins in next. He dies as well. Liquid fall 1 by 1, and the series is done.
Oh, it was looking so much better for a while, but they could not close it out. They waited that 3 or 4 minute period in that mid game where they took their foot off the pedal and just let that Disruptor Farnags was so pivotal in that game.
Yeah.
Absolutely ruined Mickey in that fight, and it just caused this chain reaction. And then you're stuck in this ultra late game against Ag's Disruptor, Refresher, Razor. Those were the 2 best late game items that Parvision could have gotten to, and Liquid kind of gave them the time to get there. They didn't keep the pressure up. And it cost them a lot in this game. I mean, props to the support duo, because I think they played way better than that game 1. They made some rotations. They did well in the early game. Saberlight had a game to play. They bought the correct items. Boxy had a hell of a performance on his techies in combination with that Nisha Storm.
Yeah, he did.
But they could not close that out as Parvision continued to be the bane of their existence, despite the invisible remnants.
Despite the invisible remnants. Nisha ended up doing 37,000 damage. Nobody else on the side of Liquid came close to that. 56,000 though.
Oh yeah.
From the Razor. No one's mid-Razor.
He carried this game for sure. Yep. No doubt about that. And man, Essence Ring. One hell of a neutral lane.
Agreed.
But neutral items don't single-handedly win you games. You need team play, strategy, hero selection, lane wins. Parvision did all of that. They did it with more variety yet again. Naga Siren thrown into a completely different mix of enemies compared to yesterday's heroic series. And in fairness, it did not look as dominant as it did in that previous series. It was picked earlier in the draft this time, and there were more vulnerabilities being exploited this time, Effie. Just not enough for Liquid to claim a victory.
No, unfortunately for Liquid, while it did look good for a while, and it felt like they got a grasp on that game once Mickey got his BKB, and they had an extended magic immune duration on the Lifestealer, then comes another fearful factor in the Ag's Disruptor. Like, Ducalis got the Ags, caught out the Lifestealer in that bot lane, and like...
He started cooking it up.
Dude, I just want to say that they got so much value out of that Disruptor pick, because that hero, it felt like it would fall off at some point, right? That's how that hero works. Like, you get a few kills on key cores with your Static Storm, then they get BKBs and you just die every fight. But they were able to, like, take so much advantage of their song into Static Storm, Vacuum combo so many times early on, where that Aghanims became something that was an easy build-up for him. Like, it didn't take him, like, getting rolled over in, like, 5 fights before he got it. He got it, like, just in the nick of time, basically. Yeah.
I love those Disruptor moments where they're, like, defending their fountain and they're like, should I sell literally all of my items to buy an Aghanim Scepter? Because that's the situation that I'm in. But no, it was a pretty clean progression. He got the glimpse kills that were necessary early on, and then after that, there was the middle period, where Liquid were mounting a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, it looked really good too. And, you know, I could sit here and I could nitpick that, well, like a small things from Parry Vision where it's like the static storm goes down at the same time the song's coming out. And you're like, well, you know, unfortunately, but that is like genuine nitpicking. And that is like one of the only limited things that I feel you could say poorly about Parry Vision with this. Satanic, he played this Naga Siren differently. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to play it the same way that he did yesterday against Heroic, where he just got to farm, he got to sit around. This time he actually ended up joining fights quite early, so it was a very different way he played it. No one had a brilliant performance in mid. I think like just looking at raw numbers you could see it, but just watching it, it was so hype when he went through the Twin Gate and he was able to turn and ended up killing the Ench, almost killing the Storm Spirit. Unfortunately ended up falling to the Storm. He said he didn't see the spell. I loved that. A little bit of funny old chat between the two of them. But for me, the supports I think really were a big factor there. 9 Class came in so clutch with a lot of his Glimmer Capes. Now that we're seeing Cause kind of shy away from the Glimmer a little bit more this patch. And so, yeah, just the impact of your supports getting it. He was always in the right position as a Bat Rider, whether that was to catch someone, to continue locking down someone, to save no one in a couple of crucial fights as well, because that's the thing. Razor looked fantastic, but there were fights he could have died, and we could have seen Liquid win this one, but the supports were there. The supports were straight onto it.
For sure, they're like the unsung heroes, but I mean, how can you saw it in your own eyes, the song into Static Storm combo over and over again. But I really did love the Razor pick. I think had they gone any other hero that game, they would have lost when the tide started to turn. But they found the correct pick in that last phase where you can build the early Mage Slayer, which is how they fought before Darkseer had a pipe. He went Halberd first. And because of the Mage Slayer and Razor, which amazing pickup, I think more people might pick Razor just to buy that item. It looked really good. It allowed them to team fight earlier on. And then once the game started getting dicey, you can't forget, Razor is a hero that buys Refresher. BKB Refresher, you're going into late stage territory looking really good. If he had been like a Pangolier or a Puck or something, we would not have seen the game end up the way that it did.
The pick was capitalized on correctly, and Parry Vision converted into a victory. But we do get one more opportunity to do a comparison against Liquid, as Fear has our Ace of Predator head-to-head.
Yes, we do. And for this one, we're going to have to do the Razor versus Storm Spirit, as no one took this game and absolutely destroyed it. So take a quick look at the numbers right now. Hero damage, 56,000, an incredible amount of damage for any one player to get in the game. Tanisha's 37,000 damage. But it does not stop there. We also have the KDA as well, which honestly, Nisha, he had a pretty solid game here at 13, 7, and 15, but no one sitting at 15, 6, and 19, doing majority of the lifting on his team's back here. And then last hits, not so bad, 300, pretty good day at the office here. Same with Nisha, getting a lot of last hits. I think both these mids played incredibly well this one, but you do have to give it to no one. He had a standout performance on this Razor.
Well, I thought you were going to show some sweet clips of Razor.
Of your face.
That was a good save. That was a good save, Fear. No one continues to be the gold standard of mid laners. We always put him in the conversation starting from Riyadh last year, but now he is just continuing to raise the bar higher and higher against everyone that he's going up against mid.
It's crazy to think about, because usually, I mean, the old guard of the mid lane from 10 years ago, none of them are really active anymore except Sumail.
Yeah.
And there was
But he
a while
started when he was young as well, so you have to factor that into it, like the starting age of Sumail and then the starting age of no one as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but it did feel like he fizzled out for a while. We didn't see, like, we saw him play on, like, more tier 2 teams, not really make it to the big stage. A lot of people said he was washed, but honestly, all it takes is, like, one breakthrough team where you're playing against other tier 1 mid laners, like the new generation of these mid laners. You get your training up, a couple of tournaments, and all of a sudden, you're just the one to watch again.
And we got a chance to hear his thoughts, but right now I want to hear the man who has harnessed all of these ideas from Parry Vision, because I'm going to take a chance to speak to Estini. Estini, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing good.
So I hear oftentimes different approaches from coaches. Are you overall proud of your team right now, or do you always look ahead and you're like, oh, but they could do this a little bit better. I'm looking for more improvement.
I'm really proud because it's new patch. We shouldn't expect really anything. We should just do our best and improve every day. And I feel like we're improving. And if we can win while improving, it's amazing.
And it seems like that's happening with every single game. So what have your responsibilities been as coach for the past few days in this new patch era?
Figure out drafting, figuring out which are the strongest heroes in patch. But I must say, like, the team helps a lot. So, like, figuring out the strong heroes is being, like, 95% on them. It's like a lot of props to the players. They did a lot of hard work. They are, like, grinding rankeds every day. And yeah, mostly I'm looking at, like, macro moves because the map has changed completely. And I try to make a draft that makes sense in this complicated map. So having, like, I'll not tell, but like I'm hearing the cast and they already figured out, but Liquid didn't. Like some Ghost Wave shove, sometimes it's decent to have, you know.
Keep it in your pocket for a little bit longer. Maybe after DreamLeague you can start revealing. I'm curious about what Satanic's contributions have been, because we've spoken to no one on multiple occasions, and he mentions that Satanic is very eager to bring his ideas in the draft, and perhaps a little bit over eager, that you guys have to be like, all right, Satanic, you know, we appreciate it, but like, let's keep it under wraps for right now as we teach you. So when he's learning a new patch, what has he been bringing to you? Has he been bringing new heroes as well?
Yes, and he tells me, give me this hero I'm gonna carry. I trust him and he carries, and it's been amazing. So yeah, he can keep bringing up ideas. Yeah, sometimes he's too excited, but it's fine. He's a kid, like, stomping tier 1 teams, so he had to do this.
I'm glad that you guys are harnessing the power correctly, though. I'm going to pass you on over to Fear, who's got some questions as well.
Hello, Astini. So my first question is going to be, you guys oftentimes are picking these drafts that have some really good synergy behind it. Do you predetermine, like, what type of strategy you're going to pick in advance? Like, one player has a hero pool you want to play around, or do you just come up with it yourself and be like, you guys have to play these heroes to make this draft work?
It usually comes from the players, which heroes they are playing, and I need to make some sense out of it because we already know what we need to win games. So sometimes we're gonna look at the draft and be like, sure, we like some tower damage, so I need to get this one hero from this guy hero pool that hits a tower. Or maybe we lack some catch, so then I need to get a hero with a stun or a jump. So it comes from their hero pool, and I try to combine on a way that our draft's gonna be complete.
All right, perfect. One more question. So which of the players is, like, the easiest to coach in regard, doesn't take as much of your time, and which of the players takes more time for you to coach or is harder to convince ideas to?
I'll say now, most of the time we're talking with Alan Satanic, but it doesn't mean that he's harder to coach or anything. It's just that he's new into a team that we've been playing the other 4 together for a while. So we need to kind of teach him the ideas on how we want to play, and we also need to hear more from him so we can also adapt to him and, like, do it both ways. So I'd say it's mostly talking with him. The one I'd say I would need less is, like, Ed, 9 class, because he has, like, too smart of ideas, and he comes with, like, give me this, I'm gonna win, you know, like, give me Venom jungle, and has everything figured out, and I'm just like, I trust you, you know, like, give me Morphling.
Yeah,
it's a good 4, and I'll not ask. It's like, sure, if you tell me, like, let's see how we can make it work.
He does your job for you then at that point, huh?
Yeah, it's so easy now. My job is so easy. I'm just chilling and we're winning.
All right, thank you very much.
I feel like you may be underselling it, Estini, but whatever the case, you are definitely still winning. My last question would be, what has the remote coaching experience been like? Because you got quite spoiled over these past few months being able to be on LAN all the time. Now you guys are all separated. Does it feel any different for you?
I think we all kind of on the same page, and then we all go to Discord at the same time. We talk our ideas. We know how we want to communicate. And I actually think it's good to have, like, some time offline so you can be closer to family. Like, for myself, I'm nearby my wife. She's pregnant. So I actually enjoy the fact that we are remote right now. Of course, I'm ready to go on LANs, but it's actually good that you have, like, some time off to be near family, and you still can get some good results working together, talking on Discord. I don't feel like we're losing anything by not being close to each other right now.
Nice. It's amazing to hear, Estini. Congratulations on the continued success. Can't wait to see you face off against the titans of Chimera Esports on the last day of group stage, but we'll save that for the very end. For right now, though, congratulations on all the wins and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Catch you later, Estini. Because yes, that biggest clash of the two undefeateds will happen at the very end of the group stage, unless some of these other teams falter in between. But for right now, we get a chance to listen to Purge.
That's right, Neil. It's my turn to talk.
It's his turn to talk.
Hey, Coach. Actually, I have something to say before you talk.
Yeah,
No,
do you have a head-to-head request? That's not my job.
No, Steenie's talking about his lovely pregnant wife. Moon had his baby.
What does this have to do with me?
Nothing. I actually wanted to talk. Moon had his baby. They went on to win 2 lands. Maybe Parry Vision, Steenie's going to have his baby, and they'll go on to win 2 lands.
Baby buff.
Baby buff.
Baby buff.
That just might work.
Anyway,
this segment has absolutely nothing to do with pregnant
Babies?
people or wives. Anyways, what we are about to do is we're going to play a little game that I don't have a name for, but we're going to. I translated famous movie quotes into Shakespearean English.
What?
And you guys need to predict which movie the quote is from.
So we don't need to know the quote?
Well, I mean, they're probably
Obviously it'll
quotes
help.
you've heard before. I'll give you an example one, okay? This is a really short one.
Can I sit here? I can't really see the TV.
Can you shut up? This is the second time you've derailed my content piece. Can you just... All right, here we go. This is the example. I knoweth not who is't thou art. I knoweth not what thee wanteth. If it be true thou art looking for ransom, I can bid thee I hast not a wage. Anybody know it yet?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
What I doth hast art a very particular settleth of arts. Arts I hast did acquire over very longest career.
It actually is taken?
Yeah, you got it. Liam Neeson.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's the example one, okay? Except we're going to have graphics for all the other ones.
Thank God.
All right, let's start the game.
I'm not an audible listener.
All right, start the game. First one, please.
Apes Together Strong.
Planet of the Apes.
That's exactly correct. That was the easy one. Starting it off slowly. Rise of the Planet. Sorry, you're wrong. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Duh. 2011, Neil.
Is that the one with the CGI?
They all have CGI, I'm pretty sure.
No, they trained the apes how to talk.
No, because they're okay, not
sorry.
Because they're older Planet of the Apes, right? That they didn't like in the 90s.
The Charlton
there was like
You
an
mean the
older,
70s?
there was a very old version.
Really,
of
in the
movie,
70s?
Yeah. I think it was 70s, 80s.
And that was like the original.
Wow.
Yeah,
that was the
That's correct.
original.
And it doesn't come from the original.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, cool.
All right, next one, please.
Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
Oh, mine,
All
though.
right, I think Fear was first on that one, I'm pretty sure.
Two.
You beat everybody.
All
all right, next one, please. Next one. The Two Towers, of course. I should have tested you guys on that one. Does anyone want to read this one?
The can't Dungeon the Sooth.
Dungeon the Sooth.
Dungeon the Sooth?
I don't even remember which one this
What's
is.
a
I'm
sooth?
scrolling.
What's a dungeon?
That's true.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this one's a little tough.
Yeah.
All right, how about I give you guys want one? Which word do you not know? It's can't, isn't it?
I would prefer...
Dungeon?
give me dungeon.
Give me the definition of the.
Dungeon is going to be handle.
You can't handle the truth.
That's exactly correct. That was a better one to pick. The other one was truth. It would have been harder.
Okay.
Which movie is it, though? Do you guys remember the name?
9 Angry Men?
Some of those words are right.
12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men.
There's not a number. Well, it is a number, but it's called A Few Good Men, actually.
A Few Good Men. Damn it. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
You're sort of on the right place.
Pat, this movie came out before I was born. Why the fuck would you pick it?
It's just, it's a very, have you ever heard people say that?
No.
You can't handle the truth, that one?
I didn't know that was from
I was
that.
alive, but I don't watch
All right,
movies.
next one, please. Next one, please.
What?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Gone with the Wind.
That's exactly right. What year was that, Neil? What year? Close your eyes. 1939. On the top 100
That was
movie
before I
quotes.
was born.
Yeah, that's what I
How am I supposed to know this?
On the top 100 movie quotes, this was number one, so everybody should have been able to get this one. This one was very obvious, obviously. Next
Lion
one,
King.
please.
There's no place like home.
You're-
Wizard
that's
of
it.
Oz.
What movie is it, though?
Oh,
Wizard of Oz.
That's right. What year?
Dorothy.
What year?
1974. I don't know.
1980.
No.
It's way older.
60s.
It's way older.
It was the
It's
exact
40s.
same year as Gone with
Holy
the Wind.
moly, never mind then.
Can you imagine if you got two banger movies like that in the same year?
Did you guys know
What time
that?
to be alive.
Yeah, don't you remember Barbenheimer?
What's there? I did see those. All right,
I
next
was
one,
gonna give you
please.
Wizard of Oz lore, but it's okay.
No, I want to hear it.
No, it's fine.
Someone want to read it?
If be true, thee buildeth, said that gent shall come. If you build it, they will come.
That's exactly right. What movie is it, though?
I didn't even know that was from a movie.
I didn't know either.
Is it really If You Build It?
They Will Come, yes. It's a famous movie.
What decade?
The
60s.
80s.
The 80s.
I was alive for this one.
I wasn't.
If you build it, they will come.
So it was early 80s.
No, it was late 80s.
What genre of movie is this?
It's a baseball movie.
A baseball movie. Angels in the outfield.
Very well-defined genre. It's called The Field of Dreams.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Costner.
That's exactly right.
If you build it, he will come. Okay.
All right, next one, please.
What's that have to do with baseball? Anyway.
If be true, thou art valorous at something, never doth for free.
If you're good at
If you're
something,
good at
don't do it
something,
for
never do
free.
it for free. I didn't even know that was from a movie. I thought this was something people said.
I heard a Twitch streamer say it once.
Come on, you guys have definitely seen this movie.
This seems like a...
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, it seems like a finance
Make
kind
that
of
up.
movie.
I mean, the finance guys will definitely also like this movie.
Glenn Ross.
The Big Short.
It is not.
Elf 1992.
It's way more action than you guys are.
Die
more
Hard.
action.
There's a lot more than just doing drugs in this movie.
If you're good at something,
Elf
never...
two.
Limitless.
Scarface?
It was Scarface.
Wow.
Congrats, Neil. Reveal the answer.
Oh.
Oh,
The Dark... Oh, yeah, the Joker says
That
that.
is
Does he?
actually.
Yeah,
wow.
I should have known that.
Heath Ledger. He's Australian. Did you know that?
I did not.
All right, I lied about pregnancy. There's some little pregnancy in this next one. Let's take a look.
I'm already childing, so what other shenanigans could I receive myself into?
Childing.
I'm already childing.
You're probably not going to get this one.
I'm childing.
It's childing is pregnant, right? I'm already pregnant. So what other
Childing.
what more trouble could I get into? Is that the translation?
Bridesmaids.
That's pretty close. Not Bridesmaids. That was a terrible guess.
Can you give us a decade, please?
The decade, scrolling. Sorry, 1 second. I am busy childing. The 2000s.
Knocked Up. Seth
Juno,
Rogen, Katherine
Juno.
Heigl.
Oh, it's 2008 actually.
That does sound like Juno.
Juno's a good one.
Is it Juno?
Juno is correct.
Oh.
Congratulations.
No way. That's a really good Sabrina Carpenter song.
All right,
Impressive.
we got 2 left. Here's the next one.
What?
Who wants to read this one?
Thee knoweth, I knoweth this stake doesn't existeth. I knoweth yond at which hour I putteth in mine own that from which we speak. The dream is telling mine own brain, yond is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, thee knoweth what I realizeth? Ignorance is bliss.
I know ignorance is bliss. That's about it. I thought that was Shakespeare.
You guys need a year?
Yeah.
1999.
I can't use the not born excuse.
Is this like a romantic comedy?
Harry Met Sally.
Sure. There's a little romance, a little comedy in there.
A little romance, a little comedy.
But it's not a rom-com.
How many people are childing in this movie?
0.
Zero childing. Oh,
Don't
shit.
think
That's
there's
not real
any
romance,
childing.
then, is it?
He knoweth I this stake doesn't exist.
Some unchilding, maybe.
Okay, let's translate it.
Star Wars.
Yep, that is correct answer.
mean,
Reveal. Let's reveal the answer, please.
Yeah, I got nothing for this.
The Matrix.
You know, I know. Oh,
I know. This stick doesn't. No, okay, no one got that.
It's Cypher.
We had to change the word the Matrix because, believe it or not, that wasn't in Shakespearean dictionary. We changed it to the Dream.
Shocker.
It was too easy otherwise. All right, last one.
The stake is a lie.
Gentlemen, thee can't square in here. This is a war cubiculo. This is Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
That's exactly correct, Neil. Congratulations. And what year was it?
1964.
Oh my God, he knows. He can read.
Wait, what even is this movie? Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb?
This is a great time to watch it because it's a corollary with what's going on in American politics right now. Yay!
Could you explain it to me? I don't understand the premise of the movie.
It's kind of like an atomic war movie, and it's
like a
it's
satire.
an extreme satire.
Like Inglourious Bastards.
Sure.
I'm just joking.
It's like a Red Scare movie, height of the
Is this
Cold War.
Kubrick?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, very famous movie. It's very funny, and that's one of their satirical quotes. They're in the war room and they're squabbling. It's like, you can't fight in here, even though they're about to destroy the entire
Right.
planet.
That is
Very funny.
Have you seen the image?
oxymoron.
There's one of the famous scenes is like a guy riding a giant bomb like a cowboy.
No, I
It's, like,
haven't, but now
falling from
I
out of
really
the
want
sky.
to. No. I feel like I got to see this. now.
1964.
1964.
1964. before you were born.
Yeah. Came out was in good shape,
One of the
apparently.
pilots in that movie is the voice of Darth Vader. Does that help?
Not really.
As a
but
very young adult.
not really, but I do like that information. Do you have any more lore?
No, that was it.
Okay, that's awesome.
Did all my homework.
Can we get the Wizard of Oz lore, please, Effie?
Oh, it was a very abusive set. Like the
Oh.
stories the cast tell on that set are like horror stories, actually.
Didn't they also like sprinkle asbestos onto them? And they all
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the set
there
was
was some-
asbestos.
yep.
There was some shit
There
going
was
on
the name of a downer that they always used.
Yeah, I heard they did that on Wicked as well to really keep it authentic to the source material.
They're method actors there. Ariana Grande was on it starts with an L or something.
Lion?
Litigious?
No.
Life?
Yeah.
No, what are you
trying to say?
What is the end goal of this sentence?
There was some opiate that they all got addicted to back then.
Really?
Yeah.
Lithium?
That's batteries.
That's more than just batteries.
I don't remember what it was called anymore.
It's for people who need it.
It's
like
for the
me.
Because you're so electrifying, Effie, that's
I'll
why.
head back to my seat.
Get out of here.
Zoe.
That's a mood stabilizer.
Thank you so much for that segment, Coach. I know you put
problem.
in a lot of research, a lot of effort. I loved the translation.
It was 20 minutes, but you're welcome. I had a good time.
Well, that's something. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you think you could do it on the spot if I gave you a movie or a quote? Could
God no, I was using a website.
Oh, okay. I thought you actually did it individually.
Well, no, that would take way
You
too
telling me you didn't come up with Dungeon?
No, that one I put a lot of quotes in, and only some of them were good. A lot of them were just way too obvious. It was like similar words, and
The steak isn't real. That was good.
That was a good one.
I know this steak isn't real. It doesn't exist. Is that the quote?
something like that. Yeah.
But ignorance is bliss. Sometimes you're just ignorant of the fact that you're 0-3 in a tournament, and you don't let it bother you. That's what Heroic are hoping for as they are going to face off against Tundra in our very last series of the day. We'll catch you after the break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Right. Everyone ready to go?
I'm ready.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, I'm queuing. I'm so pumped up to play this new patch. What the hell?
Good afternoon, valued customer. I am your match advisor here to find you the highest quality
Match
game.
advisor?
So, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Oh, yeah, this is a rough. Good afternoon, valued customer. I am your match advisor. Oh, it's you again. Hey, please don't interrupt me, first. Secondly, we're going to keep finding questionable matches because of this guy. You got a Herald in your party.
That guy, he just plays for fun.
Oh, he plays for fun. Yeah, kick him. Kick that guy.
No. I'm not kicking him.
Good afternoon, valued customer. Blah, 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 blah.
Again?
You're not going to find a good match unless you kick this dude. Behavior score is fine. Location's fine. There's a Herald in your team.
Okay, fine.
Ready up, and when he says yes, kick him anyway.
Sorry, Timmy. You're out.
Wait, what?
Behavior score, not looking good. These guys are toxic. 12K behavior score. Surprisingly also questionable. Okay, these guys are way too nice. Oh yeah, nobody speaks English on that team, so really good English. Probably better than you, honestly. It's been questionable. It will continue to be questionable. Okay, I'm tempted to let you take this one because this guy's gonna disconnect after about 10 seconds. So you wanna waste your time, go nuts.
Come on.
You wonder where Anna's been? He's been right there in that stack.
No!
Account buyers. Yeah. That is not a good thing. That is a skip. It's good. It's good. It's ideal.
Oh, thank God.
We did it. It's perfect, dude. Click. Fix that.
Ah, fuck.
Welcome, friends. As you know, it is tradition around here when we have a very quick 2-0 for us to fill the time with some fun games while our next two teams prepare for intense Dota action.
Fia's gonna do some breakdancing.
That's not breakdancing. That's
No, we're
raving.
dropping the beat for you.
Go
Still
Fear.
raving.
Go Fear.
This isn't breakdancing, guys.
Go Fear.
You gotta get up. We're waiting for you to break.
I don't know how. My old bones can't do that. They will break in half.
Okay,
Well,
well,
that's breakdancing.
that's plan A down the drain. I guess we had a plan B, where we're going to play a game called Draweth and Guesseth. Or, as you may know it in modern times, when we're trying to get in the spirit of the Shakespearean area, Pictionary.
What's that?
I don't know how to do any other translations. You draw something.
And then you guesseth?
This guy got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
You draweth and then you guesseth.
I will say it is slightly different. The way Pictionary normally works is you're in teams, one person draws, the other person guesses. It's a free-for-all, all right? Fuck teams. We're not friends here. We hate each other. That's how the talent work here.
That's how Dota works.
That's how Dota works. No one's actually on a team. You're by yourself. It's all you. Make sure you build carry items on Crystal Maiden. We're going to have one guesser and 3 people drawing this time around. And if the person who's guessing gets it correct, they get a point, and they get to award a point to the person who gave them the best clue, or essentially got them to get the
Somebody
correct
hates me today. First one from movie trivia to drawing.
What,
I heard that you're
what are
strong
you
suit.
good at, Fear?
Dota.
Very
One
few
items.
I'm good at
Can we get a
sports.
zoom up on Fia's face, please?
Why can't we have sports? Why do we always have
What's
to?
your favorite sport, Fia?
My favorite sport is probably basketball,
Wow.
and then tennis.
What about that Lakers trade? Am I right?
I don't watch basketball. I
Oh,
like
wait,
playing
what?
basketball.
Oh.
I watch Dota. I don't do anything.
Can we play Draweth and Guesseth now, please?
I play sports.
Cut the sad violins. It's a happy time right now because we are about to play Draweth and Guesseth. I
don't draw.
We have some whiteboards.
don't
You
either.
can doodle and Guesseth, I suppose. Here's a whiteboard for you. Here's a whiteboard that already has some text on it. Guardian, they were playing Guess the Rank
They
earlier.
were playing Guess the Rank.
Here we go.
Hold it
A
correctly,
pen.
please.
Go get some pens. I am going to go to our
Oh.
magical chest over here, and I will be the first
Let me see the
guesser.
back of your board. Perfect.
Perfect. Learn that one from you, Papa Fia. How to be perfect.
Listen, Fear, to make you feel better, I don't know how to draw either. So.
Okay, let's see who can do it worse.
Oh, I like
It's a
this challenge.
competition.
That's a competition I can get around.
I feel like Nat is pretty talented at real world things.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no, no,
not
no.
You played
fair.
the mandolin yesterday. What do you
I
mean?
did.
All these
I
hosts
learned
have
a
a
third
life.
chord, so if we get stuck for Phil's segment, I can play a third chord for everyone at home.
All right, here.
Ooh.
You are going to reach into this magical hat of Draweth and Guesseth prompts, and you're going to pull out one prompt.
Okay, you have to close your eyes.
I have to close my eyes.
Neil is going to be our Guesseth.
The Guessether.
So we all read it once.
Don't show chat either. What?
What?
I forgot.
Yeah. Okay. What is the time limit on drawing?
When do we start?
I guess I'm gonna give you. How much time do you think that you get? 30 seconds. Oh, okay.
Is that going to be timer?
I will do a clock on my own phone, and I will. Oh, never mind. We have the technology. They can do it. All
Yay,
right.
production.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Set. Draweth.
Okay, Neil, you got to give us a story while we're drawing this, I feel.
So there you are. Fear. Pondering.
Oh my god,
Drawing
mine looks like
lines.
something else.
Squeaking on the whiteboard. You got 20 seconds left. I see brows are furrowed. 10 seconds left. Smiles are being drawn, but Effie, are things being drawn? 3, 2, 1.
This could be mistaken.
Penneths down. That's a bad word. Okay, great. Now, I don't know what to expect here, but I need to guess what the prompt was after looking at your 3 renditions.
I'm looking at our 3 drawings and I don't think you're going to get it.
And then I need to award which one I figured it out off of.
Okay.
Can I just say that it was an absurd prompt? Because
Yeah, it
who do
was
they think we
absurd.
are?
I don't.
Can we give context of what the prompt is so you don't think it's...
Let me look at it first.
Okay, all right, and then we might... All right, we're flipping on 3, 2, 1.
Let's see. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh, Fia's is good.
I'm seeing a similar theme. You guys all have like something sharp, like a leaf, like a leaf sword here with up arrows. You've got a sun. That's like some photosynthesizing or something like that. You have
I don't even know what this is at this
like
point.
like a lance being shot through a butthole or something like that.
Oh, you should have waited until I erased some of the parts.
Can
we give hints?
Is there something sharp involved?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, is it a sword?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a sword
I hope that's how I do
that
mine.
gets more powerful when apparently it points up. Not when it's exposed to the sun, apparently, because that is not the sun.
That might be a bait over there.
No, I see the vision. It just needed a couple more lines.
Maybe
what is your excuse, Nat?
Well, I just drew it as I visually see it. I didn't give any indicators on what it does. All these people were smart, trying to give you indicators on what it does. I was like, yeah, when I click on it, that's what it looks like.
When you click on it, that's what it looks like.
We could.
Is it a Dota related thing?
It is a Dota related thing, yeah.
Oh, okay. A divine rapier.
No. Kind of close. You're the first letter,
Thanks,
right?
Neil.
How many hints?
There's a really poorly drawn thing going on.
Yeah, there are 3 poorly drawn things
Yeah,
going
I
on
think all
here.
of them.
This is not helping me.
Okay, if you know the answer, Fears is good. Mine's not. Stop showing mine, please.
A sword with up arrow. But you have these 2 little spiky things.
Okay,
I feel
think
like
of
that's
a
very
sword that
intentional.
increases something.
There's lots of claymore, broadsword, crystallis, daedalus.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this is my memory from a Dota 1 item. I
Medusa-
forgot what it was like in Dota
What?
2.
What verb comes to mind when you see this top image?
Photosynthesis.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
That is a noun. What is a verb that comes to mind?
Photosynthesizing.
what is a potential noun that could relate to a Dota item?
There are a lot of nouns that relate to Dota items.
We're talking about verbs here now.
Nouns is my favorite Dota team.
They're
Shout out to
disbanded.
Gunner.
Shout out to Gunner.
Disbanded.
Can I give a hero who builds it?
Can I give a better hint?
Give me a better hint.
It is an upgraded Dota item.
Medusa builds it. I mean, a lot of carries build it, really.
Disperser?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, this is a diffusal blade upgraded because I didn't know how to.
Oh, I thought you were doing
I didn't know how to
increases
draw.
your speed.
I did not know how to draw.
Like,
I did disperse.
These are rays of light being dispersed.
Oh, okay. Yours is not what I thought it was. Yours was
What did you think it was?
quite difficult to
I
interpret.
thought it was so it was a sun.
Well, not really, but I decided it could be. I was thinking of like water
What
being
other rays?
dispersed. I just dispersion is happening. That's what I was trying to indicate.
Yeah,
All right,
sorry.
I'm giving
I
a
can't
point to
draw.
Fear on this one.
He still gets a point
I
despite
picked
not
up it was a Dota item off of that. And
Not my boarded item of sword sharpness.
what were you going for? I don't
Trying to
even-
draw
It's
it.
like it's
I
through
mean,
a donut.
Does it? Maybe I'm misremembering the item.
I forgot what it looked like.
I
That's
don't
why
even
I
know what
did
it looks like. I
diffusal.
play
Yeah.
support.
All right,
Like I don't buy it.
More Dota.
Wait, we're still giving Neil a point?
No, I didn't.
I
Whatever.
don't get a
Anyway,
point, I don't
don't
think.
give a shit.
Now you are the guesser.
I'm the guesser.
I will take a prompt out of the magic hat. And
I close my eyes here?
You can close your eyes.
Don't
They
show
are
chat.
closed.
Yeah, what are you picturing?
My eyes being closed.
All right, I've got the prompt.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, we're not showing chat. Oh.
Genuinely, what the?
Okay, we all got it.
I guess.
You can
I'm
open
gonna
your
fall
eyes.
asleep. No, I don't want to.
You can open your
You
eyes.
gotta do the timer for us though.
Can't I just say start the timer?
Oh shit.
you did it.
Okay.
I don't have to open my eyes for that.
Are you just taking a nap right now, Fear?
Yeah, I might not wake up. Wake me up when you're done.
I can't wake up.
At 20 apparently. No, whatever. I'm not gonna overcomplicate
Wake
this.
me up.
When September
When the segment's
ends.
over.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm done. That shit was easy.
Oh, you have like 5 seconds. I forgot. 5 seconds.
Okay.
Wrap it up. 3,
it up.
2,
I wrapped
1. Throw the pens on the ground. Okay.
This sucks.
All right.
Oh, yours is.
So where am I?
We're
You
gonna
can
flip it.
show the cameras you're drawing.
2, 1.
That, okay. I can't see, okay, there's a clarity. That's an inventory with a clarity potion.
Yeah, it's
there is
not
a
clarity
man that is low mana. You're low on mana. You need mana. Out of mana. Potions of clarity.
You are so close. Because if it's not clarity, what's the other potential
Mana.
potion that gives you mana?
Where is
Arcane
this?
boots.
Where
No,
is
no,
this
the other
item?
potion.
Is it in the secret shop?
Nope.
Where is it in the inventory?
It depends on...
No, on Neil's drawing, where is it? In
Top
the,
right?
In the circle. What goes in the circle in your inventory?
Neutral item.
Yep. A neutral item that gives you mana.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called.
Well,
it's the,
me neither.
It's
You're
the clarity
tough out of
item
luck.
in the neutral item slot.
You're tough out of luck then, brother.
It's a word that people are all pronouncing incorrectly.
Add me to the list.
I will accept either pronunciation.
Clairvoyance.
I like that. I like that a lot.
You already know one of the words.
Nope.
Clartricity.
The bar mirror drew.
Mana.
Okay.
Yep. That
Mana
somehow
draw.
that was the nice.
He got it.
He got it.
But it is pronounced incorrectly.
Drought.
You were right. It's draft.
Draft. Mana
That's how you're
draft.
supposed to pronounce it.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so that's a point for you, but who do you give a point to? Who helped you the most?
Why'd you do... Well, it wasn't her. Please don't delete
I
that.
erased my character.
I mean... It has to be.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Mirrors did help a lot,
I
too.
feel like I'm being too literal with my drawings.
I didn't even know the name of that new item, so I just assumed they meant the state of lacking mana, and I was like, how do you draw
like mana drought? You
Yeah,
know,
like
mana
literally
drought.
out of
Yeah, that's good. That's smart.
It's not, though. I didn't know that item is.
All right.
I'm glad it helped.
Nat, it's your turn now. You close your eyes, give your board to Fear.
We have 4 boards.
Get the other one.
Yeah, maybe I'm emotionally attached to this one, Neil.
Okay, fine. You still do stuff to close your eyes, though. She is blinded by the light. I will take another draweth and guesseth prompt. Okay. Let's see what I'm working with here.
She'll never get this one. Your eyes closed?
Mm-hmm.
Pass it on to Effie.
Is it a tango?
We haven't even drawn yet.
Oh.
God, we gotta get a new prompt.
Is it a Dota 1 item?
All right, are we ready?
Stop asking questions and just give us a countdown.
10.
What?
9. 8. I'm counting down to the countdown.
Oh, okay.
7.
No false starts.
6. 5. 4. 3, 2, 1. Start drawing. I'm gonna open my eyes. I don't know why my eyes were closed for so long. Mira, I don't think I'm gonna look at theirs. You got 20 seconds. I don't think I'm gonna look at their prompts at all. I'm gonna get it straight off yours so we can get double points.
No, I
here.
don't even know how to draw.
We're gonna get points together here. We're gonna catch up. I know this isn't a team game. I know I said it was a free for all. You got 10 seconds left, but I think I can cheese this game. You got 5. If I knew how to count, I would tell you that your time is up right now. You have pens down, please, guys. Or I will deduct points.
I wanted to do
I was so close.
I don't know how to draw this off.
Okay.
Are we ready for the grand
Not
reveal?
my proudest moment.
Okay. Well, I'm just glad I don't have to draw right now.
Oh, I see. Effie and I had the same idea.
You thought what I was thinking.
Of course I did. We share the same brain cell, Effie.
What is Fia doing?
Apologies.
You drew him better than I did.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean? Look at, can you compare me and Neil's stick figure, please?
Okay, is it an actual person?
No.
That may be part of it.
So why are you guys drawing a person?
I also
why do
like
they both have
this is very
glasses?
similar for both of us.
I'm so confused.
I'm so sorry.
Why
Well,
does
let's try to piece this
Okay,
together.
no, let me
Wow,
think
we
about
really
this.
are
Okay, so is it the name of someone with glasses?
That may help you.
That may help me.
Yeah.
Is it like a nickname for someone with glasses?
It's not the word. The depiction may help you figure out what the word is, though.
Don't even look at mine.
So
I don't know what the hell I was doing.
What are you doing? I'm so thrown off by yours that it's like,
Oh, okay. I know what you're doing.
is your brain
I know.
leaking information or something?
I know what he's
It's
going
just
for.
leaking in general.
No, I meant in the pitch and not in real life.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
All right.
I'll just say, if any of us could draw, you would have gotten it instantly.
Instantly. Is that like
Assuming-
a mountain man? A butt man? An inventory slot man?
What's
An
my
inventory
man?
what, man?
Slot man.
Okay, no,
I need a
Secret
nick-
shop.
I need a
she
nickname.
needs more help. Think of a Dota player.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
The word itself.
Think of a specific Dota player, and then we can go from there. So what specific Dota player does this remind you? Maybe Niels is better.
I don't know if it is. Why is his mouth dark?
It's what's around the mouth.
Is he eating Cheetos or something? Oh, a beard.
Probably.
What the fuck? And this person wears glasses.
Yes, correct.
Clearly, very.
And at one point in time, they were associated with the word that you're supposed to guess.
Oh god, I don't think I'm ever gonna. Is it a current pro player?
Yes.
It is a current pro player.
On a team that you
just watched.
No, you watch this team a lot though. You know a lot about this team.
Do I?
I think you're leading her on like a path, but is it the right path?
That's what I'm wondering.
What's your idea?
What do you mean? I know a lot about old teams.
Okay.
Mira, what are you trying to imply
It's
here?
not old. This is
My favorites?
This was a popular meme like 2 years ago.
Okay. When someone in Dota really wants to insult you, they suggest doing purchasing. That's all I can say. Then I'd be cheating.
Oh my god, is this an Amar thing? Is it a mantle of intelligence?
Oh!
We can trust.
Okay, this is a brain.
Oh.
What the fuck is yours here?
I thought you were doing like the Bruno fortune teller thing.
What does a mantle even look like?
I mean, I ran out of time. Couldn't make the full mantle.
I want to know how the mantle is going to be finished. Who do I want to give a point to? I actually think Niels is probably the best.
Let's go.
But Mira's prompts were really good.
I know.
Your verbal prompts were amazing.
Sea of garbage.
Yeah.
You were the best.
That's a toughie.
You put it together, but you really brain blasted at the end there.
I did. Because I had to think. I was like, it's glasses, right? Someone who's like, always wears glasses was the main thing I had to think about. And then the beard got thrown in there. So, all right. I'm drawing one. Mira, may you please close your eyes, milady? For draweth and guesseth.
That's the one.
Okay, I'm going to kill myself.
What?
That's what?
What?
I don't know what it looks like.
Okay. Okay.
No.
No.
No?
I don't think you can know out of this one. Are we ready?
I'm knowing out of this one.
Are you ready, guys?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah.
You've got 30 seconds starting now.
Okay. It's so quiet.
I'm doodling.
You're at 20 seconds, guys. 15 seconds. 10. 5 seconds left. Crunch time.
No way.
2, 1.
I may have lost the plot near the end here.
I unironically like mine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need that. All right.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
All right. Are we swapping?
Let's debut our drawings.
Niels. Very good, Tsunami.
So there's a mask.
Okay.
Yep.
Mask of
We're on a...
madness? Voodoo mask?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
What a beast!
Wow.
No, those are good drawings. That looks like a voodoo mask. There's not many masks in Dota.
That's also like
Incredible.
Yeah.
No, you guys draw way better than I do. I've applaud all of you.
I do think this was like the easier prompt.
This would feel a bit easier.
Yeah.
But who helped you the most out of all these drawings? What is your thing on the left?
I think Nats, because
This is
he
my
has like
voodoo
a-
doll.
he has
I
a
got
voodoo-
putting pins in my voodoo doll.
Very
He
nice.
has a voodoo doll, but Niels is also quite helpful because it looks just like a voodoo
So
mask.
mine's the worst. Thank you. Do I get negative points for being the only bad one?
I'll say Nats because she actually drew 2 separate things.
She did.
Voodoo and mask.
I keep cheating.
Look at my very quick hand.
Dude,
I drew that in the
I
loft.
see the pin.
Yeah. Can we get a zoom in on this?
I
don't know which
barely had
camera-
time for this. How do you have time for all of that?
She's an engineer.
Yeah.
This
This
is
is
drew it.
the hand I drew in very limited seconds to put pins in my voodoo doll.
Well,
I couldn't draw a stick figure, so.
everyone is now at 2 points.
Wow.
Which means that we need...
Except me, I'm at 1. How did I get 2 points?
Because you guessed it correctly.
I get 2 points for guessing correctly?
And didn't someone vote you for a helpful drawing?
No, I voted.
Yes,
voted
they did.
yeah, I voted Mira. Yes, I voted
they
Mira's.
did. Yes, they did.
Verbal prompts is my favorite drawing.
They did.
Tied.
So, what's the best way to do this?
We could teams it.
We could teams it.
Yep, we could split it however you want.
We can't split.
Two people draw.
We can't do mean sphere.
Oh
We
no.
do two people
But
draw
it's also
and
funny
two
that
people
way, too.
guess. So then we can see who potentially can draw guess better than.
Oh, I see what
So
you
it's like
mean.
we can split it this
Yeah.
way. We can split on the outer way if you want. You and Mira on a team, Fear and I. on
We
a
can
team,
split down the
either way.
middle, except I'm
Okay.
doing the drawing, Fear.
Would you like me to do the drawing?
That's
Okay.
messed up.
Okay, so Fear and Mira
What do I
have to
even
close
do?
their eyes.
You guess.
Yeah.
Does that
close
mean you
their
don't
eyes.
get a guess?
No,
Yeah.
he does not.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. Maybe we both end up.
Me
getting
and
it.
Nat are both going to draw a prompt, and you guys have to separately guess it.
Why can't
But we're
we?
gonna get the same
Why
prompt.
can't we design this so someone gets carried?
Well, you're about to be.
Where
so-
you're about to get carried.
If I have to guess,
Or maybe I can.
Well, you want to draw?
I
Close
just
your eyes,
don't want to
please,
do anything.
Okay. Okay.
Dad
get
wants
carried.
to go
About
bad.
it.
Oh, this one's an easy one.
We got different definitions of easy here, Tsunami.
Okay.
Wait, who am I guessing?
You're guessing
Tsunami.
mine.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so we can't look at both drawings?
Won't help you.
No, you can only look at mine.
Wait, is it two separate prompts?
No,
No,
we've got the
same
same
prompt.
prompt.
Then why can't we just look at both?
I'll hide mine. And
Because
Nat hides her.
We'll see. I'm
Then
just
you can
making
use
rules
my
up. I'm
partner's
literally
amazing
making
drawing
rules
to
up
your advantage.
No,
on the
because
spot.
if you can't guess your partner's amazing advantage, we deserve more points.
Okay. Sure, we'll just draw.
Let's
All
just draw.
All right.
Ready,
What is-
set, draw.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused. Do I get a look at both? I'm gonna only look at yours, Neil. I'm not gonna.
You won't need to look at anything else,
Yeah.
my friend.
Only my eyes are gonna be on you.
20 seconds left.
Why don't I get a countdown?
15 seconds left. We're at 10, guys.
I'm just gonna add some flair to
I'm already
mine.
done. I don't need flair.
5,
I need
4,
flair.
3, 2,
Okay.
1.
I don't even.
Now what do we do?
Okay.
You show. Wait. You show me?
What?
Yep. Ready?
What?
3,
Type
2.
of insight.
Khadgar's
insight.
type of insight.
There we go. I drew the Warcraft 3 version.
Did you actually?
No, because that
Oh.
wasn't the prompt.
Oh. This is good.
I was right, right?
Insight with a third eye.
Yeah.
I was
That's
right.
the-
Yeah.
We did it so fast.
But this was
I
not
feel
a
like
good-
she called
We
it
did
before I
not
even
think this
saw it.
through.
Fine.
We won. I'm sorry,
The next
but
one's
I said it
actually
first.
the next round's actually better because now it's the self-proclaimed not as good drawers.
By the way, that's a really good.
Thank you.
Third-
Insight.
prying
You
open
use
my
the
third
eye
eye.
for some insight.
All right, fine. We'll flip it around this time. The self-proclaimed.
No. Continue this
No,
way.
no, 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 no,
No,
Carry-
no.
I didn't really think about these rules because obviously it's like semi kind of a
My
race.
strength is in my artwork.
What if, because the thing is you can't draw two different prompts because what if one is technically easier
I
than the
think
other?
this reversed version will yield different results.
I think it will too, Neil.
Okay, let's close our eyes. Both of you have to do this prompt.
Oh, okay. Close my eyes.
Wait,
No,
okay.
your eyes
look.
have to be closed.
Yeah, Mir, you need to see the prompts. You're drawing it for me,
Again.
please.
Okay, let's see. Ready?
Okay.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You need a board?
She's going to draw it with her words.
We're doing a countdown?
Who's doing the countdown?
15,
Okay.
14. This is
Can't
my
start,
countdown to
can't
my
start
countdown.
yet. Can't start yet.
This is the countdown to my countdown.
Go.
13. Okay.
Go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Draw.
What?
Oh, sorry. 3, 2, 1, go. Start. Can we open our eyes, Neil?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, what?
I mean, we're not looking at anything. 20 seconds.
I'm going to stare down the barrel of the camera.
Oh my god, what am I doing?
15 seconds.
My marker doesn't work, by the way. My marker actually
Yours.
doesn't work. My marker doesn't work.
Yeah, here's my marker.
10,
Wait, please, my marker doesn't work, please.
Can we get an extra 5 seconds on this side?
5,
Because the marker wasn't working.
4,
No!
3, 2, 1, negative 1,
Here, I'll
negative
give you
2,
an extra 5 seconds.
negative
yeah, you've
3,
got to stop drawing.
negative
right? Look, it
4,
was working the whole time.
negative 5.
I already stopped.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, I didn't have my marker working. Please.
I gave you 5 extra seconds. I gave you negative 5 extra seconds.
Okay,
All right,
fine.
well, if you get
I
5
just
more,
had to draw over all the lines.
So are we
Yeah.
doing this like reflex-based, Nat? What are we doing here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's 3, 2, 1, reveal.
Wind Ranger,
Gale
Piper.
Guard.
Is that a cape? Glimmer cape. CM? CM? No.
Aviana's feather.
No.
It is the cape. Cloak. Cloak? Cape.
All of this?
We're not.
It's
Are we allowed to
thin
give
and
hints?
arcana.
Are we allowed to get hints or
I'm
what?
just using her hints right now.
What hat is that? What hat is that? Is that a feather in the hat? Is that a feather in the hat?
No.
It doesn't matter about the hat.
What's this?
Do you not
A
think of
flute.
any other ones?
Oh, telescope.
What?
Well, I'm just looking at it.
Okay,
Oh,
let's-
okay.
let's
You're
go
giving
back
me
to-
nothing. What are you,
Back to the cave.
fucking Pac-Man ghost?
What other things
What do you
are-
want me?
are words?
Inky, Blinky, what is this?
Robes. Robes. Something robe.
Give me something to work with here.
Dota.
I can't.
Robe?
Yeah,
Dota?
Wait,
I forgot what the robe item
Yeah,
is.
it's a neutral item. Great. Now what? What do I do with this information?
Ultimate cape.
Been removed.
No,
been
no. Robe is happy.
Craggy
Happy.
coat.
What? That
No,
makes me
you're on the
happy.
right track.
I'm on the right
Good
track.
robe.
No, I mean, stop looking at mine. Look
Oh,
at
is it the new one? The perfect cloak thing?
No,
fuck.
bless your heart.
You're
No, I don't know what it is. What the fuck am I supposed to know with this?
robe.
a word. You're missing a word.
Robe of the Magi.
Neutral item. How many of them?
Yeah, but what is this?
I've been removed a lot of them.
What is he doing?
I am
with that
telling.
word.
He's happy.
You said
Yeah.
robe.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Yeah.
What does
Neutral
that
items have
remind you?
robe.
Like,
Weed, drug, a good time,
what's the good time?
living. Mano.
This isn't a me problem anymore.
Dota.
Robe.
Maybe
I know.
this was a
Think
problem
of
at
Dota.
first, but
You-
no longer with
You're
these
so
clues
close.
is it a me
You're so
problem.
close.
A neutral
You're so
robe.
Close. You're so close. Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. When you went to university for a long time?
Yeah.
What?
Graduation class.
It wasn't super popular, but some heroes bought it that had
No, not. Look into my eyes.
sons.
What is it? Tell me,
You're
Mira,
so
what
Okay, I
is
just wanna
it?
watch
What
this
is it?
It's a neutral item.
Yeah.
A tier 3 neutral item. And you said one of the words, and there's another word.
It's a
It's
two.
for spellcasters. He's happy. He's happy. He's happy. Why would anyone?
Because it's giving you mana. Why am I stuttering?
Look.
It does give you mana.
Look, he's happy.
I've got that one. Thank you, Theo.
Not. You're so close. No.
Why isn't he working anymore?
We don't care about them. You take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, okay?
Yeah.
The panic is setting in.
It really
They
is.
might have
You
the
literally
artistic ability,
you
but they don't
literally
have the knowledge.
Shut the fuck up, Theo.
You've got half of it right. Half of it is correct. You're missing the other half.
Two different, completely different problems from these
It's my
problems.
fault. I can't draw. I couldn't express the sentiment, but you're almost there.
They really got the pathos down though.
We could win, Neil. Just please.
It's not about the win anymore.
What is this beautiful item?
What's
Is
another
this?
word for what you do? Professionally. What's another word?
This one in a past life.
No, right now. right now. You do something professionally
item-
for a living. What's a common way to describe it? You did it at your best friend's wedding.
MC.
What is the C? What is the C? What does the C stand for when you say MC? Master of.
Is that what that actually
Yeah, it means master of
communication.
Should I just end it?
No, it's
I don't know where he's leading me anymore. Stop taking me down the top.
An MC. You are an MC. What does that mean? Master of.
Can I help? Can I help them?
Master of.
Don't say it. Don't say it. When you go to your friend's birthday party, you are blank.
I'm having a really fucking good time. Not like
because you
now.
are blanking the occasion.
Celebrating.
But master of. Another word.
Celibacy.
There's a word for it. You're so close. Think of a Dota item. You pick it. It's a neutral item. Tier 3. It reduces the magic resistance of enemies. It reduces the magic resistance of enemies.
My brain isn't even working.
Nat, I can pull the ripcord whenever you want, but you have to admit defeat.
No. She's not. You can do it, okay? You can
How
do it.
much longer until the game?
You are so smart.
50 minutes?
we're
We're
actually-
going to be here for 50 minutes.
We're actually delaying the game until you get this.
No,
you're not. No, you're not.
You can do this. They are getting in your head, and that's what's happening right now. You can do this.
Starts with a C.
It does.
E.
Yes.
L.
No.
You were so close.
No, but C and E is correct.
A wedding is what is a wedding?
A celebration.
And
A ceremony.
Our point, baby. He's graduating.
How are you guys supposed to draw that?
No, see, he's graduating, and he's got a robe on, and you got got it the rogue right. She actually got it before you did.
I did get the rogue, but not the fucking. Oh my god.
This is clearly a ceremonial rogue.
What the fuck is that?
And the neutral
This,
slot.
I don't know how to, I forgot how to draw a graduation hat, but like, he's got a scroll on his hand.
Little Robin Hood.
I thought it was Robin Hood a Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
I mean,
but you
I
got
think
rogue
this game
so fast.
really did show that you guys are the better drawers and we are the better Dota minds.
Oh, 100%. I don't think that was ever up for discussion here. You say it like as if it was open for debate.
I mean, now
That was
everyone
closed
knows
and
this.
shut. It wasn't the TI win. It was the fact that I couldn't guess ceremonial rogue.
They got in your head.
That
They got in your head.
solidifies the-
They got in your head. That's what you guys got in our head. You were messing with my partner.
Yeah, I'm very mentally weak.
You were messing
Literally,
with her.
in fact, I was helping her.
He was actually.
In fact, I gave the final clue.
But we got the point, didn't we? That was
We
the
did, we
tiebreaker
won.
point. So we won.
You got the point.
Not.
Congratulations.
I mean, honestly, I should
so
get a
much.
point too for
I'm
helping you guess it.
embarrassed.
And the only loser here should be Neil because he didn't want to win.
I'm
I did
unbelievably
grief a
embarrassed.
little bit, I will admit.
Why? What did you? I had no idea what was going on over here. I was
had
so
it,
in my own head.
but I was very invested in the emotional display that was.
I'm flustered. I'm actually exhausted.
It was
That
worth
tired
it.
me out more than anything we've done the last week.
It's okay. I will give you some time to recharge because now we will start preparing, as you have successfully guessed.
Thank you.
We can get ready for Heroic versus Tundra in a little bit, friends. Stick around and we'll be back with the closure of this day of Dream League Season 25. Welcome back, everyone, to a more calm environment. Have you reset?
I did, yeah. I had to go step outside, a little bit of fresh air, a glass of water.
Maybe even put on a robe.
Yeah, my robe of celibacy, if you guys would like to. Yeah, it's a new neutral item coming to a Dota pub near you.
I think most Dota players already have it.
Just gonna pull it out of the wardrobe, you know? Just joking. I know you guys
just
aren't
messing with
celibate.
you.
I am. So celibate.
I already promised it would be a more calm environment.
Help. Stop, that's too convincing.
You're gonna make her cry. You're gonna make me cry.
This is heroic right now.
This is heroic right now.
We're 0-3.
We're 0-3.
South America needs us.
But they're going up against Tundra.
This is not gonna happen.
It's the land champions of the world right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate as fuck for them.
Sucks. But maybe there's hope for them. Maybe the future is a little bit brighter if they can pick apart some of the things that Tundra have been doing. Fear saw one thing in particular that Tundra was doing and wants to put it under a microscope. Fear.
Yes, sir. One of those things that they've been doing is winning lanes.
Oh.
Quite convincingly as well. And more specifically, winning games in 14 minutes.
I did see that. We witnessed it against BetBoom team, but how did they do it, Fear?
Well, they picked good Dota heroes that win lanes very easily. Which heroes would those be? Io Marcy.
Io Marcy.
So I took the time to really look at the relevant things of why did they win in 14 minutes. I know it's really funny to be like, haha, BetBoom team, you bad. But either way, we're gonna move on to the clip right away. This combination at level 1 and level 2, it's okay. As you can see, not very threatening, but as soon as you move on to level 2, guess what? Still not very threatening. Even at this Lotus pool battle, you realize, BetBoom, we have to get this Lotus. If you give it to Io, it's over. And you can kind of see here that they're winning these trades. And it looks like BetBoom team, they're doing pretty good here. They're fighting off this Io Marcy lane. But the problems really do occur around that level 3 mark here. Once you do get the sidekick here, you get all the spells available. And then now all of a sudden you think you're going to be winning the laning stage. This happens. Where is this damage coming from? Boom. You're almost dead from just 2 spells. It's not even that much of a commitment either on mana because you do have the stick. And yet again, we'll see it yet again. The time after time, level 3, this lane that seems manageable is starting to become very unmanageable. This Io is just chunking into save here, ends up getting the kill as a result of it. This lane is starting to spiral out of control, and this is what the Io Marcy lane is meant to do. The mobility, the range, the repositioning, and the movement speed makes it so there is absolutely no escape. So if you are going to give Dyrachyo this combination, you have to have a very good plan because it is 6 minutes into the game now. You're trying to get EXP on the laning stage, but you just can't do anything. You're being slowed by the tether. You're being slowed and stunned by the rebound. The damage is absolutely insane. I had to speed this one up because look at the time. It's 9 minutes and 40 seconds here. This is it's approximately, and you'll see why. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. They go kill bot lane. They kill GPK farming the jungle. They then swing to mid lane and kill Save in the mid lane. He dies. And then after this, why not just get one more kill with Dyrachyo here? So he managed to leap his way from bot lane all the way to mid lane, killing 4 heroes within 40 seconds and getting an ultra kill. And that's just how fast they are on the map there. So this combination is no wonder it's so terrorizing in pubs. It can just snowball a game out of control. And if you are going to give this combination away, which I do not suggest doing so against a team that is this good, you be prepared to deal with it on the laning stage, or it will take over the game and it will end the game in less than 20 minutes.
But I wouldn't even consider Abaddon Shadow Shaman to be like a bad lane. They've got sustain, they've got a way to dispel, they've got strong right click.
I don't have the answers, Neil. Like, it is a good lane, but that lane's just better by a lot. And so I think you look into that and you really consider your bans carefully. But Tundra, they're just a good team. That's not the only strategies they know how to play. Dyrachyo is Lifesteal. We talk about Lifesteal players. He's loved this hero even when it was bad. So that's another hero you might have to ban. Can you ban all Dyrachyo's heroes this patch? Well, you got 33 on the team. You have to ban his heroes. It's a very difficult situation right now to be in, and I think when Dyrachyo has a good patch for himself, he becomes one of those very scary players to deal with. So, Heroic, 0-3. They've looked good sometimes, but not enough. They have a very, very uphill battle against them here, especially because this is a Tundra we're talking about, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world right now, that has a good patch going for them as well.
Dyrachyo's in his element right now. Fear, thank you very much. Please join us at the table where we can all celebrate Dyrachyo, because day before yesterday, we were watching his Alchemist and being like, oh, Dyrachyo, you so crazy, going out, getting caught by yourself, and then he comes back.
Ceremony?
Well, you gotta have the darkness and the light, you know? You gotta have the robe on if you want to.
Don't stare at me like that!
Oh, sorry,
We didn't have the robe for
He's staring at me like he's a disappointed father.
No, I'm proud you got it.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Papavia.
It's okay. It took you a while, but
your approval means
you got there in the end, and that's all that matters.
Thoughts that I'm sure Tundra are having on their lineup, because Dyrachyo is getting there in the end. The end was 14 minutes long, and he got there.
14
Very
minutes
quickly.
and 45 seconds there. I think the Marcy is the key one you really want to look at. I know we talk about it as IO, it's cropping up for a lot of different teams, but the Marcy, even before we saw Dyrachyo played on it, we were like, you have to be careful of Suxer picking it up. Marcy in a position 4 for this team is insane. You take the pick-me-up facet, you're always going to have that one extra hero in a fight. It's a lot of mobility that you can now add to a hero that potentially doesn't have their own self-mobility. Now they can flex it between carry when they get an IO for themselves as well.
I forgot to make fun of Dyrachyo. Damn it.
Oh, what were you gonna do?
So, Effie was talking about how Marcy has this ability to recall a courier to instantly.
Yeah.
And in the most Dyrachyo way, he bought an item, called the courier to him, but forgot to put the item on the courier. So he actually griefed himself with that new ability.
He's just like me for real.
Me and those pros are the same.
We're the same player.
Okay,
Didn't matter, though.
If there is anything that Heroic can look to for solutions, is there anything out of the Parivision series that Tundra had? Because that is the only team that has so far been able to defeat Tundra. What did they do correctly in that series that Heroic can maybe look upon and be like, oh, I see that there are some holes in Tundra's ideas?
They took it to late game. I think Tundra, like I mentioned, they've looked best just playing for that really strong mid-game timing, playing to snowball out of lanes. And when it goes to the ultra late game scenarios, we saw them kind of crumble a little bit, get picked off around the map. And maybe because they don't have enough experience at that aspect, that is what teams can look to do. Obviously, that's a tall order. Like, how do you drag a team that good into late game? The answer to that, Neil, would be the laning stage. You have to draft strong lanes, otherwise you won't be able to.
It starts all at the beginning, and so far the beginning has oftentimes been reliant on Abaddons for Heroic. What else do you have in your pocket for Heroic ideas?
Oh, I was just going to answer the question.
Oh, please.
What did Tundra do?
What did Tundra do poorly against Parivision?
No, what did they do to win against Parivision? Tundra, one game.
One game. Not
Oh, so you're just going to keep helping Tundra all the time, huh? You're not going to look to our South American?
No,
Yeah, he's
what could they take from Tundra by getting that game?
Oh, I see what you mean.
So Tundra had the world's best offlaner on Doom.
Yep.
The world's best bounty hunter on their team.
Sure.
World's best Phoenix.
That is true.
I'd say the world's best Invoker too.
BZM? Yeah.
Who's better than BZM right now? Invoker.
Thompson doesn't play anymore. So I'll give it to BZM.
DPK.
I mean, I don't know.
Invoker?
DPK is always in the mix. You can't just count him out.
Rivals, but
Either way, point being is it's pretty hard because
Top three of everything.
Tundra is really good at those heroes specifically. Heroic, what do they have to do? It kind of goes back to what I was thinking about yesterday. Teamwork just needs to be there. And I think they need to, I hate to say this because there's so many teams that have tried new things that have worked. The new things that they've been trying have not been working.
Nope.
So just go copy a team that's winning. I think that might be the best approach because your ideas, unfortunately, aren't really panning out. And maybe you have time to try one new idea, but like they're trying these Ursas and stuff like that, not super good. The Baden is a good hero, but it's not good for them, so maybe just copying the meta doesn't work. They're kind of in a rough spot. Like, I'm really trying to build a case for them, but I'm struggling a little bit right now.
I think Heroic have looked best when they play off of their off lane. So like when Whisper and Schofield get a really strong lane that can like transition into the mid game easily, like if they get like a Darkseer plus melee hero or any kind of playmaker from Schofield with Whisper being drafted like to actually win the lane and not have to play catch up, those two are the anchor for the team. And they're usually the ones who make
Whisper
like, the big
Darkseer.
plays. I would like to see Darkseer.
Yes, that's the one.
Fear hasn't seen Darkseer lose with his own eyes.
That's true. His own
I have
eyes.
not. My
his own
eyes have not seen it lose yet.
Still not yet.
But I was thinking that also, if I'm going up against Tundra today after they ran offlane Brood, and sure, they stomped with Io Mercy, which is what you have to think about. I think you also have to think about Broodmother now, because they lost to Paravision's carry Broodmother. They've showed us that they'll copy what teams are winning with. Like, they took the Io Mercy Lush from a team previously that day yesterday, and if they're going to pick the Broodmother, they're willing to flex it to offlane and then probably carry on Duraccio. So I actually think we might see carry Duraccio Brood today if the draft calls for it. Like, that's another hero that people have to think about. The scary thing about Tundra is they just copy strats and they do it better.
The foundation that Chimera sent for that IO Lesh, I mean, Lesh seems to have very much entered the meta in the past 48 hours or so. Day one, we did not see it have much prevalence at all. Now all of a sudden, he's entering the mix.
It was there in day one of this group, so I remember Chimera played it on Falcons. It just didn't work out. I'm not going to say it didn't look good, because it actually did look good. It was just in the later games, but I think that that's more of like a team issue. Not really going to touch on that this series. But yeah, Lesh has just slowly been increasing. You kind of see it in one series, and then it's cropping up in 2 series, and then you see it in 3 series, and now today, we're seeing it being flexed out of the mid, and it's also going on to support. So I do think the Lesh is going to be a big question, and on the side of Heroic, they are trying new things, but not in the roles that I necessarily want it to be in, or in drafts that I think it really works out. I know that they did that Night Stalker off lane for the side of Whisper, and I think I would have liked that, but he had to build a lot of defensive items, or going for the late game. I remember him picking up the Midas, and it's like, okay, the game actually never really got to that point because the Arbor had been picked up for them. You know,
I'm going to say he's behind in the meta on some of these builds. It's like Midas, Night Stalker, I feel like it can work against some teams. But I think the build right now most people are going on Night Stalker is much more proactive. Like the new item, the Orb of Corrosion, it does give you agility, which gives you attack speed, gives you a slow, gives you minus armor. It's a good item. So people are just going that, phase boots, and then straight into the item that every Night Stalker wants to get, the reason why you pick this hero, the Blink Dagger, right? You can get on top of the supports, kill them right away with all the vision you have, with the silence. He went for the Midas, and then it's like, probably wanted to blink after, but like you're kind of weak. You just have a Midas, it's a lot of investment. Felt like he needed a BKB, and just felt like he had to walk into all these fights, and it just wasn't really possible. And that is a speed issue. When you're playing versus these Tundras, as we saw, or Pari Visions, you can't play slow. They're not gonna let you play slow. It's not gonna happen. So you need to build more item builds that are faster, come online quicker, and allow you to fight. And I think that is one thing that they were missing in a lot of their drafts. They're playing too slow. But when they are playing well, they can play fast. But it is very inconsistent. That is the problem here.
We even saw the Darkseer in the previous series pick up the pace a little bit more, getting the Halberd earlier instead of the Pipe of Insight. These adaptations to the new item buildups that are so available now, you can't really be reliant on these old pathways that
That's
you
the
used
thing,
to go.
though. That's just the Darkseer build now.
Yeah.
You can't really stray from it. And that's exactly what Whisper does when he plays the Darkseer. He goes for the Halberd first. So I think if they do follow these more meta heroes, or they adapt to like the speed of the game, they'll start playing better. But until then, it might get rough against these better teams.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it already, but I really do look towards the Whisper Schofield lane, but like particularly Whisper. I mean, people forget how good he is at Dota because we haven't really seen him play at a top level or at a top team in a while. Like, when he got poached by OG, he was considered the best offlaner in the world by multiple people. Like, everyone was like talking about Whisper on his tear on these South American teams, like the EG Beast Coast iterations. They're like, who is this guy? He's way too good. He's way too good at Batrider. He's way too good at Timbersaw. And that's the thing about Whisper. He's always played heroes with like flair. Heroes that like crush lanes and then just play make around the map. And it could just be that this meta doesn't really enable Whisper's playstyle. Or it could be that he lost himself while he was playing during OG. But I'm just not seeing the remnants of old East Coast Whisper. It's just not there.
I think a little bit of it does go to, at least, this is a bit of recency bias, but their safe lane has been shut down pretty hard. So maybe there is this element where they're saying, we need time for our carry to come online right now. We want to go for the late game. So Whisper's trying to adapt to that. And I don't know if that's something that they talk about at the end of the draft, if that's something that's like midway through a lane phase when it starts to go a little bit sour. They make that change and like, let's just drag this game out, let's try and stall. And so then he adjusts what he's doing, how he's playing, how he's building for that too. So it is a little bit of, I think that safe lane has been shut down so much, everyone else on the team is a little bit scared. But I think it needs to be the other way. When your safe lane gets shut down, you want your carry and your mid to be running around with these supports and making so much more. We've seen it Parry Vision. That's what they did. Satanic didn't necessarily get shut down on Naga Siren, but he got to have that free farm. The four of them are taking 4v5 fights and winning. Try and have that for themselves a little bit here on the side of Heroic. I think that's a very big lesson they could take away from their series yesterday and try and make a good adjustment to.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that last series, what two heroes did Pari Vision have in that last game with the Naga? They had Darkseer, and Jakiro,
and classic Heroic heroes.
Out of the last 8 games Heroic played, they only won 2. In both those games, they had Jakiro and Darkseer on their team. So maybe something to look at there. Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe not.
But they
maybe
also
still.
they had Jakiro on.
They've had Jakiro a lot.
Yeah,
let's do this. Okay, let's
100% win rate with Darkseer
the
plus
pairing.
Jakiro.
That's true.
Yes. Okay, that is.
And 100% win rate with just Darkseer too.
So then if we continue to
Without
reverse
anything else.
engineer this, maybe Heroic's strength is in team fighting. Whenever they get to abuse these tiny crevices that we're seeing all around the map, get their heroes together as 5, that's when they're in their element. So what other Yuma heroes can we slap onto that? Because I don't really consider Carry Abaddon to be much of a team fighter. He whips out his Meepo on occasion, but that's like a flavor thing. So what Yuma carries are you like? What carries in general are you liking as team fighters?
I don't think his hero matters too much, to be honest, right
I
now.
agree.
I think, like, yes, the Darkseer matters. I feel like maybe Analog isn't picking these, like, second phase Huskars.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's between Whisper, Schofield lane, Analog, mid-hero pool is a big thing, whereas we're doing carry mags, you have life stealers, maybe Ursa's a little questionable, however, but his hero pool's fine for this patch. I just think he's probably the last person I'm gonna go, if I'm reverse engineering this one, to like make changes.
You want the mid laner to be more participant in these team fights then?
Yeah, I just don't want to see these Huskar blind picks anymore.
Sure.
They haven't been working in. Heroic is definitely guilty of doing that multiple times.
One that Pari Vision was also kind of surprised by. They were like, yeah, I don't really know why they went for the Huskar so early. Teams have remnants of last patch ideas trying to linger in. But I know Analog has higher standards than what he showed yesterday, so hopefully today he gets a chance to debut it.
I think sometimes it can be really hard to let go of an idea, and that's whether you're reading a patch note and you go, these number changes, they should work out. This should feel like this hero is, whether it's stronger in lane, whether it's stronger in team fighting, the numbers feel like they should add up a certain way. And I think sometimes it is so hard to let go of that idea. I'm hoping Heroic just kind of have this talk. No one really blames each other. You just go, okay, we just have to let go of some ideas, come back together, realize that the paper right now isn't adding up. Our equations are a little bit off, and let's just run it again, not worry that this is specifically Tundra that we're drafting against.
And they're going to start showing that work now as we enter the draft for game number 1. Tundra are going to take out the DK, the Tiny, the Lifestealer, and the Ember Spirit. Heroic ban out Abaddon and Darkseer.
Are they about to first pick Terrorblade on Heroic? Because I don't think that's what they need to do. Like, that's what you pick to ban to protect Terrorblade, right?
True.
Surely this is not what they're doing. This is not what you need.
Take out
That would be
Doom as
wild.
well.
I don't think they will.
Thank you.
You can.
Thank you.
Don't get distressed yet until you see it.
Yeah.
Preemptively.
Despair, and we haven't even had a first pick.
Preemptive despair.
Just pick a Jakiro. I'm fine with your Jakiro.
Yep. Be safe. Go for the resport.
They had first pick. They could have just first picked that Darkseer.
There you go. They already have
too.
one of the 2 heroes that they win with.
Well, they can't get the other one because they banned it out
One of the 2 that
themselves.
they win with.
I like the copium for that. Thank you.
And now Tundra do have that opportunity to whip out the Broodmother that they showed that they are willing to flex. Otherwise, do you have to worry about
Marcy.
banning, Io Marcy against this team?
I mean, they gave Marcy. This isn't about worrying about it in the banning phase. This is worrying about playing it against it right here, right now. On Duracho or Soxa, it doesn't seem to matter. They win with it.
I do think you ban out the IO here. Like, Heroic have 2 bans for themselves. I think one does need to be used on the IO because then you limit it a little bit more. You're kind of pushing this Marcy into a specific idea for yourself. Okay, we can kind of prepare for it to be a position 4 here because Duracho said in an interview, Marcy can lane by herself, but she struggles a lot. There's this lull in a lot of her levels that she's just going to be very volatile. She's going to be very exposed, very weakened. So he's not really, wanting to do that if the IO isn't paired with him.
I think so too. It's like they banned it out, but it's like 2 pieces of a component that also like adds into a Leshrac that could come in as well. So if you're letting the Marcy through, then you can't also let that in. I just don't think you let the Marcy through though. Like in general, like so what? You take it away from core rule, but now you're giving a Marcy plus 33 any hero lane. Like they've shown that they can play it with their melee heroes. They've shown that they can play it with anything really. And even earlier today, we saw Marcy Visage lane come out. That's something 33 could have watched and been like, oh, I play that hero too. Maybe I want to do this.
Yeah.
It just enables too much. It opens up too much for Tundra's drafting.
Yeah, I interpreted that Duracho interview differently.
Oh, really?
Where it's like, it felt like you were dissuading him from playing carry Marcy on like the carry role, but he was more like, I'm sure it's fine in any situation, and that just reminded me of the Duracho picking Broodmother 17 games in a row, even though he was losing every game with it. Same with Klinks.
You're right,
I feel like he's not the type of guy that will ever think one of his ideas is bad,
Yeah, he said the laning might be tough, but you just need a strong support.
He always tries to find the solution to a problem, right? Instead of being like, let's find a new equation here. He's like, I need to find the solution for this. I don't care how long it takes.
It's just like the variable changes rather than the carry being the variable, the support becomes the variable, but the answer is still success.
Yes.
It's still win.
He's a brute forcer, but indeed Heroic don't want to toy with the idea. They take out the IO as well as the Invoker. And Tundra take out the Enigma in the second phase. So Whisper's pool is getting smaller and smaller. The Darkseer's taken out, the Doom's taken out, the Enigma's taken out. And they take themselves a Nature's Prophet, which has been popular in the hands of other teams. I don't know if Tundra's had an opportunity to show it off quite yet.
Doesn't ring a bell for
They have. Soxa played with it, but I
Soxa
do.
played
yes.
it. Okay.
But I do believe they lost with it. Was it not the Parry Vision?
It was
series?
versus Parry Vision.
Oh, yes,
it
that's
was a
right.
really long game. But it looked fine. The fact that they can flex it to 4 is nice, but I do see this as a potential 1-3 flex right now.
Ideally, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about support NP. Definitely looks good with farm. Without farm, it just kind of feels like you're in a situation. This will most likely put it position 1 now, I'd imagine, because one problem that, well, Marcy might potentially tip the scales on this one, but typically speaking, offlane NP will win the CS battle against almost anything. The way you deal with this lane is you just kill the NP. You just get on top of the hero and get rid of the hero. But RC could protect that, and that's the great thing about this draft so far. It is definitely open. We don't know where any of these heroes are going right now, because NP mid used to be a thing too.
That's true.
It's definitely, if in the right matchup, could be fine.
It can for sure, especially if Monkey King goes mid. I can see Tundra reignite that. And a solution I like to Nature's Prophet is Beastmaster. If you go like the Helm Dom build, you can always like steal the Greater Tree, and then you always have this means to catch it out. But it's one of the few offlane heroes left for Whisper, but then it gets susceptible to being countered on lane. That's a bit of an issue. But I do think Whisper needs a big hero before the rest of his pool gets banned out.
Yeah.
Would you pick it up here, or would you want to try and close your
I think
base
18. Yeah, 18 ideally.
Then Schofield potentially being picked up here. I know like Mort is in the pool. That one's really been really popular at the moment. Batrider? What he goes for?
Another good hero versus NP.
Yeah.
Whenever you want to try split push the side lanes, if a bat gets on top of you, he can pick you off pretty easily. So I do think Tundra is trying something a bit new here, or at least new meta. I'm a little bit seeing the same thing from Heroic. We're like, oh, we're gonna pick our carry monkey mid flex from last patch. It feels like very similar to not really something new, right? And this patch, I have not been super impressed by the Monkey King.
Oh, I was so scared they're going to steal the Beast. Because like, if they took Beast where they took Batrider, then Tundra counters it on lane. But if they don't take Beast for themselves, that's an easy steal. Like, that's a very easy steal. They already showed they're a Monkey King. They're not afraid of that flex to carry role.
Yeah, they chose the Monkey over the Beastmaster there, and knowing that 33 is on the other team.
And Tundra doesn't need to be afraid of like an Enchantress coming out because the support duo has already been selected by Heroic.
Pretty much, yeah.
So your Beastmaster goes unimpeded now in lane. It could be a flex, it could be Duraccio, it could be 33. All these heroes are very much up in the air for Tundra. Really... Excuse me?
Oh my gosh,
This
Silencer
is,
hits so hard right now.
This hero's good?
Sorry. I enjoy it.
What do you mean hits hard?
With these
Oh.
I'm just saying, if you're a support with the glaives...
What stage of the game are we talking right now?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, late game.
Oh, late game. True.
But I'm saying just out of laning phase where I do feel things like a Bat and Jakiro can get kind of run down with these glaives.
Yeah.
I do think that he slows enough. These heroes aren't really that mobile. I know Batrider, you can use your Firefly, but I do think there is enough damage that comes out of it that a Silencer +1, a Silencer Nature's Prophet coming in, that's enough lockdown. You have enough damage between the two of you to just annihilate a support.
Yeah, they buffed the W, so it does hurt a lot more.
Yeah.
It's also counter-initiate for the lasso, but also they reverted Silencer back to old Silencer.
did.
So now Arcane Curse, every time you cast a spell, you're refreshing it, that was the old school counter to Batrider. Like if you're trading with a Batrider, you curse him, he's not going to stack stickies on you.
Yeah, I mean, everything about this matchup is pretty bad for Batrider now.
Yeah, this is like an old school counter before Silencer.
Well, they brought back the old Silencer, so it's back to normal.
Back to the Dota feel like.
Just like every time you spam sticky, you refresh the curse. If you put the last word on him, you silence him immediately so he can't put more stickies on. He lassos to initiate, press R. Now you can't follow up on that lasso target, oftentimes saving that person.
He's the combo breaker that we all imagine Silencer to be
Used
as a
to be,
hero.
and now
Used
is
to be.
again.
It all comes full circle, although the hero has been completely uncontested in Dream League Season 25, so Tundra are definitely bringing a lot of new ideas to this draft, and Heroic go back to a Primal Beast, most likely for Analog.
Doesn't Primal also just get last worded and then he can't pulverize?
Also a combo breaker.
So
Or
like-
Globaled.
So the plus the negatives, right? The negatives is you're just on edge the whole time as Primal in the late game saying, I can never use my ult, this is awful.
Yeah.
The plus is you can just kill him really easily if you find him.
With Tremble, yeah.
Yeah, but you have to find him, and last I checked, Global Silence has a pretty big AoE.
I think you need to get a Gleipnir, though, to really maximize
Yeah,
the
the extra
AoE.
Just in case they fly off the map a little bit.
Yeah, it silences into the next game, but just the little tip of the...
If there's a Phoenix.
If there's a Phoenix who's walking off the cliff.
The other thing that comes out with the Silencer is, I don't know if I'm stretching it too far, but is Silencer only a support in your eyes, feel?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, now, before, no. But
Sure.
I think,
right now.
yes. So previously he wasn't a support. He was like trying to be a carry.
Yeah.
Failed miserably.
Emphasis on trying.
Trying, very much so trying. And then they reverted him back to being a support. And I think this hero is going to see more play because of the ability to just stop these big team fight ultimates, which is very nice. So it's kind of in a way, it's a defensive support, right, in a lot of ways. But I, however, do like to see Silencer used offensively as well. Like, I used to play a lot of Silencer when he was this Silencer, not the other Silencer. And one thing that I always liked to have was the ability to break combos, but be able to initiate and then global, so you can just like burst them and make sure they can't save. So it can stop defensive heroes like Shadow Demon, Oracle. These type of heroes have issues playing for Silencer.
Yeah, it's a good follow-up for the Primal Roar. So I'm looking at this Primal Beast, and isn't it ideal to put it mid? I know Heroic are banning mid heroes, Thunder are banning carries, so they think that it's not a Monkey King mid. But I do feel like if it's the Primal mid, you can rotate to both side lanes quite easily, right? Because Marcy on one side lane and Silencer on another, like, they don't really have a good way to stop your early game ganks or early game rotations.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to see it from the mid lane, but as it looks, Heroic are planning on running it on the off lane, or that's what Tundra thinks.
Tundra also may just be protecting for both this Beastmaster or Nature's Prophet to go in the offlane. They get rid of all these carries that can easily kill creeps, as well as heroes. They get rid of Gyrocopter and Alchemist. And Heroic ban out a Storm Spirit and a Naga Siren as their last ban.
I think Tundra have really played this beautifully in leaving so much flex open. Where exactly it's gonna go. Fear has some information you'd like to impart.
I thought, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's this
I am
sick
shy.
discovery that you made?
Okay.
What's this about Dyrachio playing Nature's Prophet potentially?
Oh yeah, Dyrachio, he's played it in a pub recently, so.
Stop the presses.
And if I know one thing about Dyrachio, his Dota 2 Pro Tracker is very accurate to what he might play in a future match.
So Heroic, they have really good hunting heroes. Like, their heroes actually look really solid on paper. I just worry about the pace that Tundra brings as a team, but like, I think they're happy with their last pick Lycan here. Like, their Silencer can't do anything to those wolves. Marcy struggles versus the wolves. Furion's gonna struggle versus the wolves. And Primal Beast does have a lot of like play that he can do on this map up until like later Silencer interactions start to happen. But like, Heroic have secured themselves a very good early game. It's just that Tundra have been so dominant in that laning stage that it's hard for me to envision it going wrong. But if you flipped the team names on these drafts, I would be like heavily favoring Heroics.
The only hero I can see Tundra maybe making this look really hard draft-wise is Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker seems very strong against Lycan and Primal, but they're just going to stick to the Nature's Prophet. They're going to pick the mid hero and the Queen of Pain. So I agree. I think that Heroic's draft looks pretty good. Here's the big if, though. If they can withstand the tempo that Tundra's going to bring with this game. And there's a lot. You got carry NP, you've got a Quap mid, you've got a Beastmaster. These heroes play fast. Marcy plays fast as well. The only hero that kind of plays a little slow is Whitevon, but he has a very specific job in this game, and that's just to bail people out.
I'm glad they did the Primal mid instead of the Monkey mid. Like, it's just a really good Primal mid game. Like, sure, you get the Quap counter pick in the sense that she's slowing you with Shadow Strike, but you know, you just drag, you play on the camps, you trample the jungle, and then you just gank the side lanes. Like, I'm looking towards Analog to make the big plays in the early game, because if you can take advantage of Primal Beast's ganking presence in this game, he's going to secure a very good start for his team. If he doesn't do that, Tundra will Tundra.
This is what I was saying before we came into this draft, is Heroic, let's say their safe lane falters a little bit, I still want to see the rest of that draft working together to apply pressure. That's going to be the biggest question mark for me. Can they change that gameplay for them if it does go that way, and if we see Tundra be really strong in their lanes?
How much pressure can you apply against a Silencer, though, Avery? We don't really see too much of this hero, and all of a sudden, it's coming back from the ashes like ye old Silencer.
Yeah, it's about to go back to the ashes.
Can we get a zoom in?
No, we don't need to do the zoom in yet. Save that for the
Zoom in and then
end.
he talks. Wait. Talk, Avery.
It's a pig.
All right, I just won't say anything then, you know?
No,
I see how it is. I see how it is. No, I'm just going to throw it back to you. What do you think about Silencer? What do you think about Silencer, Neil?
No, can we go back
Throw
to
back
Avery?
to him.
No, stay on Avery,
No, throw
please.
back to him.
Stay on Avery, please.
Global silence.
Stay on Avery.
Global silence.
Neil?
Silence?
Avery,
I don't know anything about Silencer. I haven't seen it. I need Avery's expertise.
Avery, please.
Avery, tell me.
He's about to get eaten.
Silence?
He's about to get eaten?
Yeah, he's going to get destroyed.
All right, well, let's see if Tundra will succumb to Heroic with their exotic picks. Let's find out in game number 1 with Cap and Avery.
Well, while production is making little piggies, we have the big bad wolf that we have to look out for on Heroic. I don't know why they pick Silencer, Avery.
Because they're getting cocky, Austin. That's why.
Yeah.
When you start winning too much, you have to challenge yourself. And then you start getting overconfident, and then it gets into ego territory, and then you get into let's play Silencer territory. Just the top of the chart. Right before your downfall.
You don't think they got humbled by Parivision?
Do you think Duracchio's capable of being humbled?
Probably not.
There's your answer.
Okay.
This
All right,
hero
well.
is straight trash.
Whitemon's played
don't
it
know.
3 times in pubs in this patch. He won the first game, gave him a glimmer of hope. He went 8-5 and 21 on it.
The ulti with the reverb is incredibly strong. The rest of his kit got reverted to what it was 5 years ago, which I think is conceptually insane because I've never seen Valve just give up on a hero. That's how bad Silencer was. They gave up on him, okay? They just reverted him to a version that he was 10 patches ago and said, you know what? Here you go. You get the old Silencer. You don't get anything new. We're done.
Do you think they'll do that with OD?
No, they like OD.
No. Do they?
It's like Gabe's cousin's favorite hero or something.
Well, they keep him in a pretty terrible spot.
I will tell you one thing, though. I almost guarantee Lycan is Silencer's worst matchup in the history of Dota. Outside of maybe Spectre and Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, Spectre is pretty bad.
Even that, though, I would rather play against Spectre than Lycan. There is no interaction that is good for him in the entirety of the game.
Okay. Yeah.
So Whitemon has his work cut out for him. But he is Whitemon. So he's got that going for him.
I mean, really even though he was Whitemon, he still lost his last 2 pubs on it. So
that's a bad sign, actually.
That's a really bad
if
sign.
he can't win with this hero. Oh, boy. It does have some good matchups here in the Batrider or the Jakiro Primal, which is why they picked it, right?
Ooh, toss back Schofield, hit him with a blood grenade. They are getting
Steals
a lot of glaive damage. They will get first blood.
+1.
Well, this is why you get cocky. You can back it up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Duracchio just 1v5s the game again, probably play anything.
That is true. He did do that last night.
I'll sit in Fountain in Cast Global. You can go kill everybody. They do have double global support. It's interesting.
Yeah, with a very mobile mid laner as well. So we're definitely going to be seeing some side lane action continue as Duracchio almost finds another kill. This one on Whisper, and the glaives are again building up. Wait, it was Schofield.
What's he doing? So much damage.
I have no clue. Like,
he has a salve, so he's just trading out the mana for the salve, but that's efficient damage for Whitemon.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a Schofield play for sure. He's not close to level 2 either, so a lot of regen coming out for the Silencer as well, who got a lot of gold off that, honestly.
Yeah, that was a play that would make sense if you had killed their couriers and you knew they couldn't bring any regen back into play.
I mean, Silencer is mana intensive, but the glaives part of his kit is the most efficient damage, so.
Yeah, he's mana intensive if you ever use his spells, but I feel like in lane, you just hit over and over again. Wait till the later levels of Arcane Curse to start throwing that around.
I just want to say for the record, I think we're going to see a lot more Fury on this patch. Beyond the map reasons, there's something about this hero that is busted.
Wait, what are the
I have
map
a gut
reasons?
read. I don't know exactly what it is. I just think he's fundamentally broken.
What are the map reasons?
I mean, the map reasons. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't in that social circle. Huh? I forgot. That was above your pay grade. I'm sorry. You're not in that Discord?
No, you and all the TI winners.
My bad, man.
TI winners
I forget
and
so
Avery
easily.
Is the Discord name, I believe.
That's right. Just me.
You think there is a secret TI winner only Discord?
Yeah, you're not in it. I can tell you that much.
Well, you're not in it either.
That's what you think. I've been masquerading as Collapse for 3 years now.
You speak great English.
I just say Magnus is good. They don't know anything.
Were you inspired by the Nature's Prophet game we saw earlier? Was it Soxa playing it then too?
No, I mean...
We had Aghanim Scepter,
Chimera
Wrath
has
of
been
Nature.
playing. Right. That's what's convinced me.
Okay.
T2000 Fury on Chimera winning. When you have a team like Chimera... No, I don't mean this in a bad way, but they were like... they were disbanded, right?
Yeah.
They were a broken team, and they're winning everything.
Yeah.
I look at that and I go, okay, that's a cool storyline. Props to them. I also look at it and go, these guys might be ahead of everybody else in the picks, right?
Sure.
To give them an innate advantage. So I'd be looking at what they're playing and trying to glean something from it, because I think they are ahead. And they've been playing some of that Furion, playing some of that Enigma. I just think these summons and map control heroes are super strong right now with how the new map functions.
Yeah.
Don't want to reveal anything, though. I'll take a coach route, you know. They do all the interviews. I don't want to reveal that.
I think Dota players have been a little bit more open when it comes to these interviews. Jump from Durancio to Whisper as they continue to rack up kills in this lane. Now Sox is going to join them as well. Not for the core kill. That was already done. He wasn't needed for that, but he'll chase after Schofield.
3 intelligence stolen so far, Austin.
It's getting smart.
The wolf is getting dumb.
Yeah, but does the wolf need... The wolves need no armor and no intelligence, from my
he needs some intelligence to cast the wolves.
That's only 220 mana. He would have to die, like, 15 more times or something.
Have you seen some of Heroic's recent games, man? Like, not trying to curse them here, but they've had some rough ones, dude.
Yeah.
That series yesterday was rough.
Or is this going to be the schedule, by the way, for the rest of the group stage 2? Are we going to have Liquid and Heroic games at the end
it's gonna
of
be a
the
fast
day?
night.
It's going to be...
Because they're racing each other to the bottom right now. It's not a race either wants to win. As Analog is racing back to the lane off a smoke, he got forced to TP to base. They're smoking just to get to the lanes. This game is not going well, by the way, while we've been talking about wolves and mana and nonsense.
Yeah, we've been trying to avoid the subject.
They are getting smoked. All right, 33. Got to get this kill right here.
First kill of the game for Heroic.
Big. You need one of these lanes to win. Really is looking like that Liquid game from earlier.
Yeah. Hey, there's a segment for you, Fear.
Oh, maybe 2 for 1. Easy.
Yeah, easy kill.
Another set of Jingu, too. Okay. Yuma recovering here.
If Heroic loses this, we got to get a graphic of like total game time of Heroic and Liquid in group stage 2.
Compared to the average?
No, just compared to each other.
Oh.
You said racing to the bottom. See who's losing faster.
That'd be a good graphic. Dracio's just been killing wolves down here, by the way. So that's a lot of that net worth disparity is the kills plus the wolves. And yeah, this Primal has nothing. He's taking a loan out from next game.
Okay, so we saw the Quap in last series, right? Nisha tried to rock that in game 1. He was up against a melee hero, did not go dagger. Most Quaps do not go dagger because my understanding is you win the lane, but you grief your game. BZM did go dagger. He is hardcore winning the lane against the Primal Beast. But is this supposed to grief his game later on?
I mean, honestly, if you're looking at this net worth chart and you're telling me that this griefed your game, you're a league player or something. Like, I don't know what to tell you because there's no way this is a game grief.
Okay.
So doubling him up. He's in the jungle. He had the smoke from Fountain. You know, he's got nothing. He doesn't exist. So basically, you're arguing that Primal spells are so powerful that putting him in this position is not worth it?
I am not arguing this.
That's what you're arguing?
No,
Austin?
I am not arguing this. I am saying all these other mid laners do not go dagger, even in melee matchups.
Maybe they're wrong.
So that's what I'm asking.
Maybe
Are they
they're
wrong? Should more of them be going dagger?
I mean, everybody's wrong until you're right.
Okay. Whisper takes the wisdom strength, so we still have a 1-for-1 split. No problem.
Dota players are notoriously stubborn and notoriously lazy. They think whatever they're doing at any given point is the correct way to be playing the game. And therefore, everything else is wrong by default.
Okay.
The only way they learn is by losing. You have to beat them. And then they go, oh, that's pretty good.
So you think Nisha's watching this replay right now going, oh, that looks pretty good.
Well, probably not, because I don't think Liquid actually scrims or watches replays.
Okay.
They're probably watching this right now. They didn't like that one. You're probably getting another message from Insania after this cast. Oh, yeah. 3K net worth lead here as they evened out top, but the other two lanes are just turning into jungle lanes. Empty lane bottom, empty lane mid.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's a good
what
rune,
a
though.
pickup. A haste rune sidesteps the Sonic Wave. He's running. He almost. Oh, he does die. No.
Okay, but the good news is he didn't get brain drained, right?
No, he still lost intelligence. There was a -1 that popped up.
But Silencer didn't kill him. He was out of range, right?
I mean, I don't know. All I know is I saw a -1 pop up when he died, so.
He has to be within 925 range. You're telling me that was 925? No way.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I saw.
We need a replay of that.
-1.
What?
-1, -1, -1, -1.
What? Is that a bug?
Maybe.
I gotta reread this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To permanently steal intelligence, you need to land the killing blow, which he did not do.
He did not do.
Or be within 925 range. That was not 925. I would bet my 10-year career in this game. Actually, I won't do that because I've seen weirder stuff, but that was outside 925 for sure.
Well, on the upside,
give me another replay here.
Since he did get brain drained.
Did he? I can't even see if he lost.
No, he's down in the bottom river area. There's
no way.
Gabe, I mean, it's probably some...
Gabe Newell at valvesoftware.com.
He died to a dot, and he had Curse of the Silent on him. So even if Curse didn't get the kill, he died to the dagger.
Why do we keep we've already... Is this like we've missed something super obvious?
No, I think it's just if Curse is on you, you still get the brain drain. I think it might be as simple as
So you think it's a tooltip?
It's
misinformation.
Of course. There's tooltips are full of misinformation.
Or if he was debuffed. I can't read English. That's what we're learning here. That's why they showed it 8 times. Well, good thing I didn't bet my 10-year career.
Thank you, Avery. You're really helpful as an analyst, man.
Nobody plays this hero.
On Yuma.
Nobody
Yuma
plays this trash hero, man. How am I supposed to know that? They've changed him 1,000 times. Nobody plays any version.
Here comes Seraccio. Shut up and let him cast the team fight. Schofield. He'll be run down now. The curse. If Chikiro was to die with the curse on him, he would get brain drain.
That is correct.
Fortunately, he survived.
There is an or in that statement.
Oh, God.
I mean, production could have helped. They just kept showing the